Chapter 1 Birth. The universe is not eternal. Even the vast expanse of cosmos shall eventually face demise and an end. Above a cerulean planet, sparse starlight gradually coalesced into the form of a woman. By human standards of beauty, she was breathtaking, seemingly the epitome of perfection. Yet her countenance bore a deep sorrow, for the time of this universe was drawing near. Hundreds of billions of years a span that seems nearly eternal to humanity may merely equate to a few hundred years in the life of this universe. She murmured to herself, "This universe is evolving too swiftly. The pace of creation can no longer keep up with the rate of destruction. There remains but one recourse: to infuse this world with more vitality." As she spoke, glimmers of light gathered in her hands, slowly transforming into the visage of an infant. With an icy demeanor, she declared, "You shall be born devoid of compassion or intention, existing solely to grow stronger, to revive this world until you become another being akin to me." "Excuse me, but isn't that rather excessive for a child?" The mysterious woman gasped in astonishment, abandoning the luminous form she was shaping. Countless starlights surged around her, poised to strike. With her immense power, no being on this earth could harm her, yet she remained vigilant. It was inconceivable that she had been distracted in creating a doppelganger without sensing an approaching presence, unless that individual matched her strength. She turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a humanoid figure, if it could indeed be called humanoid, merely resembling a person formed from the entirety of starry sky. Adorned with a cap crafted from stars and a cloak radiating starlight, his body seemed to harbor a universe within it, eclipsing the sparse starlight behind him. The apprehension on the woman's face dissipated, replaced by fear and astonishment, as the starlight surrounding her faded. She understood that engaging with this figure would likely hasten her own destruction. Forcing herself to maintain composure, she regarded the entity before her, striving to project respect in hopes of ensuring her safety. Just as she prepared to speak, he interjected, "This universe has reached the brink of decay. You intended to create a potential doppelganger to gradually ascend to your own realm, thereby offering this universe new opportunities, did you not?" The woman did not deny it, responding, "Indeed, for I possess no surplus power to create a doppelganger of my own caliber. Now, I can only base my creation on the most promising and creative species in the universe, enabling it to become an existence akin to mine and bring forth new possibilities for this cosmos." The enigmatic figure remarked, "By the standards of universal consciousness, you are indeed qualified." Indeed, this mysterious woman was the embodiment of the will of this universe, asserting that she was its most formidable entity would not be an exaggeration. "However," he remarked, "from a mother's perspective, it is utterly inadequate. You must comprehend that if one were to create a being capable of growth, one that inherits a fragment of your power, it would be akin to your biological child. Should one erase its emotions, it could never truly integrate into the realm of humanity and would only veer towards an opposing direction, forever incapable of achieving the desired outcome. The cosmic will responded calmly, "Yet I must prioritize the survival of the greater universe. The emergence of human emotions would only lead to unpredictable developments. I must intervene with a focus on stability, and given your prowess, you would likely not wish to involve yourself in my affairs. Moreover, there are higher laws that govern our actions. Although your strength enables you to traverse parallel universes, this is ultimately my domain. While it may be challenging to ensure our mutual destruction, I am quite confident in my ability to inflict significant damage." Observing the now tranquil cosmic will, the mysterious figure remained silent, raising a hand and performing a snapping motion. With a sharp sound, the surrounding starlight vanished instantaneously. Another snap restored the celestial glow, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the cosmic will trembled in astonishment, for she alone understood the implications of what had just occurred. The two snaps had caused all the stars of the universe to disappear and then reappear, indicating that he had directly usurped her powers, surpassing the constraints of the laws, suggesting he existed beyond those very regulations. In disbelief, the cosmic will stammered, "Do you intend to seize everything from this universe?" The enigmatic figure replied, "Not at all. I harbor no particular interest in this universe. I am merely a traveler who will soon depart, and I ought not to interfere too much." The cosmic laws inquired, "Then why do you meddle in my affairs?" The mysterious figure answered, "If one must insist, I find myself more intrigued by the unborn child, for we share many similarities. Hence, I offered some counsel. Although I recognize that I should refrain from excessive interference, I cannot help but be an inquisitive soul." As the laughter faded, the figure's presence gradually dissipated, melding into the cosmos, leaving only the embodiment of the cosmic will gazing at the luminous orb yet to be. infused with consciousness. Suggestions? Similarities? It appears I may have underestimated this child. The cosmic will mused calmly. Suddenly, she smiled and declared, this suggestion might indeed be worthwhile. Let this child retain its humanity and the full spectrum of emotions to experience life in the human realm. Before that, I shall bestow my blessings in the name of the universe and grant you a name. Near a quaint village, two figures approached, drawn by the sound of weeping an elderly man and woman. The old man said to the woman, the cries seem to be emanating from here. Do you sense where they originate? The woman retorted, look at you, so anxious. You weren't even this eager when our granddaughter was born, and I was the one who chose her name. The old man hastily shifted the conversation, saying, we are in the wild, close to the Soul Beast Forest, and there's the sound of a child crying. Given my level of cultivation, I can deduce that this is certainly not a mimicry by a soul beast. It undoubtedly belongs to a human child. The old woman suddenly interjected, stop. I've pinpointed the exact location. It's quite far, and the child's cries are rather loud. The two ventured deeper into the forest and ultimately discovered the source of the cries, a human infant. They hurriedly approached and lifted the baby swathed in cloth. The old woman, filled with compassion, remarked, who would abandon an infant in the forest? It's so perilous. The old man surveyed the surroundings for any signs of others. The old woman continued, it's no solution for him to be left here. We should take him back to the village. The old man replied, for now, that seems to be our only option. Let's take him back and care for him. Perhaps I should give him a name. What shall it be? With a hint of exasperation, the old woman responded, oh, just forget it. You're hopeless at naming things. Besides, this child already has a name. Look, the old man turned to see a deep blue stone lying nearby, inscribed with the characters Tang Feng. The old man chuckled. It appears that naming is a task not meant for me. Very well. He then smiled at Tang Feng, saying, welcome to this world, little one. Chapter 2, A Hope for the Sky. 6 years later, at the home of the village chief in Tianhun town. Am I dreaming again? And is it the same dream? A boy's voice echoed in the void as he walked forward into the darkness. Everything around him seemed utterly static, yet the dreaming child understood what he needed to do. Since the age of 5, he had been experiencing this same dream almost daily, the setting remaining unchanged, yet the dream appeared to be evolving. Recently, he sensed that this unending dream was finally approaching its conclusion. In the darkness, he glanced around as if searching for something. Suddenly, a white point of light caught his eye. The boy dashed towards it. This light had only appeared in the past few months. That he believed this point was significantly related to the dream, though previously, upon nearing it, he would awaken. Nonetheless, he noticed that with each dream, he drew closer to this light. This time, I will capture you, the boy proclaimed triumphantly. Fengge. Just as he was about to seize the light, he heard a familiar voice. Fengge, Lingye. At that moment of distraction, he missed the opportunity to grasp the light, and the dark world shattered, pulling him back to reality. With a soft puff, Tang Feng awoke amidst his own exclamations. He grumbled, Lingye, must you wake me in such a manner? Looking down, he saw a beautiful, charming girl with tousled brown-black hair perched on his abdomen, her bright black eyes sparkling with excitement. Lingye chuckled and said, what can I do? Brother Feng, your physical constitution is so robust that this method alone cannot rouse you. You have no idea that I pushed you for several minutes just now. Tang Feng, with a hint of exasperation, replied, but there was no need to leap up and kick me in the stomach. Ouch, that hurts. By the way, I can hardly believe you actually woke up earlier than me. He marveled at the sun that had just risen outside. Lingye smiled and said, Brother Feng, have you forgotten that we are 6 years old this year? It is the day of our soul awakening. How can I not be excited? Tang Feng suddenly sat up, exclaiming, I can't believe I forgot such an important matter. I must finish my tasks first. He swiftly completed his morning routine and hastily dashed out the door. As she watched him rush out, Lingye sighed, he truly is a workaholic. This planet is known as Douluo Star, and the place where Tang Feng resides is more accurately referred to as Tianhun Village. In the world of Douluo, every individual undergoes a soul awakening, where they manifest a power known as a martial soul. That a martial soul can take various forms, be it an object, an animal, or even a part of oneself. However, the martial soul itself is not the crux of the matter. Rather, the soul power awakened alongside it holds paramount importance. Without soul power, even the most extraordinary martial soul would be rendered useless. Conversely, possessing soul power, even a martial soul as humble as a blade of grass, has the potential for growth. Those who harness this power are known as soul masters. It remains a mystery why a person's martial soul typically awakens at the age of 6, and as of now, no explanations have surfaced. With the advancement of soul guidance technology, the role of soul masters has diminished significantly. Nearly 90,000 years have passed since humanity began utilizing soul guidance devices for interstellar colonization. Nowadays, even an ordinary person can rival a basic soul master through the use of mechas or soul guidance devices. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that soul masters remain unique entities. Powerful soul masters are coveted wherever they go, providing an opportunity for those living on the ground to ascend swiftly. Grandpa Yi, Grandma Ling, I have arrived. Tang Chunfeng called as he approached. Grandpa Yi smiled and said, Ah, Chunfeng, what brings you here so early? The sun has only just risen. Tang Chunfeng replied, Today is the day of the soul awakening, and I anticipate it will occur in the afternoon. I wish to complete my work before proceeding to the awakening. Grandpa Yi chuckled ruefully. You truly need not help us so much you owe us nothing. How can you say that? Without the village head and Grandma Ling rescuing me, I might have been devoured by a soul beast, Tang Chunfeng remarked, feeling a natural fondness for these two elderly figures. It was they who, upon hearing his cries, ventured into the great forest to retrieve him, adopting him and recognizing him as their own godson. Grandma Ling approached, affectionately stroking Tang Chunfeng's head. Little Chunfeng, you are becoming increasingly handsome. I thought so when you were a child, and now it is clear that my judgment was entirely correct. If only you weren't growing so rapidly, I would have loved to arrange a betrothal between you and Linger. Grandma Ling often expressed such sentiments, considering they were not actually siblings. Tang Chunfeng smiled wryly, but I have always regarded Linger as my sister, and it feels rather inappropriate for me to stand beside her, the Yi Hongling. The biological granddaughter of village chief Yi and Grandma Ling have been Tang Chunfeng's playmates since childhood, especially after he was taken as her godbrother. However, Tang Chunfeng was distinctly different from ordinary children. Typically, girls grow faster, yet at just 6 years old, he had already reached a height of 1.4 meters, making him appear at least 4 years older than Yi Hongling, who was just over a meter tall. Grandma Ling chuckled beside him. Ah, as long as there is genuine affection, height is no obstacle. After all, you both will continue to grow. If a betrothal cannot be arranged now, it can always be done later. So tell me, what do you feel for Linger at present? Upon hearing this, a faint blush spread across Tang Chunfeng's handsome, yet somewhat youthful face. I think Yi Hongling is very beautiful and adorable, especially when she follows behind me calling me brother phone. I truly wish to hold her in my arms, but I genuinely see Linger as my sister. I could see that moment. Grandma Ling wore a knowing smile, her expression suggesting she understood more than she let on. I see. You may not express it now, but I'm certain there will be opportunities later. I shall assist you. Tang Chunfeng's face turned crimson as he quickly excused himself. To need to go work now. Grandma Ling, let's talk later. With that, he hurried off. Look at you. You frightened the child, village chief, he remarked, somewhat displeased. Grandma Ling responded with a hint of annoyance. What's wrong? Chunfeng is merely shy. Speaking of which, today is the day for Chunfeng and Linger's martial soul awakening. Given our past strengths, Linger should have no issues. But if Chunfeng awakens a remarkable martial soul, they may become an unparalleled duo, perhaps even fulfill our long-held wishes that, as she spoke, Grandma Ling's voice trailed off, as if recalling some painful memories. Village Chief Yi quickly interjected, the youth must forge their own paths. If the children can indeed become extraordinary talents, I would gladly impart all my knowledge to them. Meanwhile, Tang Chunfeng had already begun his labor. Since he could remember, he had sensed that his appetite was far greater than that of others, while a typical lunch sufficed for 3 times the portion he required. Perhaps owing to his substantial intake, he also possessed remarkable strength. At the age of 5, he had once lifted a stone mill weighing over 500 kilograms. The villagers remarked that he was not only exceptionally handsome, but also endowed with innate strength, undoubtedly a prodigious talent for cultivation. However, at present he need not engage in cultivation, as all his strength is devoted to assisting others. After all, possessing great strength facilitates physical labor. Additionally, given that he is to participate in the awakening ceremony today, he swiftly completed the tasks in the fields and, upon glancing up at the sky, noted that it was still not yet noon. It appears I have accomplished more than I had anticipated. Tang Chunfeng mused to himself. He then bid farewell to village chief Yi and Grandma Ling, making his way directly toward the village chief's residence. On his return journey, Tang Chunfeng encountered a familiar figure. Ah, Linger, what brings you here? Yi Hongling replied, I was waiting for you and even brought you some food. You left without having breakfast. It was then that Tang Chunfeng recalled he had skipped breakfast and his stomach was now vocally protesting. Yi Hongling chuckled softly and suggested, Let us go to the hillside over there to eat. Tang Chinfeng could only respond awkwardly. All right. The two, a young man and woman, sat on the hillside, enjoying their meal in silence. Suddenly, Yi Hongling paused, holding her pancake, and turned to Tang Chinfeng, saying, Brother Feng, do you think after we awaken our martial souls, we might be able to live in the Sky City? Why do you suddenly ask this? Are you lacking confidence? Tang Chinfeng inquired, puzzled. Yi Hongling replied, perhaps a little. I yearn for the life in the Sky City. There must be countless wonders we have yet to encounter. However, I have heard that even if one awakens their soul power, if they are not qualified, they cannot go there. Surely, there are many more gifted individuals in this world than us. I find myself somewhat lacking in confidence, pondering whether we can truly ascend to live in the sky. Do not be so pessimistic. If you do not believe in your own abilities, then you will have no opportunity. Even if there truly is no chance, I will take you to the sky to see for yourself, Tang Chinfeng asserted confidently. Yi Hongling, with a face full of doubt, asked, really? Brother Feng, how can you be so confident without even trying? Where does this confidence stem from? Tang Chinfeng responded, well, it's quite simple. Since the outcome is still unknown, let us discard everything aside from confidence. Just believe in yourself, and that will be enough. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling chuckled. Is it really that easy? Can we truly succeed just by relying on the spirit? Tang Chinfeng declared, I hereby vow to take you to the heavens. Lingo. Yi Hongling's eyes sparkled as she replied, then it settled. You must take me along. The two children laughed joyously on the hillside, embodying the simplicity and sincerity of promises made between young friends. Chapter 3. The standards for ascending to the sky. Time swiftly passed into the afternoon, and the Federation's awakening masters had arrived. The crowd eagerly approached to greet them, bringing forth the children who were to awaken their martial souls. The awakening masters remained silent, merely nodding to the village chief, who acknowledged the gesture in return. The chief, also a soul master, was well aware of the proceedings to come. He expertly guided a total of 7 children, including Tang Chinfeng and Yi Hongling, toward the village's awakening chamber. After a brief walk, they arrived at the entrance of the awakening chamber, where the 7 children marveled at its opulence. Unlike their usual surroundings, the vicinity of the awakening chamber was strictly off-limits, as the awakening of a martial soul was a momentous event in their lives. Only those needing to awaken their martial souls, along with the Federation's professional awakening masters, were permitted entry. Upon reaching the grand doors of the awakening chamber, the awakening master halted, removing his mask and hat. He addressed the 7 children, saying, My name is Halfon. The 33 Battle Soul sect will conduct your martial soul awakening ceremony. When you enter through the doors, you will witness certain phenomena. Do not panic, for any misstep will bear consequences. As he spoke, he positioned himself before the awakening chamber, slowly raising his hands. Suddenly, 3 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, 2 yellow rings representing a century of existence and 1 purple ring symbolizing a millennium, surrounding him with an air of authority. The 3 soul rings then detached from him, affixing themselves to the doors of the awakening chamber. With a thunderous sound, the soul guide array inscribed on the doors illuminated, and the doors swung open. Halfon urged them, quickly, enter. The 7 children rushed inside, only to be enveloped in darkness, as if they had stepped into an infinite void. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated in their ears, proclaiming, thousands of years ago, our ancestors lived upon the earth, no different from you standing here today. Meanwhile, amidst the encroaching darkness, a vast silhouette emerged, the projection of Douluo star. The ancient voice resonated once more, narrating. Subsequently, the population on Douluo star surged, and the exploration of administrative planets stagnated. The living space on the surface dwindled, while conflicts among the people intensified, as the world teetered on the brink of irreversible chaos. A prodigious talent emerged. He was the administrator of the Douluo Federation, who, defying the consensus, demonstrated to the world the potential of the soul-guiding array, constructed from the surface and specialized alloys, to create cities in the skies. The first piece of the Sky City puzzle was completed 2 centuries later. With the advancement of time, the current Sky City has grown immensely, becoming a gathering place for the world's geniuses. Those of you born here must prove yourselves as geniuses who rival those of the sky. Only then shall you earn the right to ascend. As the voice and the projection faded, 7 children found themselves within the awakening chamber. Halfon stood before them and proclaimed, This is the origin of Sky City and the recent history of the Douluo Federation. You should also have heard that Sky City is a realm brimming with talent. If you aspire to enter this world, You must demonstrate that you are geniuses in your own right. However, it is still somewhat premature for you to aspire to the Sky City. Should you awaken your soul power, strive to break through to level 20 before reaching adulthood, and you may yet step into the Sky City. Halfon continued, of course. This is contingent on whether you truly possess soul power. He then added, now that you are adequately informed, we may commence the awakening ritual. Pointing to a child on his right, he instructed, we shall begin with him, proceeding sequentially for each of you. Remember, regardless of what unimaginable sights you may witness, do not panic. This warning evidently did little to dampen the children's excitement. The first child approached him, their face alight with exhilaration. Halfon urged, be sure to truly feel the changes within your body. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled, and his physique began to swell. Yellow fur resembling that of a wild beast sprouted from his form, gradually taking on the outline of a giant bear, while 3 soul rings materialized around him. 2 spectral animals gradually emerged upon the soul rings. The 2 yellow rings, each a century old, revealed a giant tortoise appearing to measure a meter in length. Though seemingly benign and amiable, it exuded an aura of formidable defense. The solitary purple 1,000-year soul ring, however, emanated an entirely different presence, showcasing a robust black bear that stood at an imposing height of approximately 3 meters. The child who had just approached Halfon was visibly startled, trembling involuntarily. Halfon elucidated, this is the soul spirit. While soul beasts do exist, the majority opt to rely on soul spirits to obtain soul rings, as they are significantly more convenient compared to traditional methods. Should you become soul masters in the future, I highly recommend this approach. At last, the awakening ceremony commenced. As Halfon spoke, strands of ethereal white energy emanated from him, representing his soul power. This energy coiled around the boy, gradually lifting him into the air, causing him to hover. Subsequently, a phantom emerged in the boy's hand, resembling an utterly ordinary dagger. A dagger, is it? Halfon remarked, even a dagger possesses offensive capabilities. With soul power, it can indeed be cultivated. Let us ascertain whether you harbor any soul power. As he spoke, a silvery orb floated towards him, adorned with luminous rings on either side, suspending itself in midair before approaching the boy. This is a soul power testing device. Place your hand upon it, and you shall discover if you possess soul power, Halfon stated calmly. The boy complied, resting his hand on the device, which emitted a brilliant light before swiftly dimming, revealing a display that read 0. Halfon sighed. Without soul power, no matter the martial spirit, it is futile. You may descend and wait. With that, the boy was gently lowered back to his original position. All right, next, Halfon declared, summoning another child. Although none had yet manifested soul power, Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling were witnessing the diversity of martial spirits. Aside from the boy with the dagger, the other 4 children displayed a variety of peculiar martial spirits, rakes, staffs, machetes, and even spoons, but none possessed soul power. Halfon's expression grew increasingly grim. If no one awakens soul power, it seems this town, which has been bestowed with high hopes, may find itself bereft of opportunity. Next, he said, turning his gaze towards Yi Hongling. Finally, it was her turn, followed by Tang Xinfeng. However, at that moment, Yi Hongling appeared hesitant, reluctant to step forward. Tang Xinfeng noticed her trepidation. She feared the possibility of lacking soul power, terrified that she might not even make it to the starting line. Tang Xinfeng gently patted her shoulder and said, do not be afraid, relax. Do you remember what I told you? Do not overthink it. How can you know the outcome if you do not first try? Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongling took a deep breath and replied, Brother Feng, you are right. Regardless of the outcome, I will give it my all and strive to get closer. With that, Yi Hongling walked confidently towards the awakening platform. Chapter 4. A genius and an oddity. If my memory serves me correctly, you are the granddaughter of village chief Yi, and the only child among everyone here who has a spirit master as a relative. I have high hopes for you. To Yi Hongling's surprise, Halfon, who was usually reticent, took the initiative to speak to her. Yi Hongling responded, I understand, master. Please commence. Halfon ceased further conversation and initiated the awakening ceremony. White soul energy gradually enveloped Yi Hongling, lifting her into the air. At that moment, Yi Hongling felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to lying on the grass under the sun. Suddenly, Yi Hongling sensed something within her, as if something was about to emerge with the guidance of the soul energy. Following this feeling, she slowly raised her hands, forming a gesture of cradling her heart. From a third-person perspective, One would notice that Yi Hongling's eyes were gradually transforming into a vibrant green, with even a small tuft of hair at her forehead shifting to the same hue. In her hands, which she had cradled against her chest, a verdant sapling appeared, growing alongside her transformation. Gradually, the sapling grew into a small tree, reaching her height, and her eyes and hair had completely turned emerald green. The children below sensed an invigorating aura that was immensely comforting, while Hao Fan was rendered speechless in astonishment. He could feel that this vibrant energy was not merely a sensation, it was a palpable presence. The child before him, not yet 10 years old, radiated an exceptionally pure vitality that was only intensifying. While Hao Fan marveled, the small tree in Yi Hongling's hands, her martial spirit, had grown to a height of 3 meters, exuding an intense life force. The spectators were entranced, unable to detach themselves from the spectacle. Eventually, Hao Fan regained his composure and instructed Yi Hongling to retract her martial spirit. In the awakening chamber, silence lingered for a moment before Yi Hongling broke the stillness. Master, what exactly is my martial spirit? From your reactions, it must be extraordinary, right? She inquired with curiosity. Hao Fan responded in astonishment. What you possess is undoubtedly an ultimate martial spirit. Such an overflowing vitality is something no ordinary martial spirit could achieve. Yi Hongling exclaimed, Really? Have I awakened a powerful martial spirit? Hao Fan composed himself and remarked, Indeed, this is an exceptionally powerful ultimate martial soul. I shall reveal the remaining details shortly. For now, let us ascertain the extent of your soul power. To possess such an extraordinary martial soul, it is certain that you must also have a corresponding innate soul power. Following this, the previous soul power testing device soared back into position before Yi Hongling. She extended her hand to press upon the device, which emitted a dazzling light once more. However, this time, the brilliance did not dim immediately. Instead, it persisted. And for the first time, the screen displayed numbers beyond 0. It first indicated a 1, followed by 2, 3, 4, and ultimately came to a halt at 10. Hao Fan smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, Indeed, it is as I suspected. Not only has soul power manifested, but it is also at its innate maximum. Innate maximum soul power. What does that mean? Yi Hongling inquired, puzzled. Hao Fan elucidated. When an individual generates soul power, it ranges from level 1 to level 10, with level 10 being the pinnacle of one's initial soul power generation. To further enhance it, one must acquire soul rings, indicating that your starting point is significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. I myself only possess level 2 innate soul power. But we must also assess your spiritual power. It is stipulated that only those with innate soul power may undergo this test. With that, Hao Fan retrieved a silver, spherical testing device, resembling the previous soul power tester, albeit without the ability to fly. It could simply be held with both hands. His demeanor had softened considerably, revealing a newfound interest in Yi Hongling. Following his instructions, Yi Hongling cradled the device, and the screen displayed ascending numbers, not incrementally, but in intervals of 50, 50, 100, 150. To Hao Fan's astonishment, the sequence slowed its ascent after reaching 450, ultimately halting at 491. At this point, Hao Fan was left speechless, exclaiming, With a spiritual power of 491, you are nearing the Spirit Sea realm. Yi Hongling, bewildered, asked, Master, what exactly is the purpose of spiritual power? Hao Fan responded, Spiritual power indicates the strength of one's spiritual consciousness and can be categorized into realms: spirit origin, spirit communication, spirit sea, spirit abyss, spirit domain, and divine origin. In modern times, a higher level of spiritual power is essential for absorbing soul spirits. Typically, an individual first manifests soul power upon entering the spirit origin realm. Even I have only just surpassed 300 in spiritual power, yet you have already exceeded 490, approaching the spirit sea realm. Coupled with your martial soul, which, if I recall correctly, is the tree of life, a supportive healing type martial soul, do not underestimate its capabilities. Among supportive martial souls, the tree of life stands as a paragon. It embodies unparalleled vitality and represents an ultimate martial soul. With your innate maximum soul power and spiritual prowess nearing the spirit sea realm, you are undoubtedly a rare talent destined for greatness. Upon hearing Hao Fan's words, Yi Hongling felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly losing her composure. Initially, she had been the least confident among them, yet now, someone had told her that she was a rare genius, which was simply exhilarating. All right, you may go now. Once we assist the last individual in completing their martial soul awakening, you can leave, she said. With that, Yi Hongling was escorted back to her group of 7 by Hao Fan. As she descended, the 5 surrounding her cast envious glances in her direction. Only Tang Qinfeng approached, patting her shoulder with a smile, saying, I told you, believe in yourself. You truly are a genius now. Yi Hongling replied, Thank you, Brother Feng, for instilling so much confidence in me. Next, it's your turn, so you must also strive hard. Observing her excitement, Tang Qinfeng smiled and gave her a thumbs up before gradually making his way to the awakening platform. As Tang Qinfeng stepped onto the stage, Hao Fan spoke up first. Given the way you encouraged her, your relationship seems quite special. I genuinely appreciate individuals like you who possess the ability to inspire. Having just recognized Yi Hongling's extraordinary talent, Hao Fan was in high spirits. Furthermore, having witnessed Tang Qinfeng's earlier encouragement of Yi Hongling from the awakening platform, his admiration for him had grown significantly. Tang Qinfeng replied, Linger is like a sister to me. Although we share no blood relation, having been raised under the same roof by village chief Yi, we are akin to siblings of different parents. Upon hearing Tang Qinfeng's explanation, Hao Fan felt an unexpected surge of curiosity. He had suspected their relationship was unique, but he had not anticipated such intimacy. However, after a moment of reflection, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. If they were indeed siblings, it was plausible that the elder brother, Tang Qinfeng, might possess a remarkable talent. Yet, if there was no blood connection, that possibility seemed less certain. Oh well, Hao Fan mused. If geniuses were so easily found, they would not be called geniuses. Besides, he should only be 6 years old, yet he appears to be nearly 1 meters tall. Based on Hao Fan's own experience, he surmised that children who differ from their peers often possess a significant potential for awakening their martial souls. With these thoughts in mind, Hao Fan smiled and said, Very well, let us proceed with your martial soul awakening. I hope you will shine as brightly as your sister. With that, he began the awakening ceremony. As before, a white soul power enveloped Tang Qinfeng's body, gently lifting him into the air, allowing him to quietly feel the pull of the soul power and attempt to awaken the latent strength within him. Initially, Tang Qinfeng felt a warm and comforting sensation, but gradually this warmth morphed into a searing heat, followed by a piercing pain that was quite unbearable. Suddenly, an indescribable agony surged through his mind, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Tang Qinfeng, suspended in midair, clutched his head tightly, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Witnessing this, Hao Fan grew anxious. A typical martial soul awakening should not be this painful. If something went awry with the child, it would spell trouble for him. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng's body began to undergo a transformation. Every muscle in his body swelled, and he seemed to elongate slightly. His height, originally 1 meters, appeared to reach around 1.6 meters. A golden light radiated from his eyes, and his previously thrashing form became tranquil, as if he had fallen asleep. Observing this, Hao Fan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that matters did not seem to be worsening. Indeed, at that moment, Tang Qinfeng finally regained his composure amidst the darkness. As he rubbed his head, he murmured, That hurt so much. He then pondered his current whereabouts. The surroundings were pitch black, obscuring his vision. Confused, he thought. Wasn't I in the midst of awakening my martial soul? How did I suddenly end up in this dark place? He recalled experiencing an excruciating headache, and after a while, he found himself here. As he scanned his surroundings, he felt an odd sense of familiarity, despite the emptiness. Tang Qinfeng struck his forehead, suddenly recalling that this was precisely the dream he often experienced. How could it manifest here so unexpectedly? After much contemplation, he could not decipher the reason. So Tang Qinfeng resolved to proceed as he had in the dream, hoping to uncover some insights. With these thoughts in mind, he began to move, expertly retracing the familiar steps. Indeed, he soon beheld the luminous sphere that had eluded his grasp due to Yi Hongling's flying kick. This time, I shall seize you for certain, Tang Qinfeng thought, and with a powerful leap, he lunged for the orb. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he suddenly perceived a sound akin to something shattering emanating from his grasp. Alas, Tang Qinfeng's heart sank. Could it be that he had crushed it? Gingerly opening his palm, he beheld the sphere, which resembled a beautiful crystal orb, within which danced a silvery vortex, exuding an exquisite allure. Yet now, the crystal was marred by an increasing number of cracks, threatening to shatter completely. A wave of anxiety washed over Tang Qinfeng, he feared what might transpire next, questioning if he had erred in some way. At that moment, the crystalline sphere began to swell, expanding from the size of his thumb to that of his entire hand, until with a resounding bang, it exploded. Wow! Tang Qinfeng exclaimed in surprise, instinctively shutting his eyes. When he reopened them, he was met with a breathtaking spectacle. Following the explosion of the crystal, the silvery vortex remained, now liberated from confinement, rapidly expanding and illuminating the surroundings. As it grew, it resembled a galaxy. And soon the radiant light enveloped Tang Qinfeng, rendering it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. When he finally managed to gaze upon the scene again, darkness had given way to a dazzling expanse of twinkling stars. In that moment, Tang Qinfeng felt as though he were adrift in a celestial realm. Consumed by a singular thought, how utterly beautiful this place is. Just as he was lost in admiration, a gentle female voice floated to him from behind. Isn't it lovely? Perhaps it will grow even more magnificent in time. Startled, Tang Qinfeng whirled around to find a hazy figure before him, discernibly feminine. She raised one hand and delicately touched her fingertip to his forehead, speaking softly, "Let us leave it at that for now. It's time to awaken. But remember to keep this place a secret." At that moment, in the awakening chamber, over 20 minutes had elapsed since Tang Qinfeng began his martial soul awakening. Meanwhile, Hao Fan continued to channel his soul power, having gained a general understanding of Tang Qinfeng's condition. It appeared that he had fainted due to an unsuccessful awakening, an occurrence not uncommon in such rituals. In such cases, it was imperative to maintain the flow of soul power until the individual regained consciousness. Yet, over 20 minutes had passed. Hao Fan was deeply concerned about how much longer he could endure before Tang Qinfeng awoke. Otherwise, his soul power would likely be depleted. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng's body began to stir. The brilliance that overflowed from his eyes was drawn back within, and his movements grew increasingly vigorous until he finally opened his eyes and awakened. Upon witnessing this, Hao Fan let out a sigh of relief and gently set him down. Tang Qinfeng, still somewhat disoriented, felt as though everything that had transpired was a vivid dream, yet it felt remarkably real. His mind was still grappling with the events that had just unfolded, leaving him in a state of confusion. Noticing his stupor, Hao Fan patted him on the shoulder. As Tang Qinfeng rubbed his head, he fully regained his senses and inquired, "Master, has my martial soul awakening concluded? What martial soul do I possess? Do I have soul power?" With a hint of exasperation, Hao Fan replied, "Yes, it has indeed concluded. Although it was somewhat tumultuous, at least you were safe. As for your martial soul, it should be a body martial soul. We will test your soul power shortly to confirm." Upon hearing the term body martial soul, a look of bewilderment crossed Tang Qinfeng's face, indicating his lack of understanding regarding its meaning. Perceiving his confusion, Hao Fan elaborated, "Generally speaking, martial souls are broadly categorized into two types. One is the weapon martial soul, like those of the children accompanying you, and the other is the beast martial soul, which, like mine, is based on an animal. However, there exists a rather unique type known as the body martial soul. As the name suggests, it is a martial soul derived from a part of one's own body, with that portion becoming exceedingly powerful, representing a rather extraordinary existence." "So, it's a formidable martial soul?" Tang Qinfeng exclaimed with excitement. "One could certainly say that," Hao Fan responded. "If you possess soul power, you might very well become a strength-based combatant. Now, we shall commence the soul power test. Are you prepared?" With that, he produced the soul power testing device. Tang Qinfeng, eager to test his abilities, placed his hand upon the testing device. "Just one more release of your martial spirit is needed," Hao Fan remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinfeng unleashed his martial spirit, causing his muscles to swell dramatically, followed by a noticeable increase in height. Hao Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had initially surmised that Tang Qinfeng's martial spirit was related to muscle, which explained the bulging phenomenon. However, the simultaneous increase in height suggested an elongation of the bones, which was unrelated to muscle. Could it be that his skeletal structure itself was a part of his martial spirit? If so, he would indeed possess a dual martial spirit. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng had already placed his hand on the soul power testing device, which emitted a radiant glow, revealing a number on the screen. This confirmed that Tang Qinfeng possessed soul power and could aspire to become a soul master. Marvelous. It seems we might have 2 soul masters this year. I wonder about his innate talent, Hao Fan mused. Upon glancing at the testing device again, he was astonished to discover the reading was 10. Another with innate full soul power has emerged. Hao Fan exclaimed. Having been an awakening master for a decade, This was the first time he had witnessed two individuals with innate full soul power simultaneously. At that moment, his prior thoughts solidified. While the dual martial spirit was indeed rare, it could be considered exceptional if it explained the occurrence of innate full soul power. Not only was Hao Fan astounded, but Tang Chenfeng also beheld the reading of level 10 soul power, his heart brimming with exhilaration. For it indicated that he was a genius on par with Yi Hongling and qualified to become a soul master. Hao Fan then retrieved the soul power testing device and produced the mental strength testing device, stating, "Only those with soul power can measure their mental strength. You now have that qualification, so hurry and give it a try." Mental strength is crucial for a soul master. A sufficiently high mental capacity allows for the summoning of numerous soul spirits to enhance their soul rings and ascend to greater heights. Tang Chenfeng was ready to undergo the mental strength test. However, the moment he placed his hand on the device, it erupted with a blinding light, and the numbers on the screen surged at an astonishing rate. Previously, Yi Hongling's mental strength had increased steadily by increments of 100. Yet now the readings escalated by 500. The pace quickened, swiftly surpassing 3,000, then 4,000, 6,000, and 8,000. Finally, when the number reached 9,999, the testing device emitted a plume of blue smoke, followed by a crackling sound accompanied by a minor explosion, culminating in the device's destruction as three components burst forth. Witnessing this outcome, all present were left in stunned silence. The children pondered how the device had suddenly malfunctioned. Had it experienced a breakdown? Surprise and disappointment surged through Hao Fan's heart. The disappointment stemmed from the malfunction of the testing device. For a small mental power tester, is not inexpensive. The astonishment arose from the final reading of 9,999 on the device, a figure that surpassed even the Lingyuan realm. Many soul masters might spend their entire lives striving to reach such a level, and Hao Fan was aware that the likelihood of the instrument itself being faulty was minimal, especially since he had only been using it for less than 3 months. The device displayed 9999 simply because it was designed to measure only up to that level, and it seemed that it had exploded due to operating beyond its capacity. This indicated that Tang Chenfeng's mental power should be even greater. However, what could account for such an extraordinary mental capacity? Was there something fundamentally different about his brain compared to an ordinary person's? A startling thought struck Hao Fan. Could the brain itself be a form of martial soul? The three lives martial soul? The three lives primary martial soul, innate full soul power, and mental strength surpassing the Lingyuan realm. Hao Fan mused over the exceptional talent this implied, truly a prodigy. Chapter 5. The mysterious voice. Hao Fan's mind was in turmoil. Yet he endeavored to calm himself before posing some inquiries to Tang Chenfeng. As Hao Fan approached, Tang Chenfeng felt a pang of anxiety, particularly in light of the smoking device in his hands, which certainly did not appear inexpensive. Sensing his apprehension, Hao Fan reassured him, "Do not worry. You will not be held accountable for the cost of the device. What I need to know now is whether you perceive anything unusual about the world around you." Upon hearing Hao Fan's words, Tang Chenfeng exhaled, glancing around before replying. "It feels as though the world has become remarkably clearer. The patterns on the leaves and the textures on the walls of the room are all vividly presented before me. Upon closer inspection, it seems that there are numerous tiny, colored specks of light in the air, constantly in motion. Additionally, Master, there are many yellow specks of light swirling around you, while green specks seem to be joyfully dancing around Linger." His keen observation extended even to the elemental energies suspended in the air. In Hao Fan's mind, he pondered this deeply, convinced that Tang Chenfeng's mental prowess had undoubtedly reached the spirit abyss realm. Otherwise, he would not be able to perceive with such clarity the elemental energies that both he and others adeptly wield. The luminous orbs surrounding Hao Fan were, in fact, manifestations of earth element, the very essence that his martial soul, the earth demon bear, excelled in controlling. Meanwhile, the verdant glimmers encircling Yi Hongling were unmistakably life energy. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Fan addressed Tang Chenfeng, stating, "It appears you, like your sister Shu, are indeed a rare prodigy, perhaps even more gifted than her. Your martial soul might well encompass two aspects, one being your musculature and the other your skeletal structure. Your physical resilience is exceptionally high, making you well suited for a path of pure strength as a soul master. Furthermore, your elevated mental capacity eliminates any issues related to soul absorption. You are a promising candidate." Upon hearing Hao Fan's words, Tang Chenfeng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, for he had never imagined himself to be a talent surpassing Linger. After addressing his inquiries, Hao Fan escorted Tang Chenfeng to the awakening platform and declared, "All present have completed their awakening. We shall now close the awakening chamber. Everyone, please exit promptly. Except for the two who have awakened their soul power, the rest may return home." As he spoke, he led everyone out of the awakening chamber. Once outside, he employed the same method as before to seal the chamber's door, locking it with his soul power. Just as they stepped out, the village chief, Yi, approached with an air of eager anticipation, inquiring, "Master, do you think there are any children in town this year who could become soul masters?" Hao Fan smiled in response, saying, "Indeed, there are two, both exceptionally rare talents, and they share a significant connection with you, village chief." The chief paused momentarily, glancing at the 5 children retracing their steps, then at the 2 who remained, quickly grasping the situation. "There are still some matters I cannot confirm at this moment. Village chief, please, let us have a more in-depth discussion." With that, Hao Fan and the village chief stepped aside to converse. Observing the 2 adults engaged in dialogue, one male and one female, the 2 children were filled with curiosity, yet it was evident that the adults wished to keep their conversation private. Yi Hongling whispered, "Brother Feng, what do you think Grandpa and the master are discussing? They seem increasingly animated." Tang Chenfeng replied, "I'm not quite certain either. Nonetheless, it must pertain to our matters. We shall wait patiently." Meanwhile, the 2 adults grew increasingly animated in their conversation, discussing the innate soul power of the 2 children, their rare and formidable martial spirits, and their exceptional mental acuity. Hao Fan's speculations only heightened the excitement of village chief Yi, who, after many years, was thrilled to witness the emergence of not one, but 2 prodigious soul masters in the village. These children must be meticulously nurtured, Hao Fan emphasized with earnest conviction. Considering their talents, the future holds great promise for them, and they must ultimately be sent to a Soul Master Academy. However, upon hearing this, a hint of bitterness crossed the village chief's face. "Master, I am indeed aware of this, but my small town has only one special enrollment quota. Although Tianhun Town is referred to as a town, it resembles a larger village, which explains why everyone refers to him as Village Chief Yi. Its remote location, nestled between the Sunset Forest and the city walls bordering the Federation, naturally receives little attention." After pondering for a moment, Hao Fan responded, "Rest assured, I will convey this to the higher authorities. With a year remaining before the academy officially opens, I will ensure that these 2 children are sent there. It would indeed be a tremendous loss otherwise. By the way, Village Chief Yi, you are a soul master as well, are you not? Before the news arrives, I hope you can impart some cultivation methods to these children so they may experience the life of a soul master. Perhaps they will one day soar into the skies." After hearing these words, Village Chief Yi nodded in agreement, and the 2 made their way toward the children. Upon reaching them, Hao Fan declared, "Village Chief Yi, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please escort these 2 children home." With that, Hao Fan departed. As they watched Hao Fan's figure recede into the distance, the grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter began their journey back. On the way, Yi Hongling was the first to inquire, "Grandfather, what were you and the master discussing?" Village Chief Yi replied, "Naturally, it was about you too. Tomorrow, I shall take you both to experience the life of soul cultivation, employing the methods I used in my youth. It will be quite arduous." Hearing the word arduous, Yi Hongling's expression immediately fell, though she refrained from voicing any objections, fully aware that the training of a soul master is undoubtedly extraordinary. "By the way, grandfather, are you not a formidable soul master?" This question came from Tang Chenfeng. Upon hearing it, a trace of bitterness appeared on Village Chief Ye's face as he remarked, "My dear grandson, I am merely an insignificant individual, not a remarkable figure. Otherwise, I would not be serving as the village chief in this humble place." Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Tang Chenfeng's face. "Is that so? After awakening my martial spirit, I can perceive many things, such as those luminous points of elemental energy. I sense that you possess them as well, and it feels as though you are significantly stronger than the master." In response to this, a look of surprise crossed Village Chief Ye's countenance, and he quickly replied, "That is merely due to my martial spirit being somewhat unique, possessing certain peculiar abilities." Upon the village chief's words, the radiance in Tang Chenfeng's eyes swiftly faded, reflecting the diminishing brilliance of Village Chief Yi. Tang Chenfeng pondered, "So it is indeed a rather peculiar martial spirit? Truly, the world is full of wonders." "Oh, right. Xiaofeng, there are some items that should be returned to you after this trip home," the village head you suddenly remarked. Tang Chenfeng, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired. What things? What are you referring to? Village chief Yi responded. It may pertain to your origins. It is a square jade stone, roughly the size of a palm. When your grandmother and I found you, we placed it on you. Your name is engraved upon it. Later, when your grandmother and I recognized you as our god-grandson, we decided to keep it safe until you grew older, intending to return it to you eventually. However, it seems it is not too late to give it back to you now. Furthermore, I suspect that the material is not actually jade. Though I cannot precisely identify what it is, it simply feels extraordinary, unlike anything an ordinary person could possess. After hearing this, Tang Chenfeng was taken aback. He had no recollection of such a stone. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the earlier vision, urging him to reclaim the object that truly belonged to him. This phenomenon made him wary, as he felt a mix of desire to speak and hesitation. He wanted to express his concerns about the unclear origins of the vision, fearing it might have an impact on him. Despite the voice's owner seemingly having no ill intentions, his intuition warned him that discussing it could lead to unfortunate consequences. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, resolving to find a solution later. On the way back with village chief Yi Hongling was the most exuberant among the three, bouncing along cheerfully. Occasionally, village chief Yi would glance back at his granddaughter, who brought him much joy, a smile radiating happiness on his face. As for Tang Chenfeng, he was deeply intrigued by the jade stone mentioned by the village chief, as it related to his origins, yet the enigmatic voice still occupied his thoughts. Feng Ge, what are you thinking about? You seem a bit off. Yi Hongling's voice jolted Tang Chenfeng from his reverie. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit concerned about that jade stone grandpa you mentioned. It must relate to my parents, right? As he spoke of his parents, a sense of melancholy washed over Tang Chenfeng. I truly wish to know what they were like, what they looked like, and why they left me in the sunset great forest. Wait, Feng Ge, please don't continue. Yi Hongling's voice suddenly grew louder, startling Tang Chenfeng. What's wrong? Yi Hongling replied, Today is the day of our martial spirit awakening, and we've succeeded. We have been acknowledged. It should be a joyous occasion. And I don't want you to feel sad. I believe your parents must have had their reasons for leaving you there. After all, there are no parents who do not love their children. Moreover, you have me, Grandpa Yi, and Grandma Ling by your side. At the very least, we are family. And that will never change, right? So, I hope you won't feel down. You will surely find them one day. As she spoke, Yi Hongling approached and extended her arm, making a gesture as if to initiate a high five. Tang Chenfeng mirrored her action, eager to respond to her gesture. Immediately, the two of them realized that it was impossible to accomplish the action while standing. Alas, Feng, it seems you have grown taller once more. I can't even reach your hand when I jump. Could you come down a little? Tang Chenfeng realized that it might be due to his innate martial soul that he had grown taller, from a height of 4 meters to 5 meters. Perhaps he had been too excited earlier to notice the change. Consequently, even though Yi Hongling was just over 1 meter tall, she could not reach his palm even when she jumped. Thus, Tang Chenfeng had to squat down slightly to complete the high five. However, he couldn't help but feel that his height was being overshadowed. Yi Hongling, now pouting, looked anything but fierce, instead appearing quite endearing. Gazing at this adorable younger sister, Tang Chenfeng's melancholy dissipated, leaving only warmth and familial affection. Yi village chief watched the radiant smiles on their faces, thinking that these two children would undoubtedly become excellent partners in the future. Chapter 6. The Treasure and the Final Dinner. After a while, the three finally returned to their doorstep, where Grandma Ling was already waiting. Oh, you are finally back. I have been waiting for quite some time, she exclaimed. You three were the last to return. Everyone else is already home. Yi village chief replied. Oh, don't be in such a rush. I have plenty of good news to share. Come, let us talk. He led Grandma Ling aside and recounted the various events that had transpired, her expression growing more animated with each detail. Ha ha ha, my little treasures, get ready. As a reward, tonight you shall feast to your heart's content. With that, Grandma Ling smiled and headed into the kitchen. Yi village chief, watching her enter the house, chuckled. Haha, it seems I can also indulge tonight. He turned to Tang Chenfeng, saying, Come with me. I'll take you to my room to retrieve that jade stone. Linger, you come along as well. The three of them then walked into the house together. Yi village chief's home was not particularly large. The living areas were primarily concentrated on the first floor, while the second floor, which was said to have taken considerable effort to construct, served as a quiet retreat for cultivation for both Yi village chief and Grandma Ling. Upon entering, they found themselves in the living room, which also served as the kitchen where Grandma Ling was busily cooking. Not wanting to disturb her, the trio passed through the kitchen and opened the large door opposite, entering the corridor. To the left was the bedroom of Yi Village Chief and Grandma Ling, while to the right were the bedrooms of Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, with the restroom at the end of the hall. Yi Village Chief opened the bedroom door and ushered the others inside. The room was sparsely decorated, containing only a large bed, a wardrobe, a set of tables and chairs, and 2 boxes for miscellaneous items. Observing the modest space, Yi Village Chief reminisced. It reminds me of my youth when I had the ambition to roam the world with my sword. Yet, I have ended up living here for decades. Truly, heroes are not recognized in their prime. You must not follow my path. Listening to the words of Village Chief Yi, Tang Chenfeng couldn't help but feel that the chief's past was likely more splendid yet equally sorrowful than he had imagined. After speaking, Village Chief Yi opened one of the boxes and rummaged through it until he finally found a wooden box, lifting it with both hands. He presented the box to Tang Chenfeng, urging him to take a look inside. As Tang Chenfeng opened the box under their watchful gazes, a sudden burst of intense light erupted from within, blinding Yi Hongling and the chief, while Tang Chenfeng remained unfazed, his gaze fixated on the glowing square jade inside. Under his scrutiny, the stone began to shrink and gradually transform into a circular shape. Once the light faded and their vision returned, both Yi Hongling and her grandfather couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Hongling was the first to speak. "Grandpa, didn't you say it was a square jade? This clearly looks like a deep blue gem." "Well, I don't know either. I distinctly remember it being a square jade, and then suddenly it changed," Grandpa Yi replied, puzzled. Indeed, there was no longer any jade in the box. Instead, it contained a blue pearl slightly larger than a thumbnail, which seemed to emit a faint rainbow glow, exuding an air of value. "Wow, what a beautiful gem. It would make a stunning pendant or badge," Yi Hongling remarked, captivated by the gem's allure. Noticing her fascination, Tang Chenfeng took the gem out and presented it to her, asking, "Linger, do you like it? I can give it to you." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. "Feng Ge, this is your treasure. I can't accept it." Village Chief Yi chimed in, "Xiaofeng, some things should not be given away so easily. This pearl was left to you by your parents, and it certainly does not seem ordinary. It is best kept with you." "Understood. I will treasure it well," Tang Chenfeng replied. Just then, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, signaling that it was time for dinner. The 3 of them opened the door and entered the kitchen, where the enticing scent enveloped them. To the children's astonishment, dinner was exceptionally sumptuous that evening. Unlike the usual fare of a single dish accompanied by soup, tonight's spread resembled a grand banquet, featuring stewed meat, roasted fish, and a variety of vegetable soups. Just the sight of it ignited a ravenous appetite in Tang Chenfeng, who felt an unprecedented hunger. "Goodness, with so much food. Even we 4 together might not finish it," he exclaimed, marveling at the feast laid before them. As the village chief gazed upon the bounteous spread before him, a mix of anticipation and heartache washed over him. The quantity was sufficient for their consumption over 2 days, and the thought of waste was disheartening. Meanwhile, Grandma Ling, wielding a spatula in one hand and a bowl of soup in the other, declared, "Today is a momentous occasion for our granddaughters. We must indulge in something special. If there are leftovers, I shall ensure you eat every morsel." Upon hearing this, the village chief obediently took his seat, refraining from uttering a single word. Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling also settled down, commencing their culinary onslaught. Merely 10 minutes into the dinner, the village chief realized his concerns were unfounded. For Tang Chenfeng's voracious appetite could only be likened to that of a ravenous beast. Within that brief span, he had decimated more than half of the dishes, his speed rendering it nearly impossible for the others to compete. "Feng Ge, do slow down. I am still hungry," Yi Hongling exclaimed, her mouth still full, as she continued to grasp at the remaining dishes lest they be devoured entirely by Tang Chenfeng. "My apologies, Linger. I cannot fathom why I feel particularly famished today. Grandma Ling's cooking is simply irresistible," he replied, his hands showing no sign of slowing. "No worries. After all, having suddenly grown taller necessitates a nutritional boost. However, do ensure you leave some for your sister, otherwise her future height may not be worthy of yours," Grandma Ling chuckled. While the village chief remained quietly absorbed in his meal, seemingly lost in thought. In just over 20 minutes, the bowls on the table appeared as though they had been washed, with scarcely a morsel left. Even the remnants of bones had been consumed. Observing the satisfied expressions on the faces of the 2, the village chief suddenly remarked with an air of sarcasm, "So, Are you content? If there are still things you wish to do, tonight may be your final opportunity. Taken aback by this peculiar statement, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean by the last opportunity? They inquired. Grandma Ling interjected. You see, your grandfather and I have discussed this matter today. Given your innate talents, it would be prudent to develop them as early as possible. Although your starting point is higher than others, complacency is not an option. In fact, you must begin your training sooner than expected. Thus, we have decided to commence rigorous training from tomorrow onwards. At this juncture, Yi Hongling could not restrain her curiosity. What does this hellish training entail, Grandma and Grandpa? The village chief's eyes darted thoughtfully before he responded, to put it plainly, while there will still be plentiful, nourishing food in the future, essential for our health, the prerequisite is that you must complete your training and still possess the desire to eat, or even the capacity to do so. In any case, this meal you are currently enjoying is undoubtedly the most sumptuous feast you will have in recent months. Consider it your last supper. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling simultaneously picked up their bowls and chopsticks, indicating their desire to continue eating. They understood that the elderly couple was not jesting, so they resolved to prolong this final dinner for a while longer. Chapter 7. So who am I? Tonight is destined to be an interminable night. Following the conclusion of the final supper, both Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling are enveloped in a palpable tension. Village Chief Yi and Grandma Ling, known for their gentle and considerate demeanor, are unyielding when the moment calls for firmness. They have always been true to their word, thus the grueling training is undoubtedly imminent. However, they remain unaware of the exact nature of this impending trial. Brother Feng, are you able to sleep? I find myself feeling somewhat insomniac, Yi Hongling confesses. Already reclining on her bed, yet unable to find slumber. The memory of village chief Ye's words and his final expression renders her unusually alert. Indeed, I too sense a certain restlessness, replies Tang Qinfeng, who is seated at the edge of the bed, gazing at the starlight stone in his hand. He has named the gem thus because he feels it contains an infinite sky of stars. I must strive to fall asleep, otherwise, if I do not rest well, I may struggle to endure tomorrow. Tang Qinfeng, expressing his helplessness, extinguishes the light and prepares to retire for the night. Despite this, both individuals are evidently devoid of the inclination to sleep. After tossing and turning for a considerable time, they finally succumb to slumber. At last, sleep overtakes them. As they gradually drift into the realm of dreams, a soothing sensation envelopes them. Tang Qinfeng revels in this state of relaxation, yet soon he perceives something amiss. Why does he feel so extraordinarily alert? As he slowly opens his eyes, he finds himself immersed in a sea of stars, reminiscent of the visions he encountered during his martial soul awakening. It appears your mental state is quite commendable, and your physical condition aligns perfectly with my expectations. A sudden feminine voice jolts Tang Qinfeng into alertness. This voice is familiar to him. Turning his head, he beholds the enigmatic figure from before, now appearing more vivid and alluring than ever. Who are you? What is this place? How did I come to be here? What connection do we share? And why is it only I who can hear your voice? Tang Qinfeng, astonished, voices a multitude of inquiries, sensing no hostility from the figure. In response to his barrage of questions, the ethereal figure thoughtfully cradles her chin, contemplating for a moment, before crossing her arms and retorting in an irked tone. I will answer your questions in due time, but it should not always be about you. You can call me by my name as well. Faced with her somewhat irritable tone, an innate sense of trepidation swells within Tang Qinfeng, and he hesitates to retort. With caution, he inquires, "May I ask your name?" The figure gracefully descends before him, sitting cross-legged with a serene expression. "My name is Baixing. This realm is your sea of consciousness. You may enter whenever you wish, as I exist directly within your mental domain. Thus, only you can perceive my presence. I am, in essence, a fragment of divine consciousness bestowed upon you by your mother." Upon listening to Baixing's response, Tang Qinfeng began to grasp the nuances of his predicament. He realized he was within the depths of his own spiritual sea, and since she was present, only he could perceive her, and she was indeed his mother. As he organized his thoughts, he encountered many concepts he could not yet comprehend, such as the essence of consciousness and the nature of the spiritual sea. However, the most startling revelation was Baixing's assertion that she was the mother who had left him behind. Tang Qinfeng, momentarily at a loss for words, felt the stars within the spiritual sea begin to flicker, overwhelmed by the weight of her declaration. Baixing, seated calmly before him, observed his turmoil. After some time, He finally gathered himself and asked, "Are you truly a remnant of my mother? Where is she now? Why was I abandoned in the sunset great forest? Was it because I brought trouble?" His voice trembled with emotion. Despite never having cried before, he found himself unable to hold back tears, yearning to unravel the mystery of his identity and the questions that had long plagued him. At that moment, Bai Xing rose and approached him, gently caressing his face with her hands. Her expression was a tender smile tinged with a hint of helplessness, enveloping Tang Chenfeng in a warmth he recognized as maternal love. "I apologize, Chenfeng. Though I am but a mere manifestation, I am also a fragment of your mother. My true essence resides in a realm far beyond your current reach and imagination. Keeping me by your side is the only way I can accompany you. Yet, my love for you remains unwavering. No mother can ever forsake her child." Hearing these words, Tang Chenfeng felt the anguish in his heart diminish significantly. He sensed the sincerity in Bai Xing's voice and understood that his mother indeed cherished him. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, he inquired, "Then why must I remain here? Could I not stay by your side?" To this, Bai Xing could only shake her head in resignation, explaining, "You have been left here for a purpose, a mission that can only be fulfilled by growing sufficiently strong. I can bestow upon you immense talent and limitless potential. But I cannot, nor do I have the means, to grant you power directly. You must rely on your own strength to grow formidable, and only then might we truly reunite in the future." Tang Chenfeng, perplexed, inquired, "What manner of mission is it? Is it only by fulfilling it that I may see you? Your mission pertains to the future of the world, yet I cannot divulge its nature directly. The reasons seem to be shrouded in secrecy. When you ascend from the earth, traverse the heavens, and reach the origin within the galaxy, you shall understand the essence of your mission. Once you have accomplished it, we shall have the opportunity to reunite. Until then, I shall endeavor to teach you how to harness and enhance your powers," Bai Xing replied. "Indeed, I believe I comprehend, so please, instruct me," Tang Chenfeng responded. At that moment, he had regained his former confidence, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brightness, for it appeared he had discovered a purpose of his own. Bai Xing smiled reassuringly. "Maintaining confidence is crucial in your cultivation. Your path is quite distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps you have yet to realize that you already possess a soul ring of your own." "What? I have a soul ring? Was it not said that one must absorb a soul spirit to obtain a soul ring?" Tang Chenfeng exclaimed in astonishment. "You are a remarkably unique existence. Far more so than anyone else in this world. Each time you ascend 10 levels to reach the next stage, you will directly acquire a soul ring. However, after reaching level 20, advancement becomes exceedingly arduous, as you will require an immense amount of energy to sustain your subsequent soul power. Conventional cultivation will be quite challenging for you," Bai Xing explained with a hint of resignation. Chapter 8. Truly different if that is the case. Does it mean my future advancements will be limited? Tang Chenfeng sighed. "Previously, I told myself that my future was boundless. Now I find myself confronted with the notion that progress is as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Who can endure such contradictions? Indeed, if you rely solely on your own cultivation, it is likely you will struggle to surpass level 30 in this lifetime." Tang Chenfeng was rendered speechless. "Does that mean I am finished?" Bai Xing replied slowly, "I have long prepared a solution for you." As she spoke, she gently raised her right hand, revealing a radiant gem. "Is that the starshine?" Tang Chenfeng asked, puzzled. "Indeed, this is the resolution I offer you, the sole gift I leave behind. It is a precious energy stone of my own creation. When your soul power awakens, it shall awaken alongside it, providing you with the necessary energy. The power contained within is sufficient to elevate you to the 100th level." Though many unfamiliar terms were introduced, for some inexplicable reason, Tang Chenfeng felt as if he understood them all. The knowledge and information flowed into his mind, as if they had been processed for his comprehension. "However, when it comes time to break through, you will require an opportunity to cross the threshold. Otherwise, you shall remain stagnant indefinitely." "Ah, I need an opportunity? What kind of opportunity is that?" Bai Xing cradled her chin thoughtfully and replied, "I cannot say. It depends on your fate." Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng felt he might faint. He realized that the divine consciousness left by his mother possessed a rather capricious temperament. "Rest assured, as my child, you are inherently endowed with a domain of fortune, so fear not the absence of opportunities." "A domain? What is that?" Hearing yet another new term, Tang Chenfeng was eager to seek Bai Xing's wisdom, as it would greatly aid him. Bai Xing, however, appeared exasperated. "You already possess divine consciousness, yet you have not grasped these concepts? Allow me to clarify." Tang Chenfeng obediently nodded, sitting attentively to absorb her words. First, mental power is categorized from low to high into 8 levels: Spirit Origin Realm, Spirit Communication Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Spirit Abyss Realm, Spirit Domain Realm, and the legendary realms of Divine Origin Realm, Divine King Realm, and Creation Realm. Upon reaching the Spirit Domain Realm, one attains a domain. However, your domain of fortune is innate, so you should also possess a domain skill. Currently, you are in the late stage of the Divine Origin Realm, a rarity throughout the universe. Tang Shenfeng had previously heard about mental power from Haofan and had speculated that his own might be astonishingly high. But he was genuinely astonished to discover it was indeed so elevated. Tang Shenfeng inquired, "What is the other domain I possess?" To which Bai Xing replied, "That is something you must discover for yourself. I do not possess knowledge of all matters. Furthermore, you must keep the domain of fortune a secret. It signifies that your fortuitous energy, if it lingers near you long enough, can transform an ordinary individual into a genius. You should comprehend the principle that an innocent person may suffer for possessing a treasure." Tang Shenfeng suddenly realized that Yi Hongling's talent was derived from him. However, at that moment, he became acutely aware of a pressing question. Why do I feel so different, as if I have transcended the boundaries of humanity? This is because your talent originates from me, and while my identity may be of little consequence to you, it is imperative that you keep this a secret, even from those closest and most trusted. Can you manage that? Bai Xing's tone shifted from casual to profoundly serious. Tang Shenfeng resolutely declared, "I swear that I shall not utter a word of what I hear to anyone." Upon hearing his solemn vow, Bai Xing's expression softened, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "It is divine. Divine." Noticing Tang Shenfeng's astonished countenance, Bai Xing couldn't help but chuckle. "Do not be so anxious. It is precisely as you envision. Do not forget the oath you just made." Tang Shenfeng quickly covered his mouth and nodded. "Thus, I am indeed a child of the divine. Hence the mission you speak of. This journey is far more extensive than you can imagine." Tang Shenfeng remained silent for a moment before he spoke. "To be honest, I have heard too much and still find some of it perplexing. However, I am yet to discern what my true mission is. It is clear that I must first become stronger, so I shall not dwell on these thoughts for now. Sister Bai Xing, please instruct me on how to strengthen myself and harness my own powers." "Indeed, you have a point. Discussing so much now will require time for you to digest. So let us commence with your training," Bai Xing replied. "All right, Sister Bai Xing," he responded. Thus, within the realm of the mind, Tang Shenfeng began his journey of learning the art of cultivation and the correct application of his mental energy. He also discovered from Bai Xing that his martial soul was not of the ordinary kind. Typically, a martial soul represents a part of one's body or a specific organ transformed into a soul, but for Tang Shenfeng, every part and every cell of his being constituted his martial soul. In essence, Tang Shenfeng's martial soul was himself. He embodied his martial soul. After an indeterminate period, Tang Shenfeng heard a familiar voice. "Brother Feng, Brother Feng. It's Linger." It seemed that the dreamlike training was drawing to a close. "Have you remembered what I taught you?" Bai Xing inquired. "Rest assured, Sister Bai Xing, I have committed everything to memory. Await my good news," he declared. Then, with a sudden sensation, a familiar feeling, he found himself back in the well-known room, on the familiar bed, greeted once more by the familiar Linger and her flying kick. Tang Shenfeng truly felt a sense of despair, for he genuinely wished not to be awakened in such a tumultuous manner. Of course, no one would desire such a rude awakening. "Linger, how many times must I tell you? Could you refrain from using such a harsh method to rouse me?" he exclaimed. "It's unavoidable, isn't it? If I didn't do this, you simply wouldn't wake up, and besides, you have risen later than usual today. Granny Ling has already been calling for us," Yi Hongling explained with a cheerful demeanor. "I actually overslept. I must hurry," he replied, leaping out of bed to commence his morning routine. Shortly thereafter, the two of them, having nearly completed their preparations, made their way to the kitchen. Today's breakfast was exceptionally sumptuous, reminiscent of the previous evening's dinner, yet this feast was not without its cost. Both understood that after this meal, they would face rigorous training. Having swiftly finished their breakfast, the pair arrived at the door, where village chief Yi awaited them. Chapter 8. The commencement of training upon exiting the house. The first sight that greeted them was that of village chief Yi. Yet they could distinctly sense that he bore an unusual demeanor today. His gaze and expression were markedly more austere than they had previously encountered. The village chief addressed them. "Today, you both arose slightly later than usual, so I shall refrain from reprimanding you. However, I expect you to rise earlier tomorrow, as food requires time for digestion before engaging in physical activity. From now on, Both I and Granny Ling will prepare the meals before sunrise. Should you fail to arrive within half an hour, we will commence training without you. Do you understand? The village chief's tone, devoid of its customary warmth, conveyed a blend of authority and pressure, imparting the impression that before them stood not merely an elder, but a battle-hardened paragon of strength. Perhaps this was how a soul master appeared when instructing their juniors. The palpable pressure in the village chief's words caused both to tense, and they responded in unison, understood. Excellent. That is a satisfactory response. Although we cannot engage in physical training at this moment, you may begin practicing meditation. Meditation training forms the foundation of a soul master's cultivation, enhancing both mental and soul power through this most common form of practice. Embraced by both the elite and the unknown alike, you are required to meditate continuously for at least 40 minutes. Choose a suitable location. Selecting an appropriate site for cultivation is a skill every soul master should possess. You must find your spot within 10 minutes, and once seated, you are not permitted to rise until the 40 minutes of meditation are complete. Listening to his distinctly different tone, they had no choice but to seek out a fitting place for meditation. Brother Foam, Grandpa is so fierce today. He has never been this strict with us before, Yi Hongling remarked, her voice tinged with discontent, as she preferred the gentler demeanor of Grandpa Yi. Consider it a form of care, he reassured her. The village chief's strictness stems from his aspiration for us to become formidable soul masters. Let us quickly find a place to cultivate. Tang Chenfeng, having gained insight into his origins, found himself for the first time yearning for strength. Yi Hongling pouted in dissatisfaction and inquired, very well. Where shall we choose to cultivate our skills? Tang Chenfeng glanced around, seemingly in search of a location rich in spiritual energy. I recalled an ancient tree nearby that would suffice, so we headed there. The exact time of its arrival in this place remains a mystery to most. Yet it has stood here for at least a century, with a circumference exceeding 1 meter and a height of approximately 15 meters. This tree exudes a vitality far more potent than its surroundings, a detail Tang Chenfeng discerned through his mental prowess, a testament to the advantages of heightened spiritual awareness. The two settled beneath the tree, sitting cross-legged to commence their meditation. Tang Chenfeng quickly entered a meditative state, while Yi Hongling struggled to achieve the same tranquility. Effective meditation requires a mind devoid of distractions and a vacant consciousness. However, Yi Hongling was burdened by lingering frustration, making it difficult for her to attain such a state. Observing Tang Chenfeng's swift immersion only amplified her anxiety, hindering her ability to relax. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Chenfeng had acquired numerous cultivation techniques in his dreams the previous night. As Yi Hongling grew increasingly agitated, she suddenly sensed a surge of vitality enveloping her, accompanied by a significant influx of natural spiritual energy converging in her direction, or rather, toward Tang Chenfeng. Although the energy primarily targeted him, it washed over Yi Hongling, leaving her feeling invigorated and at ease, soon allowing her to enter a meditative state as well. An hour passed, and village chief Yi remained at the spot, his expression grim. Based on his experience, beginners rarely meditated for more than 50 minutes, and their prolonged absence suggested they might be indulging in distractions. After some contemplation, he decided to search for them, determined to ensure they faced consequences for their apparent frivolity. As he walked toward the area where they had vanished, his thoughts drifted to how he would reprimand them. Yet, as he reminisced about his own beginnings alongside Xiaoling from Tianhun Town, he couldn't help but reflect on how he had once pursued his dreams with fervor, only to ultimately falter and lose his aspirations, inadvertently dragging Ling Wei into his misfortunes. Now, entrusting his ambitions to the younger generation, he found them to be far less diligent than he had been at their age. Suddenly, he noticed a significant gathering of natural spiritual energy nearby. What could be happening? As he pondered, he felt the pull of the abundant energy and began moving towards its source, where Tang Chenfeng was meditating. Before long, village chief Yi arrived beneath the ancient tree, and he was taken aback by the sight before him. The surrounding spiritual energy swirled around the two like a funnel, coalescing into a region of approximately 5 meters in diameter centered on their seated forms. No wonder they had not returned. They must have entered a deep state of meditation. While astonished, he too felt an urge to join them in meditation, yet he restrained himself. For him, even the most optimal environment for cultivation would yield no progress in his soul energy, and disturbing their meditation would be counterproductive. Village chief Yi glanced at the two individuals engaged in meditation and then directed his gaze towards the grand tree, which had been the chosen site for their contemplation. It seemed that fate had intertwined the lives of the three of us, grandfather, grandson, and granddaughter. I fondly remembered planting this tree and often bringing her here for cultivation. Standing by their side, the village chief reminisced while vigilantly watching over them. As the sun gradually descended and the moon ascended only to fall again, 2 days passed. At long last, Yi Hongling among the two began to show signs of awakening. A silhouette of a tree materialized behind her, representing her life, tree martial spirit. This life tree radiated a green luminescence, absorbing the life energy within the spiritual realm to its fullest extent. Taking a slow breath, Yi Hongling opened her eyes. "Oh, have you finally awakened?" she exclaimed upon noticing village chief Yu seated beside her. "Oh, it's Grandpa Yi. You startled me. Why is it dark again? Has Feng Ge not woken up yet?" Confusion clouded her mind as she emerged from her slumber. "You have no idea how long you've been sitting here. Please refrain from disturbing Chen Feng's meditation. Let him continue to strive and see how far he can go," the village chief advised. Yi Hongling could only respond with a symbolic "oh" in acknowledgement. What they did not realize was that Tang Chenfeng was not merely meditating. He was also cultivating within his spiritual world. Under the guidance of Bai Xing, he was learning how to enhance and utilize his spiritual consciousness. Tang Chenfeng opened his eyes, which glimmered with a peculiar light, an aura unique to his spiritual awareness. "Bai Xing, may I consider this a success?" he inquired. "Indeed, quite commendable. You are learning swiftly. Remember, before you truly become formidable, your spiritual consciousness will be your most potent weapon. However, do refrain from using it indiscriminately on ordinary individuals, as they would be powerless to withstand even a single strike. If you must use it, ensure to diminish its power, understood?" Bai Xing stated earnestly. "Yes, I understand, Sister Bai Xing. However, I still struggle with the aspects of disguising and concealing my spiritual consciousness," Tang Chenfeng admitted, finding it somewhat challenging to control even his own awareness. Chapter 9. Family. Training. "I am at a loss with you." "Very well, I shall demonstrate using your spiritual consciousness," Bai Xing said, raising her hand to guide Tang Chenfeng's awareness into operation. Meanwhile, in the external world, village chief Yi and Linger patiently awaited Tang Chenfeng's conclusion of meditation, with Grandma Ling also present. "Grandpa, Grandma, how much longer will Feng Ge remain unconscious? We have been waiting all afternoon," Yi Hongling voiced her concern. 3 days having passed since her awakening, yet Tang Chenfeng remained still in meditation. "I initially thought he would only take a few hours longer if he meditated alongside you. I did not anticipate that a whole day would pass without an end. However, this indirectly attests to his remarkable talent and supports my suspicions about him." The conjecture of village chief Yi naturally pertains to the aspect of the 3 lives martial soul that specializes in spiritual power. Typically, the higher the spiritual capacity, the longer the meditation period required. Indeed, Tang Chenfeng's current circumstances align with this observation. Patience is key. It should not exceed 3 days at most. Yet it is undeniable that the duration of his meditation has rendered him noticeably thinner. Granny Ling remains particularly concerned about his physical condition, considering he has been meditating for 5 consecutive days. In summary, the 3 of them are deeply invested in Tang Chenfeng's well-being. At that moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the surroundings intensified, as the spiritual force in the air compressed fervently towards Tang Chenfeng. The trio was overjoyed, believing that his meditation was finally drawing to a close. However, the ensuing scene nearly shattered the worldview of the 2 elders. A silver, ethereal silhouette materialized behind Tang Chenfeng, resembling his own form, but appearing significantly more robust. To their astonishment, a black soul ring emerged beneath him. The elders' eyes widened in disbelief, for it was a black soul ring, symbolizing a millennium of power. Meanwhile, within Tang Chenfeng's spiritual realm, a moment of realization struck him. Why was it a conspicuous black millennium soul ring? The exclamation came from Tang Chenfeng, who had just been guided by Bai Xing to better perceive his consciousness. Bai Xing had allowed him to witness the external changes and, using his spiritual sense, altered the color of the soul ring. However, he recalled Bai Xing's previous admonition to maintain a low profile. Was a millennium not subtle enough? If it were any less discreet, it would be utterly inconspicuous. Upon hearing Bai Xing's response, Tang Chenfeng could only think that there must be some misunderstanding regarding the concept of modesty. Now that he had already been seen, there was no turning back. His cultivation was nearing completion, and it was time for him to devise his own solutions. "Do not attribute the consequences of your actions to me." Before he could finish his thought, Tang Chenfeng felt darkness envelop him, and he awakened abruptly. Upon awakening, Tang Chenfeng opened his eyes and discovered 2 pairs of eyes gazing back at him. At this moment, He was left to concoct a suitable explanation for the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Did you witness what just happened, Village Chief Yi and Grandma Ling? Tang Shifeng felt an overwhelming uncertainty as he struggled to articulate the transformations he had undergone. He had steeled himself for the worst. Shifeng, you've been meditating for 5 days. It's time to return home and freshen up. Also, let your Grandma Ling prepare some nourishing food for you, came the gentle prompt. To his surprise, the pointed questions he had imagined did not materialize. Village Chief Yi, as ever, simply smiled and inquired after his well-being. Tang Chun inquired with confusion, Village Chief Yi, do you not harbor any doubts about me? To which Village Chief Yi replied, we are a family, after all. Why should family members doubt one another? We will always place our trust in you. Tang Chenfeng now felt tears welling in his eyes, yet he struggled to prevent them from cascading down his cheeks. Indeed, why must there be doubt among family? There is simply no need. Yi Hongling approached. Taking Tang Chenfeng's hand, Brother Feng, let us return home together. First, you should take a shower, and then we can share a meal. All right, let's go. Today, Tang Chenfeng once more experienced the warmth that is called family. Upon returning home, the first thing he desired was a bath, after meditating for 5 whole days. The grime on his body had nearly solidified. As he soaked in the bathroom, he suddenly heard the voice of Bai Xing looking around. He discovered that the voice emanated from the starlight. Bai Xing remarked, it seems you are fortunate to have such wonderful family. Yes, Sister Bai Xing. I see you can converse with me while I am awake now. Previously, Bai Xing could only communicate with Tang Chenfeng within his spiritual realm. Bai Xing replied, to speak directly with you, I rely on the starlight. The sound is projected outward, so I certainly would not use it especially in front of others. I see. Tang Chenfeng continued, I truly wish for my family to meet you, although I suppose you would not agree. In truth, I would like to meet them, but as you said, I would refrain from doing so. It would be perilous for you. My purpose in appearing this time was merely to convey that your family is remarkable, even better than I had imagined. You must strive hard from now on. With that, the voice faded away. Tang Chenfeng held the starry radiance in his hand, contemplating how one could not strive diligently when bestowed with such abundant hope. He then donned a fresh set of clothes and made his way to the kitchen. Upon arriving, he discovered that, apart from himself, the other 3 had already gathered. Finding a seat, he settled down with anticipation. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes, prepared by Grandma Ling, wafted through the air, rich and inviting. Under the spell of the enticing scent, both Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling commenced a vigorous onslaught on the meal, swiftly rendering the plates as pristine as if they had just emerged from the wash, devoid of any remnants of food. Coughing gently, Village Chief Yi cleared his throat and addressed the 2. Have you eaten your fill? You must be ready for tomorrow. In unison, they responded, rest assured, we are prepared. Thus, another tranquil night passed, and before the sun graced the horizon, the duo rose early. After finishing breakfast, they stood at the doorstep, where Village Chief Yi awaited them. Just as before. Indeed, it seems you have not forgotten my words, he remarked. Based on your recent performance, I have decided to amend the original plan. Xiaofeng, step forward. Tang Chenfeng willingly obliged. Xiaofeng, although I am unsure how your realm of sentient beings manifested, this ability is immensely beneficial for your cultivation. Are you still able to utilize it? Tang Chenfeng responded, indeed, it can still be utilized. Last night, he had specifically inquired about the origin of the realm of spirits from Bai Xing. Bai Xing explained that this ability stemmed from the starlight, which functions like a funnel, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy and concentrating it near Tang Chenfeng, thus forming a skill akin to a domain to aid in his cultivation. Upon hearing Tang Chenfeng's explanation, Village Chief Yi remarked, that is excellent. My plan is for you to engage in more physical training in the mornings, while in the afternoons, you shall meditate and cultivate using this ability. Do you understand? The 2 replied in unison, understood. Village Chief Yi continued, very well. You are to run a lap around the village and return, without restrictions on the use of your martial spirits or soul power, and do so at the fastest speed possible. Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling dashed out without uttering a word. The land area of Tianhun town is quite modest, only slightly larger than an ordinary rural area, with a perimeter of approximately 10 kilometers. With the aid of their physique as soul masters and the support of their martial souls, the 2 completed a lap in about 20 minutes. Tang Chenfeng merely broke a light sweat, and Yi Hongling was only slightly out of breath. Overall, neither felt particularly fatigued. Just as they were contemplating the manageable difficulty of the task, Village Chief Yi approached and inquired about their experience. The two immediately assured him that they felt perfectly fine. However, at that moment, the village chief suddenly jabbed them sharply on the shoulders, prompting cries of pain from both. Yet, their discomfort quickly faded into the background as they realized their soul power had been sealed. The village chief remarked that, given their previous performance, they should undertake another lap, albeit with their soul power restrained. Tang Qinfeng expressed his confusion. Why does village chief you want to restrict soul power? Aren't soul masters simply those who utilize soul power? Village chief, he replied, before a soul master truly becomes formidable, their soul power is limited. If it runs out and the enemy is still able to attack, physical prowess becomes paramount. Even if one cannot fight back, at the very least, they should be able to flee. Yi Hongling inquired, then, grandfather, as an auxiliary soul master, I generally won't confront enemies head-on. Should I still train in this manner? Village chief Yi responded sternly, of course. In fact, auxiliary soul masters are often more susceptible to being targeted. Furthermore, such training enhances the effectiveness of cultivation, and it is imperative to undertake it. Perhaps recalling his own past, village chief Yi became increasingly animated as he spoke. The two understood that they could not escape this rigorous exercise, thus they promptly set off once more. Chapter 10. An increased burden of preparations. However, due to the recent restriction of their soul power, the two were noticeably slower than before, taking approximately 30 minutes to complete their run. They felt quite fatigued, particularly Yi Hongling, who, deprived of her soul power's enhancement, collapsed after just one lap. Now seated on the ground, gasping for breath with a flushed face. I can't continue. I'm truly exhausted. If I run any further, I might perish. Is that so? I actually feel rather fine, Tang Qinfeng replied, dismissing Yi Hongling's complaints, as his innate martial soul bolstered his stamina. Yet, his mirth was short-lived when village chief Yi declared, Oh really? Very well, Xiaofeng, you shall continue running until you can no longer stand. I will accompany you, do not slack off. What? From that day forth, Tang Qinfeng learned the invaluable lesson of never boasting carelessly. Under village chief Ye's watchful eye, he ran an additional 6 laps before finally stopping, his condition mirroring Yi Hongling's from earlier, as if he were on the verge of gasping for air. Thankfully, their morning training had concluded. Based on their current performance, village chief Yi formulated a new training regimen, stipulating that regardless of how much exercise Yi Hongling undertook, Tang Qinfeng's workload must be 5 times greater. Tang Qinfeng turned pale upon hearing this. At least for now, they could enjoy a delightful lunch. However, having just completed 5 kilometers and 25 kilometers, they felt somewhat uneasy in their stomachs, leading to a lighter meal than usual. Village chief Yi reassured them that one would eventually grow accustomed to it. In the afternoon, their tasks became considerably easier, consisting of meditation and cultivation. Initially, Tang Qinfeng had asked village chief Yi what would happen if they entered deep meditation again. Village chief Yi, somewhat exasperated, remarked that if everyone could easily enter deep meditation, there would likely be no geniuses left in this world. The two attempted it, and indeed, while they could engage in prolonged meditation, it seemed that reaching the depths they had previously attained would prove challenging. In the realm of spiritual cultivation, the progress of the two individuals was notably swift. Tang Qinfeng had already reached the 12th level, while Yi Hongling, although still without a soul ring and her soul power stagnating at the 10th level, could sense the increasing fullness of her internal energy. Their daily routine primarily consisted of physical training in the morning and meditation in the afternoon. The morning training soon introduced various new exercises beyond mere running. As both their physiques improved significantly, Yi Hongling found herself capable of more activities, while Tang Qinfeng, needing to undertake 5 times the amount of exercise, often struggled. Despite her ability to persevere, he frequently collapsed from exhaustion, yet his cultivation certainly advanced. This lifestyle persisted for approximately a month. On this particular morning, the two were once again running laps. Prior to this, Yi Hongling had completed 50 push-ups, 50 pull-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 50 squats. Naturally, Tang Qinfeng had to perform 5 times that volume. Currently, she could manage around 10 laps without soul power, necessitating Tang to run 50 laps. However, they might need to conclude their session early today, as they encountered a familiar face on the running track. Hao Fan, the federal professional spirit awakener who had assisted them in awakening their martial spirits. Their immediate response was to greet him and inquire, Master, what brings you here today? Seeing them, Hao Fan smiled and replied, I have come to discuss matters concerning you too. He continued, I am here to see your grandfather. Is he at home? Yes, he is at home. We will take you to him, they responded, leading Hao Fan back to their residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, village chief Yi immediately recognized them, exclaiming, "Oh, isn't this the master? What a pleasant surprise to see you at our home today." Hao Fan turned to Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling, saying, "It has been a while, village chief. I am here to discuss the future of these two children." He elaborated, "I have already reported their situation to the higher authorities. And based on your current performance, it has been decided that both of them may attend the Spirit Master Academy together." "Really? That is wonderful news. I was concerned that only one of them might be able to go." Village Chief Yi rejoiced, genuinely wishing for both to experience the outside world together. However, Hao Fan continued, "Nevertheless, it is unlikely that they can share a single special admission slot. They will have to be allocated two separate work-study positions instead." Work-study positions? This time, the two were the ones to inquire. Hao Fan explained, "Typically, regular students have their meals and living expenses covered by the academy after paying tuition fees. However, work-study students need to work within the academy to earn their living expenses. The advantage is that they do not have to pay tuition. Yet the academy will still provide education." After hearing Hao Fan's explanation, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling felt that even as work-study students, the opportunity to study at the academy was worth the effort, though village chief Yi found himself troubled, not by their attendance, but by the associated financial concerns. It is commonly understood that formal students need not concern themselves with this issue. However, the working students must spend money on meals. And considering that these two could consume half a year's worth of food in merely 1 month, even if they were to take on all the duties of the academy, it would likely not suffice. Sighing inwardly at this predicament, the necessity of securing the positions for working students loomed large, leading the three to unanimously agree to accept Hao Fan's suggestion. After receiving a definitive response, Hao Fan took his leave. Once he departed, Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling resumed their earlier training. Meanwhile, village chief Yi contemplated the situation, realizing that every possible resource must be conserved, and at least one of the two should learn something different. As another day drew to a close and the night deepened, the two children had already succumbed to slumber, while the other two were engaged in discussions about future plans. "Are you certain? This course of action could prove perilous." "Fear not. You shall accompany them. Should danger arise, I will exert all my strength without reservation." "Very well, at least in terms of capability, I have complete faith in you." "And have you identified a suitable location for Qifeng?" "This will require the assistance of an old friend. Xiao Feng's innate strength certainly makes him an expert in this area, and he would never refuse." Another night passed. As dawn broke, the familiar figures of the two in the well-known courtyard greeted them, along with the familiar village chief Yi. However, today seemed somewhat different. After a moment's hesitation, village chief Yi announced, "Today's training is temporarily suspended. Linger, step forward. I shall take you to the Sunset Forest to acquire your soul ring. Xiao Feng, you shall remain at home." This declaration astonished both children, as they instinctively understood its implications. Yi Hongling, taken aback, inquired, "Grandfather, why the sudden need to go to the Sunset Forest for a soul ring? Could we not simply purchase a soul spirit instead?" "Alas, you are restricted to being working students, which incurs considerable expenses for your sustenance and clothing. Your grandparents have been unable to utilize our savings, which would only suffice for a 10-year soul spirit. If we were to follow that route, it would squander your potential. Thus, we have resolved to take you to the Sunset Forest to explore your options." Understanding the helpless tone in Grandfather Ye's voice, Yi Hongling realized she had no choice but to comply, lest she limit her own development as he had warned. Suddenly, another voice interjected, "Village Chief Yi, allow me to join as well. Strength lies in numbers." The voice belonged to Tang Qinfeng. Chapter 11. The first practical training in response to Tang Qinfeng's suggestion. Village Chief Yi immediately expressed his disapproval, citing two reasons. First, a one-ring soul master possesses limited combat prowess. Second, the Sunset Forest is renowned for its formidable soul beasts, and having an additional one-ring soul master would not significantly alter the odds against them. To obtain the soul ring, Yi Hongling's combat prowess is inherently lacking and requires vigilant protection. However, if another individual is involved, it becomes exceedingly challenging to safeguard both parties simultaneously. Having one less person allows for greater concentration. As Yi Hongling listened to her grandfather's explanation, she found herself unable to conjure any counterarguments. She glanced at Tang Qifeng, whose brow was furrowed in deep thought. Yet, even he seemed unlikely to devise a suitable plan to sway her grandfather's mind. Just as Yi Hongling entertained these thoughts, Tang Qinfeng presented an unexpected solution. "Since you put it that way, Village chief, allow me to prove myself using the methods of a soul master. The methods of a soul master naturally referred to engaging in mutual combat and sparring. Oh, the methods of a soul master? Very well, I accept, replied the village chief, genuinely surprised by this answer. The implication that this young man wished to demonstrate his strength was somewhat audacious, yet commendably brave. It would serve as his inaugural combat experience. The village chief mused internally and thus consented. Initially taken aback, Yi Hongling soon realized that this was indeed her self-assured brother, who approached every endeavor with unwavering confidence. With that thought, she refrained from voicing any further objections. After a brief mental deliberation, the group ventured out of the rear courtyard in search of an appropriate venue, for they could not afford to damage their home. In no time, the trio arrived at an open area designated as their temporary arena. The village chief surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no onlookers before stepping forward. Remarkably, as he stood at the center, the grass within a 10-meter diameter circle retracted into the ground, forming a perfect ring, with roots resembling small plants emerging at the edges. The two young observers gasped in astonishment, while the village chief merely remarked that it was a simple application of his martial spirit. Once the arena was established, the village chief began to elucidate the rules of the contest. Within the 10-meter circle, participants could freely utilize their martial spirits and soul techniques. The first to force their opponent outside the circle would be declared the victor. Furthermore, as an elder, he would permit them to strike first, and he would not make any movements himself. Should he violate this, he would concede defeat. These stipulations undoubtedly eased the challenge for Tang Chenfeng, simultaneously reflecting the village chief's confidence in his own abilities, as he could not fathom a mere child defeating him, even with his own two-ringed cultivation. He then gestured for Tang Chenfeng to step into the circle. Tang Chenfeng, undeterred, stepped into the circle and assumed a combat stance. The distance between the two was a mere 5 meters, and Yi village head remained still, having previously stated he would allow 2 strikes first. Be careful, village head, he warned, as a black soul ring materialized around him. In an instant, his height surged to 170 centimeters, his muscles bulging like a sculpture, exuding an aesthetic appeal. If one were not informed, they might never guess he was not yet 10 years old. Yi village head, witnessing this transformation, displayed a flicker of surprise before quickly masking it. He addressed Tang Chenfeng, "Do not hold back, give it your all." At this encouragement, Tang Chenfeng had already prepared himself, having been coiled like a spring. Now, fully charged, he surged forward, the 5-meter gap vanishing in an instant. He unleashed a heavy punch aimed directly at Yi village head's chest. Even before the blow landed, Yi village head sensed the threat and hastily crossed his arms in defense. Nevertheless, he was propelled back a meter. Tang Chenfeng's assault did not relent. After this initial strike, he retracted his right fist, swiftly stepping back with his right foot to brace himself before launching another powerful punch, sending Yi village head to the edge of the arena. Having endured 2 such blows, Yi village head pondered, is this truly the strength of a soul master at the first ring? Those 2 punches together must have exerted at least a ton of force. Could it be the child's soul skill? He contemplated this, yet in reality, Tang Chenfeng had not employed any soul skills. It was not for lack of desire, but rather because he had none to utilize. Generally, soul rings bestow a soul skill, but despite his utmost efforts, he could not manifest one. It was only after consulting Bai Xing that he learned the truth. The ring around him was not a soul ring, but rather a star energy ring, an external manifestation of energy at a certain threshold, lacking the capacity to confer formidable abilities. Upon hearing Bai Xing's explanation, Tang Chenfeng's face nearly bore the mark of despair, his heart heavy with disappointment. Yet Bai Xing further clarified the situation. Though it may not provide a soul skill, it will significantly enhance your inherent abilities, a benefit that is not to be underestimated. Is that so? But that doesn't sound particularly impressive, Tang Chenfeng replied. Though Bai Xing's words ignited a flicker of hope within him, Bai Xing continued, "Let me share a tale. Once, a wise man granted a king a wish. Elated, the king promised to fulfill a wish of the wise man in return. The wise man presented an empty chessboard and placed a single bean on one square, requesting that the king place beans on all subsequent empty squares, with each time doubling the previous amount. The king agreed, but soon regretted his decision. Can you guess why?" Tang Chenfeng promptly replied, "Is it not true that the entire kingdom lacks sufficient grain to fill this chessboard?" Sighing, Bai Xing added, "Are you suggesting that my capabilities will, much like the beans on the chessboard, multiply exponentially as I grow?" Bai Xing smiled gently, "Do not underestimate your potential. It is not merely a doubling effect. Let me clarify. Upon your breakthrough to the second ring, your power will indeed double. At the third ring, it will triple, and at the fourth ring, it will quadruple. Continuing in this manner. Within your rank, you will undoubtedly be an invincible force. Returning to the present, after enduring 2 powerful punches from Tang Xinfeng, Village Chief Yi finally seized the opportunity to counterattack. His second soul ring illuminated, summoning 3 massive tree roots that erupted from the ground, surging towards Tang Xinfeng. This was the Village Chief's second soul skill, the Spirit Stab Array. In response, Tang Xinfeng exerted himself, leaping backward to create distance. He understood that while he could maneuver freely, the Village Chief was constrained. Thus, leveraging this advantage by increasing the distance was beneficial for him. Tang Xinfeng leaped twice, creating a distance of 6 meters. Just as he steadied himself, a vivid image flashed in his mind, numerous vines attempting to ensnare him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively jumped to the right. In the instant he evaded, countless vines erupted from the ground, executing a wrapping motion. This was the first soul skill of Elder Yi, the wood vine entanglement. Had he not leapt away just in time, he would have been firmly ensnared, he mused. Although unaware of the exact nature of the skill, he recognized its advantage for himself. Elder Yi, however, was astonished that his first soul skill had been discerned. How had he managed to see through it? Was it due to his mental prowess? The battle continued, with Elder Yi relentlessly employing his first and second soul skills, wood vine entanglement and stab formation, launching a series of assaults toward Tang Xinfeng. Yet, it was as if Tang Xinfeng possessed foreknowledge of the impending strikes, deftly dodging left and right, flawlessly evading all attacks as he advanced toward Elder Yi. Elder Yi observed closely and noted that whenever he decided on an attack, Tang Xinfeng always seemed to anticipate his move. The first response came from Tang Xinfeng's eyes, which darted around wildly during the combat. Each glance fixated on the side of Elder Yi's offensive, allowing him to execute perfect evasions. It occurred to Elder Yi that Xinfeng, possessing the 3 lives martial soul, might be utilizing his ocular abilities for observation. In truth, while Tang Xinfeng did rely on his sight, the crux of his skill lay in his mental domain ability. Within this realm, he could clearly perceive everything that was about to transpire, and his capacity to observe was gradually expanding. This formidable ability allowed him to predict the future. Albeit he was not yet proficient in wielding it, he had not even realized it was his domain ability. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the moment. Elder Yi then conceived a strategy. If Tang Xinfeng could evade, he would create a situation where evasion was impossible. 2-century-old soul rings radiated light simultaneously, signaling a preparation for a full-force strike. As this unfolded, Tang Xinfeng noticed that the images in his mind were elongating, transforming into fragmented scenes filled with countless vines and stabs surging toward him, seemingly unavoidable. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant idea struck Tang Xinfeng. Without a hint of hesitation, he leapt into the air. The vines and stabs followed closely behind, but due to his anticipatory jump, they failed to connect. He landed on a sturdy spike and propelled himself off it, aiming directly at his opponent, rocketing toward Elder Yi like a cannonball. Elder Yi quickly positioned the stabs in front of him to defend against the impending attack. With a resounding crash, Tang Xinfeng's fist shattered Elder Yi's stabs. Although he had indeed struck the Elder, the force of the attack had been entirely absorbed by the previous defense. Elder Yi sighed in relief, thinking to himself that he was not about to be bested by a mere child. However, just as he prepared to counterattack, he suddenly felt as if his mind had been struck, causing him to stumble and retreat outside the designated area. This signified Tang Xinfeng's victory. Chapter 12. Journey to the Great Forest. Wow, Brother Feng, you are incredible. You really won. Yi Hongling was now excitedly leaping onto Tang Xinfeng. Well, just barely, Tang Xinfeng replied weakly. He felt somewhat drained from the earlier battle, had it not been for his subtle mental strike that unexpectedly affected Village Chief Yi. The outcome could have been uncertain. At this moment, Village Chief Yi finally regained his composure, though he still felt a bit dizzy. The other 2 quickly supported him, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Grandpa Yi?" Defiantly, Village Chief Yi responded, "This old body isn't so easily broken." He then turned to Tang Xinfeng, saying, "You've certainly surprised me. You concealed your mental attribute abilities quite well. Let us take a moment to rest before we depart." Indeed, Village Chief Yi continued after a brief pause, "If we are to have another companion, we must prepare additional supplies. Come with me, I will show you something." With that, he headed towards the house, and the 2 followed closely behind. Upon reaching the western side of the house, they found it cluttered with various items, appearing quite disorganized. Just as the two were puzzled about the purpose of this visit, Village Chief Yi swept the debris aside, revealing a trapdoor beneath the mess. He opened the trapdoor, exposing a basement, and invited the two. "Come down. I wish to show you the collectibles from my youth and your grandmother's." He descended into the basement, with the two closely trailing behind. The basement was approximately 1 meter above ground level and spanned about 8 square meters, containing 4 boxes on the floor. Village Chief Yi opened one of the boxes, extracting 2 exquisite bracelets. The bracelets were silver, adorned with intricate solar rays that made them appear extraordinarily elegant. Turning to the two, Village Chief Yi said, "These were the bracelets I presented to your grandmother when proposing to her. They are soul-guided storage devices, each with about 1 cubic meter of storage space. I now entrust them to your care." The two were astonished, hastily declining to accept such precious items. Village Chief Yi insisted, "I've already said it was in the past. Since we came here, we have not used them. Rather than allowing them to gather dust, it is better for you to utilize them." After exchanging glances, they each took a soul-guided bracelet. Tang Xinfeng could feel the considerable value of the bracelet just by looking at it. Although he could not identify the material, it appeared to be a form of silver, and the array served as both decoration and essence of the item. Yi Hongling gazed at the bracelet, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she had a fondness for beautiful things. "Wait a moment," she interjected. "Shouldn't a proposal involve a ring? Why did you give her bracelets?" Village Chief Yi, surprisingly intrigued by her question, responded, You see, your grandmother preferred bracelets over rings. In her youth, she was quite beautiful and had many suitors, but in the end, only 2 remained. We both proposed to her simultaneously. One offered a ring, while I presented a bracelet. Ultimately, she chose me, and he graciously withdrew from the contest, conceding his place to me." The expression on Village Chief Yi's face suggested that this was a cherished and unforgettable memory. Tang Xinfeng, upon hearing this, remarked, "Shouldn't we refrain from taking it, considering its significance? Such treasures must be passed down. As you age, it is only natural for you to bequeath them to us. It serves as a form of hope for us. Well, it's time to prepare our belongings. We can simply store them within the bracelet when the moment arrives. By the way, who is the other person you mentioned, Grandpa? Rest assured, you will meet them frequently in the future," he chuckled softly. After a period of preparation and familiarization with the bracelet's functions, they set off, having packed adequate provisions, water, and some emergency supplies. After bidding farewell to Grandma Ling, the trio finally embarked on their journey. The location of Tianhun town was exceedingly remote. A mere few dozen kilometers west would lead them to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Upon reaching the boundary, Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling discovered that the forest was somewhat different from their expectations. In their minds, a forest should be a tranquil and sparsely populated haven. However, at the base of the wall, a considerable number of people were present. Aside from the constantly arriving spirit-guided vehicles and pedestrians like themselves, there were already many individuals ahead of them. A glance around revealed various temporary shops and makeshift paths bustling with vendors hawking an array of weapons and protective gear, their shouts echoing as they discussed hunting parties or the efficacy of their protective equipment. In this technologically advanced world, spirit masters could procure spirit rings through the spirit transmission tower, yet the cost of spirits was exorbitant, rendering them unattainable for many low-income groups. Consequently, they ventured into the spirit beast forest, hoping to fortuitously discover suitable spirit rings, a venture fraught with both opportunity and peril. Additionally, some came here seeking business prospects, trading in hunting and protective tools. However, the trio had no intention of indulging in such pursuits, as they lacked the funds, and the prices here appeared to be at least double those outside. "Grandpa, should we also form a team to hunt spirit beasts?" Tang Xinfeng inquired. Observing those calling for hunting partners, Village Chief Yi displayed a hint of disdain. "There's no need. Even if we formed a team, should we encounter a formidable foe, such a temporary alliance would collapse in an instant." The two questioned, perplexed. "Why? The people here seem competent enough." Village Chief Yi replied, "That has nothing to do with strength. A true team must possess mutual trust, understanding, and support, qualities absent in these makeshift groups. If you ever have the chance to form your own team, you will come to comprehend this." At that moment, the two still struggled to grasp his meaning. Yet Village Chief Yi offered no further explanation as he guided them towards the grand gate at the wall. As they approached, their astonishment grew. The wall towered over them, averaging more than 15 meters in height, topped with electrified barbed wire. Below, a contingent of fully armed soldiers patrolled, each wielding a spirit-guided rifle, complemented by armored vehicles and mechanized units, exuding an air of formidable authority. Tang Xinfeng's gaze remained fixated on the mech, an experience that undoubtedly provided a visual feast for a child. Xiaofeng, it seems you have a profound affection for mechs, remarked village chief Yi, who, merely by observing Tang Xinfeng's performance, could discern his thoughts. This is my first encounter with a genuine mech. I have heard that nearly all soul masters now pilot mechs in battle. I wish to try it as well. As Tang Xinfeng expressed his excitement, village chief Yi gently patted his shoulder and said, "Do not worry. You will have opportunities in the future. For now, let us first address Ling Er's soul ring issue." With that, he proceeded towards the guard stationed at the entrance. At that moment, Yi Hongling approached Tang Xinfeng and inquired, "Brother Feng, why do you hold such a fascination for mechs?" Tang Xinfeng replied, "It is said that powerful soul masters possess a battle mech that can fight alongside them. If one day we encounter danger, I can protect everyone together with my mech." "Wow, Brother Feng, your idea is amazing. How about this? If the opportunity arises in the future, I will create your mech, and then you can pilot the one I made to safeguard everyone." "All right. It's a promise." While the two children were dreaming about the future, at the entrance, the village chief Yi encountered a soldier who noticed a gray-haired elder approaching. The soldier stepped forward to inquire, "Sir, this is the forest of soul beasts. It is very dangerous. Please do not approach the gate recklessly." Village chief Yi replied calmly, "I am well aware of that. My old bones dared to venture into the forest of soul beasts for a reason." He handed the soldier an old soul communicator, saying, "Here are my credentials. You should know how to read this." The soldier took the communicator and began to examine it. Name, Yi Jiolong. Occupation, Soul Master, retired. Current level. Upon seeing the level, the soldier was utterly astonished. The information on the soul communicator is official and cannot be misleading, and it stated, You are an extreme." At this point, the soldier was at a loss for words. Village chief Yi calmly interjected, "All right, no need for formalities. Can I enter now?" Yes. I will report this right away. Please wait a moment." The soldier hurriedly rushed back. Watching the soldier leave, village chief Yi sighed. The youth of today have seen so little of the world. Chapter 13. Within the forest after a while, Yi Hongling and Tang Xinfeng joined him. Sometime later, the soldier returned, accompanied by two others, a tall man and another soldier, who appeared to be the officer in charge of the two soldiers. The officer approached village chief Yi, saluted formally, and spoke respectfully, "Mr. Yi Jiolong, I am here to inform you that your permission has been granted, and you may enter. However, I must explain the regulations. 1. No entry for non-soul masters. 2. All consequences within the forest are your own responsibility. 3. Most importantly, hunting soul beasts of 10,000 years or older is strictly prohibited." "I am already aware of the last rule," village chief Yi stated directly. The officer said nothing further, merely nodded, and gestured for the three to proceed, without questioning why two children accompanied him. The children felt it was somewhat unusual, as the usual entry process was typically more complicated, yet they had spent less than 20 minutes, and they could distinctly sense the soldiers' excessive respect towards village chief Yi. However, it is difficult to articulate much, as their objective is to enter the setting sun forest. With the opening and closing of the great gate, the sounds from outside were muted, and the trio officially stepped into the realm of the soul beasts. The forest was somewhat familiar to them. In fact, Tianhun town is situated on the very edge of this woodland, where Tang Xinfeng was found nearby. However, this area was largely devoid of soul beasts. Surrounded only by a modest wall, less than 10 meters high, Elder Yi walked ahead, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "From this moment onward, we have entered the territory of the soul beasts. You must stay close to me. Do not stray even a single step." "Understood, grandfather," came the reply. At this point, Elder Yi's demeanor shifted from relaxed to alert, his posture straightening, and a palpable surge of soul power emanated from him. The surrounding flora seemed to resonate with his energy, as if responding to an unseen call. Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling were not entirely aware of the specifics of Elder Yi's martial soul, only that it was likely related to plants. Currently, he was utilizing his martial soul to commune with the nearby vegetation to assess their environment. This was of little utility to Tang Xinfeng, as his martial soul could not harmonize with the plants. However, for Yi Hongling, it was a different matter entirely. Her martial soul, the tree of life, ranked among the finest within the plant category. She could endeavor to replicate Elder Yi's actions, which might prove beneficial for her cultivation. Yi Hongling unleashed her own martial soul, attempting to radiate vitality to the surrounding plants, emulating Elder Ye's approach to resonate with them. However, her attempt had an unexpected outcome. The previously tranquil plants began to stir restlessly, seemingly eager to draw closer to her at any cost. This startled both Tang Shifeng and Elder Yi, prompting Yi Hongling to quickly retract her martial soul. What just happened? Why did the plants suddenly become agitated? She inquired. Grandfather, I do not know what transpired. I merely released my martial soul, she responded. Elder, I assure you I witnessed it all. Linger truly only released her martial soul. The earlier disturbance disrupted Elder Ye's connection with the environment, and just as the pair anticipated a stern reprimand, Elder Yi expressed his astonishment. I could sense a profound surge of emotional energy from the surrounding plants, predominantly feelings of joy and excitement. This indicates they are quite fond of you, and it suggests you possess a unique affinity for nature. Could you perhaps use simpler terms we can comprehend? Yi Hongling interjected, noticing his eagerness. Elder Yi took a moment to calm himself and continued. What I mean to say is that you possess a special ability to connect with nature and vitality. In the future, you can cultivate while communicating with nature, making your efforts significantly more fruitful. Yi Hongling's face lit up with delight. So that's how it is. That's wonderful. Yet, the village chief Yi did not convey to Yi Hongling that her innate talent had surpassed his expectations and imagination, just as Tang Qinfeng's had. Deep within the setting sun forest stood a colossal tree, 1,000 meters tall, its blue-golden trunk trembling slightly, as if it sensed something. Surrounding it was a throng of soul beasts, among which a blue-golden humanoid figure seemed to be engaged in conversation with the tree. Could it truly be? The tree ancestor had not anticipated that the next inheritor of the heart of life would be a human. The branches of the great tree swayed gently, seemingly in response. The figure replied, "You are correct. Regardless of who the inheritor may be, once chosen, we cannot alter the course. I shall find a way to bring her here." Meanwhile, the trio of grandfather and grandchildren, having ascertained that their surroundings were devoid of danger, began their journey deeper into the forest. While the village chief remained attuned to the surrounding movements, he sought an appropriate soul beast. The three eventually arrived at the base of a tree. Why has the village chief suddenly halted? Yi Hongling wondered aloud. The village chief scrutinized the great tree, muttering, "Alas, this tree's spirit has yet to reach 90 years of cultivation. It shall serve as a backup option." Ah, so this is a soul beast? I could hardly tell. Yi Hongling exclaimed in surprise. Plant-type soul beasts, prior to attaining sentience, bear a striking resemblance to ordinary flora, yet with careful observation, one can discern distinct characteristics. However, for you, it holds little utility at this stage. Speaking of which, Grandpa, this soul beast doesn't seem particularly suited for Linger. Why select it? Tang Qinfeng inquired. The village chief sighed. It is exceedingly rare to find a soul beast perfectly suited for an individual. In most cases, it hinges on luck. Moreover, Lingo's martial spirit is quite unique, necessitating a soul beast with life affinity attributes, which are scarce. Should we fail to locate one, we may have to consider alternatives that lean towards control or support types. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling's expression soured. Is it truly that difficult? Grandpa, how long must we search? Let us search for 2 days. Our time remains ample, he replied. The trio continued deeper into the forest, encountering predominantly 10-year soul beasts. With an occasional 100-year soul beast, yet neither party displayed any inclination to engage in battle. As the day waned, they encountered numerous soul beasts. But due to Yi Hongling's exceptionally unique martial spirit, either the attributes did not align or the connection was insufficient. With twilight descending, the three found a relatively flat area, retrieved materials from their bracelets, and erected a tent. They kindled a campfire and took out the provisions they had prepared in advance. Yi Hongling sat by the fire, gazing into the dancing flames with a sense of melancholy, reflecting, "We have searched all day and still have not found a suitable soul beast for me." Tang Qinfeng consoled. Did Grandpa Yi not say that the acquisition of soul rings relies on luck? Perhaps our fortune will shift by tomorrow. Xiaofeng's words resonated. And Linger was reminded not to be overly anxious, for opportunities always exist. We merely need to seek them out. Village Chief Yi stood nearby, offering words of comfort. Yet suddenly, he sensed something amiss and became alert. Something is approaching. Xiaofeng, Linger, be prepared. Upon hearing the chief's warning, the two immediately activated their martial spirits, scanning their surroundings. It was nighttime, and amidst the foliage, several green lights were faintly drawing near. It appears to be wood wolves, Yi village chief remarked softly, yet without a hint of panic. You two stay here and do not move. At that moment, a blue light flickered in Tang Chenfeng's eyes, a manifestation of his spiritual energy at work. Even in the darkness, objects were rendered clear before him. In total, 5 wolf-like soul beasts emerged from the shadows, each approximately 1.5 meters in length. They were enveloped in a wooden exoskeleton, with leaves replacing the fur of a wolf, their eyes glowing green. This amalgamation of tree and wolf was the reason for their designation as wood wolves. Originally, 4 of these wood wolves were foraging when they fortuitously encountered the trio resting. Now, they encircled Yi village chief and his companions, closing in within a mere 5 meters. With a cold snort, Yi village chief mused. It seems our visitors bear ill intentions, yet they are merely a pack of decade-old wood wolves. He raised his hands, and the yellow glow of his century-old soul ring illuminated the air. Then, clenching his fists, countless vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring the wood wolves. By the time the creatures realized the impending danger, it was too late. The emerging vines had already bound them tightly, rendering them immobile. As the second soul ring on Yi village chief's body also glowed, the wood spirit spike array erupted from the ground like a barrage of swords, transforming the 4 wood wolves into mere fragments of their former selves. Wait, there should be one more. Linger, be cautious of what lies behind you. Chapter 14. Crisis approaches. As Yi village chief gazed ahead, he noticed that the 5th wooden wolf had somehow circled behind Yi Hongling and was poised to launch an attack. The wooden wolf lunged directly at Yi Hongling, startling her, as she possessed little combat prowess and could only raise her hands defensively. Just as the wooden wolf was about to strike, another figure interposed himself in front of Yi Hongling. This was Tang Chenfeng. The wolf pounced upon Tang Chenfeng, sinking its teeth fiercely into his left arm. Yet, Tang Chenfeng was not easily intimidated. Having activated his martial soul, he possessed greater strength and stature than the wooden wolf. With a swift motion, he seized the wolf by its neck, disregarding the painful bites on his arm, and yanked it down. Although 2 deep gashes appeared on his left arm, he paid them no heed. He hoisted the wolf aloft and slammed it forcefully to the ground. Following this, he delivered 2 heavy punches to the creature's head, causing cracks to form in the exterior exoskeleton of the wolf, and blood to seep from its mouth and nose, a testament to the sheer force of his blows. The wooden wolf let out a mournful howl and collapsed, motionless. Having dispatched the wooden wolf, Tang Chenfeng felt a surge of pain from his wounded arm, blood trickling down. Brother Feng, are you all right? Upon witnessing Tang Chenfeng's victory over the wolf, Yi Hongling hurried to his side, covering his injured arm and channeling her life force into him. Miraculously, the previously bleeding wound began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. It's because you are here, he replied, smiling as if he felt no pain. Only because of you can I fight recklessly. See how quickly the wound is healing. Yi Hongling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she responded with a hint of self-reproach. Although you say that, if I could also utilize soul techniques, perhaps you wouldn't have been injured. Yi village chief approached and said, There's no need to say that, Linger. Injuries in battle are unavoidable. But it is precisely because you are with us that we are unafraid of injury and dare to face danger. While your performance just now was commendable, both you and Xiao Feng must continue to grow. At that moment, the remaining 5 wooden wolves began to emanate a faint white light, which gradually coalesced into circular shapes, ultimately transforming into white soul rings. Behold, these are the soul rings produced by the soul beasts. Following Yi village chief's gaze, the 2 looked towards the rings, which floated delicately in the air, giving a sense of fragility, as if they would disperse at the slightest breeze. Yi village chief continued, The soul rings of soul beasts can only be absorbed by the one who delivers the final blow. Therefore, if you encounter a soul beast suitable for you, the finishing strike must be entrusted to you. Otherwise, you will be unable to absorb it. Chief, what should we do with these soul rings? Tang Chenfeng gazed at the soul rings and inquired of the village chief. Village chief Yi, with a hint of regret, responded, though it is somewhat unfortunate. The ages of these soul beasts are too low, and none of them were slain by Linger, rendering her unable to absorb them. Moreover, neither you nor I currently require soul rings. We must simply allow them to gradually dissipate. Indeed, that is quite a pity, Tang Chenfeng lamented. At that moment, Yi Hongling hesitantly asked, Grandfather, must we kill the soul beasts? I feel that I may not be able to do it. Is there a more peaceful method? Village chief Yi pondered for a moment. Well, it is not entirely impossible. If a soul beast willingly offers itself as a sacrifice or desires to become your spirit, it could be achieved. Legends speak of powerful soul beasts capable of bestowing their strength upon humans in the form of soul rings. However, he continued, gently patting Yi Hongling on the head, such beings are exceedingly rare, and we are unlikely to encounter them. Furthermore, the relationship between humans and soul beasts has deteriorated significantly, making sacrifices improbable. What we can do is to avoid conflicts with soul beasts whenever possible, if we must engage. We should strive to minimize their suffering as they transition to the next life. Very well, Yi Hongling replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. During the exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter, no one noticed that Tang Chenfeng had seemingly vanished. He was now observing the soul rings destined to fade away. Tang Chenfeng stood before the corpse of the wooden wolf, gazing at the flickering soul ring that was on the verge of dissipating, and sighed deeply. It was indeed a pity. How wonderful it would be if he could absorb it. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his pocket. Upon reaching in, he discovered it was the starshine. Initially, Tang Chenfeng intended to store it in his bracelet, but no matter what method he employed, the starshine resisted being contained. Thus, he left it in his pocket, where it now emitted a luminous glow. He observed as a faint light twinkled on the starshine, and then the decade-old soul ring produced by the wooden wolf seemed to be drawn to it, descending onto the starshine and being absorbed. Simultaneously, Tang Chenfeng felt a slight enhancement in his strength. Though minimal, it was indeed a boost. Could it be that the starshine possessed the ability to absorb and transform energy? While Tang Chenfeng pondered this, Elder Yi had already completed psychological counseling for Yi Hongling. Xiaofeng, stop staring and come over to rest and eat something, he called. Oh, coming, Tang Chenfeng replied, deciding to set his thoughts aside for the moment in favor of sustenance. The three hastily finished their dinner and dealt with the wooden wolf's remains. And before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. They agreed that Elder Yi would take the first watch, with shifts rotating every 3 hours. Thus, they spent a relatively safe night in the forest. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Elder Yi, having completed 2 hours of his vigil, sensed something amiss. In the sunset forest, encountering soul beasts at night was not uncommon, as was the case the previous evening. However, since then, there had been an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of soul beasts. The only sound was the rustling of leaves in the wind. Elder Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the unsettling quiet that surrounded them. It was too quiet, almost ominously so, perhaps the calm before a storm. Although he did not believe that any formidable soul beast would emerge from the forest's edge, the safety of the two children was paramount. Xiaofeng, Linger, wake up. We need to leave this place quickly, he urged. Oh, all right, came their languid responses. They had both been on watch and were just waking up, still groggy. However, they soon became more alert as Elder Yi, sensing through his connection with the plants, felt the approach of a massive entity heading towards their location. Hurry over here. Something large is approaching us, at least a millennium-old soul beast. Elder Yi's voice held an unusual urgency. The two quickly moved closer, realizing that facing a 1,000-year soul beast alone would be perilous. Standing by Elder Yi felt significantly safer. In just a matter of seconds, the colossal creature arrived in their vicinity, and as it did, the three could not help but gasp in astonishment. Before them loomed a colossal figure, leaping gracefully among the towering trees, eventually arriving at their presence. The creature was a massive wood wolf, standing over 5 meters tall and measuring at least 13 meters in length. Its eyes sparkled with a jade-like green, and its wooden exterior bore the intricate patterns of a century-old tree. The verdant glow emanating from these patterns was, in fact, the energy surging through the wolf's body, a testament to its formidable strength. This was undoubtedly the largest spirit beast the trio had encountered since entering the forest. Village Chief Yi immediately assumed a combat stance, his voice steady yet laced with urgency. I will hold it off. Xiaofeng, take Linger and flee. His tone reflected a growing anxiety as he realized his earlier misjudgment. He had initially believed the creature to be a 1,000-year-old spirit beast based on the sensations conveyed by the plants underfoot. However, as it had leaped through the trees, he recognized the error. This was a 10,000-year-old wood wolf, possibly nearing 100,000 years in age. Strangely, the ancient wood wolf did not charge directly at the trio, but instead circled them, keenly observing their every move. Tang Chenfeng noted a flicker of emotion in its eyes, an expression of confusion. Chapter 15. Perilous predicament at this moment. The three humans and the wolf were locked in a silent standoff, neither side willing to make the first move. Chief Yi, perplexed, pondered the creature's presence. Such an ancient spirit beast would typically reside in the heart of the forest. Why had it ventured to the outskirts? Suddenly, The wood wolf ceased its circling and lunged at the three with ferocity. "Scatter!" Chief, he shouted, alarmed. Faced with such a powerful spirit beast, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling had no choice but to evade. Chief Yi summoned his first and second spirit rings simultaneously, conjuring a barrier of entwined giant vines, forming a wall to shield them. However, it was evident that this wall would not withstand the beast's might, as it was shattered upon impact. Nonetheless, it provided the necessary moment for the others to evade. The wood wolf's charge missed its mark, but it quickly pivoted, setting its sights on Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling. "What?" Chief Yi gasped in disbelief. Such a 10,000-year-old wood wolf should have deemed the children beneath its notice, yet it was indeed targeting them. Tang Chenfeng, gritting his teeth, urged, "Linger, you must go. I will hold it off." With that, his first spirit ring flared to life, and his martial spirit awakened, muscles straining against his clothing. He delivered a powerful punch, fully aware that he might not withstand even a single blow from the beast. Yet, he believed that every second he could buy would increase Chief Yi's chances of rescuing Linger. At this moment, in Yi Hongling's eyes, the figure of her brother standing protectively before her left an indelible impression of immense grandeur etched deeply in her heart. With a thunderous crash, Tang Chenfeng and his companion were hurled to the ground, not by the assault of the wooden wolf, but by a colossal tree root that erupted from the earth beneath them. However, rather than a mere root, this sudden emergence resembled a gigantic serpent, or rather, it should be likened to a colossal dragon, entwined with branches and foliage, its immense head grasping the wooden wolf by the neck and lifting it into the air. "Get up quickly, you two. Run far away," Yi village chief shouted urgently, urging them to escape. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng's eyes brightened as he caught sight of something in the direction of Yi village chief. "Grandfather, hurry and leave that place." "What?" Yi village chief had not yet comprehended the danger when the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, revealing a multitude of wooden vines that ensnared him and dragged him down. Meanwhile, the massive wooden wolf beside them was thrashing violently, and cracks began to form on the wooden dragon that had ensnared it. "Grandfather! Oh no, grandfather!" Yi Hongling watched helplessly as Yi village chief was attacked, her heart shattering as tears streamed down her face. He was one of her few remaining relatives. Now, she struggled desperately in Tang Chenfeng's embrace, yearning to rescue Yi village chief, while he held her tightly and retreated. Moments earlier, Tang Chenfeng had been using his domain skills to assess the scene, and upon witnessing Yi village chief's perilous situation, he felt profound sorrow. With Yi village chief's life uncertain and his own abilities limited against a 10,000-year soul beast, he had no choice but to heed Yi village chief's advice to flee. Though he felt deeply reluctant, it was the only way to preserve both their lives. "Brother, put me down. I want to save grandfather," Yi Hongling cried, tears flowing as she implored to return. "No, absolutely not," Tang Chenfeng shouted vehemently. Yi Hongling was taken aback. She had never heard him speak to her with such sternness. "Linger, I understand your thoughts and desires. I, too, wish to return to save the village chief, but I cannot allow you to accompany me to certain death." As he ran, tears flowed unbidden down his cheeks. Soon, they could hear the sound of their pursuers' footsteps behind them. The wooden wolf had managed to break free. "Damn it!" Tang Chenfeng abruptly halted, releasing Yi Hongling as he declared, "Linger, you must run. I will hold it back here, though I cannot guarantee how long I can withstand it." "No, that's out of the question. Brother, you can't hold it off. I'm staying with you." Before Yi Hongling could finish her protest, the wooden wolf had already appeared before them. There was no other choice left. Tang Chenfeng furrowed his brows, activating his martial spirit and charging forward. He still had one last trump card, a full-force mental assault, which he believed could buy him some time. Upon seeing Tang Chenfeng barreling towards him, the wood wolf also assumed an aggressive stance, sprouting numerous wooden spikes the thickness of a thumb, launching them in Tang Chenfeng's direction. Unfazed, Tang Chenfeng pressed on, yet curiously, despite his lack of evasive maneuvers, none of the wooden spikes pierced his skin. They merely grazed him, causing only minor abrasions. However, he paid little mind to this, focused solely on attacking his opponent to gain precious moments. Now within range, Tang Chenfeng's eyes flashed with a fierce blue light, and suddenly, the wood wolf felt as though its brain had been struck by a colossal hammer. A searing pain radiated from its head, as if it were about to split apart. The immense shockwave from the mental attack caused blood to seep from its mouth, nose, and eyes. With a mournful howl, the wood wolf writhed in agony upon the ground. Yet, Tang Chenfeng was not unscathed. His control over his mental powers was not yet refined. The previous strike had not only failed to unleash his full potential, but had also inflicted harm upon himself, as blood trickled from his eyes and nostrils. The wood wolf's violent thrashing caught him off guard, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. "Are you all right?" Yi Hongling disregarded the struggling wood wolf and rushed to Tang Chenfeng's side to tend to his wounds. "This is terrible," he coughed. "I truly lack the strength to retaliate." His entire body ached, and although Yi Hongling's healing brought him some relief, the real threat loomed nearby. After a brief struggle, the wood wolf rose again, and this time, both sensed a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from it. The wood wolf's once emerald eyes had turned crimson, brimming with murderous intent, as low, threatening growls escaped its maw. Soon after, four wooden spikes, thick as arms, emerged from its body, ready to launch an attack on the two. "This is the end," they both thought, a sense of despair washing over them, yet they appeared to have no other options. Suddenly, just as hope seemed lost, a series of resounding booms echoed from the ground, and two massive wooden dragons burst forth, striking directly at the colossal wood wolf. Alarmed, the wood wolf recoiled, but it retaliated by launching a spike indiscriminately, one of which hurtled towards the two. Chapter 16. The might of the 9 dragons. The wood wolf found itself ensnared by the enormous wooden dragons, lifted into the air. Tang Chenfeng was drenched in cold sweat, for the deadly spike was now perilously close to his chest, merely 10 centimeters away. What halted its trajectory was a man, appearing to be in his 20s, who stood between them and the wood wolf, grasping the very spike aimed at Tang Chenfeng. "Do you know my brother?" Yi Hongling felt perplexed, for the individual before her was a stranger, yet he could utter the name Tang Chenfeng. Tang Chenfeng's eyes brightened. "Village chief, how splendid. You are unharmed." "Huh," Yi Hongling exclaimed in astonishment. The stranger, however, remained remarkably composed. "Oh, I did not expect my transformation to be so profound that you could still recognize me." Among the trio, only Yi Hongling continued to be bewildered. "Wait a moment. Could someone please provide an explanation?" Suddenly, as they were conversing, a massive fissure appeared on the ground near the wooden wolf, from which a dark shadow sprang forth, shattering the wooden dragon and liberating the wooden wolf. "Humph. Have they caught up?" Upon the shadow's halt, the two companions gasped in disbelief. "No way. There are actually two 10,000-year soul beasts." Indeed, in the heart of a forest where even 1,000-year soul beasts were scarce, two 10,000-year soul beasts were pursuing them. The other soul beast, also a wolf, was adorned with a layer of armor resembling stone plating, akin to a moving sculpture. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the stone armor was riddled with cracks, and some plates were even incomplete, suggesting that this was the very beast that had ambushed village chief Yi moments ago. This is the rock wolf. It appears to possess 10,000-year cultivation, adept at manipulating earth elements, with formidable defense, capable of swiftly moving through rocky terrain to ambush prey. I was just attacked by it. Furthermore, both of these were wolf-shaped soul beasts, a male and a female, likely bonded as mates. From his explanatory style, the duo was entirely convinced that he was indeed village chief Yi. With a howl, the two colossal wolves exchanged a glance, then unleashed a roar. As the sound echoed, their bodies began to swell, as if unsealing latent power, ultimately expanding to a terrifying size, nearly double their original forms. "I never anticipated that they had sealed away a portion of their strength to disguise themselves. It seems they are indeed genuine 10,000-year soul beasts," remarked Yi Jiolong, astonished. "Grandfather, what shall we do? They are about to attack." With Yi Hongling's alarmed cry, the two gigantic wolves initiated their assault. The energy concealed beneath the wooden wolf's armor began to coalesce at its head, forming a green energy orb within its maw, while the rock wolf leaped high into the air, crashing down to the ground, creating a wall of stone blades that surged towards the group. These were two advanced skills, the former known as Giant Spirit Roar Bomb, and the latter called Stone Spirit Puncture Array, both immensely powerful techniques. For an ordinary soul master, encountering these two attacks would surely spell doom. At this moment, Yi Jiolong appeared to be taking things seriously. Surrounding him were 9 colossal wooden dragons, and one by one, soul rings began to manifest upon his form. Accompanying these ethereal rings was a set of heavily plated armor that glimmered with a metallic green sheen. Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling gasped in astonishment at the sight of the soul rings adorning him, for they beheld 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red ring. A soul master could be categorized into various ranks based on their prowess, and before transcending to godhood, one could possess a maximum of 9 soul rings. Yet, even so, achieving 9 rings was a formidable aspiration for any soul master. Those who attained this pinnacle were known as titled Douluo. Remarkably, Yi Hongling's grandfather, Yu Jiolong, was also a title Douluo, boasting a red soul ring of a staggering 100,000 years, an emblem reserved for the truly formidable. Upon witnessing this, the two soul beasts unleashed their previously charged abilities, launching a tremendous roaring bomb and a terrifying stabbing array toward the trio. With a dismissive snort, Yi Jiulong clasped his hands together, declaring, "Slow field, explosive field, activate." Astonishingly, Yi Jiulong possessed two field skills, the slow field, a mental domain ability, and the explosive field, exclusive to those wielding 3-character battle armor. Battle armor is custom-crafted armor tailored specifically for soul masters, typically fashioned by the masters themselves or skilled artisans. Each suit of battle armor embodies a strong sense of individuality, resulting in unique designs that vary according to materials, craftsmanship, and personal requirements, thereby yielding different effects. The armor is stratified into levels, ranging from the most basic 1-character armor to the theoretically existing 6-character armor. With each additional character, the effects diverge significantly. To wield a battlefield like Yi Jiulong, one must possess at least 3-character armor. As the abilities of the two soul beasts entered the domain, the giant roaring bomb gradually dissipated into the air under the influence of the slow field, while the stabbing array was shattered to pieces, leaving the trio unscathed. While the two onlookers were still in shock, one of the wooden dragons lifted them with its head. Yi Jiulong reassured, "These 9 wooden dragons are my avatars. Let them escort you to safety." "But Grandpa, what will you do?" Yi Hongling asked, her voice laced with concern. "Rest assured, while I may not guarantee victory, if I wish to flee, they shall not hinder me. Your safety is paramount." No sooner had he spoken than the wooden dragon whisked the pair away to a secure distance. Yi Jiulong watched as they gradually receded, then turned his attention to the 2 colossal wolves before him. "All right, it is time to conclude this. It has been far too long since I last engaged in battle." A faint smile graced Yi Jiulong's face, radiating the unique confidence of a true master. With the clash imminent, the 2 wolves let out a fierce growl before splitting their attack. The rock wolf charged at Yi Jiulong, while the wood wolf seemed intent on circumventing him to pursue the fleeing duo. "If you wish to pursue them, you must first contend with me." Yi Jiulong stepped back, raising his hands as 8 wooden dragons began to dance in the air, mirroring his movements. 3 of the wooden dragons obstructed the assault of the rock wolf, while 2 others surged forth to confront the wooden wolf. The 2 wooden dragons, resembling flying creatures, opened their maws to bite at the wooden wolf, forcing it to turn and retaliate, thus abandoning its pursuit of the other 2 individuals. Seizing the opportunity, the rock wolf leaped over the obstructing wooden dragon to attack Yi Jiulong. However, another wooden dragon emerged from the ground, and with a swift turn, its tail lashed out like a whip, sending the rock wolf flying. As the confrontation between 1 man and 2 wolves reached a stalemate, several blue-golden leaves suddenly drifted down from the sky, seemingly targeting the 2 giant wolves. The moment the wolves made contact with the leaves, they paused, displaying expressions of disappointment akin to that of humans, and ceased their attacks. Yi Jiulong observed this with curiosity. Unexpectedly, the 2 giant wolves erupted into action, seemingly abandoning their pursuit of the other 2 individuals and instead launched a concerted assault against Yi Jiulong. This sudden shift puzzled Yi Jiulong. He wondered why their behavior changed so swiftly. Was someone orchestrating them? What was the underlying purpose? Beneath the colossal blue-golden tree in the heart of the forest, a silver giant eagle stood before the previously mentioned blue-golden figure. Alas, the earth spirit and the wood spirit seemed to have botched the task. "Silver Feather, you are more reliable. Go and bring back the air." The eagle seemed to respond to the voice, letting out a piercing cry before soaring towards Tang Shifeng and Yi Hongling. Chapter 17. Yi Hongling taken away. Unlike the battling village chief Yi, the 2 individuals riding the wooden dragon were quite secure. The wooden dragon glided swiftly across the ground, akin to low-flying flight, carrying them towards the exit. "Brother, do you think Grandpa will be all right?" Facing 2 such powerful spirit beasts, it's dangerous to even contemplate. Despite knowing her grandfather's extraordinary strength, Yi Hongling remained deeply worried about his safety. Tang Xinfeng reached out to gently pat her head in comfort, saying, "Rest assured, since village chief Yi is a title de law, there is no way anyone could impede his escape if he truly wished to flee. He is merely buying us time for our own escape. He will catch up with us shortly." As he spoke, the wooden dragon beneath them emitted a faint dragon's roar, as if to corroborate Tang Xinfeng's words. "Yes, brother, you are right. We should hasten to the entrance and seek assistance," she replied. Just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably, a sudden flash of blue light flickered in Tang Xinfeng's eyes. "Get down," he exclaimed, swiftly embracing Yi Hongling and lowering himself. At that moment, a sound akin to the tearing of air pierced through the atmosphere, followed by a flurry of silver feathers that darted past their previous position like flying daggers, striking the wooden dragon and causing it to convulse violently. When they dared to glance up, a massive shadow swept overhead, revealing itself to be a gigantic eagle. Its wingspan at least 8 meters wide. Its plumage glimmered in bright silver under the sun, reflecting light and producing a sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. It was evident that the earlier attack had originated from this creature. Meanwhile, Yu Jiolong, engaged in a fierce struggle with 2 enormous wolves, gasped in alarm. The silver-feathered falcon, how could it possibly appear over there? In truth, each wooden dragon commanded by Yi Jiolong was a manifestation of his own being, each possessing independent combat capabilities while sharing sensory perception. Thus, what the wooden dragons saw, Yi Jiolong could also perceive. However, upon sighting the silver-feathered falcon, he felt a surge of panic. Yi Jiolong had dispatched 1 wooden dragon solely to ensure the children's safety, never anticipating that such a rare spirit beast would appear at the forest's edge. The wooden dragon was particularly ill-equipped to confront aerial foes, especially one that appeared to have at least 10,000 years of cultivation. Alone, it could not hope to withstand the creature, and now, entangled with the wolves, he found himself unable to intervene. In the air, the falcon hovered, seeking an opportunity to seize its prey, while the wooden dragon shielded the 2 individuals behind it, preventing any direct assault. The falcon circled above, relentlessly launching razor-like feathers towards the colossal dragon below. However, these attacks proved largely ineffective, for the wooden dragon felt no pain. Suddenly, the falcon dove down, attempting to penetrate from an unseen angle to strike at the 2. Although the wooden dragon lacked aerial capabilities, its reflexes were swift. As the falcon descended, it seized the creature's wing and flung it aside, following up with a powerful tail sweep that sent the falcon spiraling. The silver feathers of the falcon distorted, emitting a sound akin to metal scraping that sent shivers down the spine, before it performed 2 somersaults in the air to regain its balance and ascend once more. Despite returning to the sky, the falcon appeared incensed by the earlier assault. A brilliant silver light radiated from the falcon, causing its form to swell as its silver feathers broadened, merging to create a unified armor-like appearance. Its wingspan expanded to an impressive 15 meters. The silver-feathered falcon had transformed into a silver-armored giant eagle, no longer circling. The giant eagle began to orbit the 2 and the dragon, intermittently emitting glimmers of silver light. The wooden dragon remained vigilant, maintaining a defensive posture. Initially, there seemed to be no threat, but as the winds intensified, forming a miniature tornado, the duo realized the precariousness of their situation. By the time they sought to break free, it was already too late. In the world of Douluo, various abilities manifested through distinct characteristics, including colors corresponding to elements such as wind, fire, water, and earth, represented by green, red, blue, and yellow respectively. Among these, gold and silver held unique significance, gold denoting supreme power and special attributes, while silver symbolized affinity and control over multiple elements. The silver of the falcon's feathers signified their steel-like resilience and sharpness, enabling them to be wielded in attack. Yet, it was evident that this silver-armored giant eagle possessed not only the previously displayed control over gold elements, but also a distinctive mastery over other elemental forces, specifically the wind element. This realization dawned simultaneously in the minds of Tang Chenfeng and Yi Jiolong, the latter relying on experience, and the former on keen observation. He noted that with each orbit of the silver-armored giant eagle, the surrounding wind elements coalesced, their concentration escalating, forming a formidable tornado that encroached upon them, narrowing in as if to crush everything at its center. Soon, the tornado enveloped them entirely, whisking up leaves and debris, rendering visibility impossible. The wooden dragon tightened its form to protect the 2 within, while amidst the cacophony of the wind, faint sounds of slicing air could be heard. The glimmering sharp silver within the tempest warned them that any reckless attempt to escape could result in becoming mere fragments. Even more distressing was the fact that metallic shards, propelled by the fierce winds, were rapidly slicing into the wooden dragon's body, leaving it riddled with countless wounds. This was intolerable. What was to be done? Should these 2 children perish here, I would never forgive myself. Yi Jiolong could distinctly perceive that this eagle posed a far greater challenge than the 2 wolves before him. While he could protect himself against the 10,000-year-old beasts, he was unable to assist them and could not exert precise control over the distant wooden dragon. Moreover, Should he command the wooden dragon to move, it would inevitably reveal vast openings, exposing the two to grievous injuries from the swirling winds laden with metal shards, potentially leading to their demise. Suddenly, in Yi Jiolong's shared vision, a silver-armored giant eagle appeared, followed by the ominous sound of splintering wood. This was disastrous. With Yi Jiolong's startled exclamation, the shared vision began to tremble precariously, and soon everything within it started to spin. When the view finally stabilized, all that was visible was the dragon's body, now bereft of its head, and the giant eagle soaring past. Meanwhile, the two inside remained oblivious to any external anomalies. The deafening roar of the wind drowned out all other sounds, preventing them from discerning what transpired outside. Yi Hongling, already terrified, clung tightly to Tang Qinfeng, sobbing, "Brother, I am so scared. Do not cry, do not fear. I am right here," Tang Qinfeng reassured her, though his own heart raced with anxiety. He endeavored to mask his fear, gently stroking Yi Hongling's head in an attempt to comfort her, acutely aware that his own panic would only exacerbate the situation. Yet, an unsettling crack resounded, and as they turned to locate the source, they were horrified to discover cracks had begun to appear on the wooden dragon's body. Following the giant eagle's severance of the dragon's head, it had recklessly commenced its assault on the dragon's form, now reduced to a pitiable state, and was poised to breach its interior. The emergence of these fissures was a stark indication of the perilous predicament they faced. One crack was widening ominously, as if something were about to burst forth from within. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng released Yi Hongling and assumed a combat stance, prepared to confront the impending threat, determined to at least provide some semblance of defense. However, just as he braced himself for sacrifice, his eyes caught sight of something, and he pivoted sharply, extending his right hand forward in an attempt to grasp Yi Hongling. Yet, a thunderous crack and a piercing scream erupted almost simultaneously. A colossal silver claw shattered the upper defense and seized Yi Hongling. No, Tang Qinfeng's frantic scream did nothing to deter the giant claw. The eagle, having captured its prey, ascended almost instantly, not glancing back as it soared away into the distance, scattering the windstorm, while Tang Qinfeng leapt out. Witnessing the horrifying scene of the dismembered wooden dragon and the retreating silver-armored eagle. At this moment, Tang Qinfeng was consumed by two overwhelming emotions, despair and fury. His eyes were reddened, and his fists were tightly clenched. Activating his martial spirit to channel his soul power, he charged in the direction where the silver-armored giant eagle had fled. In his heart, a singular thought persisted, even if it meant death. He was determined to bring Yi Hongling back. Chapter 18. The Air of Life. Tang Qinfeng sprinted towards the direction from which the silver-armored giant eagle had departed. He understood that being caught by such a formidable creature would likely spell disaster, yet he was determined to seize even the faintest glimmer of hope. The silver-armored giant eagle was flying back towards their original location, but veered away from where Elder Yi was situated, heading towards the heart of the forest. Tang Qinfeng found himself straining to keep pace, feeling as though he had never run so swiftly before. However, no matter how fast his legs moved, they could never rival the speed of wings. Although he had a general sense of direction, the eagle soon vanished from sight, while Tang Qinfeng struggled to pursue. Changes were also unfolding with Yi Jiolong. At that moment, his entire aura transformed. It shifted from a gentle demeanor to one of intense hostility, causing even the previously aggressive wood wolves and rock wolves to be momentarily stunned. He witnessed everything that transpired with Tang Qinfeng through their shared sensory connection. And when Yi Hongling was captured, it felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. As Tang Qinfeng set off in pursuit, he yearned to shout a warning. Do not follow. It is perilous. Everything in the forest was fraught with danger, particularly for the two children, whose lives could indeed be at stake. Thus, he was genuinely worried and enraged. The seventh soul ring illuminated, a black ring coiling around him, and soon, dragon scales resembling intricately carved wood emerged upon his form. His eyes transformed into resolute orbs, his hair turned a vibrant green, and two dragon horns sprouted from his head. With the manifestation of his martial spirit, he exuded an imposing presence. Do not mistake the dragon's silence for weakness. I am no mere caterpillar, Yi Jiolong exclaimed fiercely. His dual domains activated, encompassing an area twice the size of before, ensnaring the two enormous wolves within. They attempted to escape but felt as though their bodies were pinned beneath a mountain, unable to move under the immense pressure of the explosive domain. Their sturdy exoskeletal armor began to show signs of cracking, while Yi Jiolong approached them, his expression as dark as a storm cloud, as if he could wring water from it. Boom, boom. Tang Qinfeng gazed at the rising clouds of dust, and the resounding noise and bewilderment, pondering. What caused this sudden explosion? At this moment, he was approximately 2 kilometers away from Elder Ye's village, and it was evident that the fates of the 2 wooden wolves and the rock wolf would not be favorable. However, he had little time to dwell on that. Tang Shenfeng was hastening toward the heart of the area, towards the towering 1,000-meter tree. Meanwhile, the silver-armored giant eagle, leveraging its mastery of wind elements and inherent advantages, had returned to the forest core and descended upon the enormous blue-gold tree. The silhouette of a figure soon materialized, praising, "Well done, Silver Feather. Although there were some complications. At least you brought back the air. Now, you may rest." Despite the minimal changes to the person's expression, it was palpable that their mood was quite pleasant. The silver-armored giant eagle nodded in acknowledgement, releasing its massive talons to gently place Yi Hongling down before resuming its original size and soaring away. Yi Hongling, however, had been so frightened that she had fainted, now lying quietly on the ground, her cherubic face still bearing an expression of overwhelming fright that evoked pity. The figure approached Yi Hongling, lightly placing a hand upon her head. Has she fainted from sheer terror? Humans are indeed fragile. I wonder why it must be humans? Suddenly, in the absence of wind, the branches of the great tree began to stir by themselves. 2 blue-gold leaves drifted down, one landed on Yi Hongling's right arm, while the other settled upon her forehead, emanating a soft glow and an abundance of life energy. Observing this scene, the figure rose, perhaps pondering that this was the will of fate, and moved aside to await further developments. At this moment, although Yi Hongling lay unconscious, her consciousness within the sea of her mind remained remarkably clear. Her memories were temporarily frozen at the moment of her capture, and after that, she had succumbed to darkness, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. Yi Hongling's current state mirrored that of Tang Shenfeng during his profound meditative states, adrift in her own mental ocean. However, she could no longer sense her physical form and was engulfed by fear, for she was merely a child under 7 years of age. Gradually calming herself, she assured herself that she was not yet dead, but she was uncertain of her next steps in this space composed of her own consciousness, feeling quite alien to her. All she could do was pray for her grandfather or brother to come to her rescue. At that moment, Yi Hongling seemed to hear a voice calling to her, resonating with warmth yet strangely unfamiliar. Turning towards the sound, she spotted a flickering point of light, which, while seemingly faint, stood out remarkably. Yi Hongling felt an inexplicable pull towards it, and as she approached, the light floated into her hand. It was then that she discerned it was a blue-gold leaf shimmering with a bluish-green glow, exuding a life force that was both comforting and moving. The voice emanated from it, and cradling the leaf in her hands, Yi Hongling inquired softly, "Who are you?" Today, she was astonished to discover that someone had indeed responded. The voice was deep and aged, yet exceptionally gentle. "Me? I am merely an old fellow of little worth. I brought you here in the hope that you would accept my legacy." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling was taken aback. "Wait. Does that mean you orchestrated the attack by the soul beasts?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. I find myself in a predicament, unable to move freely. Thus I had to rely on others to bring you here. Rest assured, child, your loved ones are all safe. This I can guarantee. You must provide some proof." Yi Hongling replied, her skepticism evident. From the leaves emerged a glimmer of light, coalescing into 2 images. In one, she recognized Tang Shenfeng, who was sprinting towards her direction, and in the other, her grandfather, now encircled by 9 wooden dragons, had trapped 2 wolves, rendering the century-old soul beasts utterly defenseless. "This is real time. Do you now believe?" Seeing the 2 unharmed, Yi Hongling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she did not know them personally, she sensed their benign intentions and felt an inexplicable trust towards them. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my faith in you. What exactly does your legacy entail?" For the sake of herself, her brother, and her grandfather, Yi Hongling acquiesced. The reply she received was truly unexpected. "The legacy refers to my power and mission. By the way, you must be here for the soul ring. Since you have accepted my legacy, I shall bestow upon you a gift." As he spoke, the leaf began to dissolve like water, transforming into a golden-green thread that wrapped around Yi Hongling. She felt an indescribable warmth and comfort enveloping her. Meanwhile, her physical body, which had been reclining on the ground, sat up and assumed a meditative posture. One leaf, mirroring the mental realm, became a thread encircling her, gradually thickening into a soul ring. The other leaf on her arm unfurled, expanding as the veins patterns emerged, taking on a metallic texture that began to merge with her arm, invigorating her life force. As these transformations unfolded, Yi Hongling's life tree martial spirit began to materialize. Initially just a shadow, it gradually transitioned into a more tangible form, as though it had always belonged to this place. She sat there throughout the night, and the ground began to sprout thick vines, seemingly attempting to envelop her. Oh, it seems this human possesses some intrigue, akin to the essence of the tree ancestor, remarked the mysterious figure, casting a rare approving glance at Yi Hongling's transformation. However, he quickly reverted to his previous icy demeanor. Come forth, you are merely hiding there, are you not? Though he did not turn around, it was evident that he had already noticed the figure concealed in the grass behind him. No sooner had the words left his lips than the figure emerged from the thicket. It was a towering presence, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. The newcomer was none other than Tang Chenfeng. In truth, he had been eavesdropping from the shadows for quite some time, yet he had still been discovered. Chapter 19. It seems like a stroke of fortune. Tang Chenfeng stepped forward, realizing that there was little left to conceal. Earlier, he had claimed to be extraordinarily fortunate, having traversed the forest throughout the night without encountering any spirit beasts. It was only recently that he had arrived in the vicinity. Initially, he struggled to pinpoint the precise location. However, as the legacy of the tree ancestor commenced, a rich and familiar life energy began to emanate around him, detected by his spiritual awareness, ultimately leading him to the exact whereabouts of Yi Hongling. Upon his arrival, Tang Chenfeng enveloped himself completely within his mental prowess, remaining undetected. He observed the forming spirit ring, and Yi Hongling absorbing it. After a brief assessment of the situation, he concluded that Yi Hongling was likely safe. Additionally, he discerned that the presence nearby was markedly different from that of a human, exuding an aura that felt distinctly non-human. Just then, another surge of energy manifested. The starlight stone he had kept in his pocket began to shimmer, radiating a powerful energy wave as if urging him to approach the blue-gold tree. Although Tang Chenfeng had been suppressing its influence, he regrettably let his guard down and inadvertently exposed himself. Despite this, he remained unperturbed, as his earlier observations assured him that the entity posed no malevolence. At least, there was no intent to harm him or the other 2 individuals present. Hello, he greeted, uncertain whether it stemmed from courtesy or a desire to convey goodwill. However, the individual paid him little mind, merely casting a glance before dismissing him entirely. Showing no inclination to respond, Tang Chenfeng felt a surge of discontent at this aloofness. Such a condescending and dismissive attitude was the epitome of the type of person he found most difficult to regard favorably. I've already asked nicely. Shouldn't you return the courtesy? He pressed. The individual replied with nonchalance. No, I harbor no affection for humans, nor do I wish to understand human etiquette. If you seek to foster a connection with me, I suggest you abandon that notion. Though Tang Chenfeng had surmised the true identity of this being, the present circumstances felt inevitable. Yet, the words spoken ignited a flicker of anger within him. As he contemplated how to articulate his feelings, the starlight stone in his pocket seemed to resonate with his emotions, reacting even more fervently than before. To his astonishment, the colossal blue-gold tree began to radiate immense life force directed towards him, akin to water gushing from a drained pool, flowing unimpeded in his direction, ready to be absorbed. Tang Chenfeng was still trying to comprehend the unfolding events when the mysterious figure was taken aback. How could this be? Despite not being a chosen one, the affinity for life energy was alarmingly high. It is essential to understand that not everyone possesses the capability to absorb life energy flawlessly. As he observed the life force converging around him, the mysterious figure was horrified to discover that even the primordial energy of the tree ancestor was being absorbed, to the extent that even the tree ancestor itself could not exert control. How could this happen? At that moment, the starlight stone in Tang Chenfeng's pocket unexpectedly floated out, accompanied by a familiar voice. It is merely a sapling. What right does it have to be arrogant before me? The speaker was none other than Baixing. Yet she sounded somewhat irate. Simultaneously, the life energy of the opposing figure dissipated even more rapidly, causing him to grow anxious. To his astonishment, he sensed a feeling of fear emanating from the tree ancestor, a fear directed towards a superior entity. What kind of existence is the tree ancestor? It is, in essence, the very root of the planet's ecology. As a plant-type spirit beast, its cultivation has reached a terrifying age of 980,000 years. And any further advancement could lead to a calamity of life and death. Thus, it sought a successor, at the very least a pass on the heart of life, to prevent its own destruction alongside that of its legacy. This illustrates the elevated status of the tree ancestor. There exists no being of greater significance upon the surface of the planet, Yet, the starlight stone in Tang Chenfeng's possession was evidently above the tree ancestor, instilling a sense of fear within it. The mysterious figure grew frantic, for if the primordial energy of the tree ancestor were excessively consumed, the planet's ecology would be jeopardized. He urged, "Stop immediately. If the energy of the tree ancestor is overexploited, it will cause ecological havoc on the planet. Furthermore, the transmission of the heart of life is currently underway. If interrupted, that girl could perish." As if to validate his words, Yi Hongling's expression also darkened, revealing signs of fatigue. While Tang Chenfeng could overlook the previous remarks, the moment the conversation turned to the potential threat to Yi Hongling's life, it became a different matter. "Sister Baixing, please stop. This could injure Linger." Baixing responded with calm composure, "Chenfeng, do you understand what this blue gold tree is? It can be regarded as the source of life for the planet. While the energy levels may not match those stored in the starlight, your absorption of it would be immensely beneficial to you." Tang Chenfeng felt a sense of urgency, yet he could not bear the thought of causing Linger's demise. She held immense significance in his life. Observing Tang Chenfeng's distress, Baixing's heart softened, and the efficacy of energy absorption began to wane. "Very well, for your sake. I shall let her go." He cast a glance at the mysterious figure, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Nevertheless, I must secure some benefits. That entity over there must be a transformed blue gold tree of 20,000 years, correct? I seek the life fruits of the 10,000-year variety, and I shall not be greedy. About 5 should suffice." Though this proposition seemed modest, it instigated an overwhelming urge in the other party to retch. The life fruit referred to the rare high-grade fruits of the blue gold tree, which took nearly a decade to yield a single fruit, and then required another 10,000 years to mature on the tree before being classified as 10,000-year grade. Even the towering ancestors of the blue gold trees bore fewer than 1,000 fruits. This species was known for its pacifism and low aggression, which had previously deterred any desire for conflict. However, in this moment, the entity's demand ignited a murderous intent within the other party, tempered by a fear of Tang Chenfeng's energy absorption capabilities. At that juncture, the ancestor tree responded. Its leaves began to sway gently, occasionally emitting a faint glow. The figure turned, seemingly attuned to the tree's whispers, his expression fluctuating between shock, sorrow, and fear. After a brief moment, he faced Tang Chenfeng and spoke with a tone of respect. "I was somewhat presumptuous earlier. My name is Blue Gold. Please wait here. I shall fetch the life fruit shortly." With that, Blue Gold hurriedly departed. Tang Chenfeng was naturally unaware of the conversation between the tree ancestor and Lan Jin. His primary concern lay with Yi Hongling's condition. Approaching her side, he scrutinized her closely for a moment. Fortunately, her body bore no injuries, and her expression had shifted from agony to tranquility as the inheritance proceeded normally. However, her martial soul, the tree of life, remained in an activated state, and the emerald golden soul ring was still in the process of absorption. Through the lens of his consciousness, Tang Chenfeng perceived Yi Hongling as a veritable embodiment of vitality, her entire being suffused with the essence of life, as if she were one with nature itself. Before long, Lan Jin returned, bearing 5 life fruits, each roughly the size of a palm, translucent and resplendent in a verdant hue, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. From these fruits, Tang Chenfeng could sense an overwhelming vitality. Glancing at the 5 life fruits nestled in his arms, Lan Jin felt a twinge of reluctance, but ultimately relinquished them to Tang Chenfeng. Remembering the tree ancestors' counsel to avoid provoking others and to fulfill their needs as much as possible, as Tang Chenfeng accepted the life fruits, a realization struck him. His initial purpose for entering the Sunset Forest was to find a suitable soul ring for Yi Hongling. Although many unforeseen events had transpired, Yi Hongling was now safe and had acquired a perfect soul ring that resonated with her essence. Meanwhile, he had obtained 5 life fruits and absorbed some advanced life energy. Although village chief Yi faced 200,000-year soul beasts, he managed the situation with remarkable ease. In summary, this adventure had proven not only safe but also fortuitous for everyone involved. Chapter 20. A safe adventure. Having gained such advantages, Tang Chenfeng chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he remained, for the area where Yi Hongling had meditated had become a thriving haven of various plants. She was gently enveloped by the massive vines that had sprouted from the ground, resembling a colossal flower bud, with green light subtly emanating from the crevices, a testament to the vibrancy of life energy at play. Tang Chenfeng chose to sit beside the flower bud, meditating to absorb the life energy emanating from it, provided that it would not interfere with Yi Hongling's inheritance. Lan Jin silently observed them from the side. Suddenly, A rapid and uneven sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, approaching at an alarming speed. "What is that?" Tang Chenfeng remarked warily. No sooner had he spoken than two massive figures leaped from the thicket beside him, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were the two wooden and rock wolves that had previously attacked them. However, they now appeared utterly disheveled, almost beyond recognition. The rock wolf's armor had completely vanished, revealing its battered form underneath, with numerous wounds exposing bone, the surface a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. The wooden wolf fared even worse. In addition to the injuries shared with the rock wolf, it had lost a leg and half of its face. As if struck by a powerful energy attack, Lan Jin sighed upon seeing them. "You two truly are more adept at failure than success, just having entered the 10,000-year tier. And you wish to roam the forest unchallenged. This is the consequence." The two wolves did not protest, but lowered their heads, resembling two children caught in wrongdoing. Lan Jin produced two blue-golden fruits, placing them into the wolves' mouths. As the fruits were consumed, the wounds on the wolves began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, their vitality gradually returning. "That should suffice. Each of you has consumed a century-old life fruit, and your wounds will stabilize quickly. Afterward, rest and you will recover," Lan Jin declared. He then turned and waved his hand, and the two massive wolves seemed to communicate something before departing. "Those two truly were summoned by you," Tang Chenfeng exclaimed, exasperated. Lan Jin wore a look of resignation as he replied, "I initially hoped to avoid such a forceful approach, but your grandfather is exceedingly powerful. The wood spirit and earth spirit, having just entered the 10,000-year soul beast level, became overly complacent and attempted to forcibly bring you here, resulting in your successful escape while they were ensnared. I had Silver Feather bring you back, but regrettably, in its anger, the method became somewhat rough." Lan Jin's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. He genuinely wished to return them safely, but had not considered the methods used. He primarily aimed to calm Tang Chenfeng, lest the tree ancestor be unable to protect him. Given Tang Chenfeng's youth and naivety, he believed Lan Jin's words. "Very well. You must manage them carefully from now on," he conceded. It seems another presence approaches. The aura suggested is likely someone close to you." "Ah, grandfather is coming," Tang Chenfeng exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. However, since we are soul beasts, it would be wise not to reveal ourselves before your grandfather. I shall take my leave for now." "Wait, how am I to explain this?" Tang Chenfeng pondered, glancing at Yi Hongling, who had transformed into a flower bud. "Well, I cannot assist you with that. He is nearing. You will have to devise a solution on your own." Upon finishing, Lan Jin's figure completely vanished into the natural surroundings. Tang Chenfeng was at a loss for words, pondering how it had come to this once more, each time it fell upon him to concoct tales to evade the situation. Tang Chenfeng was still lost in thought when a hurried sound of footsteps approached from behind. Then, Yi Jiolong appeared alongside the noise. "Chenfeng, thank goodness you're unharmed." At that moment, Yi Jiolong appeared quite disheveled, covered in blood, some of it his own, and some belonging to the enemy. His clothing was riddled with several large tears, the edges frayed to the point where they seemed on the verge of disintegrating with the slightest touch. Moreover, blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Yet, despite his condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Chenfeng observed that Yi Jiolong appeared more anxious than himself. "Grandpa Village Chief, your injury is quite severe. You should seek treatment promptly." "It's all right," Yi Jiolong reassured him, patting Tang Chenfeng's shoulder. "I am fine. As long as you are safe, that is what matters." "What about Yi Hongling? She should be all right as well, shouldn't she?" Tang Chenfeng hesitated, caught off guard by Yi Jiolong's sudden inquiry about the village chief's daughter. Seeing the growing pallor on Yi Jiolong's face, he felt a wave of concern. Could it be that she was in trouble? Tang Chenfeng hastily exclaimed, "No, Linger is fine. It's just that her martial soul seems to have transformed somewhat from its original state. Just look over there." As he spoke, he gestured towards a nearby flower bud. After contemplating for a while, Tang Chenfeng resolved to reveal part of the truth, albeit with some modifications, for there were certain matters that simply could not be disclosed. Yi Jiolong approached the flower bud and placed his hand upon it, beginning to sense the internal conditions with his soul and mental energy. After a while, he withdrew his hand, exhaling in relief. "There's no problem. It appears to be a case akin to the evolution of a martial soul, which could be beneficial for Linger." However, at that moment, Yi Jiolong suddenly collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet. One hand pressed against his chest and abdomen. He appeared to be in excruciating pain before spewing forth a mouthful of black blood and losing consciousness. "Grandfather Yi, what is wrong?" Tang Chenfeng was startled by Yi Jiolong's sudden fainting and hurried over to examine him. Although Yi Jiolong was unconscious, his face was etched with suffering. Blood continuously flowing from his mouth, and he emitted groans of agony, as if he were on the brink of death. Despite his anxiety, Tang Chenfeng found himself at a loss for how to save him. Suddenly, he recalled the life fruits from earlier. Those fruits contained a substantial amount of life energy, which would undoubtedly be effective for healing wounds. Without hesitation, Tang Chenfeng retrieved a life fruit and positioned it near Yi Jiolong's lips, applying pressure to extract its essence. Given that Yi Jiolong was unconscious, he could not chew the food, thus this method was necessary. The emerald green juice, teeming with life energy, flowed into Yi Jiolong's mouth, and the effects were immediate. His complexion visibly improved, and he ceased his painful groans. The life energy gradually coursed through his body via his meridians. Tang Chenfeng felt a wave of relief. However, just as he began to relax, he noticed that the life energy entering Yi Jiolong's body halted upon reaching his chest and abdomen, as if obstructed by some unseen force. While Tang Chenfeng was still observing this phenomenon, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. I see now. No wonder he struggled so much during battle as a limit Douluo. With such evident power deficiency and unstable breathing, it turns out he bears such serious old injuries. The speaker was none other than Lan Jin, who had vanished moments earlier. Tang Chenfeng was startled, exclaiming, "Could you please refrain from appearing so suddenly? It is quite terrifying. Moreover, what do you mean by mentioning an old injury?" Lan Jin replied, "Generally speaking, when a human cultivates to the rank of title Douluo, further cultivation to the utmost limits leads to the realm of ultimate Douluo, a pinnacle of existence within the human world. Your grandfather was such a person. However, this represents the limit of humanity, not the ultimate limit of the world. An ultimate Douluo, upon continuing their cultivation to a certain threshold, may trigger a tribulation. The methods of undergoing this tribulation are myriad, each distinct. Yet all share a singular purpose, to shed their mortal form and ascend into the realm of the divine. The most common form of tribulation experienced is the thunder tribulation. Successfully overcoming this tribulation allows one to transcend human limitations and become a godlike powerhouse. However, failure results in one becoming as inconsequential as dust in the air. Your grandfather belongs to the latter category of failure, yet remarkably, he did not perish. Instead, he was left with grievous injuries. That he survived at all is nothing short of a miracle." Upon hearing his explanation, Tang Chenfeng hurriedly inquired, "Is there any way to save Grandpa Yi now?" Lan Jin expressed her helplessness, admitting that it was the first time she had encountered someone who survived a failed tribulation. Noticing her reaction, Tang Chenfeng understood that she too was at a loss, and he felt equally powerless to assist. Just as despair began to envelop him, a radiant light emerged, accompanied by a familiar voice. It was Bai Xing's voice. "I have a solution. I can save him." Upon hearing Bai Xing's assurance, Tang Chenfeng grasped at the hope like a lifeline and eagerly asked, "What is the method?" Bai Xing explained, "Your grandfather's old injuries were inflicted during the tribulation when he was struck by lightning, which charred his meridians and caused blockages. We need someone to infuse soul energy into his body, directly entering the meridians to dislodge the obstructions and subsequently clear them. However, I must caution you that the person undertaking this task must possess extraordinary mental strength to control the flow of their soul energy. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could ruin his meridians and cost him his life." After hearing Bai Xing's words, Lan Jin immediately declared, "I cannot do it. In terms of mental strength, I am rather weak and cannot achieve perfect control, so it is out of the question for me. The strongest mental presence here should be you." She turned her gaze toward Tang Chenfeng. A sudden realization struck Tang Chenfeng. Indeed, his mental strength was already at a divine level, making control feasible. Yet, he hesitated, pondering his unfamiliarity with the use of divine consciousness. "Can I truly manage this?" he questioned. Bai Xing interjected, "However, there is no one else who can accomplish this task besides you. If you do not act, in 30 minutes, your grandfather will succumb to the overwhelming life energy from the fruit of life, causing his meridians to rupture and leading to his demise." She deliberately elongated the final word, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Tang Chenfeng understood that he had no choice but to summon his courage and proceed. Tang Chenfeng unfastened his garment, placing his hand upon Yi Jiolong's chest and abdomen, gradually infusing his soul energy into him, allowing it to seep slowly into the meridians. With meticulous control of his mental energy, he guided the soul energy to traverse through the obstructed pathways, exercising utmost caution. For for a moment's negligence could prove fatal. At this juncture, he had reached the pinnacle of his mental control. Before long, his soul energy reached the injured section of the meridians, where he could distinctly feel the obstruction against his own energy. The task at hand was to envelop the impurities with his soul energy and gradually expel them from the meridians and ultimately from Yi Jiolong's body. After some time, Tang Xinfeng successfully encased the impurities with his soul energy and began the painstaking effort to extricate them. Together, his mental and soul energies worked in concert, slowly guiding the impurities out of the meridians and through the flesh, eventually leading them outside the body. Initially, a layer of dark stains appeared on Yi Jiolong's abdomen. But as time progressed, these stains thickened considerably, eventually coalescing into a hardened black shell, resembling a dark scab, emanating a foul, charred odor. Yet, as this manifestation occurred, the expression on Yi Jiolong's face softened, devoid of the previous agony, as he lay peacefully on the ground, akin to one in slumber. Tang Xinfeng finally exhaled in relief. Knowing that Grandpa Yi was safe, at least for now, he no longer had to worry about his own safety or that of the other two. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue, a consequence of his mental strain. He felt an intense drowsiness wash over him, and before long, his vision darkened, and he surrendered to sleep. After an indeterminate period, he awoke to find that Lan Jin had vanished. Yi Jiolong still remained unconscious, while Yi Hongling continued to embody the form of a flowered leopard. However, this blossom appeared even more vibrant and luscious, as if on the verge of blooming. Just then, a muffled sound indicated that Yi Jiolong had awakened. Chapter 21. The unrevealed past. After a period of recuperation, Yi Jiolong finally emerged from his stupor. Village Chief, you have awakened at last. Are you feeling all right? Ah, Xinfeng, Yi Jiolong replied as he propped himself up from the ground, one hand resting on his chest. He could no longer feel the pain that had once afflicted him, for his old wounds had been healed. I can't believe I'm alive. And I feel remarkably well. It has been ages since I experienced such a sense of ease. Xinfeng, did you give me something? I feel a vitality coursing through me. Yes, Grandpa, you are indeed well now. I inadvertently discovered that you had sustained serious injuries, so I gave you this. As he spoke, Tang Xinfeng produced a life fruit from his possession and handed it to Yi Jiolong. Upon seeing the life fruit, a glimmer of light sparkled in Yi Jiolong's eyes. He cradled it in his hands, inspecting it closely. This is a Lan Jin fruit, and a millennia-old one at that. Xinfeng, where did you find this? Is that what it's called? Well, I picked it up from beneath a tree, was Tang Xinfeng's response. In a certain sense, he had indeed collected these Lan Jin fruits. Yi Jiolong's expression was one of confusion as he pondered. When could a millennia-old Lan Jin fruit be so casually found on the ground? Typically, if such a fruit were to fall, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzied scramble among nearby soul beasts rather than end up in his possession. However, he felt no need to question Tang Xinfeng. Despite the boy's stature surpassing that of his peers, he remained, in Yi Jiolong's eyes, merely a 6-year-old child, thus rendering skepticism unnecessary. Never mind, keep it safe. It will benefit your future endeavors, Yi Jiolong insisted, placing the Lan Jin fruit back into Tang Xinfeng's hands. In his view, the well-being of the two children far outweighed the significance of the Lan Jin fruit. Receiving the fruit, Tang Xinfeng began to bombard Yi Jiolong with a multitude of questions. Grandpa, are you truly a titled Douluo? Isn't a titled Douluo of high standing? Why do you choose to remain in Tianhun town as a village chief? And does Granny Ling know of your true identity? Could it be that Grandma is also an exceptionally powerful spirit master? Facing Tang Xinfeng's series of questions, Yi Jiolong pondered for a moment. Well, it's not that there's nothing to share, but Xinfeng, you must promise me that this matter remains confidential. Sure. I assure you I won't speak of it. All right, Grandpa, I trust you. Let me think. Firstly, yes, I'm indeed a titled Douluo, and one of the most formidable at that, known as the ultimate Douluo, a being that stands at the pinnacle of humanity. Not only me, but Ling Wei, your grandmother, was once similarly positioned at this peak. We were quite renowned in the spirit master realm during our youth. We even resided in the Sky City for a time, a period I have never forgotten. As Yi Jiolong recounted his tale, Tang Xinfeng gradually became more excited. For the presence of such an extraordinary powerhouse beside him was an experience not easily encountered. However, that way of life is one I can never return to. At this juncture, a sorrowful glimmer appeared in Yi Jiolong's eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Even Tang Xinfeng, standing beside him, could sense the profound melancholy that emanated from him. Xinfeng, Weren't you curious about why I chose to be the village chief in Tianhun town? That's a long story. Would you like to hear it slowly? At that moment, the narrative began to shift, yet Tang Chinfeng opted to continue listening, for he was genuinely eager to learn more about his grandfather's past. He nodded, encouraging him to proceed. A wry smile crossed Yi Jiulong's face before he began. To understand this, we must start from long ago. I, too, was born in Tianhun town, on a fateful day a century past, the day of martial soul awakening. At that time, I was a mere 6-year-old child, much like everyone else, eagerly anticipating the awakening of my martial soul, hoping for a chance to stand out. With such anticipation, I, along with many others, entered the awakening chamber to commence the ceremony. Out of 12 children, the first 10 awakened no spirit power. I was the second to last, perhaps by fortune or perhaps due to my previous prayers. I became the first among us to awaken spirit power, a mutated dragon type with dragon martial soul, with an innate spirit power of level 8 and commendable mental strength. The awakening master proclaimed me a prodigy, and I was thrilled, for from that moment on, I was a spirit master, no longer an ordinary person. However, just as I basked in my newfound pride, the final girl brought forth a tremendous surprise, a Holy Spirit angel martial soul, with innate full spirit power and significantly higher mental strength than mine. She was hailed as the genius among geniuses. Yi Jiulong chuckled ruefully thus. My newly acquired title of genius was swiftly overshadowed. That person must be incredibly strong. Where is she now? Tang Chinfeng inquired. Right now? Aren't you able to see her every day? Every day, I find myself pondering. Could that person be Grandma Ling? Yi Jiulong replied. Indeed, that individual is Ling Wei. Your Grandma Ling. In those days, I was fueled by an innate drive. Upon realizing that I was being surpassed, I vowed not to be outdone. Thus, I made her my benchmark, tirelessly striving to surpass her. However, Ling Wei's talent was simply astonishing. Each time I felt on the verge of catching up, I would discover, to my dismay, that a considerable gap had once again opened between us. In this manner, we engaged in a relentless competition, continuously measuring ourselves against one another. I even followed her to the same school, and as time passed, the disparity between us and our peers only grew more pronounced. We became the prodigy spoken of by our contemporaries, and gradually, our relationship deepened. I ceased to view her as merely a rival. We became the closest of friends, diligently working together, sharing insights and honing our skills. Ultimately, we both earned the privilege to ascend to the Sky City. Tang Chinfeng listened intently, captivated by these tales that offered him a profound insight into the lives of his grandparents. Grandfather Yi was astonished to learn that he had known Grandmother Ling since childhood, and that she was a prodigy in her own right at that time. By the way, Grandfather, how did you and Grandmother Ling fare after entering the Sky City? Let me think, he replied. Once we arrived in the Sky City, we quickly realized that while we were indeed prodigies on the ground, the situation here was quite different. Everyone who came here was equally gifted, and some even surpassed us. We enrolled in a prestigious Soul Master Academy and embarked on a more rigorous training regimen. By the way, it was during that time that my rate of advancement was at its peak. Can you guess why? Tang Chinfeng pondered for a moment, realizing it must be due to Granny Ling. Otherwise, he truly could not fathom the reason, nor could he discern the cause. Yi Jiulong's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, it was because of your Granny Ling, the reason being her extraordinary beauty. At that age, one inevitably experiences moments of impulse, particularly towards those close at hand. One cannot imagine just how stunning your Granny Ling was in her youth, a beauty that would make any man turn his head and evoke envy in the hearts of women. I too felt the same. I often found myself engaging in fights to prevent her from being taken away, yet the number of suitors attracted to Ling Wei was overwhelming. My frequent brawls only served to enhance my prowess. I recall a particular fellow who even sought to challenge me to the death, as fate would have it. We emerged from that encounter as brothers bonded by a life-altering experience. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Chinfeng glanced at the soul-guiding storage bracelet on his wrist. Could that person be the one you mentioned to us before? Indeed, it was he, Yi Jiulong replied. Afterward, we resolved to engage in a fair competition to see who could first win Ling Wei's heart. As you already know, we both confessed our feelings simultaneously, and ultimately, I emerged victorious, while he graciously withdrew from the contest, becoming a good brother in the process. Subsequently, we graduated with outstanding results at the age of 22 and returned to our hometown, where we decided to be together. Witnessing our union, besides our family and friends, was a sapling we had planted together at the village entrance. This revelation astonished Tang Chinfeng. He was aware that the large tree at the village entrance had stood there for at least a century. Yet he could not have imagined that the person who had planted it was his own grandfather. Yi Jiolong chuckled. You probably never considered that the tree you frequently meditate under was planted by me and your grandmother. Perhaps this is yet another twist of fate. Yi Jiolong continued. In the years that followed, we ventured into the realm of soul masters, our strength rapidly ascending. Our partnership gradually gained notoriety, and by our 50s, we both reached the esteemed level of title Douluo. Another 20 years passed, and we elevated ourselves to the pinnacle of 99-level ultimate Douluo. Many sought to disrupt our freedom. Yet we had grown accustomed to our independence, rejecting all such entreaties. It was undoubtedly the brightest period of our lives. As he recounted these memories, Yi Jiolong's eyes glimmered with the brilliance of his extraordinary past. However, the reminiscence abruptly came to a halt, and a look of despondency, helplessness, and sorrow graced his face. Yet, I later made a decision that I would regret for a lifetime. A decision you regret for a lifetime? Does it pertain to your injuries? Tang Shenfeng whispered from the side. Indeed, Yi Jiolong affirmed. The choice that haunts me is that I dared to forcefully transcend the tribulation without being adequately prepared. At this moment, Yi Jiolong's face was etched with anguish. In the past, I was filled with fervor and competitiveness. Upon learning that humanity could transcend the limits of Douluo and enter the realm known as divinity, my ambition was ignited. I believed I possessed the potential to break through those limits. Thus began my relentless quest to take that next step and summon the tribulation of thunder. Ultimately, I succeeded. Yet I also failed miserably. The formidable thunderstorm nearly obliterated my very essence. However, I managed to cling to life until the tempest subsided. Had it not been for Ling Wei, who possessed a soul skill that could forcibly transfer injuries to herself, I would surely have perished. In the end, not only did I fail, but I also jeopardized her future. She had the potential to reach that level as well. Yet now listening to Yi Jiolong's tale, Tang Shenfeng felt a wave of sorrow. If he were the protagonist, enduring such trials, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened for quite some time. Alas, it all stemmed from my impulsiveness. Yi Jiolong continued, after that incident. My and your grandmother's powers diminished significantly. We could only exert about 60% of our former glory, and we would never advance further. My life began to plummet. Fortunately, your grandmother did not sever ties with me over this matter, although her temperament seemed to grow more irritable. Despite the losses we endured, we still had each other's love. From that moment on, my character began to transform. I became less impetuous, adopting a more serene and diplomatic demeanor. We concealed our identities and settled into a mundane existence. In our 70s, we welcomed our own child, Yi Hongling, as father. Grandfather. You had Ling Er as father when you were over 70, Tang Chen exclaimed, astonished. Yi Jiolong smiled and replied, do not be so surprised. At my level, living for over 300 years is not a concern. 70 years is merely a quarter of my life. Having a child at that age is not too late. Reflecting on that time brings me joy. Yi Hongling's father inherited my 9-headed wood dragon martial spirit and possessed considerable talent as a soul master. In him, I saw echoes of my younger self, gifted and spirited. Yet he also inherited your grandmother's meticulousness and composure. He became our emotional anchor, and we entrusted our former dreams to him, which he never disappointed. He rose to become a senior officer, dedicated to combating soul master crimes. One day, he returned home with a young woman, claiming her to be my future daughter-in-law. We were overjoyed. A year later, he informed us that he and your grandmother might soon become grandparents. At that moment, we felt that life truly held worth. Our spirits lifted. We felt an urge to return to our hometown. Upon arriving back in Tianhun town, we were struck by the swift passage of time. The sapling we once knew had transformed into a grand tree, and many of the familiar sights and faces had vanished. As we wandered, we unknowingly found ourselves at the edge of the forest bordering the town. Suddenly, we heard a faint sound, reminiscent of an infant's cry. Drawn by the sound, we ventured forth and soon discovered a baby wrapped in a bundle. We decided to take the child with us, perhaps influenced by the nostalgia of returning to Tianhun town. I found myself reminiscing and said, welcome to the great family of Tianhun town. Wait a moment, when I was discovered by you and Grandpa. Was Yi Hongling even born yet? Indeed, otherwise, you would have to call her sister rather than little sister. But, it seems Yi Jiolong has slipped into a particularly distressing memory. However, fate has truly been unjust to me, his voice trembling with emotion. Do you remember me mentioning that Yi Hongling's father was a police officer? He had many enemies. It was only during the return journey with your grandmother that we learned of the brutal attack by numerous malevolent soul masters a few days prior. He bravely fought but ultimately sacrificed himself, while Yi Hongling's mother, severely injured, went into premature labor. By the time we reached the hospital, she had succumbed to her injuries and the complications of childbirth. Although Yi Hongling survived, the doctors informed us that, being a premature baby, her chances of survival were slim. We clung to a thread of hope, yet it felt as if the heavens were mocking us. Just 3 days later, we could distinctly sense her breath fading, so faint that everyone believed she could not survive the day. That day, your grandmother wept in my arms for an entire day and night. For the first time, I felt utterly powerless. I realized that not only had I aged, but my heart had grown weary as well. Everything around me tormented me, enveloping me in unending anguish. At this point, tears had already etched themselves upon Yi Jiulong's face. Tang Qinfeng listened, feeling an overwhelming sadness wash over him. He had never anticipated that Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling shared such a hidden past, and upon hearing this, even he could sense a profound despair. Yet, was Ling Er not thriving at present? Was she not living well? Yi Jiulong took a moment to compose himself before speaking. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain about this, but it undoubtedly pertains to you. After we brought you back that day, we placed you in Yi Hongling's crib. Your health appeared robust, so we did not intervene much. At that time, we had resigned ourselves to the fate that we could not allow our granddaughter to depart this world in solitude. Hence, we intended to remain by her side until her final moments. However, upon our arrival, we discovered that instead of being swaddled, you were outside, holding Yi Hongling's tiny hand. The sorrow we had previously endured left us oblivious to what transpired during that interval, but we noticed that Yi Hongling's life force had strengthened significantly, resembling that of a healthy infant. The doctor found it astonishing, yet he affirmed that Yi Hongling was now capable of continuing to live. We were immensely joyful, as a flicker of hope reignited within us. Although the cause remained a mystery, we were certain that your presence had revived Yi Hongling. Thus, I decided to adopt you, and we became a family. Ultimately, to safeguard ourselves from any malevolent spirits, we assumed ordinary identities as soul masters and returned to Tianhun Town for a peaceful existence. As for the village chief position, the villagers, perceiving us as soul masters, elected us without hesitation, and I could hardly refuse. We lived in tranquility for 6 years. Honestly, I wished for nothing more than for you both to lead ordinary lives, but when your martial souls awakened, revealing your extraordinary talents, we could not bear to stifle such gifts. Hence, we arrived at the present circumstances, and my tale concludes here. Tang Qinfeng felt a profound sense of discomfort within his heart, yearning to offer solace to his grandfather, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Yi Jiulong seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and remarked, "In truth, all of this is behind us. What is paramount now is to look towards the future. Qinfeng, I have faith that you too will attain such heights, but I implore you to refrain from hasty actions. I would not wish for our tragedy to befall you." Tang Qinfeng resolutely declared, "I understand." At that moment, the bud encasing Yi Hongling began to react. Chapter 22. A new life about to begin. The bud enveloping Yi Hongling emanated a brilliant light, and the petals gradually unfurled. Yi Hongling was seated within the flower's core, and as the petals slowly opened, both she and her grandfather noticed that, perhaps due to a rapid increase in energy, her clothing had vanished. Ahem, Yi Jiulong cleared his throat, prompting Tang Qinfeng to turn away, refraining from looking further. He retrieved a spare set of clothing from his bracelet and handed it to Yi Jiulong before promptly departing. Yi Jiulong watched as Tang Qinfeng hurried away, a faint smile gracing his lips. Utilizing his soul power, he levitated the clothing and began to dress Yi Hongling. In no time, she was clothed, and after exchanging a brief greeting, Tang Qinfeng returned, reassured that all was well. Upon his return, Tang Qinfeng observed Yi Hongling closely and noted that she had undergone a transformation. Her figure appeared more elongated than before. Her previous attire seemed rather short. Her skin now exceptionally fair and smooth, while her hair had shifted from a soft lavender to a deep emerald green. The hue was so dark that one might mistake her for having black hair if not scrutinized closely. Interspersed among her locks were strands of azure, resembling delicate embellishments. However, the most striking change was in her demeanor. Her essence seemed to harmonize flawlessly with her surroundings, exuding an ethereal and elegant aura. In Tang Qinfeng's words, Yi Hongling was truly breathtaking. Yet, she remained in meditation, maintaining her seated posture, oblivious to the world. Meanwhile, Yi Jiulong, noticing the transformation in Yi Hongling, seemed to recall something. "Qinfeng, do you still have that eternal blue gold fruit? Could you spare another for your grandfather? I have 1 or 2 left, Tang Chenfeng replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. What do you need it for? Although he harbored doubts, he produced the blue gold fruit to offer to his grandfather. In truth, he possessed 4 of them but chose to keep 1 or 2, as they could prove vital in times of danger. Yi Jielong eagerly accepted the blue gold fruit, exclaiming, while I cannot guarantee its efficacy, should it succeed, it may bring you both a delightful surprise. The grandfather and grandson settled down to patiently await Yi Hongling's awakening. Amidst a few minor interludes, Grandfather, given your past status, you must have amassed quite a fortune. Are we not, in fact, exceedingly wealthy? Faced with Tang Chenfeng's inquiry, Yi Jiolong responded with a hint of awkwardness, stating, although the position of title Douluo typically comes with some financial reserves, we have never relied on any external forces, which means our resources are relatively limited. However, after all that has transpired, we donated all our funds to the hospital I previously mentioned before our return home. Thus, apart from a few commemorative collectibles from our adventures, we truly find ourselves without a penny. As the afternoon slipped away, the moon ascended to its zenith, marking the arrival of midnight. Among the two, Tang Chenfeng's eyelids began to flutter, while Yi Jiolong remained intensely focused, betraying no sign of fatigue. At that moment, a transformation occurred around Yi Hongling. The petals that had encircled her began to draw closer. Unlike before, they did not completely envelop her, but rather adhered closely to her form, gradually integrating into her very being. Once this fusion was complete, a ring of green gold soul rings emerged from her body. Yi Jiolong stood dumbfounded, unable to close his mouth, for despite being a soul master for over a century, he had never encountered green gold soul rings. In contrast, Tang Chenfeng remained composed, as his own soul rings were also of an unusual hue. As the green gold rings gradually melded into Yi Hongling's form, she awakened. Slowly opening her eyes, she murmured, "Brother and Grandpa." Upon seeing Yi Jiolong, her eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa, it's wonderful. You and brother are both safe. I saw you were gravely injured earlier." Yi Jiolong gently crouched down to hold her, assuring her, "It's all right, Ling Er, we are all fine now." After a considerable time, the emotions of everyone present began to stabilize. Yi Jiolong inquired about the events that had transpired since Yi Hongling's arrival, and she recounted everything in detail to those gathered. "So, this magnificent blue gold tree recognized your talent and passed a portion of its power on to you," he remarked, finding it difficult to believe. Such phenomena should exist only in theory, yet here stood a living testament before Yi Jiolong. After a moment of contemplation, he conducted a thorough examination of Yi Hongling, confirming that aside from her rapidly increasing soul power, she exhibited no other issues. Yi Jiolong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ultimately, all was well. "By the way, Ling Er, what is your first soul skill?" "I must confirm it." "My soul skill? Let me give it a try." Yi Hongling has acquired her own soul ring, and naturally, she possesses soul skills. Typically, a soul master's abilities are kept secret, only shared with those they deeply trust. Yi Hongling rose to her feet, unleashing her martial soul, the ethereal image of the tree of life materializing behind her. It was evident that this apparition had grown increasingly substantial, exuding a sense of reality. Verdant green branches and leaves bore intricate golden-green patterns that had never been seen before. As her martial soul was released, her hair and eyes transformed into a vibrant green, brimming with life. Accompanied by the radiant glow of her golden-green soul ring, the grandfather and grandson nearby suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of vitality. As if life energy coursed through their bodies, healing not just their physical forms but also their spirits and minds, enveloping them in an indescribable joy. "A domain skill as your first soul skill. How astonishing!" exclaimed Yi Jiolong, filled with delight. "My first soul skill is called the Domain of Beings. Its ability encompasses extensive healing and the restoration of mental fortitude," Yi Hongling replied with a playful grin. "Indeed, a splendid skill that suits you perfectly," Yi Jiolong responded, his spirits particularly high. Despite facing numerous dangers upon entering the forest, the outcome was indeed fruitful. "Congratulations, Ling Er, you now possess your own soul skill," Tang Chenfeng chimed in. Equally pleased for her, Yi Hongling playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled at him. "It's getting late. We have gathered what we came for, and it is time to leave the sunset forest. All right, let us go. Grandmother must be getting anxious," they agreed. The trio promptly hastened towards the exit. Once they departed, the previously unseen Lan Jin emerged. "Elder Tree, is it truly all right to let them go?" The Elder Tree's leaves rustled in response to his inquiry. "Let us hope so. I wonder when we shall return to our original homeland," he sighed. At the exit of the wall, the trio had successfully emerged from the core of the forest, encountering no souls along the way, and thus they exited in a timely manner. After revealing their identities to the guards and verifying them through the soul communicator, they departed smoothly, beginning their journey home. Throughout their journey, an air of joy enveloped the trio, with Yu Jiolong detailing the entire healing process to Tang Chifeng, who likely grasped his grandfather's intentions. As they hurried along, they arrived back at Tianhun town just as evening descended, the sun nearly setting. Finally home. Grandfather. Let us hurry back. I'm craving grandmother's cooking. Yi Hongling tugged at Yu Jiolong's sleeve, leading the way. All right, Linger, there is no rush now, and look. Wei Ve already arrived at the doorstep, he reassured her. Arriving at the familiar little house, Yi Jiolong gently knocked on the door. Ling, we're back. Please open the door. After a brief moment, the sound of a lock being turned echoed from within. As the door swung open, the voice of Grandma Ling greeted them. You finally returned. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you these past few days? However, her words faltered upon seeing the youthful visage of Grandpa Yi, replaced by an expression of astonishment. Grandpa Yi chuckled. We encountered a few minor issues along the way. For now, I must remain in this state. With that, he suddenly took Grandma Ling's hand, still in a state of disbelief, and led her inside. Just before disappearing, he added, Children, mealtime will be delayed for a bit. Please wait for us in your own world. And with that, they vanished from sight. Yi Hongling, puzzled, inquired, Brother, where are Grandpa and Grandma going? I'm really hungry right now. Tang Chinfeng affectionately patted her head and said, I suppose they wish to surprise us. Before that, let us return to our room for a brief respite. The journey had indeed been exhausting, and although the two claimed they would rest, they unknowingly slipped into a meditative state. This was the result of their long-standing dedication to cultivation. Meanwhile, in another room, Yi Jiolong was attempting to replicate an action previously performed by Tang Chinfeng. After some time had passed, while the siblings remained in meditation, a series of knocks and a melodious voice interrupted their tranquility. Children, wake up. It's time for dinner. Upon hearing the voice, Tang Chinfeng rose to open the door, but was abruptly halted by Yi Hongling. Brother, wait a moment. This voice seems unfamiliar yet oddly familiar. Noticing Yi Hongling's cautious demeanor, Tang Chinfeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Do not worry. We are well acquainted with the person outside. With that, he opened the door. Standing before them was a woman, a strikingly beautiful figure, albeit somewhat unfamiliar to them. Wow, Grandma, you were so beautiful when you were young. Tang Chinfeng's exclamation left Yi Hongling puzzled. Yet indeed, standing before him was Ling Wei, fully recovered after consuming the blue gold fruit. This time, Yi Hongling exclaimed, Grandma, it's you. You've become young again. Indeed, are you not pleasantly surprised? Young Ling Grandma, or Ling Wei, bore a striking resemblance to the grown Yi Hongling, with at least 70% similarity, though she appeared more mature. Coupled with her dark-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of a teacher or scholar. The two hurried to the kitchen, where a sumptuous meal was already laid out on the table. Young Yi Grandpa, resembling his youthful self, was seated nearby, beckoning them to join him for dinner. Tang Chinfeng and Yi Hongling naturally did not refuse, and as they sat at the dining table, they began to indulge heartily. Ever since their ascension to Soul Masters, their appetites had been steadily increasing. However, as they continued to eat, an unsettling sensation began to wash over them. Since they commenced their meal, Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling had not touched their chopsticks, merely smiling as they observed the two. The scene felt oddly familiar, evoking some unpleasant memories for the pair. Soon enough, their intuition and suspicions proved to be accurate. After dinner, Yi Jiolong announced a significant change. Through this experience, I have discerned your current shortcomings. Therefore, the training regimen will undergo substantial alterations. Mornings will be dedicated to physical training, afternoons to practical exercises, and in the evenings, we will take turns imparting knowledge about soul masters and soul beasts. Meditation will occur at night. We will make slight adjustments, but the new schedule will commence the day after tomorrow, so prepare yourselves mentally. Observing the smiling couple, Tang Chinfeng and Yi Hongling exclaimed in unison, What? No way. Chapter 23. The Heightened Soul Master Academy. This day is of great significance to many, as it marks the commencement of a new semester at Soul Master Academies across the continent. New Soul Masters will enter the academies to acquire essential knowledge, laying the groundwork for their futures and aspiring to become exceptional Soul Masters. This morning, a Soul Guidance train was en route to a large city. The carriage was filled with passengers, among whom 4 individuals stood out remarkably. They were a youthful couple, seated opposite a handsome young man, who was at least 7 meters tall. Beside him, by the window, sat a charming little girl, creating an image reminiscent of parents accompanied by their children. Wow, is this Haitan City? The big city is certainly different. Brother, don't you think so? Indeed, Tianhun Town cannot compare at all. The beautiful woman seated opposite admonished. All right, Linger, Chenfeng. You two need to be quiet, otherwise, you'll disturb others. In stark contrast, a somewhat boisterous man beside her remarked, Come on, Lingwei, let them be a little surprised. We had a similar reaction when we first saw the city. Please, that is basic etiquette, one must not speak loudly on the train. These four individuals were none other than Yi Jiolong and his companions, who had come to the city to enroll Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling in the academy, while also visiting old friends. Haitan City, situated by the sea, is a first-tier city known for its comprehensive amenities and Soul Master facilities, alongside its beautiful natural environment, making it an ideal place for habitation. Due to its coastal location, it boasts an abundance of marine resources. In this city, home to over 10 million inhabitants, its most remarkable feature is that it is among the few places that can grant passage to the Sky City. Consequently, it has become a gathering place for numerous Soul Masters, with no fewer than 100,000 newcomers arriving annually, all hoping to secure their chance to ascend to the Sky City. However, for Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, their arrival here signifies an end to their arduous suffering. Since the commencement of their new lives, they have endured intense training regimes, encompassing a myriad of extreme sports. Each practical exercise has left them battered and bruised, draining their energy completely day by day. The greatest reward they have reaped from this relentless toil is the rapid enhancement of their soul power. Currently, Tang Chenfeng stands at level 16, while Yi Hongling is at level 14. The grueling routine of waking before the rooster crows and retiring after the dog sleeps is finally drawing to a close, stirring within them a profound sense of emotion. The train's announcement jolted them back to reality, approaching Haitian Station. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare to exit. The sound prompted the four of them to rise from their seats, ready to alight. Upon disembarking, they followed the crowd to the nearby soul-guided vehicle station, where they found the service heading to Haitian Academy and boarded. Throughout the journey, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling gazed out at the passing scenery, overwhelmed by the city's vibrancy. Before long, they arrived at their destination, Haitian Academy. This expansive institution caters to both novice and intermediate soul masters, divided into 9 semesters. Graduating from here would undoubtedly secure them a place in reputable advanced soul master academies. However, most who arrive here have their sights set solely on the Sky City. Achieving specific criteria before graduation can grant them access to ascend and subsequently enter higher-tier Soul Master academies. The academy operates over 6 semesters, and while enrollment incurs fees, provisions exist for impoverished yet talented Soul Masters who cannot afford tuition. These students, known as work-study students, must sustain their living expenses independently. Notably, Tianhun Town has produced 2 titled Douluos, granting it a special admission quota, akin to that of regular students. Yet, due to the exceptional talents of both Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, this quota has been divided into 2 work-study slots. As they stood before the grand entrance of the academy, Yi Jiolong remarked, "This place has transformed remarkably. I recall when we first came here as work-study students. It lacked such grandeur." Just as he spoke, an individual emerged from the academy's entrance. He appeared to be in his 60s, with a full head of short white hair, a tall and imposing stature, and a physique exuding strength. His voice was deep and powerful, resonating with authority. It's not merely due to the presence of 2 prodigies like you that the academy's reputation has soared and its coffers have swelled. Upon seeing him, Yi Jiolong approached him without hesitation. "Indeed, we are both extraordinary talents seldom encountered in a century. Speaking of which, it has been over 50 years since we last met." "Dear old gal." The man responded with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Indeed, it has been far too long, old Jiolong." Yi Jiolong then turned to Tang Chenfeng and the others, stating, "Allow me to introduce this individual. He is Zhao Gaobo, an old classmate of mine, currently serving as the Vice Dean of the Academy." Tang Chenfeng and the others spoke in unison. "Hello, Vice Dean." Zhao Gaobo replied, "There is no need for such formality with me. You may call me Teacher Zhao. Just do not emulate certain individuals who delight in assigning unflattering nicknames behind others' backs." Yi Jiolong retorted, "Is that so? I think it suits you quite well." Zhao Gaobo, unabashed, agreed, "Indeed, yet I believe this moniker also fits you rather aptly." At this juncture, the two erupted into laughter. "Ling Wei, observing from the side, could not help but interject, "All right, you two. We can reminisce about the past later. Let us first address the matter at hand." The duo promptly composed themselves as Zhao Gaobo produced 2 metallic badges, handing them to Tang Qinfeng and his companion. "I have already submitted your information, and here, take this. It is the school emblem. Once you wear it, you shall be regarded as members of the academy. The work-study student dormitory is the last building on the back mountain. You may head over there first while we catch up with an old friend." The two nodded, collected their badges and luggage, and proceeded towards the back mountain. "By the way, your senior students may not be as easy to get along with, so do exercise caution." "Understood," they replied. As they watched the two depart, a hint of envy flickered in Zhao Gaobo's eyes, and he turned to Yi Jiolong, saying, "I truly envy you for having 2 precious grandchildren." Yi Jiolong responded, "You clearly have opportunities too. It is merely that you have been steadfast for so long. Need I even say? My heart harbors only Ling Wei. I have no interest in anyone else." Ling Wei interjected, "All right now, enough of the nostalgia. Let us find a place to sit and converse at ease." Zhao Gaobo quickly suggested, "Perfect. I know a tavern where the food and drink are quite delightful." At this moment, a cunning smile crept across Yi Jiolong's face. "Very well, then let us go. I shall treat." Zhao Gaobo rolled his eyes. "Oh, you treating? So I suppose I will be footing the bill." Yi Jiolong playfully draped an arm around Zhao Gaobo's shoulder, laughing. "Indeed, it is true that a brother understands me." Zhao Gaobo, in playful resignation, replied, "Fine, fine, you shall treat, and I will lead the way. Let us proceed. Oh, by the way, old Gaobo, about that favor I asked of you, I hope it is not too much trouble. Worry not, I had already intended to take on a disciple, and now one has come seeking me. However, ultimately, it will depend on his own efforts. Rest assured, these 2 children bring me daily surprises." Meanwhile, at the academy's back mountain, Tang Qinfeng and his companion had located their dormitory building. The academy comprised 7 buildings, with the work-study students' dormitory distinctly separate from the others, making it easy to find. The dormitory itself had 5 floors, each containing a shared room. Due to its nature as a work-study facility, the living conditions were not as favorable as those for regular students, resulting in a rather mixed environment. The pair found their designated room, number 6. According to the emblem S number, Tang Qinfeng strode ahead, opening the door to peer inside. The dormitory revealed a spacious area of over 100 square meters, furnished with more than 20 beds, most of which were mere frames devoid of bedding, and it appeared that quite a number of individuals occupied the space. As soon as Tang Qinfeng stepped through the threshold, a fist suddenly soared towards him, aiming for his face. Yet, with effortless grace, he raised his left arm to intercept the blow, subsequently sending the assailant flying back. The individual, propelled by Tang Qinfeng's strength, executed a backflip midair before gracefully landing. Though the expression on his face betrayed a hint of surprise, Tang Qinfeng coldly remarked, "Senior, isn't it rather inappropriate to bully someone upon our first meeting?" The individual stood up, glancing at Tang Qinfeng with a hint of confusion, and replied, "Senior, are you a new work-study student?" At this moment, Tang Qinfeng took a clearer look at the person's appearance. This individual stood approximately 1 meter 50 tall, which was quite tall among peers, yet inadequate in comparison to Tang Qinfeng. He had a mane of short, silvery hair, and his elongated face bore a somewhat sharp expression. Tang Qinfeng remarked, "Indeed, I am the new work-study student. My name is Tang Qinfeng, and this is my sister, Yi Hongling." At that moment, Yi Hongling stood behind Tang Qinfeng, her hand raised in a greeting. The other person promptly replied, "So you are the newcomer. I apologize for any misunderstanding. I am Zepping, 9 years old, and my martial spirit is the Steel Claw Tiger. I initially mistook the silhouette at the entrance for those troublesome bullies. By the way, you seem rather tall, at least around 1 meter 70. Are you transferring here?" "Not at all," Tang Qinfeng responded. "I am only 6 years old this year. But due to my innate martial spirit, I have grown more rapidly than most." "Oh, I see. So you possess an innate martial spirit. I have only heard of such things before." Zepping continued, "By the way, since you have joined us, you must adhere to our rules. I am the leader of the 6th dormitory and the work-study students. Newcomers have the opportunity to challenge me. If any one of you manages to win, you will become our new leader. Come on." With that, Zepping assumed a fighting stance. This time, it was Tang Qinfeng who felt puzzled. "Wait a moment. Why must we engage in combat?" Zepping explained, "The academy permits students to engage in battles for mutual exchange. However, work-study students often find themselves bullied by ordinary students. Our practice aims to foster unity among work-study students. Therefore, Tang Qinfeng, if you wish to join our group, you must face me in combat. Tang Qinfeng offered a faint smile as he placed his luggage on the bed beside him. Standing opposite Zepping, he declared, "Very well, I shall engage you in a contest." Nearby, Yi Hongling cautioned, "Brother, do exercise caution, and remember to include my share." "Rest assured, I shall be careful," replied Tang Qinfeng, who then manifested his martial spirit. His physique swiftly ascended, muscles explosively bulging, transforming his once loose garments into a snug fit, and he emerged as a towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. This spectacle left everyone in the room utterly astonished. The transformation wrought by Tang Qinfeng's martial spirit was nothing short of breathtaking. Zepping, too, was taken aback. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He reasoned that should he also invoke his martial spirit, he would experience a similarly explosive transformation, and he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. With neither of them having acquired soul rings yet, the disparity in their strengths should be minimal. However, unbeknownst to Zepping, Tang Qinfeng was already a one-ring soul master. The striking appearance of Tang Qinfeng's black 10,000-year soul ring, along with the extraordinary green-gold ring of Yi Hongling, was all too conspicuous. For Yi Jiolong, a seasoned figure in the martial world, he understood that attracting attention without sufficient strength could lead to unwanted complications. Aware of the exceptional mental faculties of the two, he sought to instruct Yi Hongling and her companions on utilizing their mental energy to conceal their soul rings, such as masking their original colors. Despite Yi Hongling's high mental capacity, she struggled with this endeavor, leading Jiolong to impart alternative skills to prevent revealing their soul rings while employing their martial spirits. Though somewhat unnecessary for Tang Qinfeng, he chose to learn these techniques to avoid exposing too much of his capabilities. At that moment, Zepping's body began to undergo a transformation as well, particularly. His arms became exceptionally robust, sprouting thick fur akin to that of a tiger, his hands morphing into ferocious claws. This was Zepping's martial spirit, the Steel Claw Tiger, a formidable beast of immense strength. It was evident that this would culminate in a clash of power. Zepping launched the first strike, channeling strength through his legs as he prepared to deliver a punch aimed at Tang Qinfeng's face. However, just as he was about to execute his attack, Tang Qinfeng's left hand rose to intercept the anticipated blow, effectively blocking Zepping's punch. Undeterred, Zepping swiftly swung his left arm, targeting Tang Qinfeng's side neck, only to find it thwarted once more by Tang Qinfeng's effortless defense. As Zepping continued his relentless assault, Tang Qinfeng adopted a purely defensive stance, revealing not a single vulnerability. And Zepping's strikes failed to inflict any real harm. Is he truly predicting my every move? Zepping pondered, unaware that Tang Qinfeng was employing a domain skill in their encounter. Tang Qinfeng possesses the extraordinary ability of precognition, allowing him to perceive and anticipate everything in his vicinity. The closer an object or person is to him, the clearer his foresight becomes, enabling him to glimpse fleeting moments into the immediate future. He had already foreseen all of Zepping's impending attacks before they even materialized. This remarkable talent is what he refers to as the domain of future perception. After a brief cessation of his assault, Zepping took a step back, realizing the evident disparity between himself and his opponent. No matter how he struck, his adversary remained utterly unyielding, as if he were not contending with a person but rather an impenetrable fortress. Nevertheless, Zepping was reluctant to concede. He was determined to land at least one direct hit. With this resolve in mind, he charged forward once more, launching a punch. In response, Tang Qinfeng extended his left leg, anticipating the move. Indeed, Zepping's punch was a feint. He swiftly retracted his fist and attempted to execute a sweeping kick. Unfortunately for him, this cunning ruse proved ineffective, as Zepping's leg struck Tang Qinfeng's left calf, which was raised in defense, resulting in a painful jolt for Zepping himself. Seizing the moment of Zepping's discomfort, Tang Qinfeng finally retaliated. With seemingly effortless precision, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Zepping hurtling through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing squarely on a bed. Fortunately, the soft landing spared him from any significant injury. Tang Qinfeng approached and extended a hand to Zepping, helping him regain his balance. "So, do you think my sister and I have truly integrated into this place?" Zepping did not contest the assertion. "Of course, you are indeed impressive. I concede defeat with complete admiration. Oh, by the way, since you have triumphed over me, the position of the head of the work-study students is now yours. You must shoulder the responsibility and take good care of all the work-study students." To Zepping, Tang Chenfeng did not seem like a mere 6-year-old, both in intellect and appearance. Yet, for reasons unknown, there lingered an inexplicable sense of trust. Tang Chenfeng did not evade the responsibility. Instead, he assured everyone that he would diligently protect them. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling suddenly interjected, "Since you have become the leader, does that mean I can also aspire to the position of a big sister?" Naturally, Tang Chenfeng had no objections to this suggestion and readily agreed. Zepping and the other work-study students appeared somewhat discontented, yet seeing their new leader indulge her, they chose to remain silent. Chapter 24. Let us become Forge Masters. Tang Chenfeng has become the new leader of Dormitory 6, which has inevitably placed a burden upon him, as he must now assume the responsibility of safeguarding his roommates and other working students. The siblings meticulously arranged their bedding and blankets, establishing their respective sleeping quarters. After all, they are now in the academy, and it is certainly inappropriate to share a bed as they would at home. Glancing at the time, they realized that lunchtime was nearly upon them. Zepping approached and inquired, "Boss, shall we go together for a meal?" Tang Chen replied, "Sure. We are not yet familiar with the routes here. Ping, could you kindly lead the way?" Yi Hongling, standing beside him, chuckled, "What a bother." Thus, under Ping's guidance, the group of 8 made their way to the cafeteria. Along the journey, Yi Hongling inquired, "Is there anything delicious in the cafeteria?" Ping responded, "The meals here are quite sumptuous, but the working students are generally rather impoverished, so we can only afford some inexpensive options. Those more exquisite dishes are beyond our reach." Tang Chen exclaimed, "Oh, how can that be? For us soul masters, the energy replenished from food is of utmost importance." Ping, "You would be subsisting solely on cheap meals, would you?" Upon hearing this, Ping sighed and replied, "Boss, I wish it were otherwise. But my family is not well off. A day's work for a working student barely covers the essentials. I have already reached level 8 in my cultivation. I must save to purchase soul spirits, so frugality is essential. You are bound to hinder your progress this way. Without sufficient energy, your cultivation will slow significantly. How about I treat you to a meal today? Since we all share the same dormitory, let's support each other." Ping exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, you are treating me? Then I shall graciously accept." The group traversed the playground and arrived at the cafeteria, where several patrons had already gathered. Apart from newcomers like Tang Chun, most were students in the academy's uniforms. The cafeteria, located on the ground floor of the ordinary students' dormitory, spans approximately 1,000 square meters, filled with tables and chairs. Well, if it isn't the pickled vegetable kid, Ping, here to indulge in pickles again? Upon entering, an irritating voice rang out. Following the sound, they spotted a few male students who appeared to be around 10 years old, led by one who was rather good-looking but wore a disdainful expression that incited a strong urge to punch him. Ping retorted angrily, "Humph. What is so impressive about you? Just because you have money?" A working student whispered to Tang Chun, "That person is Ning Tong, a child from a wealthy family who often bullies working students, not only engaging in fights, but also provoking us like this." Ning Tong disdainfully remarked, "Bully you? Please. When have you ever bested us? But I acknowledge your wealth. I'm off to eat now, so I have no time for you. Enjoy your pickles." With that, he waved his hand dismissively and turned away. "Hey." Ping was about to explode when Tang Chun pulled him back. "Boss, what are you doing? I must teach him a lesson today." "Enough. You can't defeat him with your current strength. For now, focus on eating and regaining your energy. Later, I will help you enhance your strength, and then you can confront him properly." Ping was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, why not? Let us eat first." Eventually, with a look of confusion, he acquiesced and joined Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling at a table. Without hesitation, Ping helped himself to an array of dishes he would typically shy away from. As he surveyed the lavish spread before him, he pondered whether he might have overindulged. Just as he was returning to his seat, he was astounded to find the table laden with an abundance of food, with some platters stacked beneath others due to the limited space. Meanwhile, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling sat together, indulging in the feast. "Boss, wait a moment. If we take too much food and don't finish it, we'll be reprimanded for wasting resources." Tang Chenfeng replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, my sister and I never indulge in wastefulness." Shortly thereafter, amidst the astonished gazes of Ping and the other students, the siblings devoured an entire table of dishes with the voracity of a whirlwind, leaving the plates as pristine as if they had just been washed, without a trace of remnants. What astonished Ping even further was that after finishing that copious feast, they had the audacity to summon yet another table laden with food. continuing their hearty consumption. It was said that subsequent students, regardless of their wealth, were unable to procure any more meals. After a while, the trio exited the dining hall together. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zepping inquired, "Boss, do you usually eat like this at home?" "Not at all. Compared to our home meals, this is quite restrained," came the reply. Zepping remarked, "It must have been quite a challenge for your family to raise you both. By the way, how much is your allowance?" "That last meal, combined with mine, has already exceeded 200 federal coins, which would require 4 days of labor to earn." Tang Chinfeng said somewhat awkwardly, "In truth, we do not possess much money. If we calculate, we can only endure for another 2 days at most." "Ah, just 2 days? Then, boss, you are still treating me to meals," Zeiping exclaimed in surprise. "You need not worry about that. My brother and I have alternative means of generating income, so there is no need for excessive concern," Yi Hongling replied confidently. As their first day without classes unfolded, the trio returned to their dormitory. At that moment, the customized school uniforms from the academy had arrived, neatly placed upon their beds. They swiftly changed into the uniforms, which were snug yet lightweight, resembling athletic gear, allowing for unhindered movement. Just as they finished changing, Zeiping rushed over. "Boss, what is the method you mentioned for enhancing my strength?" "Well, according to my conjectures, your progress should have been swifter. However, your energy intake has been insufficient, leading to a slower advancement. Additionally, you have relied solely on meditation for cultivation, depending entirely on your martial soul for physical enhancement, correct?" "Indeed, after all, for us soul masters, physical training holds little significance." "That is where you are mistaken," Tang Chinfeng asserted. "For us, physical training is not useless. Rather, it is inadequate. The training regimen suitable for an average person does not suffice for us. We require a training volume tailored to our needs. Moreover, I have noticed that your combat experience is severely lacking. Your fighting lacks any semblance of technique. What you most urgently require is practical combat training, coupled with extensive physical conditioning." "Is that so?" Zeiping responded, as if struck by a revelation. "So, boss, how do you intend to train me?" "Well, it might be somewhat arduous," Tang Chinfeng said earnestly. "I am up for it, boss. As long as it makes Ningtong regret her actions, I am all in," Zeiping declared resolutely. Suddenly, Yi Hongling interjected, "Brother, you aren't planning to employ Grandpa's methods to train Zeiping, are you?" "Indeed, while it may be a bit grueling, it is undeniably beneficial, and besides—" "Isn't Zeiping willing?" Yi Hongling remarked with a sympathetic glance at Zeiping, saying, "Zeiping, you must take good care of yourself." That look sent shivers down Zeiping's spine, a mysterious chill creeping into his heart. "Ah, by the way, Zeiping, do you know where Dean Zhao's office is located?" "Oh, boss, are you referring to the vice dean?" "The teacher's offices are all concentrated in one building. The vice dean's office should be positioned on the far right side of the first floor." "I understand now. I must take my leave. Your training will commence the day after tomorrow, Zeiping. I need to plan accordingly. By the way, boss, what business do you have with Dean Zhao?" "As far as I know, he rarely engages in conversation with others." "Well, I am seeking the dean for work opportunities, as otherwise my sister and I may very well starve." Having spoken, Tang Chinfeng opened the door and stepped outside. Meanwhile, in a room within the administrative building of the academy, a robust figure sat in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. This individual was none other than Zhao Gaobua, the vice president of the academy, whom Tang Chinfeng had encountered previously. After parting ways with Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei following their dinner, he had returned and was now awaiting someone else's arrival. "Let me see, where is the vice president's office?" At this moment, Tang Chinfeng had arrived at the administrative building and was searching for Zhao Gaobua's office. Reaching the far right side of the first floor, he came upon a modest little door. The sign beside it read Vice President's Office. Confirming his location, Tang Chinfeng was poised to knock, but before he could do so, a voice from within called out, "Come in." Tang Chinfeng was momentarily taken aback before he opened the door. After closing it, he addressed Zhao Gaobua, saying, "Teacher Zhao, how did you know I would arrive at this hour?" Zhao Gaobua, seated in a chair, opened his eyes and replied, "I can sense your approach with my spiritual energy. Although my abilities may not quite match your grandfather's, they are certainly not lacking by much." Tang Chinfeng's eyes brightened. "Teacher Zhao, are you also a titled Douluo level individual?" Zhao Gaobua did not respond directly to his inquiry. Instead, he remarked, "You already know the answer to that." Returning to the main topic, he continued, "So, Tang Chinfeng, your circumstances have already been conveyed to me by Yi Jiolong. It seems that you and your sister possess quite the talent for consuming everything in the house with just your two mouths. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's teasing, Tang Chenfeng felt a flush rise to his cheeks. I can't help it. Ever since my martial soul awakened, I've been inexplicably ravenous and simply cannot resist. Zhao Gao chuckled in response. Well, that's a good sign. It indicates that your energy absorption rate is quite rapid. However, it does pose a significant challenge for your wallet, especially for someone in your position as a working student. Tang Chenfeng, without any preamble, directly inquired. So, Teacher Zhao, do you have a solution? Zhao Gao replied. Of course I possess a solution. However, it necessitates ample talent, diligence, time, and patience. I shall set a trial for you to ascertain whether you can fulfill these prerequisites. If not, I am afraid I cannot assist you. Do you agree? Without hesitation, Tang Chenfeng acquiesced, casting aside the daunting challenges that lay ahead. Regardless of the nature of the trial, he felt compelled to endeavor and attempt it. This was his way of thinking. Upon hearing Tang Chenfeng's resolute affirmation, Zhao Gao nodded in satisfaction, then rose and made his way to the bookshelf on his left, speaking as he walked. Since you have agreed, do not give up easily. Upon reaching the shelf, Zhao Gao appeared to be searching for something. He first retrieved a book from the second shelf, and then a sound of mechanisms activating resonated from behind the wall. I heard from your grandfather that you are quite fascinated by mechas and battle armors. Do you know what the prerequisites for mastering them are? He then extracted another book from the second to last shelf, placing the previous one back in its place. As the sound of mechanisms echoed once more from behind the wall, Tang Chenfeng pondered for a moment, concluding that the prerequisite must be to possess an exceptionally talented soul master. Only with sufficient soul power and mental fortitude can one truly harness their potential. Zhao Gao rose and remarked, you are correct to an extent, yet your assertion is not entirely accurate. If your sole intention is to manipulate them, then your statement holds true. However, if you aspire to reach the pinnacle of existence, then it is far from sufficient. Tang Chenfeng was taken aback. What could possibly be lacking? Zhao Gao replied. There is indeed much to discuss. Are you aware that the majority of top-tier soul masters personally partake in the creation of their mechas and battle armors? This endeavor is referred to as the soul master's secondary profession, which encompasses 4 primary roles: design, manufacture, maintenance, and the very foundation of their creation. As he spoke, he placed the book in his hand into the vacant slot on the second shelf. With the book's insertion, the sound of mechanisms became increasingly pronounced. Click, click, gradually. The sound intensified, causing the walls of the office to concave inward, slowly transforming into the entrance of a secret chamber. Zhao Gao's voice grew palpably more enthusiastic. The foundational role among the 4 is forging, specifically that of the blacksmith. My aspiration is to teach you how to become an exceptional blacksmith. Is a blacksmith merely a blacksmith? Tang Chenfeng inquired. To some extent, yes, but they are not to be compared with an ordinary blacksmith, Zhao Gao continued. I understand you harbor many questions, and I shall address them one by one. First, I ask you, what materials are used in the crafting of battle armors and mechas? Tang Chenfeng reminisced slightly. In his recollection, he had only encountered one set of battle armor, that belonging to Yi Douluo. It was presumably crafted from rare metals, as mechs typically utilized more commonplace materials, while battle armor was likely composed of a distinctly special metallic substance. After hearing Tang Chenfeng's response, Zhao Gaober nodded slightly and remarked, not entirely correct, but you are quite close to the truth. Firstly, the materials used for both mechs and battle armor are indeed rare metals. Yet there is not a significant disparity between them. In fact, the materials can be entirely identical. The primary distinction lies in the quality, and the means of enhancing that quality rests upon the skill of the forger. My earlier assertion that forgers form the foundation of the 4 major professions stems from the fact that they are the providers of raw materials. Without them, the creation of battle armor and mechs would be an arduous endeavor. Previously, Tang Chenfeng had only possessed a rudimentary understanding of battle armor, but now, it seemed as though a new world had unveiled itself before him. Zhao Gaober interjected, what do you think? Are you interested? Tang Chenfeng replied, I wish to give it a try and strive to become an exceptional blacksmith. Zhao Gao chuckled, I have been waiting for those very words. Come inside. I have yet another trial awaiting you. With that, he stepped into the secret chamber. Tang Chenfeng followed suit and stepped inside. As they entered, the door to the secret chamber gradually reverted to its original form, as if it had never existed. Chapter 25. The forge's divine materials. The walls of the secret chamber were thick, adorned with soul-guiding lamps for illumination. Venturing further in obscured the true visage of the room. A forge came into view before Tang Chinfeng, a vast expanse dominated by a forge table entirely crafted from metal. 3 towering shelves lined the walls of the chamber, with the right shelf brimming with hammers of various sizes, the left displaying an array of rare metals, and the front shelf showcasing an assortment of metal components. These items rendered the once spacious room somewhat cramped. Zhao Gabo remarked, "This is my forge, soundproofed and isolated. I sense your thoughts. It feels chaotic, does it not?" Humph. Were it not for the absence of a forging specialty at the academy, I would have relocated long ago. Tang Chinfeng inquired, "Does the academy not offer specialized courses?" "It is essential to understand that forging is the foundation of battle armor." Zhao Gaobo replied with a hint of resignation, "No. Those individuals always claim that forging is not something suitable for your age group. Little do they realize that without a solid foundation, the opportunity to reach the pinnacle in the future will be lost. To create top-tier battle armor, one must have exceptional blacksmiths." As he spoke, Zhao Gaobo turned to Tang Chinfeng and said, "For ordinary individuals, forging is arduous and tedious. I have traversed this path, and it is far from easy. However, if you aspire to become the person you envision, you must persist. Tell me once more, you will not abandon this journey halfway." Tang Chinfeng resolutely declared, "Teacher, I will never give up halfway. I am determined to persevere." Zhao Gaobo smiled with gratification. "Very well, let us first discuss the art of forging. It is essential to understand that forging and casting are fundamentally different. Casting merely requires a mold, wherein machinery compresses metal into the desired shape. In contrast, forging necessitates the skilled hands of a blacksmith, who meticulously hammers the metal into form. While machines can indeed accomplish the task of hammering, metal possesses a vitality of its own, and machine-forged pieces can never truly capture the essence of the metal's grain. Consequently, the finest components of mechas are invariably hand-forged by artisans. A master blacksmith is a true craftsman, holding a status that rivals that of soul masters. This particular segment captivated Tang Chinfeng, who inquired, "Teacher, are you suggesting that metal is alive?" Zhao Gaobo responded, "To be more precise, we imbue the metal with life." He continued, "Allow me to demonstrate." Approaching a rack, Zhao Gaobo seized a piece of rare metal and placed it upon the forging platform before activating it. Suddenly, the upper section of the platform opened, engulfing the rare metal into the blazing furnace. He then retrieved a hammer from his storage soul guide. "That must be the forging hammer," Tang Chinfeng mused. Although he had never encountered a forging hammer before, he could distinctly sense that this hammer was unlike an ordinary one. It seemed to possess a life of its own. After a moment, the upper section of the forging platform opened once more, and the previously rare metal ascended, now glowing a fiery red from the furnace's heat. Zhao Gaobo explained, "We must first soften the metal to enhance the effectiveness of the forging process." With that, he extended one leg backward into a stance, raising the hand that held the forging hammer high, preparing to bring it down upon the molten metal. With a resounding strike, sparks flew as the metal visibly flattened slightly. However, Zhao Gaobo did not pause. He continued to wield the forging hammer with relentless determination. Each strike was executed with precision and strength, as if he had entered a transcendent state, where the only reality was the act of forging before him. Gradually, the volume of the metal diminished under his skilled hands. As the final blow fell, the forging process concluded. The metal, now reduced in size, gleamed more brightly than before, indicating a decrease in impurities and an enhancement in purity. Gazing at his creation, Zhao Gaobo remarked, "Forging itself is stratified by levels. What I have produced here is known as by Duani Pin, suitable for crafting basic armor or standard mechs. Of course, there exist higher tiers. It is worth mentioning that forged rare metals have always been invaluable treasures, though such aspirations may still be distant for you. For now, focus on building a solid foundation. But first, you must pass my assessment." He gestured towards a rack holding rare metals and another containing various forging hammers, stating, "Choose a piece of rare metal based on your intuition for forging. You may select any hammer, but it is best to choose one that feels comfortable in your hand. I will not interfere in your forging process. Ultimately, I will evaluate your worthiness for my full mentorship based on your inaugural creation. Now, I have said all that is necessary. Go forth and let me witness your capabilities." With that, he stepped aside. Tang Chinfeng, not one to linger, swiftly approached the shelf housing the rare metals. Arrayed before him were a myriad of metals, each meticulously fashioned into cubes the size of a fist, neither too large nor too small, perfectly proportioned. Each distinct metal radiated its own unique luster. creating a dazzling spectacle that momentarily left him at a loss. The assortment included dozens of varieties, each differing in hue and texture: golden, silver, black, and pale blue. Some adorned with peculiar patterns while others sparkled with myriad flecks of light. After surveying the display, Tang Qinfeng's gaze settled upon a deep blue metal that appeared almost black, yet exuded a translucent, crystalline quality, with a faint glimmer reminiscent of a lesser version of his starlight stone. In an inexplicable pull, he felt as though this metal was calling to him. Almost instinctively, he lifted it from its resting place. While not overly heavy, its texture was akin to that of a gemstone rather than metal. Upon witnessing Tang Qinfeng's selection, Zhao Gaobo furrowed his brow. The metal he had chosen was known as dark star crystal, a rare substance that could only be mined from asteroids. Its remarkable hardness and minimal resistance to soul force conduction rendered it an ideal material for crafting core components. However, the extreme durability and poor malleability of dark star crystal made it notoriously challenging to forge. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng placed the dark star crystal onto the forging table, pressed a button, and initiated the heating process. He then turned his attention to the rack holding the forging hammers. After a brief scan, he chose a hammer comparable in size to the one previously wielded by Zhao Gaobo. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Zhao Gaobo's lips as he thought, "Is he attempting to emulate my prior technique? Alas, I have studied forging for nearly a century, and my hammer weighs a staggering 500 pounds, not something just anyone can wield." Before long, Tang Qinfeng set down the hammer he had selected. Zhao Gaobo mused, "A wise choice. The young must act within their limits." Yet, the next moment left him utterly astonished. Tang Qinfeng discarded the previous hammer and instead grasped a larger forging hammer, one with an extended handle. Measuring approximately 150 centimeters in total length and weighing around 550 pounds. The long-handled forging hammer, while advantageous for generating greater force and impact, also demanded more effort to wield and was considerably harder to control. Zhao Gaobo sighed internally, recognizing that Tang Qinfeng's choices were consistently the most formidable. However, he had previously vowed not to interfere with the young man's decisions. Very well, I shall observe the outcome of his endeavors, he thought. Recognizing the need for focus in forging, Zhao Gaobo decided not to remain. "Complete your work, and do summon me when you are finished. Remember to give it your all," he instructed before closing the door to the chamber and departing. In the forge, only Tang Qinfeng remained, quietly standing before the anvil, clutching the forging hammer and awaiting the next moment. After a brief pause, the opening above the anvil revealed a crimson-hued dark star crystal, slowly ascending. Imitating the stance of his mentor, Zhao Gaobo, Tang Qinfeng took a wide stance, channeling his strength into his arms, waist, and legs. Rather than raising the hammer high, he gripped the handle with one hand and the midsection with the other, swinging down with force. At the moment of impact between the hammer and the metal, sparks erupted, and as the hammer rebounded, Tang Qinfeng leveraged the momentum to lift it again, striking repeatedly. With each resounding clang, his rhythm quickened and became more stable. Previously, he had chosen this long-handled hammer because the earlier one felt too light and lacked the desired heft. This long-handled hammer was perfectly suited for him. The forging continued, with Tang Qinfeng attuned to the transformation of the dark star crystal, which diminished in size and purity, seemingly bursting forth with brilliance at one point. Throughout the process, he felt as though the metal was evolving, as if life was being infused into it, awakening a sense of consciousness within the material. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a brilliant golden light erupted from the metal being forged, startling Tang Qinfeng, who was intensely focused. This phenomenon was beyond his comprehension. Just as he hesitated, a familiar voice resonated from his pocket. "Do not stop, continue. This is a marvelous opportunity for you to comprehend creation." The voice carried a sense of urgency. "Sister Baixing, continue. You are bestowing the metal with spirit and life, and this process will significantly aid your future growth." Though he did not fully grasp the concept, he decided it would be prudent to proceed. The forging resumed, the heavy hammer striking down once more. However, Tang Qinfeng sensed a marked difference. This forging was evidently more taxing than before, and the metal's essence had shifted. Whereas it had merely felt like an inert mass previously, it now exuded a sense of awareness, conveying to him that the recent strike was ill-suited, causing it discomfort. Realizing this, Tang Qinfeng activated his soul power, channeling it into the hammer while heightening his consciousness to observe every detail of the metal. The forging persisted, and the infusion of soul power alongside the heightened awareness began to drain his energy. Nevertheless, the hammer in his hand continued its relentless motion. He was attuned to the emotions conveyed by the metal with each strike of the hammer, allowing him to determine the next point of impact and the force required. Gradually, a delicate halo began to manifest on the dark star crystal, intensifying with every blow delivered by Tang Chenfeng. The sensations relayed by the metal grew increasingly profound, and a faint humming resonated from it, as if something was on the verge of awakening. Though his soul power and mental energy were being fervently expended, Tang Chenfeng felt he had reached the pinnacle of his current state. Experiencing a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities and a renewed understanding of the forging process he had only just begun to explore. Finally, with yet another swing of the hammer and a shower of sparks, the dark star crystal erupted in brilliance once more. Unlike the previous golden glow, this time it emanated a resplendent light reminiscent of a vast starry sky. The forged dark star crystal had transformed, where it once resembled a semi-transparent black crystal. It now shone as a translucent deep blue gem, its glimmering light akin to stars ensconced within, captivatingly perfect in its allure. Meanwhile, Tang Chenfeng found himself struggling to maintain his balance. He had not anticipated the exhausting nature of forging. Although he had forcibly pushed beyond his limits, he expected to fare better in the aftermath. This should suffice, as Teacher Zhao suggested, he thought, before opening the door to the secret chamber to seek out Zhao Gaobo. At that moment, in his office, Zhao Gaobo sat in his chair, his mood not particularly bright. It had been too long. The time spent forging was excessive. Even for the more challenging tasks, he should not have taken this long. Even with the most difficult of the three-tiered forgeries, Zhao Gaobo pondered. He had previously promised Yi Jiolong that he would teach Tang Chenfeng the art of forging if he could pass his trials, but given the current circumstances, he feared the boy lacked the requisite talent. The choices of metal and hammer, coupled with the duration of his forging, spoke volumes. Even if he barely managed to pass, progress would likely remain elusive. Well, I have lived this long without taking on a disciple. If he can barely manage to pass, I suppose I shall accept him as my apprentice, he mused. Just then, the mechanism of the door creaked open, and a somewhat weary voice emerged. Teacher Zhao, I have completed the forging. Zhao Gaobo was taken aback upon seeing Tang Chenfeng, nearly on the brink of fainting. He hurried over to support him and inquired, what happened? Why do you look so feeble? My apologies, Teacher Zhao. The difficulty of forging exceeded my expectations, but I have completed it. Please take a look, Tang Chenfeng replied. Visibly drained, Zhao Gaobo felt a pang of sympathy. It was common for beginners to encounter challenges, but such exhaustion seemed excessive. Let us first examine your work before you depart, he decided. Zhao Gaobo pondered to himself. With his assistance, the two re-entered the secret chamber, approaching the forge. The dark star crystal remained in place, yet its size had diminished by more than half since its acquisition, emanating a gentle radiance infused with a palpable vitality. Teacher Zhao, I have strived to do my utmost. I wonder if I have passed your assessment, Teacher Zhao? At that moment, Zhao Gaobo remained silent, his gaze fixated, repeatedly rubbing his eyes and muttering in disbelief. This is impossible. How could this be? After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and placed both hands on Tang Chenfeng's shoulders, inquiring earnestly, Chenfeng, you must tell me honestly, did you craft this yourself? No one else was involved, correct? Although perplexed, Tang Chenfeng replied, yes, I made it myself. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Zhao Gaobo burst into laughter, exclaiming, I have truly stumbled upon a treasure. Chenfeng, do you realize you are a genius? A prodigy in the art of forging. Taken aback by the unexpected praise, Tang Chenfeng remained somewhat bewildered. Zhao Gaobo, still brimming with excitement, gradually calmed himself, saying, oh dear, I got a bit carried away. Chenfeng, do you understand that you are a rare talent? Completing spiritual forging at the age of 6. When I was 6, I didn't even know what forging was. I was a latecomer myself, ha ha ha. This only deepened Tang Chenfeng's confusion. Teacher Zhao, could you clarify a bit? I'm having trouble processing all this. Zhao Gaobo immediately elaborated. I previously mentioned that forging is categorized by levels. The forging of metals is divided into hundredfold, thousandfold, spiritual, soul, and the highest tier, heavenly forging, with various subdivisions. Typically, novice forgers begin with the most fundamental techniques and strive to advance to the hundredfold level. Yet you, astonishingly, have leaped over the initial stages and directly attained the realm of spiritual forging. By the way, spiritual forged metals represent a qualitative leap, making them excellent materials for crafting battle armor. This spiritual dark star crystal can be utilized to create a core for battle armor. Naturally, you may also choose to sell it, Spiritual metals are far more valuable than ordinary thousand-fold metals, often priceless in the market. However, the choice is yours, and its purpose is for you to determine. Tang Xinfeng pondered for a moment before inquiring, Teacher Zhao, how much do you think this piece of metal is worth? Zhao Gaobo considered briefly and replied, the dark star crystal is a rather rare metallic ore, and its normal market value is approximately 10,000 Federation coins. If it is of the spirit forging level, it could be worth 10 times more, exceeding 100,000. Upon hearing this figure, Tang Xinfeng's pupils widened in astonishment. 100,000 Federation coins. Coming from the relatively underdeveloped Tianhun town, he had never even imagined possessing such a sum. Gazing at the spirit-forging dark star crystal, he realized that selling it would alleviate any concerns regarding tuition and living expenses for both himself and Linger in the future. After a period of internal struggle, Tang Xinfeng resolved, Teacher Zhao, I think I will keep it for now. I can't quite explain it, but I feel that I should hold on to it. It will surely be of use in the future. Zhao Gaobo responded, very well. I respect your decision. However, there is still a matter of great importance. Oh, is there anything else? Tang Xinfeng asked, his face a mask of confusion. Zhao Gaobo replied, of course. The matter of apprenticeship. Since you have passed my test, I shall take you as my disciple. Tang Xinfeng immediately understood the situation and was about to kneel down to express his gratitude as a disciple, but was abruptly stopped by Zhao Gaobo, who said, there is no need for such formalities here. Simply address me as Teacher Zhao, as you would in your daily life. Do you comprehend? Tang Xinfeng promptly acknowledged his understanding. Very well, you may return for now. The art of spirit forging is still a bit too challenging for you. Focus on solidifying your foundation before attempting it again. Ah. And take this, Zhao Gaobo said, producing a card from his pocket. This is my funding card. Until you are capable of forging and earning on your own, you may utilize this. I have learned from your grandfather that you and your sister are not an ordinary pair when it comes to your appetites. Do not hesitate to use it. However, bear in mind that this is merely a loan, and it will need to be repaid in due time. As the saying goes, when a senior bestows a gift, one must not refuse. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Tang Xinfeng accepted the card and departed from the office. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Gaobo's gesture was also driven by a personal desire. He wished to keep Tang Xinfeng close. Recognizing that a talent of his caliber was exceedingly rare in the world, he was determined to nurture him to the fullest extent. However, Tang Xinfeng remained oblivious to Zhao Gaobo's intentions. Upon leaving the office, he noticed that the sun had begun its descent, casting long shadows as it approached the mountain's peak. With classes set to commence the following day, he hurried back to his dormitory, his body heavy with fatigue. Upon arriving at the door, he pushed it open, only to be greeted by two familiar figures, Yi Hongling and Zepping. Boss, you're back, they exclaimed. Brother, you're home. Wait, brother, you seem a bit weak, Yi Hongling remarked with concern. Tang Xinfeng remarked, well, it's quite a lengthy tale. He then recounted all the events that had transpired previously, yet he refrained from mentioning the details regarding the spiritual forging, as this had been a directive from Zhao Gaobo before his departure. After all, an innocent man may suffer due to the possession of a precious gem. Thus, the situation stands as follows. I can now be regarded as a blacksmith. Beside him, Zepping exclaimed, Boss, that's truly impressive. 100 forges, even among us third-year students. I have yet to encounter one. I've heard there is one in the 9th grade, but they are likely on the verge of graduation. Tang Xinfeng inquired, is it true that there are others in our school who study forging? Zepping replied, indeed. For us, secondary professions hold great significance. The sooner one embarks on learning, the better. As far as I know, new students are required to select their secondary professions promptly upon entering the academy. Otherwise, they risk falling behind their peers. Suddenly, Yi Hongling interjected, so Zepping, what profession have you chosen? With your strength, surely you selected forging? However, this time Zepping hesitated before sheepishly admitting, I opted for mech maintenance. This revelation took both of them by surprise. Zepping continued, I had no choice. I tried my hand at everything else. My large hands are ill-suited for design work, and I lack the steadiness needed to carve soul-guiding matrices. I even attempted forging, but the instructors at the academy are few and quite strict. After my trial, they concluded that I lack the requisite talent for forging. Thus, I settled on a profession that I can manage, maintenance. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinfeng patted Zepping on the shoulder and reassured him. No worries, as long as you've put in the effort, that's what matters. The key is to avoid any regrets. If need be, I shall have you repair my mech in the future. Zepping responded, really? But I must clarify that my maintenance skills are not particularly exceptional. So if I end up causing significant issues, don't blame me. Tang Shenfeng replied, no problem. I'll just give you a couple of punches to fix it. Zepping retorted, wait, if that's the case, I would rather not be your mechanic. I still have plenty of life ahead of me. Thus, the first evening at the academy was spent amidst laughter and merriment. Ding ding ding. The wake-up bell rang around 7 in the morning, signaling the dawn of a new day and the commencement of life at the academy. Zepping, it's time to rise, called Tang Shenfeng. Generally, soul masters do not sleep at night, opting instead for meditation. However, perhaps due to the excessive exertion of the previous day, everyone chose to sleep to alleviate their mental fatigue. Boss, let me sleep a little longer. Class ISNT until 8:30, Zepping replied, rolling over to continue his slumber. That won't do. As the saying goes, the foundation of a day is laid in the morning. Rise early and exercise. Don't forget the training I mentioned that would make you stronger. Finally, Zepping awakened, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming, is it really that early? Look, everyone else is still asleep. He pointed to their dormitory mates, still lost in slumber. Yi Hongling could not help but chime in. It's you who desires to grow stronger. Yet it's also you who wishes to be lazy. Don't you want to teach that Ningtong a lesson? The mere mention of Ningtong ignited Zepping's enthusiasm. He sprang from his bed, declaring, of course, I can't miss that. So how shall we train? Bring it on. Tang Shenfeng spoke calmly. Come on, let us head to the playground. Before arriving at the playground, Zepping merely considered this to be a routine physical training session. However, upon stepping onto the field, he was utterly astounded, for the physical prowess of these two individuals was beyond imagination. It was one thing for Tang Shenfeng to excel, but even Yi Hongling surpassed him effortlessly. In his words, these two had accomplished in 1 hour what he would typically achieve in 2 days of exercise. And they mentioned that this was after reducing the time needed for adaptation, with plans to increase their intensity further. Zepping felt as if he might burst from the overwhelming experience, yet the water spilled could not be gathered back. He had no choice but to press on resolutely. During breakfast, Zepping found his appetite nearly non-existent as he watched the two continue to eat heartily. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he remarked, Boss, what kind of life have you both led before this? Upon entering the academic building, the college regulations mandated that each student be assigned to a class. The siblings were fortunate to be placed in the same class, while Zepping, being a third-year student, was naturally absent from this cohort. The classroom was populated by a significant number of students, as Haitian City was a particularly appealing destination for soul masters, attracting many from various regions. There were over 30 individuals in just this single class. The atmosphere in the classroom was vibrant, with everyone filled with curiosity about one another. The most common topic of discussion revolved around each person's martial soul. Students showcased their martial souls, each unique and distinctive, which truly broadened the horizons of all present. Before long, the classroom door opened, signaling the arrival of the teacher, prompting everyone to return to their seats. A female teacher entered, greeting them. Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Teacher Minghua. For the next 3 years, I will guide you in the foundational knowledge of soul masters. Now, please take a moment to introduce yourselves, sharing your name, martial soul, and current soul power level. With 30 students in the classroom, the introductions proceeded swiftly. Among the majority, none exceeded a soul power level of 6, as it was uncommon for anyone to exert themselves right after awakening their soul power. Thus, when Yi Hongling announced her soul power level of 14, not only were her classmates taken aback, but even the teacher was astonished. Everyone understood the significance of surpassing level 10. However, Teacher Minghua's momentary shock quickly dissipated, and the introductions continued. Notably, when it was Tang Shenfeng's turn, Teacher Minghua mistakenly assumed he was an upperclassman due to his height, which necessitated a lengthy explanation to clarify the misunderstanding. When he declared his soul power level to be 16, the entire classroom was once again left in awe. Fortunately, the teacher, being well-versed, soon regained her composure and resumed the lesson. The curriculum at the Soul Master Academy primarily focused on knowledge pertinent to soul masters, but it also included cultural subjects such as historical knowledge, advice on choosing secondary professions, understanding the biological forms of soul beasts, and classifications of mechas, among others. Among the myriad subjects that captivated Tang Shenfeng, history held a particular allure. According to the course content, Douluo star is not the sole planet inhabited by humans. Numerous administrative planets are also home to many migrants. Furthermore, the classification of mechas piqued his interest. revealing to him that the essence of a battle armor is a diminutive version of a mecha, meticulously tailored for soul masters. However, its potency is intricately linked to the prowess of its creator. In addition to mechas, there are also fighter jets and spacecraft. The rationale for understanding spacecraft, as elucidated by the instructor, is that for advanced soul masters, training on their home planet is limited, prompting some to seek opportunities for advancement in the vastness of space. Moreover, the current trend in space exploration endeavors is highly sought after, and everyone will inevitably engage with it to some extent in the future. Classes at the academy are held in the morning, while the afternoon is largely left to personal discretion. As soon as the clock struck 2, the duo sought out Zepping to honor their previous commitment to specialized training. Initially, Zepping approached the task with earnestness, but as time progressed, he gradually comprehended the true nature of specialized training. By the end of that afternoon, he found himself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto his bed. Subsequently, as Tang Chenfeng prepared to visit teacher Zhao's forging studio, he was joined by Yi Hongling, who expressed a desire to learn alongside him. Upon entering Zhao's office, Tang Chenfeng discovered that Zhao had been intending to seek him out. "Ah, Chenfeng, you finally arrived. I was just about to look for you," Zhao Gaobo remarked. "Teacher Zhao, is there something you need from me?" Tang Chenfeng inquired. Zhao Gaobo replied, "I believe we should engage in a more in-depth discussion regarding the forging matter we previously addressed." After an extensive explanation, Tang Chenfeng came to realize that after his departure, Zhao had intended to process the spirit-forged dark star crystal he had created. However, upon attempting to work with it, Zhao discovered that the rare metal forged by Tang Chenfeng possessed an extraordinarily strong exclusivity. The moment he initiated processing, a violent reaction ensued, indicating that any reckless attempt to manipulate this rare metal could lead to its irreparable ruin. This only underscored one truth. Tang Chenfeng's forging had imbued the metal with an indomitable spirit, one that was singular yet narrow-minded, only to be acknowledged and further processed by its creator or an individual possessing a unique connection to it. Tang Chenfeng inquired, "Master, what should we do now?" Zhao Gaobo pondered for a moment before responding. "Although it may seem premature for you to learn this now, it appears that this endeavor is destined for you. Chenfeng, would you like to study mecha manufacturing with me?" "Master, wouldn't that be too casual? I still need to focus on forging," Tang Chenfeng replied. Zhao Gaobo sighed, "Generally, secondary professions require specialization. Unless one possesses exceptional talent, it is easy to find oneself overwhelmed and ultimately fatigued in the latter stages. However, this predicament cannot be avoided. If the metals you forge can only be processed by you, it is imperative for you to master the art of inscribing soul-guiding matrices. Otherwise, possessing the metal without anyone capable of working it is futile. Additionally, I cannot guarantee that your forging talent can be transformed into your cultivation resources." Meanwhile, as the master and disciple engaged in this intense discussion, Yi Hongling, standing nearby, struggled to comprehend their conversation. She began to wander around the forging room, but soon found her gaze captivated by an unfinished matrix design sketch. The master and disciple, having reached a conclusion, noted that Tang Chenfeng agreed to pursue both forging and mecha manufacturing, provided it did not excessively impede his cultivation. Zhao Gaobo reassured him, "Do not worry too much. With your aptitude for learning, you should achieve success swiftly. I believe you are indeed a fine material. It merely requires some diligent refinement." Tang Chenfeng remarked, "In truth, I am not overly concerned about the difficulties of mastering mecha fabrication. Rather, my primary apprehension lies in the pace of my own cultivation." Following this, there ensued a session of forging practice and an observance of the mecha manufacturing process. During this time, Zhao Gaobo discerned that Tang Chenfeng possessed an extraordinary talent for forging. Although the success rate for spiritual forging was rather low, the success rate and quality of traditional forging were commendably high, sufficient for securing employment. After a bustling afternoon, the day's forging practice concluded. Before leaving, Zhao Gaobo advised Tang Chenfeng, "You exhibit considerable aptitude in both forging and mecha fabrication. You must persist diligently over the coming days. Additionally, at the end of this month, I shall accompany you to register at the Forging Association. For now, you may head home." Thus, Tang Chenfeng departed with the rather bored Yi Hongling. "Ah," Yi Hongling thought to herself, feeling a slight pang of realization that she seemed to have forgotten something. In the forging workshop, Zhao Gaobo was rummaging for something. Where's my soul guide matrix design?" he muttered. "Ah, here it is. Thankfully, I had yet to complete it. I was genuinely worried it had been lost. Wait, who sketched this? Although the lines are somewhat crooked, the matrix diagram is nearly perfect." Zhao Jiaober pondered, recalling that aside from himself and Tang Chenfeng in the workshop today, there appeared to be no one else present. Could it be? Zhao Jiaober mused. Then murmured to himself, Old Jiolong, I find myself increasingly envious of you. Chapter 27. The improbable spiritual forging. Time flew by. And Tang Chenfeng had already spent a month at the academy. During this period, he gained a deeper understanding of the institution's dynamics. For instance, although the academy was divided into various grades, grade alone was not the sole measure of strength. Age did not define everything. Even lower grade students could possess exceptional abilities and remarkable talents, and Tang Chenfeng was certainly among the elite. With no one in the first or second year able to best him, the primary catalyst for conflict was his sister, Yi Hongling. Despite her youth, she was undeniably charming and beautiful, widely regarded as the belle of the lower grades. Many sought to approach her, yet all were rebuffed by Tang Chenfeng. Nevertheless, some attempted to force their way through, rendering conflict unavoidable. The influx of newcomers was still considerable until one day. A second-year student whom he had expelled summoned his sixth-grade brother, a soul master with a decade of experience. Seeking an explanation, he was met with a brutal response. Tang Chenfeng, having unleashed his martial soul, sent both him and the door flying with a single punch. Thereafter, no one dared to approach the siblings with ill intentions, and Tang Chenfeng's reputation began to spread. During this time, the duo remained industrious. Although Tang Chenfeng possessed commendable forging skills, he had yet to acquire formal certification as a blacksmith. Thus, he worked alongside Master Zhao as an assistant, fabricating simple components and inscribing basic soul guide matrices to earn some extra living expenses, supplementing his meager student income. Recently, the forging workshop had welcomed an additional member, Yi Hongling. Previously, she had resolved a particularly vexing design challenge for Master Zhao's soul guide matrix, a task that had stymied him for some time. Her innovative designs bore no precedent, and while Master Zhao had made some progress, he had reached an impasse. Remarkably, Yi Hongling completed the design and showcased her exceptional talent, prompting Master Zhao to suggest that she pursue a career as a mecha designer. With her designs and Tang Chenfeng's forging prowess, the quality of their components was impeccable, even earning the approval of Master Zhao. This collaboration promised considerable financial gain. Yet their appetites were insatiable. The money they earned merely sufficed to keep them adequately fed. They had recently returned the card lent by Master Zhao, who was astonished to discover that it had lost over 100,000 federal coins in just 1 month. The siblings had consumed nearly 3 months' worth of his salary. But such was the reality of their burgeoning appetites, which had escalated alongside their cultivation. Yi Hongling seemed to unconsciously exude life energy due to her martial soul, necessitating substantial energy replenishment, while Tang Chenfeng simply had an insatiable appetite. Bai Xing informed him that his growth demanded an unimaginable amount of energy, and the food he consumed was but a trivial fraction of what he truly required. Their daily routine consisted of attending classes, cultivating, earning a bit of spending money through their side professions, and training in practical combat with Zai Ping. To Tang Chenfeng's surprise, Zai Ping demonstrated remarkable perseverance, managing to endure all training sessions. Although his strength appeared somewhat lackluster in comparison to Tang Chenfeng, he had made tremendous progress, astonishing even himself. This newfound determination spurred Zai Ping to work even harder, especially in terms of endurance, where Yi Hongling felt she could not quite measure up. As the weekend approached, they were on the brink of their forging level assessment at the Blacksmith Association. However, prior to this, Master Zhao insisted on conducting a forging evaluation for Tang Chenfeng to further enhance his skills. Tang Chenfeng, perplexed, inquired, "Teacher, did I not already pass your test previously? Why must I undergo another assessment?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "It is different this time. Previously, I sought to ascertain your innate talent, whereas now, my intention is to enhance your forging skills. Tell me, Chenfeng, how do you find the forging hammer you are currently using?" Tang Chenfeng is currently utilizing the forging hammer he previously assessed, which is a long-handled forging hammer. In terms of quality, it is a rather commonplace hammer made of high-carbon tungsten steel, rendering it quite ordinary in the realm of forging tools. Tang Chenfeng replied, "It is rather average. It serves its purpose, yet I still sense a lack of something essential. Forging rare metals with it feels somewhat disjointed." Zhao Gaobo remarked, "Indeed, the primary issue lies in the inadequacy of this forging hammer's quality for you, coupled with the fact that it does not belong to you. Ultimately, it remains an external object. You require a forging hammer that is truly yours to carve out your own forging journey. Therefore, my assessment for you is to select rare metals, and create a forging hammer that exclusively belongs to you. And you must exert your utmost effort until you reach your current zenith. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, I comprehend, Tang Chenfeng replied. Upon finishing his words, he immediately sat down to restore his physical and mental state. For Tang Chenfeng at this juncture, both the thousand-fold and hundred-fold forging were not challenges. If he devoted himself entirely, he might even reach the spiritual forging level. However, thus far, he had only accomplished spiritual forging once. During that initial encounter where he exerted all his strength, which had indeed placed a considerable burden on him. This was also the reason Zhao Gaobo had discouraged him from further attempts at spiritual forging. Yet, as time progressed, Zhao Gaobo observed with astonishment the remarkable pace at which Tang Chenfeng was learning. Not only was he achieving the thousand-fold level with remarkable consistency, but he was also making progress in mecha manufacturing. It was no exaggeration to label him a polymath. As for the concern regarding the exclusivity of his forging creations, Zhao Gaobo had devised a solution that merely required testing for feasibility. At that moment, while sitting in meditation, Tang Chenfeng suddenly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked straight to the shelf where the rare metals were stored, commencing his selection. He first cast a cursory glance over the glittering array of rare metals before his eyes lit up. He then retrieved a piece of silver-gray rare metal from an inconspicuous shelf nearby. Its surface appeared quite coarse, resembling a pile of sand, with subtle dark blue cross-sections that were barely noticeable, giving it the appearance of a rough and dark-colored ordinary ore. Upon witnessing Tang Chenfeng's choice, Zhao Gaobo furrowed his brow. This action did not escape the notice of Yi Hongling, who stood beside him. She inquired, "Teacher Zhao, your expression seems quite unfavorable. Has my brother selected something of poor quality?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "I am uncertain whether to commend his discernment or criticize it. The rare metal he has chosen is known as nebula iron or star iron. Its structure is exceedingly loose, while it is termed iron. It resembles a conglomeration of iron sand. Like dark star crystal, it is a metal found solely in meteorites, making it an exceedingly rare entity even among rare metals, thus commanding a high price. Furthermore, your brother has selected the largest piece. I had placed it in that corner precisely to avoid discovery, yet it has been unearthed so swiftly." At this moment, a faint bitter smile appeared on Zhao Gaobo's face. Observing his pained expression, Yi Hongling couldn't help but jest. "So, Teacher Zhao, are you feeling sorrowful over that piece of star iron? Fear not, for if it belongs to your own disciple, does it not become your own?" In response to her cheerful demeanor, Zhao Gaobo retorted with mild irritation, "Huh, what do you take me for? Am I that miserly? My current concern lies with your brother's spiritual forging. Due to the intrinsic structure of star iron, it is exceedingly challenging to forge. One misstep could ruin its internal configuration, resulting in futile efforts. Moreover, because of its unique structure, star iron cannot be spiritually forged." "What?" Yi Hongling exclaimed in shock. "Should we inform brother?" Zhao Gaobo replied, "No. He is in a state of perfect harmony right now. Let him proceed and see how far he can go." Meanwhile, Tang Chenfeng had already placed the piece of star iron onto the forging platform. Upon pressing the button, the star iron slowly entered the forging furnace to begin heating. While Tang Chenfeng stood before the platform, closing his eyes to attune himself to his surroundings, he had long since experienced the sensation of spiritual forging. Ever since his first successful attempt, that feeling had remained etched in his memory. The process of forging was one of quantitative development of the metal, while spiritual forging was a transformative journey that imbued the metal with life, a true creation of existence. Such sensations were still vivid in his mind. Suddenly, Tang Chenfeng opened his eyes with determination, pressing the button as the glowing star iron rose slowly from the furnace. The previously used hundredfold tungsten hammer now rested in his hands. He gripped the hammer firmly, right hand reversed on the upper section of the handle, left hand on the lower section, stepping back with his right foot into a bow stance, his body turning partially. The onlookers witnessed Tang Chenfeng raise the forging hammer with great vigor. Using the strength from his calves, the force traveled through his waist, then to his back, and finally to his arms, culminating in the swift motion of his wrist as he swung the hammer down with explosive force. Indeed, it was a downward strike. A resounding boom echoed throughout the entire forging chamber, causing the two observers to instinctively cover their ears. Deep within their minds, they shared a singular thought. Was Tang Chenfeng intending to dismantle the forging platform? However, they failed to notice the glimmer of consciousness radiating from Tang Chenfeng's eyes. Boom, boom. Another two resounding strikes followed as Tang Qinfeng began to rotate in place, wielding the forging hammer with finesse. The cacophony intensified, resonating with greater speed and power, as the metal danced wildly beneath his hammer strikes. Witnessing Tang Qinfeng's hammer techniques, Zhao Gaobo's eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring, "Why does this resemble the chaotic gale hammer technique? Where could he have learned it?" Curious, Yi Hongling inquired, "Teacher Zhao, what is this chaotic gale hammer technique you speak of?" Zhao Gaobo responded, "That is a unique hammer technique created by a certain sect, applicable both in the forging of metals and in combat. A master of this technique can unleash a continuous series of 81 strikes. When employed for forging, it effectively eliminates all impurities from the metal and molds it into the desired shape. In the realm of battle, each strike gains in ferocity, culminating in a final blow that is nothing short of cataclysmic. This hammer technique is known as the chaotic wind hammer method, originating from a legendary sect called Haoyin sect. Had I not witnessed a divine craftsman from the Haoyin sect performing this technique with my own eyes, I might have thought it merely a figment of myth. What intrigues me now is the striking resemblance between your brother's hammer technique and the chaotic wind hammer method of the Haoyin sect. Is Tang Qinfeng truly practicing the chaotic hammering technique? Certainly not. At least, it is not the method passed down by the Haoyin sect, but rather a technique he has derived through his own profound insights. During his prior forging endeavors, Tang Qinfeng discovered that each strike upon the metal generated a certain rebound force. By harnessing this energy, he not only reduced the effort required in forging, but also enhanced the quality of the metal through this clever utilization of force. Thus, he began employing this technique, which, while reminiscent of the chaotic hammering style of the Haoyin sect, is merely a fortunate coincidence. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Tang Qinfeng's body was spinning at high speed, and with each rotation, his hammering became increasingly vigorous. Yet, this seemingly crude method of striking allowed the star iron to constantly adjust its angle during the forging process, each adjustment executed with impeccable precision, causing the volume of the star iron to diminish at an observable rate. With another powerful strike, a solid beam of white light shot upwards. The brilliance emanating from the star iron soared like a rocket, ascending to a height of 3 feet. After the 36th strike, the star iron had achieved 1,000 forges. Reaching the first-grade realm, Zhao Gaobo's expression remained unchanged. After witnessing such incredulous events repeatedly, one becomes somewhat desensitized. Nonetheless, he was internally astonished. After all, how old was Tang Qinfeng? Nearly 6 years. He was just stronger than the average child, yet he had already attained a level of a first-grade forge. If he were a formally recognized blacksmith, he would be classified as a level 4 craftsman. A level 4 craftsman can sustain a modest household independently. How many blacksmiths in this world remain stuck at this juncture for a lifetime? Yet here was Tang Qinfeng, effortlessly achieving this milestone and already poised to advance further. Tang Qinfeng's eyes had taken on an extraordinary brightness, their brilliance seemingly on the verge of spilling forth. Simultaneously, his physique swelled, transforming him into a small giant standing at nearly 2 meters tall. Observing his silhouette, one could faintly perceive an aura reminiscent of a master. Grasping the forging hammer in his hand, he did not strike directly, but instead positioned it above the Qian star iron, quietly attuning himself to its essence. Spirit forging is a process rooted in one's martial soul, establishing a bridge between oneself and the metal, imbuing it with life. Qian endows spirituality. While spirit forging bestows vitality, this represents a qualitative transformation. The success of such an endeavor remains uncertain, yet at this moment, Tang Qinfeng was engaged in a dialogue with the metal, coaxing forth its spirit and inherent life force. Chapter 28. The success of spirit forging and the past of teacher Zhao. The leap from spirit forging to Qian is one of significant magnitude. The disparity between the two is vast. Achieving even one instance of spirit forging elevates one to the rank of a level 5 forger, an existence that far surpasses all other secondary professions of the same tier, a true pillar of strength. I recall that it took me 3 years to reach the realm of spirit forging, yet he accomplished it on his very first attempt. It would not be an exaggeration to label him a level 5 forger now. The only question that remains is whether he can replicate this success. Zhao Gaobo remarked, visibly excited as he observed Tang Qinfeng's figure. Within Yi Hongling's mind, memories of the past began to resurface. Her brother had always endured great hardships while she seemed to exist perpetually under his protection, whether in the Sunset Great Forest or at the academy. It was always her grandfather and brother who shielded her. However, Such was the reality, as she was merely a healing-type soul master, lacking any combat prowess. Now, within the academy, she had the opportunity to study mecha design, enabling her to assist her brother by creating mechas and battle armor. Perhaps with these advancements, she could offer more substantial aid. Yi Hongling silently vowed within herself to diligently study mecha design, aspiring to create the finest mecha and armor for both her brother and herself. She resolved to no longer remain in a position where others constantly shielded her. She yearned to become the most steadfast support for everyone. A resolute seed had already been sown in the girl's heart. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng once again assumed his stance, wielding a heavy hammer, yet instead of striking forcefully, he gently tapped it, producing a series of clear, ringing sounds. The crisp echoes of the tapping reverberated, and astonishingly, the piece of starlight iron began to tremble, its white luminescence intensifying. The once rough exterior transformed, acquiring depth and dimension. As if imbued with life, pulsating rhythmically. This was the initial manifestation of the metal's vitality, marking the commencement of spiritual forging. Zhao Jiaober's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? This was indicative of the early stages of spiritual forging, and logically, starlight iron should be incapable of such a transformation. The forging continued. And under Tang Xinfeng's gentle strikes, the starlight iron quivered slightly, gradually diminishing in size. The white glow transitioned to a platinum hue, and intricate patterns resembling pages of a book began to rotate slowly across the surface. The previously coarse exterior grew increasingly smooth and translucent, while its volume naturally shrank, the platinum radiance intensifying. However, beneath this seemingly straightforward forging process, Tang Xinfeng was drenched in sweat, fully immersed in the task at hand. His soul power, alongside his challenging-to-control consciousness, was exerted to the utmost. With exceptional talent, his soul power was double that of an average person, equating to approximately the 29th to 30th level in typical terms. Yet, this was still insufficient, as successful spiritual forging typically required at least the 40th level or 4 rings. Though Tang Xinfeng had succeeded previously, this endeavor was entirely different if the last attempt was merely the beginning of spiritual forging. This one represented the threshold of intermediate spiritual forging. What to do? Tang Xinfeng pondered anxiously. At this moment, the piece of starlight iron had already transformed into a spirit-forged metal. Tang Xinfeng had accomplished an unprecedented miracle, yet he felt it was still insufficient. He sensed that the spirit forging of the starlight iron could advance further. It was a response he personally felt from the starlight iron, which yearned for continued evolution. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng and the starlight iron shared an inexplicable connection. All present were intently focused on Tang Xinfeng's forging, oblivious to the flickering of the dark star crystal on the nearby workbench, pulsating rhythmically in sync with the cadence of Tang Xinfeng's hammer strikes. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xinfeng's forging hammer came crashing down, a stark contrast to his previous gentle taps. Zhao Gaobuo's expression grew grave, realizing that Tang was gearing up for a swift conclusion. Indeed, Tang Xinfeng's soul power was nearly depleted. If he continued, he would surely be the first to collapse. Thus, he resolved to give it his all. Boom, boom, boom. The hammer fell repeatedly, each strike resonating with a thunderous roar, even louder than during his earlier chaotic hammering technique. With each succession of blows, the brilliance of the starlight iron seemed to condense, gradually returning the platinum glow to the metal surface, flickering like flames. Meanwhile, the dark star crystal beside him shone resplendently, trembling incessantly, as if it were inching toward Tang Xinfeng, brimming with eager anticipation. Boom, boom, boom. The radiance enveloping the starlight iron grew increasingly solid, almost completely encasing the iron itself, evoking a sensation as if it were on the verge of exploding. The light pulsed with a vibrant life force, suggesting that this was not merely a piece of metal but a nascent life. Excellent! Yi Hongling exclaimed, startled by Zhao Gaobuo's sudden shout. Zhao Gaobuo, filled with excitement, declared, "That piece of starlight iron must have reached its peak state. With just one more strike, it will achieve high-level spirit forging." At this moment, Tang Xinfeng was utterly absorbed, completely oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. Naturally, even if Zhao Gaobuo had not spoken, he would have undoubtedly proceeded in the same manner. At this moment, Tang Xinfeng was overwhelmed by an all-encompassing ache, his very consciousness rendered almost inert. Despite his formidable physical condition, he found his arms nearly devoid of sensation. Yet, the mere act of delivering one final strike was sufficient, as he summoned all his strength to swing the hammer one last time. A sudden surge of deep azure light darted forth from the side, interposing itself between Tang Qinfeng's forging hammer and the starry iron. To the astonishment of onlookers, Tang Qinfeng's powerful blow struck it, causing it to merge with the iron's radiance and erupt in a brilliant display of light. A flame-like, platinum-hued beam shot skyward, soaring to a height of 6 feet. The metal resonated with an ethereal, vast hum, while a shockwave akin to an explosive soul-guiding device swept through the air. The first casualty of this tumult was Tang Qinfeng's hammer, which was obliterated almost instantaneously into fragments. The ensuing shockwave, carrying the remnants of the hammer, hurtled towards Tang Qinfeng. He raised his arm in a futile attempt to shield himself. Although he succeeded in deflecting the debris, the force of the impact sent him flying backward. The violent jolt caused excruciating pain to radiate through his internal organs, prompting him to cough up a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the starry iron. As Tang Qinfeng was propelled away, his consciousness becoming increasingly hazy, he felt a robust and searing energy enveloping him. Upon focusing his gaze, he recognized Zhao Gaobua, who had now unleashed his martial spirit. In his grasp was a colossal hammer entwined in flames, resembling an oversized forging hammer. This weapon, known as the flame-heavy hammer, possessed the ability to scorch and heat, making it an exceptional tool for forging, designed specifically for such endeavors. The hammer was adorned with soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, totaling 9. In the realm of soul masters, strength is an unyielding measure of worth. While some may not recognize Zhao Gaobua among battle soul masters, he is a prominent figure in the forging community. A level 92 title Douluo known as the Title Heavy Hammer. He serves as the president of the High Tian City Forging Association and is also a divine craftsman. Throughout the entire Douluo realm, there are fewer than 50 divine craftsmen. With his capabilities, he could easily carve out a place for himself in the Sky City, yet he chose to remain grounded in High Tian City. The reasons behind his decision are the subject of much speculation. Some assert that High Tian Soul Master Academy, his alma mater and starting point, prompted him to stay as an associate dean. Others believe that despite his prowess, he would find no further advancement in the Sky City, leading him to become the association's president instead. However, a lesser-known theory posits that he chose to remain by the side of a beloved, though the identity of this person remains shrouded in mystery. Various interpretations abound. Some claim she is a powerful soul master, others suggest she is a slightly less capable craftsman, while some believe she is simply an ordinary individual. Yet, all these notions are mere conjecture, for no one has truly encountered his beloved. He seems to exist perpetually in solitude, forever alone. However, what no one could have anticipated was that this master craftsman had descended from the Sky City, and he indeed had someone he cherished, someone he had been waiting for. Yet, he was acutely aware that he would never attain her love, for she had fallen for a classmate, a friend who was as close as a brother, someone with whom he shared a bond akin to life and death. They had both pursued her, but he had lost. His defeat was accepted with grace, yet he could not bring himself to relinquish hope. He remained perpetually cheerful, convinced that fortunes would eventually shift, and he would find success in due time, at which point perhaps he would have another chance. However, as they gained renown, he found himself, lacking in strength, relegated to watching their silhouettes fade into the distance. Thus, he abandoned the path of becoming a soul warrior and chose instead to become a blacksmith. He devoted himself to learning the craft, training relentlessly for countless years, ultimately achieving the status of a master craftsman, standing among the elite of the continent. Just as he resolved to try again, he learned that they had attempted to transcend their limits and had failed, their fates uncertain. Yet he believed they had not perished. Two such exceptional individuals surely would not be forsaken by fate. He searched for them for decades and finally discovered their whereabouts in a small village on the ground. When he arrived at the village named Tianhun and found them, he could scarcely believe that these two were the ones he once knew. They appeared profoundly aged, resembling ordinary elders, devoid of any semblance of their former selves. Though he had always been cheerful and optimistic, this time he found it impossible to muster even a hint of optimism. In that moment, he yearned to confront his brother, demanding to know why he had failed to protect his beloved. Yet, he could not voice this, knowing all too well the price his brother had paid. His cultivation diminished, and both his son and daughter-in-law had perished, leaving only grandchildren at his side. These two were none other than Yi Jiulong and his wife, Ling Wei. He refrained from addressing Yi Jiulong directly, instead speaking to Ling Wei, offering to take them back to the Sky City should she wish it. But she declined, expressing her desire to remain away from the heart-wrenching memories of that place. Zhao Gaobo uttered no more, simply stating before his departure, "I will wait for you at the old place for eternity. If you wish, you are always welcome." He then returned to his starting point in Haitian City, becoming a member of the Blacksmith Association and later the vice president of the academy, where he patiently awaited their return. Thus, he waited for 6 years. Time flowed like a river. 6 years washed away his fury but could not erase the bonds of friendship that had once flourished. He realized that no matter what, he could not harbor hatred for Yi Jiulong. In his heart, he remained his dearest brother. He found solace in the understanding that as long as Ling Wei was happy, he would be content. Their relationship seemed to be gradually mending. Although their communication had dwindled, it had not ceased entirely. Just recently, he received a call from Yi Jiulong, expressing that his grandson appeared well-suited for blacksmithing and hoped to have him as a mentor. He was not particularly eager to take on disciples, although he hesitated. He ultimately acquiesced, hoping that the couple would join him, allowing the three of them to gather together. Chapter 29. Emotions are truly incomprehensible. At that moment, he could be said to have accepted Tang Chenfeng as a disciple out of respect for their past friendship and his own genuine need for a worthy successor to carry on his legacy. He was a man of principles. Once he took a disciple, he could not relinquish them lightly and had to persevere, unless the disciple chose to give up themselves. However, he soon realized that Tang Chenfeng was indeed an extraordinary talent, possessing an exceptional affinity for forging. More importantly, he was a diligent genius, seemingly making progress with each encounter. As Yi Jiulong had previously remarked, this child consistently brought surprises. Yet, the surprise he encountered now was somewhat absurd. Tang Chenfeng had succeeded in accomplishing the seemingly impossible feat of forging, and he had successfully refined a piece of star iron. However, the violent impact generated by the final strike engulfed the entire forging chamber. Had it not been for Zhao Gaobo promptly unleashing his martial soul to shield Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, they would likely have suffered dire consequences. A green aura enveloped them, and a powerful breath of life surged forth. It was Yi Hongling manifesting her martial soul and first soul skill, the life domain, wrapping Tang Chenfeng within its protective embrace. "Brother, are you all right?" Yi Hongling asked anxiously. Tang Chenfeng staggered to his feet from Zhao Gao's embrace and said, "Fortunately, it's not too bad, just a bit of pain in my chest and a touch of dizziness." Yi Hongling patted her chest in relief and remarked, "That's a relief. I was genuinely worried about your well-being, brother." Tang Chenfeng is indeed not well. He is in distress. At present, he feels as though his internal organs are ablaze, a searing pain coursing through him. In the vast ocean of his spirit, alongside the overwhelming sense of weakness, it feels as if he might shatter. Were it not for teacher Zhao infusing his soul energy into him, alleviating much of the pain, and his desire to spare Yi Hongling from worry, he would prefer to succumb to unconsciousness, if only to escape the torment. "Enough of this bravado. You must rest now," came Zhao Gaobo's slightly exhilarated voice from behind. Tang Chenfeng revealed a bitter smile, realizing that no matter how much he feigned indifference in the presence of a titled Douluo, it was an impossible act to maintain. Both he and Yi Hongling were not particularly astonished by the revelation that their teacher, Zhao, was indeed a titled Douluo. After all, Zhao was a close friend of Tang's grandfather, and it was hardly surprising that a friend of a titled Douluo would also hold such a title. Given that his grandfather had achieved such remarkable accomplishments, it stood to reason that a peer of his would not fall short in comparison. Tang Chenfeng inquired, "Teacher Zhao, what do you think of my recent assessment?" Before he could finish, Zhao Gaobo promptly interjected, "Rest assured, you have passed with flying colors. You may return to rest. I need to further examine the star iron you forged before making any plans. It seems the time for the Blacksmithing Guild assessment will have to be postponed." Ultimately, Tang Chenfeng was assisted back by Yi Hongling, as he truly lacked the strength to walk on his own. Observing the pair return and the completed medal before him, Zhao Gaobo remained silent for a considerable time before slowly articulating, "A genius is indeed a genius. Thankfully, I heeded old Jiulong's advice and took him as my disciple. This will not be in vain. Once he inherits my mantle, I shall be able to retire in peace." Zhao Gaobo then approached the forge, murmuring, "What a pity. Such a fine piece of rare metal is likely ruined." He moved closer to inspect the star iron crafted by Tang Chenfeng. A soft gasp escaped his lips as he remarked, "It appears this has not failed. Not only has it succeeded, but it also seems to be." Meanwhile, the siblings had returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, Tang Chenfeng immediately collapsed onto his bed, too exhausted even to practice, yearning only for a moment of repose. Although it was the weekend, the dormitory was rather empty. It seemed the efforts of the siblings and Zepping had influenced the other work-study students, who were diligently training under their guidance. Zepping was likely still outside leading everyone in their exercises. "Brother, how are you feeling now?" Yi Hongling asked with concern. "I should be fine, but right now, I just want to rest." Tang Qinfeng's voice was noticeably weak, and he soon closed his eyes. Before long, his breathing became steady, and he fell into a deep slumber. After an indeterminate time, Tang Qinfeng felt as though he had awakened, yet it seemed as if he had not truly done so. Was he dreaming, or was it something else? Suddenly, the sound of applause echoed in his ears, accompanied by a melodious voice. "Well done. Your training has significantly improved lately. You've advanced nearly 2 levels. You have certainly met your mother's expectations." The voice belonged to his mother, Bai Xing. Upon hearing her words, Tang Qinfeng was momentarily stunned, then quickly sat up in the realm of his consciousness, astonished. "Really? Sister Bai Xing, my soul power has increased by 2 levels." Since embarking on his journey of forging and design with Zhao Gaohua, Tang Qinfeng had spent his days immersed in the forge, training, and physical conditioning. Although he had been earnest in his cultivation, he had scarcely found the time to assess the extent of his soul power advancements. Had it not been for Sister Bai Xing's reminder, he would have been oblivious to such substantial progress. "I recall that I was previously at level 16. With just 2 more advancements, I would have reached level 18. Bai Xing remarked, "Indeed, you are nearing the threshold of level 20. Once you officially ascend to this level, you will enter the next significant phase." "Qinfeng, do you possess the Starshine Stone?" Tang Qinfeng replied, "Indeed, I have kept it with me at all times." For Tang Qinfeng, this piece of Starlight Stone held profound significance. It was a cherished relic from his mother, and as Bai Xing had mentioned, it was likely the key to his journey into the future. Tang Qinfeng inquired, "Sister Bai Xing, is something the matter? What is the next significant phase you mentioned?" Bai Xing merely smiled faintly and replied, "It's a secret, so I won't reveal it just yet. However, if you manage to break through to level 20, there will be a delightful surprise awaiting you." "What kind of surprise?" Tang Qinfeng asked eagerly, his interest piqued. Bai Xing crossed her arms thoughtfully and said, "The surprise that humanity speaks of is meant to be a gift bestowed upon you without your prior knowledge. Therefore, I shall remain silent on the details. You must strive diligently to uncover the surprise I have prepared for you." A hint of helplessness washed over Tang Qinfeng's face, realizing he needed to exert more effort. "Oh, by the way, I must remind you of 2 more things," Bai Xing continued. "While forging can enhance your perception of the world and even accelerate your cultivation speed, your physical well-being is paramount. Do not overexert yourself." For some reason, although it was merely a statement of ordinary concern, it warmed Tang Qinfeng's heart, reminiscent of a mother's nurturing care. Even though this was merely a fragment of her consciousness, he could still feel her tenderness and concern for him. Yet, another matter arose. As Bai Xing's voice suddenly took on a serious tone, Tang Qinfeng immediately assumed a formal posture, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the capricious nature of Bai Xing's emotions. Observing the sudden tension in Tang Qinfeng's demeanor, Bai Xing surprisingly displayed a hint of anxiety herself. With a touch of exasperation, she remarked, "Do not be so tense. My understanding of human emotions is still somewhat limited. Thus, my fluctuations in sentiment may appear rather unnatural." Bai Xing, as an embodiment of the cosmic laws, inherently lacked any emotions, perhaps not entirely devoid, yet over the eons, these feelings had gradually faded and, in some instances, vanished completely. This fragment of consciousness, however, could awaken, allowing her to observe and learn through Tang Qinfeng's memories, with emotions being what she found most perplexing. For instance, she struggled to comprehend why one might cry when joyous, laugh in profound sorrow, or even disregard their survival instincts in moments of anger. Subsequently, Bai Xing instructed, "Until you can better master your consciousness, refrain from using it for the time being. Your recent exertions to forcibly control it have significantly affected your mental sea. I advise against its use for at least a year, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. Do you understand?" Her words carried a note of authority, to which Tang Qinfeng obediently nodded, replying, "Yes, Sister Bai Xing, I will be mindful." Bai Xing smiled warmly, saying, "That is good to hear. The 2 individuals outside have been calling for you for a while. Let me escort you back." "Ah, outside. Who?" Before Tang Qinfeng could finish his sentence, a flash of white light enveloped him, followed by darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with 2 figures. One was Zepping, and the other, naturally, was Yi Hongling. "Boss, you have finally awakened." exclaimed Zepping. Brother, you are finally awake, echoed Yi Hongling. Tang Chenfeng discerned a palpable note of anxiety in their voices as he inquired, How long have I been asleep? Zepping, standing nearby, replied, A day and a night have passed. It is now the afternoon of the second day. Boss, don't you feel that you have been growing increasingly frail lately? You used to be the strongest among us. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng smiled broadly and remarked, It seems I have indeed been somewhat neglectful lately. In that case, Zepping, how about I accompany you for some practical training over the next few days? Although Zepping was 2 years older than Tang Chenfeng, he possessed no certainty when it came to practical combat. He had never managed to defeat Tang Chenfeng, and each encounter left him thoroughly beaten. Zepping quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, No need for that, boss. I'm doing just fine training with the others. You needn't worry about me. Oh, by the way, not long ago, the Vice Dean came looking for you. He mentioned that he would like to see you once you awaken, as he has something of great importance to discuss. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng surmised that it must pertain to his impending visit to the Smithing Association. He promptly swung his legs over the side of the bed. Very well, I shall go now. Linger, let's head out together. Zepping, would you like to join us? Tang Chenfeng inquired. Zepping replied, I think I'll pass. Dinner is still some time away, and I'd prefer to stay and train a little longer with everyone on the field. Besides, it's on the way. Would you like to join me in observing how they are progressing? After spending a month at Heighton Academy, the siblings had become well acquainted with the students residing in the work-study dormitory. Tang Chenfeng noted that, although most of the students lacked innate talent, they displayed remarkable diligence and camaraderie. Previously, they often trained together, but due to his recent busyness, he hadn't joined them. Naturally, he agreed to Zepping's suggestion. The trio strolled out of the dormitory as they usually did, making their way toward the training grounds. The academy's field was expansive, spanning over 3,000 square meters, ample enough to accommodate all the faculty and students. The outermost section featured a circular track, while the side nearer to the dormitories housed various exercise equipment. Where most of the dormitory students were engaged, with familiarity, they arrived at the training ground and soon spotted a considerable gathering of individuals. However, it appeared that this group had formed two factions. On one side stood the dormitory students, whom Tang Chenfeng and his companions were well acquainted with, while on the other stood more than a dozen individuals whom they recognized, albeit with less than favorable impressions. Yi Hongling squinted and observed, Is that Ning Tong at the forefront of that group? Indeed it was. Given their demeanor, it seems they're here to stir up trouble for our work-study students again. What do you think, boss? Zepping asked, clasping his hands as he looked toward Tang Chenfeng. Tang Chenfeng remarked, These rascals are becoming increasingly audacious. It's time they learned a lesson, that even work-study students are not to be trifled with. Chapter 30. If a fight is what they seek. We shall engage on the playground. Two groups stood opposite each other. Although the work-study students outnumbered their adversaries, they lacked the formidable presence that their opponents exuded. Leading the opposing group was Ning Tong, who was notably tall and robust for his age, appearing almost youthful despite being only around 10 years old. With a handsome visage, he often emanated an air of arrogance that incited a desire to confront him. At that moment, he stood there, exuding a menacing aura. Zhe Ping, with fierce determination, charged into the throng and confronted Ning Tong, exclaiming, Ning Tong, you shameless wretch. Have we, the work-study students, provoked you in any way, that you come here to bully us? Ning Tong, maintaining his disdainful demeanor, retorted, What of it? Is it wrong for me to find your pitiful lot displeasing? Each of you is merely a wretched soul who relies on menial labor to survive at this academy. You are utterly unworthy of being sole masters. Oh, by the way, Zhe Ping, I heard you were dethroned from your position as the work-study leader by a freshman just a month ago. That newcomer must be at least 3 years your junior. It's quite pathetic that you succumbed to him. Faced with Ning Tong's biting sarcasm, Zhe Ping seethed with anger. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Ning Tong continued, Look at your sorry state. I'm in a generous mood today, so I'll grant you an opportunity, just as per our usual arrangement. Let us see if you dare to accept it. At that moment, Zhe Ping hesitated, seemingly intimidated by some unseen factor. Just then, a strong hand rested upon his shoulder. This is unlike you, Zhe Ping. If a fight is what they seek, we shall oblige. I shall take charge this time. I will shoulder it all, the newcomer declared, as the morale among the work-study students began to shift. Oh, so you're the new work-study student, Ning Tong said, slightly taken aback. The newcomer appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old. yet stood nearly as tall as Ning Tong himself, exuding an impressive strength. However, Ning Tong quickly regained his haughty composure, stating, "Zhe Ping, it seems you're not as foolish as I presumed. You found yourself a protector. Yet, I wonder if he is merely a fade." Ning Tong's attitude was unmistakable. He was convinced that the newcomer was merely a new work-study student, strong in appearance, but ultimately inconsequential in the face of true martial prowess. Tang Shifeng maintained a composed expression and remarked, "Isn't it simple to ascertain whether it is merely a fade? I would appreciate your elucidation on the rules you mentioned." Ning Tong, with arms crossed and an air of superiority, replied, "Allow me to reiterate. Each side will dispatch 5 individuals to compete in succession. As long as one participant emerges victorious, they may continue to battle the next opponent, until one side is entirely vanquished. While this may appear to be a fair set of rules, it conceals intricate strategies." Ning Tong, being a remarkably astute individual, recognized that among the students, only Zepping possessed significant strength, while his own team comprised seasoned experts. Although Zepping's prowess seemed merely a minor advantage among the lesser skilled, Ning Tong opted for the most prudent approach, a war of attrition. Zepping had initially suffered greatly due to this tactic, gradually worn down until no one was left to continue the fight, resulting in a comprehensive defeat. Thus, Ning Tong was confident that even with Zepping and his new leader combined, victory was assured for his side. They could simply exhaust him in due course. Zepping was evidently aware of Ning Tong's intentions, yet before he could voice his thoughts, Tang Chenfeng had already acquiesced. "Very well, it is settled. However," he added, "I have one more condition to propose. Will you agree?" Ning Tong, intrigued, responded, "Oh, do share what it entails." Tang Chenfeng remarked, "To be frank, I believe that we are all classmates from the same academy. Constantly opposing each other only deteriorates our relationships. Therefore, I propose that if we win this match, you and your entourage shall serve as our subordinates, and vice versa. What do you think?" At that moment, the vast playground was enveloped in silence. After a brief pause, murmurs erupted. Ning Tong laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I accept your proposal, which will save me the trouble of dealing with each of you individually later." Zhe Ping anxiously interjected, "Boss, you are being overly hasty. If we lose, we will truly be doomed." Tang Chenfeng calmly remarked, "Zepping, this is unlike you. Have a little more confidence. Besides, must we inevitably lose? Were it anyone else, Zepping would likely have resorted to physical confrontation, yet for reasons unknown." He found an inexplicable sense of assurance in Tang Chenfeng's words. Gritting his teeth, Zepping declared, "All right, boss, I shall take the lead." With that, he stepped forward, positioning himself before the intern. The opposing side dispatched a tall fourth-year student named Chang Yun, a figure that stirred a sense of excitement within Zepping. Chang Yun, armed with the light cloud spear and a long-standing rival of Zepping, had yet to be defeated by him. Zepping boldly shouted, "Come on!" He unleashed his martial spirit, his arms swelling dramatically as metallic, glistening fur sprouted from his limbs, transforming his hands into fearsome tiger claws. In response, a radiant white aura enveloped Chang Yun as he brandished a 2-meter-long white spear. "Zepping, haven't I beaten you enough? This time, I intend to leave you bettered for days," he taunted. "Well then, let us see who ends up bettered in the end," Zepping retorted, charging forward with a fierce determination, his right hand aimed directly at Chang Yun. Rather than engage head-on, Chang Yun deftly sidestepped, evading Zepping's assault, and swiftly aimed a strike at Zepping's ribs with his spear. However, Zepping, quick on his feet, summoned his soul energy, letting out a resonant tiger roar as he thrust his left hand beneath his right arm, seizing the spear's tip. Despite the protective aura, the spear's blade left 2 crimson lines across his tiger claws. Without hesitation, Zepping yanked the spear towards him, retracting his right hand to deliver a blow to Chang Yun's head, executing his attack with seamless precision. A fleeting look of panic flashed across Chang Yun's face, but it quickly vanished. "Don't forget, this is my martial spirit," he reminded himself. The light cloud spear suddenly dissipated into luminous particles, allowing Chang Yun to evade Zepping's claws with a swift bend. In a fluid motion, the spear reappeared in his hand, sweeping through the air to knock Zepping backward. Yet, Zepping appeared impervious to pain, retreating merely 2 steps before charging forward once more. Chang Yun had struck with the side of the spear rather than the blade. While the academy permitted sparring among students, it strictly forbade any form of grievous harm. According to past experiences, it was commonly said that this would suffice for Zepping to endure, and then, taking advantage of the momentum, One could exploit the advantage of the light cloud spear, its length correlating to its might, to stretch Zepping to his limits. However, this time proved to be markedly different. Rather than retreating, Zepping advanced with grand ferocity, growing ever more formidable as he engaged in battle. Chang Yun's rhythm was utterly disrupted. As he continuously wielded the light cloud spear, yet found himself retreating incessantly, ultimately revealing that he was the one suffering defeat. At this moment, those on Ning Tong's side were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Zepping had suddenly grown so powerful. In their eyes, Zepping had merely been a punching bag. Yet he now appeared to disregard Chang Yun's assaults, relentlessly pressing forward despite the onslaught. The reason behind Zepping's remarkable transformation can be traced back to the specialized training provided by Tang Chenfeng. During their training sessions, Tang Chenfeng discovered that Zepping possessed commendable talent. He was diligent and tenacious, and though his martial spirit was not subpar, his slow advancement was primarily due to a lack of resources. Tang Chenfeng identified two reasons for Zepping's inability to contend with Ning Tong and her companions. One was the disparity in their cultivation levels, and the other was Zepping's overly conservative fighting style, which hindered him from fully harnessing the potential of his martial spirit, the Steel Claw Tiger. Consequently, Tang Chenfeng devised an intensive training regimen for Zepping, wherein he would have to confront Tang Chenfeng's attacks head-on until he no longer feared them. Zepping rose to the challenge, completing this task within a month. To Zepping now, Chang Yun's strikes were entirely incomparable to the blows of Tang Chenfeng. With a fierce roar, Zepping's bellows startled Chang Yun. He lunged forward with ferocity, and faced with the seemingly frenzied Zepping, Chang Yun was thoroughly rattled. He thrust the light cloud spear towards Zepping's head, yet Zepping remained unfazed. With a swift twist of his neck, he evaded the spear's assault, leaving only a scar on his face as he closed the distance to Chang Yun. Chang Yun had chosen the path of an agile attack-type spirit master, wielding a light cloud spear that afforded little defense. Now, confronted by a powerful assault-type spirit master with a beast martial spirit, the outcome was inevitable. With a resounding thud, Zepping's clawed uppercut struck Chang Yun squarely on the chin, sending him hurtling through the air. Following this, Zepping executed a sideways flip, delivering a devastating kick to Chang Yun's back, slamming him into the ground. Unlike Zepping, Chang Yun lacked the same resilience. The impact rendered him unconscious. Zepping, exhilarated, let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. Though his body bore numerous wounds and blood flowed freely, it did not diminish his pride in achieving his first victory. Meanwhile, the expressions on Ning Tong's side darkened considerably. For Chang Yun ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength within their ranks, and was a formidable fighter. Had he not already possessed a soul spirit, victory over Chang Yun would not have been assured. Then Ning Tong waved her hand, instructing others to carry the unconscious Chang Yun away for urgent treatment. They were merely novice soul masters, and with their limited soul power, they were not capable of causing any fatalities. Tang Chenfeng expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Senior Ning Tong, we have emerged victorious in this round. Zepping, you performed admirably. Come back now." Zepping, his entire body smeared with blood and his clothing stained crimson, remained somewhat entranced by the joy of triumph. "Boss, I can still, enough. You should return and rest," he was interrupted. At that moment, Yi Hongling suddenly appeared on the scene, grasping Zepping's hand and pulling him back. Zepping felt a slight warmth on his cheeks. It was the first time a girl had taken his hand. The touch of the boss's sister was soft and comforting, making even his wounds seem less painful. It was no illusion. "Humph, you've only won one round. Don't celebrate too soon. Next up is Lin Tian. You will take the stage." The second participant chosen by Ning Tong was a 4th-year student of average height, but with a remarkably slender build, appearing almost frail, as if suffering from severe malnutrition. Yet, his gaze was exceptionally sharp. On the other side, apart from Zepping and Tang Chenfeng, there was no one else capable of fighting, so naturally, it was Tang Chenfeng who stepped forward to battle. Tang Chenfeng is approximately 4 years younger than Lin Feng. However, when considering their appearances, he appears considerably more robust, even towering over him by a notable height. "Are you a work-study student? You seem stronger than some of the 8th graders," Lin Feng remarked, his gaze towards Tang Chenfeng revealing a hint of jealousy and suspicion. Tang Chenfeng nodded at him, acknowledging his status as merely a work-study student, and requested guidance. This was a critical confrontation determining who would ascend to the position of junior squad leader. Lin Feng, undeterred, executed a sudden leap, and in an instant, a petite white bird materialized, accompanied by a circle of ethereal white soul rings. Lin Feng's arms transformed into a pair of wings, enabling him to soar gracefully towards Tang Qinfeng. As a beast spirit master with the ability to fly, Lin Feng's martial spirit appeared to be a type of bird, likely not a raptor like an eagle, but rather a swift swallow or seagull, indicating he was an agile attack-type soul master. With this in mind, Tang Qinfeng felt reassured, believing there was little cause for concern. As Lin Feng hurtled towards him, Tang Qinfeng appeared utterly unfazed, as if disregarding the impending assault. Lin Feng's speed was remarkable, bolstered by a soul companion, making him a standout in the 5th grade and a close ally of Ningtong. His movements were exceedingly nimble, and just as he seemed poised to collide with Tang Qinfeng's face, he suddenly swept his wings, gliding just above Tang Qinfeng's head and maneuvering behind him. With a flash, his first soul ring illuminated, and a metallic sheen enveloped Lin Feng's wings. This was his primary soul skill, Steel Wings. Having unleashed his soul technique with astonishing speed, Lin Feng appeared to catch Tang Qinfeng off guard, who seemed unable to react or evade. Chapter 31, A Duel Battle? As Lin Feng entered the arena, he immediately unleashed his soul skill, a maneuver orchestrated by Ningtong from behind the scenes. Typically, they could effortlessly defeat Zepping. Yet now he found himself bested by Chang Yun, who ranked 3rd among them, even referring to him as boss. One could only speculate the extent of his true prowess. However, at present, he appeared utterly unresponsive. Reflecting on the school rules, Lin Feng pondered whether to temper his strength to avoid inflicting serious injury. While these thoughts occupied his mind, his actions remained swift. He raised his left arm, revealing the sharp feathers at its end, and aimed a strike at Tang Qinfeng's back. The onlookers, comprised of work-study students, collectively held their breath, aware of Lin Feng's formidable strength. In terms of combat prowess, he was the strongest among the junior students, second only to Ningtong. Should he emerge victorious, it would not be unjust. However, Tang Qinfeng represented the future of the work-study students, and a loss could spell disaster for them all. Yet, amidst the anxious crowd, Yi Hongling maintained an air of tranquility, unconcerned about the unfolding events. After all, she possessed the clearest understanding of Tang Qinfeng's true capabilities, knowing full well that his opponent's attacks posed no threat to her brother. Just as Lin Feng's assault was about to land, Tang Qinfeng sprang into action. Centering his power on his left foot, he propelled his leg, transferring the force to his waist and rotating his upper body. He raised his right arm, fist clenched, and met Lin Feng's steel wing head-on. The crowd gasped, astonished by his audacity to engage in a direct confrontation, which seemed tantamount to courting death. One must understand that under the enhancement of a soul skill, severing a limb could be achieved with ease. Then, a jarring sound echoed, akin to nails on a chalkboard, as Lin Feng's steel wing collided with Tang Qinfeng's fist. However, it was Lin Feng's wing that twisted and shattered, while Tang Qinfeng's fist continued unabated, striking Lin Feng squarely in the face. The force sent Lin Feng spiraling through the air, his body flipping before he was violently hurled away. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a stop in front of the 5th graders, unconscious and without uttering a single cry. Following that singular blow, the arena fell into a profound silence. Ningtong's faction of students stared in disbelief, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Lin Feng, who had already bonded with the soul spirit, was second only to Ningtong in terms of individual strength. Yet, despite having employed his soul skill, he was defeated by a mere punch, one that was delivered without even the release of a martial spirit. This was an astonishing display of power, leaving Ningtong to wonder just how formidable Tang Qinfeng truly was. Tang Qinfeng shook his head, the recent assault leaving his fists slightly numb, with a minor abrasion on the back of his fingers. Yet, it was nothing more than that. He then spoke with an air of indifference. Who was next? The ordinary students were taken aback, as were the work-study students. In their minds, Tang Qinfeng had always seemed like a person who shunned conflict, characterized by his unwavering composure and amiable demeanor. He was perpetually busy or en route to his next task, appearing to be an exceptionally honest individual. However, when he engaged in combat, he delivered lethal blows without hesitation. Zipin, observing from the sidelines, erupted into gleeful laughter as he witnessed Lin Feng being sent flying by Tang Qinfeng's punch. What do you say, Ningtong? I ask you, are you convinced now? Our leader has defeated your second strongest without even releasing his soul power. I doubt you could best him either. If not, then perhaps you should concede and acknowledge Qinfeng as your leader. Ningtong emerged with a grim expression, but instead of directly challenging Tang Qinfeng, he strode straight up to him. Zipin mused to himself, no way, Ningtong isn't actually considering surrendering, is he? Standing before Tang Chenfeng, Ning Tong, significantly shorter than him, bore a serious expression. You are the leader of the work-study students, correct? I would like to propose a condition to slightly modify the battle rules. Rest assured, neither side will gain an unfair advantage. This is merely to expedite the conclusion of this match. Ning Tong's unexpected suggestion caught everyone off guard. He was not typically viewed as a person who would engage in rational discourse. Tang Chenfeng replied, "Sure, do tell." Ning Tong stated, "In terms of rules, I propose that both sides send out 5 individuals to compete in turn. However, to be frank, I doubt you possess 5 capable fighters. Instead, how about we determine the victor based on the outcome of the 3rd match, thereby omitting the necessity of a 5th match? What do you think, boss?" "Hold on. No problem. I accept," Tang Chenfeng interjected before Zepping could finish his sentence. Determining the victor based on the 3rd match. From the perspective of the work-study students who were clearly weaker than Ning Tong's team, indeed seemed a judicious choice. However, Zepping suddenly realized a concern. It appeared that, aside from himself, there were no other students on their side with any combat capability, and his own injuries were somewhat severe. Participating might hinder their performance. Meanwhile, even without Chang Yun and Lin Feng, Ning Tong's side undoubtedly boasted several capable fighters. "You must keep your word," Ning Tong remarked, her expression brightening at the success of her scheme. As she walked back, she smiled and waved at the crowd of ordinary students, exuding a friendly demeanor rather than the authoritative air she had prior. The crowd parted, creating a pathway, and soon a girl emerged from it. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, tall, and possessed an air of nobility, suggesting she hailed from a wealthy family. Upon reaching Ning Tong, the girl unexpectedly threw a punch, exclaiming, "Your lackeys are utterly useless. They can't even handle a few work-study students." The girl appeared quite upset, like a petulant child. In response to the seemingly light punch, Ning Tong stepped back with a playful smile, saying, "What a surprise. The previous incidents were mere coincidences. This time, with the 2 of us participating, victory is assured." On the work-study student's side, Yi Hongling inquired of Zepping, "Who is that girl? I've never seen her before. Do you know who she is?" Zepping, however, wore a perplexed expression, having no recollection of this individual whatsoever. At that moment, the 2 from the opposing side stood confidently in front of Tang Chenfeng. "Let me introduce myself," Ning Tong began. "I am Ning Tong, a 5th-year student with the martial spirit of the Winged Tiger, a level 14 spirit master. In the realm of spirit masters, announcing one's martial spirit and level prior to a match is a sign of respect towards one's opponent, who is similarly expected to reciprocate this courtesy unless they hold their adversary in contempt or consider them a mortal enemy. I am Mo Xiaoyu, a 5th-year student with the martial spirit of the Phoenix Flute, a level 15 support spirit master." After a moment of contemplation, Zepping's heart raced. Mo Xiaoyu was indeed from the esteemed Mo family. Was she a scion of a prominent lineage? Yi Hongling inquired. Zhe Ping, with a grave demeanor, responded, "Indeed. The Mo family is a prominent lineage, yet it possesses unique traits. They revere a soul beast known as the Phoenix, thus every soul master within the family, upon awakening their martial spirit, typically forms a connection with the Phoenix. They are also exceedingly welcoming to those possessing a Phoenix martial spirit. The family's strength is formidable. For instance, Mo Xiaoyu wields a martial spirit called Fengyi Di, and her soul power surpasses even Ning Tong's, suggesting she hails from the Mo family. I had not anticipated that Ning Tong had such substantial backing." Noticing the seriousness in Zhe Ping's expression, Ning Tong's voice became increasingly arrogant. "Humph, Zhe Ping, did you not foresee this? I still hold a trump card. If I were to lose, not only would we acknowledge him as our leader, but I would also accept you as my superior." In contrast to Ning Tong's outburst, Mo Xiaoyu remained remarkably composed, stating, "Enough of your grandstanding. Now, who is your partner? Hurry and do not waste time." This last remark was evidently directed at Tang Chenfeng. Faced with the opponent's aggressive stance, Tang Chenfeng maintained an unperturbed expression, merely gesturing towards Zhe Ping as if inviting him to take the stage. Just as Zhe Ping, feeling the urge to step forward, prepared to do so, an unexpected force from his arm effortlessly pulled him back. "All right, the injured shall rest and recover. Leave the front to us siblings," said Yi Hongling. An unexpected presence who rarely revealed herself, now confidently approaching Tang Chenfeng, exuding an air of familiarity as if they had often fought side by side. Ning Tong, observing the unfamiliar girl across from him, wore an expression of confusion. He had no recollection of her, yet he was confident she could not best his side. As he pondered, a wave of azure soul power emanated from Ning Tong, illuminating the air. As the light flickered, his form began to swell. His eyes transforming to a striking blue, his arms expanding dramatically as claws erupted from his fingertips, resembling a pair of tiger claws akin to Zhe Ping's steel claw tiger. Soon after, a pair of white wings sprouted from his back, embodying the essence of his martial spirit, aptly named the winged tiger. A circle of yellow soul rings ascended from him, accompanied by a diminutive white-winged tiger, clearly his soul spirit, a century-old soul spirit, on Mo Xiaoyu's side. With the surge of soul power, a shimmering green bird with a long, satin-like tail appeared alongside a yellow century-old soul ring. Simultaneously, a jade-green flute materialized in her hands, adorned with exquisitely detailed golden phoenix engravings that exuded luxury and nobility. The onlookers were left agape. Both competitors possess century-old soul spirits, something they might aspire to attain in their lifetimes, now manifesting before their very eyes. With such top-tier martial spirits and soul rings, how would their leader contend with this formidable opposition? Tang Shifeng, a first-year work-study student, possessed the innate martial spirit of a level 18 soul master. Yi Hongling, also a first-year work-study student, wielded the martial spirit known as the Tree of Life and was a level 16 auxiliary soul master. Amidst the murmurs of surprise from Ning Tong, who had overheard their exchange, he found it hard to believe. Level 18, a one-ring soul master. As he spoke, Tang Qinfeng's physique began to swell dramatically. The once loose student uniform strained against his rapidly expanding muscles, seemingly on the verge of tearing apart. Simultaneously, a circle of purple soul rings illuminated around him, rhythmically pulsating with his movements. The purple hue signified a millennium soul ring. It was indeed a millennium soul ring. Ning Tong could not help but gasp in astonishment. Standing beside him, Mo Xiaoyu also displayed an expression of surprise. It was evident that not only the ordinary students, but even the work-study students stood in stunned silence, gazing at Tang Shifeng as if he were a monster. The distinction between purple and yellow soul rings was unmistakable for individuals like Ning Tong and Mo Xiaoyu, who hailed from prestigious families. This was a fundamental qualitative difference. While some may have doubted his claim of being an 18th-level soul master, the emergence of the Millennium Soul Ring left no room for skepticism. Was there ever a one-ring soul master with a Millennium Soul Ring? Historically, such prodigies did exist. Yet they were all individuals of exceptional talent who had ventured to that revered place. However, the soul ring adorning Tang Qinfeng was not a genuine representation. Rather, it was a facade he had conjured effortlessly. The choice to present a Millennium Soul Ring was primarily a response to the arrogance displayed by his opponents. Tang Qinfeng intended to assert his dominance. Meanwhile, as Yi Hongling prepared to unleash her martial spirit and soul rings, she suddenly caught the gaze of Tang Qinfeng, as if he were conveying a silent message. In an instant, she understood and ceased her actions. The ordinary students, witnessing only one person releasing their martial spirit, were filled with bewilderment. Were they truly preparing for a 1-against-2? This was exceedingly audacious. Boss, miss, take him down, no matter how formidable his soul rings. He is but one individual. An ordinary student could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Silence, came the immediate retort. Be quiet. The voices of two individuals simultaneously interrupted his words. Indeed, the display of their might suggested a desire for a one-on-one confrontation. However, their trepidation did not stem solely from him. Judging by the intelligence they had revealed, both adversaries possessed levels superior to his own, one of whom boasted a Millennium Soul Ring. This indicated not only exceptional innate talent, but also the backing of a formidable power capable of providing such a rare soul spirit, a cost far beyond the reach of mere 100-year soul spirits. It was a price that even common folk and small families, along with minor sects, might struggle to afford. Thus, it was evident that he was supported by a significant familial influence. While one family might be manageable, the nature of the relationship between the other girl and him seemed rather peculiar, and her soul power was not to be underestimated. The disparity between their martial spirits was considerable, suggesting she might hail from another prominent family, perhaps one that, like his own, was allied but possessed greater strength. This situation transcended mere victory or defeat. Should they incite trouble and offend the opposing familial alliance, the ensuing animosity could have dire consequences beyond their capacity to bear. Chapter 32. Complete victory. Yet the present circumstance was akin to an arrow poised on the bowstring, compelled to be released. They had issued a challenge, and for the honor of their family, they could only muster the courage to confront it head-on. Are you truly an intern? Ning Tong could not help but inquire. Tang Chenfeng spoke softly. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary work-study student. Let us proceed. Ning Tong could not help but silently scoff. How could an ordinary work-study student possess a Millennium Soul Ring? Surely, he must be a wealthy heir merely experiencing life. At this moment, Ning Tong had already taken precautions, planning to act as the primary attacking soul master while striving to minimize friction between both sides, prioritizing friendship over competition. As the duel commenced, Ning Tong flapped his wings and surged toward Tang Chenfeng. Unlike the agility displayed earlier, his attack was imbued with explosive force, reminiscent of Zepping, yet Ning Tong's strength, bolstered by a soul ring, far surpassed that of Zepping, especially given that his martial spirit was the flying winged tiger, which qualitatively eclipsed Zepping's steel claw tiger. In the face of Ning Tong's onslaught, Tang Chenfeng remained somewhat vigilant, particularly wary of Mo Xiaoyu. He had heard from Grandpa Yi that martial spirits related to musical instruments were often the most troublesome, and he was unaware of her soul skills. If they were of a control nature, it was uncertain whether she would employ them while Ning Tong engaged him. Nevertheless, he had no intention of evading Ning Tong's assault. Adopting a stance, he clenched his right fist, ready to confront the incoming attack with sheer brute force, devoid of any technique. As Ning Tong approached, he realized that the transformation of Tang Chenfeng upon activating his martial spirit was even more pronounced than his own. If he had morphed into a humanoid tiger, then Tang Chenfeng resembled a small giant, towering and robust. How infuriating! Had I already succumbed to him in terms of momentum? The speed of the pounce was astonishing. Before Ning Tong could gather his thoughts, his tiger claw collided with Tang Chenfeng's fist. With a resonating thud, the green and white energies intertwined through their arms, releasing a powerful wave of soul force that sent tremors beneath the feet of the onlookers. Tang Chenfeng stood motionless, while Ning Tong was violently thrust backward, performing a somersault in midair before regaining his balance. Once stabilized, Ning Tong gazed at his trembling arms, finally comprehending why Lin Feng had succumbed after merely receiving a single punch from his opponent. Typically, when he entered the state of martial soul manifestation, he could shatter rocks with the sheer strength of his claws. However, in that recent collision, it felt as though his claws were the ones being pulverized like the shattered stone. He perceived Tang Chenfeng's fist as if it were forged from solid bronze, striking his arm with excruciating pain, and the force of the attack was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly obliterating his own strength. Curse be it, we are utterly outmatched in power. Xiaoyu, employ the kite strategy. As Ning Tong spoke, his soul ring illuminated, preparing to unleash his soul skill. In an instant, Tang Chenfeng sensed a multitude of wind elemental energies converging towards Ning Tong, coalescing in his hands and beginning to compress, creating a sharp sensation. Let me show you. Ning Tong bellowed, as his claws sliced through the air, unleashing 6 wind blades directed at Tang Chenfeng. Simultaneously, Tang Chenfeng surged toward Ning Tong, who continued to generate wind blades in his direction. Yet, perplexingly, no matter how densely Ning Tong's wind blades rained down, Tang Chenfeng adeptly evaded them, sidestepping each attack with minimal movement. Throughout this exchange, Ning Tong attempted to create distance between them, but Tang Chenfeng's speed was too swift, rapidly closing the gap. At that moment, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. The instant Tang Chenfeng heard the sound, he distinctly felt his speed diminish. Turning to look, he beheld Mo Xiaoyu raising the fingy flute, the haunting melody and ethereal notes unfurling with emerald light. Though it was merely sound, it imparted a viscous sensation. And in that instant, Tang Chenfeng felt both his speed and senses become sluggish. Could Mo Xiaoyu's soul skill be slowing? Tang Chenfeng pondered. The most troublesome aspect of sound-based martial souls lies in their defense. Once one hears its melody, one has already fallen into a trap. Simultaneously, 2 wind blades surged from behind Tang Chenfeng. Although his speed had diminished, he managed to react swiftly, turning to raise his hand in defense against the impending attack. The wind blade struck him and the surrounding area, erupting in clouds of dust. Gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers. Should such an attack connect directly, it would surely result in severe injury. Ning Tong's expression darkened. He had intended to withdraw gracefully, but it now appeared he had stirred up trouble. As he glanced toward the dissipating smoke, a figure gradually emerged, causing the spectators to widen their eyes in astonishment. Emerging from the haze, Tang Chenfeng patted his somewhat tattered school uniform, revealing faint traces of blood seeping from the damaged fabric. However, the remnants were merely minor abrasions. It appears I have underestimated you, but I shall adopt a more serious approach from here on. As he spoke, Tang Chenfeng crouched down, assuming the starting position of a sprinter. While his already exaggerated physique swelled once more, the sound of fabric straining against his muscles echoing in the air. Is this a manifestation of soul skills? Ning Tong pondered internally. In truth, this was not a soul skill, but rather a testament to the innate abilities of his martial spirit. The primary advantage of a martial spirit lies in its intrinsic connection to the soul master, allowing for enhanced control. Yi Jiolong had taught Tang Qinfeng to typically unleash only a fraction of his power, reserving the remainder for moments of necessity. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu's fingy dizzy sounded once more, intended to counter Tang Qinfeng's impending assault, but would it prove effective? With a thunderous roar, Tang Qinfeng launched himself like a cannonball. His trajectory aimed squarely at Ning Tong. The previously effective soul skill of deceleration now seemed utterly impotent, failing to exert any influence. Mo Xiaoyu gasped in shock. Her deceleration skill was designed to reduce an opponent's speed by 40%, yet it had evidently been overshadowed by the amplification of the opposing soul skill. In the blink of an eye, Tang Qinfeng leaped forward, standing before Ning Tong, who could now perceive only an ever-enlarging fist descending from above. With a resounding thud, Tang Qinfeng delivered an uppercut that struck Ning Tong's chin, propelling him several meters into the air. Capitalizing on the momentum, he followed up with a powerful punch to Ning Tong's chest. Another deafening crash ensued as Ning Tong crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater and spitting blood before losing consciousness. Stop! Stop! We concede. Hurry, someone aid him. Mo Xiaoyu cried out in a state of panic. The families of Mo Xiaoyu and Ning Tong had maintained a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship for generations, their members closely interconnected. Mo Xiaoyu and Ning Tong, having grown up together as childhood friends, shared a deep bond. Given Ning Tong's dire condition, it was only natural for her to be frantic. Upon hearing this, Tang Qinfeng immediately released his martial spirit and approached to assess Ning Tong's condition, accompanied by Yi Hongling, who had been observing from the sidelines. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu was already kneeling beside Ning Tong, her face streaked with tears. Upon seeing the two arrive, she shouted furiously, "If anything were to happen to him, our family would never let you go." Tang Qinfeng approached Ning Tong and reassured her, "Rest assured, he will be fine. I will treat him with Linger's assistance." With that, Tang Qinfeng began to examine Ning Tong's injuries. Upon inspection, he discovered that 2 of her bones were likely fractured, even in a state where he had exerted minimal force. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he carefully aligned the broken bones and initiated an urgent treatment, a technique imparted to him by Granny Ling. "It's done. Linger, the next steps are yours." "Understood," Yi Hongling replied, bringing her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. A surge of vibrant life energy erupted from her being, transforming her hair from black to a lush, life-infused emerald green. Simultaneously, a circle of purple soul rings accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a blue-golden tree materialized behind her. Remarkably, it was a 1,000-year soul ring. Perhaps due to her recent studies in mecha design, Yi Hongling's mental prowess had finally experienced a breakthrough. She had entered the Spirit Sea realm and was now capable of soul ring camouflage. As the life energy flowed, everyone present felt an unparalleled sense of comfort, particularly the injured individuals, who were astonished to discover that their wounds had completely healed within mere seconds. After a meticulous observation of Yi Hongling's life domain, Ling Wei, another healing-type soul master, concluded that standing within this realm would make it nearly impossible to perish. The most astonished were the work-study students. Previously, they had viewed Tang Qinfeng as a formidable soul master and a commendable leader, while Yi Hongling appeared to be merely ornamental, perceived as beautiful yet ineffective. Their silence regarding her status as the young lady of the work-study group was due to Tang Qinfeng's influence. But it was evident now that this young lady was far more than just a pretty face. Under the influence of Yi Hongling's life domain, all injuries in the vicinity had vanished, and Ning Tong had regained consciousness, appearing completely unharmed. She glanced at Tang Qinfeng and then at Yi Hongling before turning to Mo Xiaoyu, saying, "It seems our defeat is not unjustified. Fool, just take care of yourself." Mo Xiaoyu replied, a faint smile replacing the tears that had once stained her face. Tang Qinfeng stood to the side and remarked, "There should be no problem now. Let us not forget our wager. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave first." A considerable amount of time had elapsed since Teacher Zhao had summoned them, and the Tang siblings dared not tarry too long, swiftly dashing away. Ning Tong promptly rose and called out to Tang Qinfeng, "Wait. We still have questions to ask." However, at that moment, the siblings were already far out of earshot. Zepping. standing beside Ning Tong, commented, "Our boss is indeed quite busy. It is not easy to seek him out. Oh, by the way, he decisively triumphed over you two in a 1 versus 2 match, so you must accept your defeat. Now, go ahead and call him boss to see if he'll respond." Ning Tong, with an unwilling expression, hesitated for a while before conceding, "Fine, I suppose I'm just unlucky. Had I known, I wouldn't have raised the stakes, boss." Suddenly, a laugh erupted from an unknown source, prompting a wave of laughter throughout the gathering, leaving Ning Tong's face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 33. A thoughtful discussion. After a considerable period, the laughter gradually subsided. "Zepping, is our boss truly just a work-study student? Does he have no other identity?" Ning Tong questioned, her confusion evident. She could not fathom why two such formidable individuals would occupy the role of work-study students. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure either," Zepping replied with a hint of exasperation. He had previously been convinced that the Tang siblings were merely exceptionally gifted and hardworking. But now he found himself questioning that certainty. Ning Tong turned to Mo Xiaoyu and asked, "Xiaoyu, do you have any insights?" In terms of analytical ability, Mo Xiaoyu had always surpassed Ning Tong, yet she too found herself at a loss. "I have no leads either. I have never heard of any family or sect that inherits through their primary martial soul. As for Yi Hongling's life tree, it must belong to a top-tier life attribute martial soul. The only entity that comes to mind is the Church of Life, but why would their members come here?" No matter how they pondered, there seemed to be logical inconsistencies. "Let us leave it be for now. We can ask our family to investigate this." "I believe they would be intrigued," Mo Xiaoyu suggested with a sigh. Meanwhile, the siblings had arrived at the Vice Dean's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in," came the voice of Zhao Gaobo from within. He was waiting for them, though his expression appeared somewhat grim. The siblings immediately sensed something amiss. Could it be that they had taken too long with their mentor? "Teacher Zhao, we have arrived," they said cautiously. Zhao Gaobo seemed to realize that his mood had affected them, and his countenance softened considerably. "Rest assured, I am not upset with you for being late. I am angry with some old fellow. Follow me quickly." With that, Zhao Gaobo promptly rose and headed towards the forge workshop. Tang Shenfeng and his companions exchanged no further words and proceeded together. As they traversed the corridor and entered the familiar forge, Zhao Gaobo made his way directly to the forging table where Tang Shenfeng had previously worked on the Stardust Iron. "Come and take a look at your creation," he said. The siblings exchanged glances, both recalling how Tang Shenfeng had encountered an unfortunate accident at the critical moment, leading to an explosion of metal and his subsequent injury, ultimately resulting in a failed forging. Nevertheless, they stepped forward to observe the situation. To their astonishment, lying on the forging table was a long-handled forging hammer, measuring a full 160 centimeters in length. This hammer, entirely crafted from metal, appeared to be forged from something extraordinary, as it radiated a translucent dark blue hue. At the center of the hammerhead, a platinum core flickered, resembling an exquisite crystal sculpture. Yi Hongling could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, could this be?" "Indeed, it is the very metal that Shenfeng worked on," Zhao Gaobo confirmed, "but it has now taken the form of a forging hammer." "Teacher Zhao, did you transform it into a forging hammer?" Tang Shenfeng asked, bewildered. "No, not at all," Zhao Gaobo replied. "I must clarify that I did not intervene at all. It has gradually transformed from a piece of spiritual forging metal into a forging hammer all on its own. It transformed into a forging hammer by itself." The astonished voices of the siblings echoed in unison. Just a day prior, while Tang Shenfeng was resting in his dormitory, Zhao Gaobo had been contemplating whether there was any hope left for the metal. To his surprise, he discovered that the metal had not only avoided failure, but had instead perfectly fused into a large piece of dark blue metal resembling crystal. It appeared to be slowly moving and reshaping, as if it possessed a life of its own. After 5 hours of unwavering observation, it had taken on a rough resemblance to a forging hammer. This extraordinary transformation left Zhao Gaobo utterly astounded. He promptly sent a student to locate Tang Shenfeng in the dormitory while simultaneously contacting Yi Jiolong via a soul communicator. "Hello, old Gaobo, what is the matter?" came a languid voice from the other end. Zhao Gaobo exclaimed with excitement, "Old Jiolong, you won't believe it. Your grandson has successfully completed spiritual forging, and it is of a remarkably advanced level, nearing the realm of quasi-soul forging. He is truly gifted. I propose that you allow him to stay with me. Once he progresses further, my position will be his." Faced with such significant news, the reply from the other end was unexpectedly calm. "You wishful thinker. I am determined to cultivate Qifeng into an outstanding soul master. While being a forger is commendable, I refuse to limit him to this one path. Listening to Yi Jiolong's indifferent response to Zhao Zhaober evoked a sense of futility, akin to a warm face pressing against a cold backside. What he truly yearned for was the sound of astonishment from his old rival, a voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Jiolong, although I understand your hopes for them, I believe we should tailor our approach to each individual's strengths. In my view, Qinfeng's aptitude as a blacksmith surpasses that of a battle soul master. Did you not hear clearly? We are speaking of a potential soul forge, a feat that most would struggle to achieve in a lifetime, or even two. If one attempts to cultivate both strengths and weaknesses without specializing, it is likely to result in a net loss. Yi Jiolong replied, I am aware of your thoughts. But for me, the element of surprise has become rather mundane. Furthermore, how can you be so certain that Tang Qinfeng's talent for battle souls is inferior to that of forging? Let me ask you, during our duels at the academy, could you best me? A tone of dissatisfaction emerged from Zhao Zhaober. What? Are you suddenly intent on mocking me? Just say whether it's possible. Of course. It is not, Yi Jiolong responded. Back then, you were a whole realm above me. How could a tool's soul master contend with you? Zhao Zhaober's voice grew increasingly irritable. But he can, Yi Jiolong asserted, in a one-on-one confrontation, barring any reliance on technique. Unless I possess strength at the fifth ring, I would struggle to defeat him with ease. Tang Qinfeng, at the first ring, can match me, at the very least, who wields the power of the third ring. In the fourth ring, I might barely have the upper hand. Is this a feat achievable by an ordinary person? Do you still dare to claim that Qinfeng's combat talent is inferior to his forging talent? Silence met his words from the other end of the communication, indicating that Zhao Zhaober was rendered speechless by the astonishing revelation. To directly bridge two realms and achieve parity with the title Douluo was indeed shocking, even when the Douluo intentionally suppressed their own cultivation. As the prolonged silence lingered, Yi Jiolong sensed that he had begun to sway his opponent's perspective. Thus, he resolved to deny Zhao Zhaober any opportunity for counterattack. Old Zhaober, I have some matters to attend to in my town and cannot continue the call. I must hang up now. Hey, wait a moment, Zhao Zhaober exclaimed, but the line went dead as Yi Jiolong terminated the soul guide communication. Zhao Zhaober attempted to reconnect, but as Yi Jiolong had predicted, the only sound that greeted him was that of an unanswered call. Ah, this fellow is as infuriating as ever. Can't we have a civil discussion? The previously fervent emotions of Zhao Zhaober were extinguished by those brief moments of soul communication, leaving him in a notably dismal mood. Ah, never mind all that chaos. After calming himself slightly, Zhao Zhaober remarked, to be honest, I cannot fully comprehend this forging hammer, Morning Peak. I can sense that it is crafted from a unique alloy, one I have never encountered before. Moreover, much like your previous forge, it exhibits a strong exclusivity. It seems only you can wield it. And I recall you inadvertently spattering it with your blood. Do you understand the implications of that? Tang Qinfeng pondered for a moment and remarked, I recall you mentioning, Teacher Zhao, that during a person's inaugural high-level forging, the smith incorporates their own blood to conduct a ritual known as the blood sacrifice. Zhao Gaobo replied, indeed, the smith breathes life into the metal through forging, while the blood sacrifice connects the metal to their bloodline, transforming it into an entity akin to a part of oneself. Metal intertwined with one's lineage can even acquire a semblance of wisdom, thereby emanating formidable special effects, or what we term as attributes. However, remember that the potency of the blood sacrifice is always most pronounced during the first instance. Thereafter, unless you are thoroughly satisfied with your forging, refrain from recklessly employing the blood sacrifice. I understand, Tang Qinfeng acknowledged. Ah, there is one more thing. Your situation is rather unique. It is the first time I have encountered a direct blood sacrifice with a quasi-soul forge, especially with a forging hammer crafted from an unknown alloy. Thus, I am intrigued to discover what its special effect might be. Let us put it to the test. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the master craftsman, who had long stood at the pinnacle of smithing. Nodding, Tang Qinfeng gradually extended his hand to grasp the forging hammer he had personally crafted. Chapter 34. The Soul Forged Star Hammer. As he drew closer, Tang Qinfeng increasingly sensed the sensation akin to a bloodline connection, reminiscent of encountering one's dearest companion, yearning to grasp their hand. The moment Tang Qinfeng lifted the forging hammer from the anvil, its form began to transform. From the point where he held it, a radiant light emanated from within the hammer, causing the areas it touched to warp. Layers of spiral patterns spiraled down the handle, tapering to a sharp point at the end, while the head of the hammer began to contract inward, morphing into an elongated octagonal cube. The ends expanded, forming a perfect symmetrical structure, and the platinum core radiated an even more brilliant luminescence. The hammer itself transitioned from a dark blue hue to a bright blue, shimmering with specks of light, evolving from a mere forging hammer into an imposing warhammer, bearing a resemblance to Zhao Gaobuo's flame hammer, yet seemingly larger in stature. Ye Hongling, observing from the side, inquired in astonishment, "Teacher Zhao, is it common for a new forging hammer to undergo such significant transformation?" Zhao Gaobuo, equally astonished, replied, "No. Ordinarily such changes do not occur. This is only seen when one truly enters the realm of soul forging or when an exceptional effect manifests." Meanwhile, Tang Xinfeng experienced a peculiar sensation. Despite the hammer's impressive length of 160 centimeters and a weight of at least 600 pounds, he found it remarkably light in his grasp, even lighter than the tungsten steel hammer he had previously wielded. Tang Xinfeng grasped the spiraled hammer handle, and in that instant, he felt an immediate connection between his soul force and the crafted hammer, as if they were intertwined by blood. Strangely, he sensed that the forging hammer seemed to desire to burrow into his palm, a peculiar sensation reminiscent of a past experience. "How does the new forging hammer feel?" Zhao Jiaober inquired after calming his emotions. "There is an undeniable sense of kinship, as if it were an intrinsic part of my being," Tang Xinfeng replied. At that moment, he recalled that this feeling of fusion, akin to a bond of blood, was something he had previously encountered on the Starshine Stone. "Indeed, that is correct," Zhao Jiaober affirmed. "Now, let us explore the special effects of this hammer." "Very well," Tang Xinfeng responded. "But wait, allow me to choose this time." Just as he was about to select the rare metals for forging, Zhao Jiaober raised his hand to halt him. Tang Xinfeng and his companions naturally refrained from inquiring further, merely observing what metal teacher Zhao intended to utilize. After a brief interlude, Zhao Gaobuo approached with a dull gray metal piece, placing it into the forging furnace. "If I recall correctly, that is silver ore?" Ye Hongling remarked. "Indeed, it is silver ore," Zhao Gaobuo confirmed, "the most suitable among rare metals for practice. It is perfect for testing the special effects of your brother's forging." He then addressed Tang Xinfeng, stating, "Xinfeng, you shall experiment with the effects of this forging hammer next. You are to forge this silver ore into a mech component, and if you desire a standard, you may use your sister's design. It will provide an excellent opportunity to assess the current capabilities of you siblings." A simultaneous exclamation of awe escaped the lips of both siblings as comprehension dawned upon them. It seemed that the stimuli they had experienced had caused teacher Zhao's already vibrant demeanor to veer slightly out of control. Nevertheless, this new challenge might accelerate their growth. Thus, they found no reason to decline. The two hurried to Yi Hongling's drafting and design table. The workspace Yi Hongling utilized for her training was immaculate, with tools meticulously arranged. However, apart from the completed designs and unfinished drafts, several sheets of paper lay in disarray. "Let me consider which design to use," Yi Hongling murmured to herself while sifting through the papers. A cursory glance at the completed designs revealed mostly simple component sketches, alongside a few intricate designs resembling mech joints. Yet, what captivated Tang Xinfeng's attention were the other sheets set aside. Although they appeared haphazardly arranged, he discerned they had been deliberately placed that way, presumably to avoid attracting too much attention. Curiosity compelled Tang Xinfeng to pick up one of the sheets. Unsurprisingly, it bore a design, yet it was not for a mech component. Suddenly, a shy gasp broke the silence, redirecting his gaze to Yi Hongling, who was looking at him. "Brother, that was just a random sketch. Don't look." Yi Hongling's face flushed, as if her secret had been uncovered. "Oh, really? I think this forearm armor is quite well drawn," Tang Xinfeng replied awkwardly, extending the design toward her. "Humph." Yi Hongling pouted, snatching the design from his hands, ready to retort when another voice interjected from behind. "Oh, this does not seem like a mere doodle. If I am not mistaken, these designs depict the dual arms of a battle armor. The details are quite impressive. Although the completion is lacking, it is evident that considerable effort has gone into the design." Looking back, teacher Zhao was meticulously examining 3 additional design drafts in his hand. Yi Hongling's small face flushed even deeper, tinged with a hint of grievance as she lowered her head and murmured, "I apologize, teacher. During our usual training, I tend to entertain peculiar thoughts. The notion of battle armor seems still too distant for us." Upon hearing Yi Hongling's words, Zhao Gaobuo gently set down the blueprints and smiled appreciatively, saying, "No, you should understand that you are doing remarkably well. without a glimmer of ambition for the future. That future would indeed feel the most remote and least worthy of anticipation. Moreover, your designs are commendable. With a little refinement, they might truly prove useful. Tang Xinfeng gently patted Yi Hongling's head and remarked, since teacher Zhao has said so, it must be that your work is truly remarkable. Yi Hongling merely nodded. Yet her heart was filled with warmth. This design is excellent. Xinfeng, proceed to forge the general outline of the metal based on this, Zhao Gaobo said. Producing another drawing. It depicted a gear joint intended for the mechanized stride of a robot. Crafting just the basic outline was not overly challenging. Having selected the design, the group returned to the forging station. The smelted silver began to rise from the forge, and Tang Xinfeng's gaze sharpened, as if he were attempting to see through the silver entirely. He lifted the massive hammer and positioned himself, striking the silver with a measured force. Testing it with a gentle tap, the sound of a resounding clang echoed in the air. Tang Xinfeng and Zhao Gaobo were both taken aback, as the sound of the forging seemed to resonate more melodiously than any previous occasion. Yet, apart from this subtle difference, nothing else appeared to change. It was merely the most ordinary initiation of a forging process. Yi Hongling inquired seductively, Teacher Zhao, is there any distinction from the usual forging? I can't discern any. Zhao Gaobo replied, this is unusual. There should be a reaction. Xinfeng, continue forging. Perhaps something different will manifest. All right. Tang Xinfeng assented, and the forging hammer swung down. Boom. This time, it was not a gentle tap, but a resounding strike, causing the metal on the anvil to seem as if it were rebounding. A sound of confusion and astonishment escaped Zhao Gaobo's lips. Generally, during forging, metal does not easily bounce. Such occurrences are typically indicative of a novice who has yet to master their strength. However, Zhao Gaobo was confident that Tang Xinfeng would not commit such a fundamental error, especially as he was currently engrossed in his work, showing no signs of pause. Thus, there must be another reason for this anomaly. Meanwhile, Tang Xinfeng experienced a sense of déjà vu previously. While forging, he had faintly heard a sound unique to the metal, as if it were imparting guidance on how to strike it most comfortably. Now, he once again heard this sound, clearer and more detailed than ever before. It seemed as though the piece of dark silver was instructing him, with each strike revealing how to forge it to facilitate its transformation with minimal loss. All this unfolded logically within Tang Xinfeng's mind. As Tang Xinfeng forged, Zhao Gaobo observed the changes in the workshop. He noticed that Tang Xinfeng's forging technique appeared somewhat more simplistic than before. This was not a promising sign. For a blacksmith, it indicated a regression. Without refined techniques, one could not produce quality components. Zhao Gaobo pondered. Could he still be unaccustomed to this forging hammer? Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds jolted Zhao Gaobo from his thoughts. Whenever Tang Xinfeng entered a focused state, the sound of forging surged, a distinctive characteristic of his style, attributable only to his innate strength. Wait a moment. Zhao Gaobo suddenly realized that although Tang Xinfeng's striking remained singular, the dark silver had begun to take on the shape of gear components, becoming increasingly intricate under his hammering. With a resounding boom, a radiant light soared 3 feet high above the dark silver, signifying the completion of the tempered dark silver. Below, the component transformed from a mere piece of metal into a gear, akin to a magician's trick, all while the metal still glowed red from the heat of the forge. The forging had concluded. I see now. I understand what the special effect of this forging hammer entails. It's shaping. Quite an impressive effect indeed. Zhao Gaobo spoke with great enthusiasm. Yi Hongling, standing beside him, inquired, is it truly possible for the forging hammer to achieve such exquisite shaping? Zhao Gaobo replied, Therein lies the marvel of special effects. The shaping effect occurs when the forging hammer strikes the metal. The hammer alters its face and vibration frequency according to the wielder's intent, allowing for meticulous shaping and facilitating subsequent processing. To possess such a special forging hammer, the material must at least be of the spirit forging grade. However, regrettably, within this context, the shaping effect can only be considered of moderate quality, far from the exceptional level I aspire to achieve. At that moment, Tang Xinfeng held the forging hammer, immersed in a peculiar sensation. Earlier, during the forging process, he had heard an ethereal sound, a melody so hauntingly beautiful, it seemed as if something within the hammer was conversing with him. It revealed its name to Tang Xinfeng, akin to a creation of the cosmos, as if a divine entity had meticulously crafted this world with it, sharing the same name as its creator. Tang Xinfeng murmured softly, your name is the Star God Hammer, the soul forging Star God Hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, The soul-forging star god hammer suddenly transformed as if it had become liquid, swiftly enveloping his entire left arm. It then gradually solidified into a dazzling, crystal-clear blue armor. Remarkably, this left arm armor bore an exact resemblance to the battle armor left arm depicted in Yi Hongling's design, with not a single detail amiss. Chapter 35. The solution of forging the crystal-like blue armor radiated a brilliant light, quickly capturing the attention of everyone present. Gazing at the resplendent armor, Yi Hongling could not help but inquire, "Teacher Zhao, is this also a result of the shaping effect of the forging hammer?" Not only Yi Hongling, but even Zhao Gaobo found himself utterly perplexed. This was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. He soon realized that the forging hammer had indeed transformed into the design of the battle armor conceived by Yi Hongling. But how could this be? He had never heard of a forging hammer being able to metamorphose into battle armor. Amid the astonishment of the onlookers, the armor resembling the battle gear had already merged into his left arm like a beam of light. This was the blood sacrifice spirit forging, a connection forged through life. Once one reaches the realm of spirit forging or above, the metal gains a semblance of life, allowing it to fuse with the entity that imbued it with such vitality. Consequently, metals of the spirit forging grade and above become exceedingly precious. Incredible, truly incredible, Zhao Gaobo exclaimed. In his experience, while tools of the soul forging level could alter their appearance to enhance functionality, their essence remained unchanged. Just as a forging hammer would invariably revert to being a forging hammer, he had never witnessed one transform directly into battle armor before. Chenfeng, how do you feel right now? Faced with such an extraordinary spectacle, even a well-versed individual like Zhao Gaobo found his curiosity piqued. Strangely enough, despite witnessing this astonishing event, he managed to maintain a relative calm. Even Zhao Gaobo himself found it remarkable, perhaps, as Yi Jiulong suggested. He had witnessed so many surprises and miracles in this child that he had grown somewhat accustomed to them. Tang Chenfeng remarked, "It feels as though I have completely merged with my body. The forging hammer seems to possess a soul, conversing with me in a way that feels entirely natural, as if it were always meant to be." Zhao Gaobo's large hand patted Tang Chenfeng's shoulder. "I find myself at a loss for words to praise you both. Whether it is you or Yi Hongling, you are among the most remarkable individuals of your generation that I have encountered. Especially you, Chenfeng. If you continue along this trajectory, you shall undoubtedly become a master craftsman in the future." Those familiar with Zhao Gaobo would be astonished to hear him extolling others, as his standards are exceedingly rigorous, even by elite standards. His commendation of Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling speaks volumes of their exceptional capabilities. "Ah, by the way, Chenfeng, you have reached the threshold of half-step soul forging, and you are now qualified to name the metal you forge. I must mention, the alloy you have created is unprecedented. No one before you has ever crafted such a substance, so do not choose a name too trivial." Tang Chenfeng felt a stir in his heart and said, "When it comes to naming, I must admit I am not particularly adept at it. How about you, Linger? Could you assist me in coming up with a name?" Yi Hongling smiled warmly and replied, "In that case, I shall ponder deeply to find a melodious name." Zhao Gaobo watched them with a beaming smile, reminiscing fondly about the precious moments he had shared with these two children. "What do you think of the name Starlight Crystal? It is crafted from ores that originate in the stars, yet it resembles a gem made of crystal. Furthermore, it harmonizes beautifully with your brother's name. Ashton has a phonetic resemblance. It seems quite fitting." Zhao Gaobo added, "It sounds delightful, but it still feels like something is missing." Suddenly, Tang Chenfeng interjected, "How about Starlight Divine Crystal? By adding the character for divine, it seems to imbue the name with a deeper resonance." As he spoke, a brilliant blue light emanated from his left arm, and a miniature version of the Starlight forging hammer materialized in the palm of his hand. Starlight Divine Crystal, a splendid name indeed. Therefore, your forging hammer should rightfully be called the Starlight Divine Hammer, Zhao Gaobo remarked. "However, to speak candidly, I sense that your Starlight Divine Hammer transcends the realm of ordinary items. I can faintly perceive the nascent form of an artifact within it. Yet I digress. Chenfeng, I shall take you to the Forge Master Association next week to assess your forging level. You must prepare yourself accordingly." "Oh, truly? That is splendid news," Tang Chenfeng exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. The reason for his exhilaration stemmed from the fact that prior to the assessment of forging levels, regardless of how skilled he had become, he remained merely an apprentice, unable to sell his crafted works. Achieving the rank of a Level 2 Forge Master would grant him the privilege to sell his creations, significantly increasing the value of the metals and directly alleviating the sibling sustenance concerns. As Tang Chenfeng indulged in his daydreams, Yi Hongling's voice suddenly broke the reverie. But, Master, my brother's created sentient metal possesses a strong exclusivity. How shall we address that? For this matter, we must employ a rather painful method, Zhao Gaobo replied, as he unexpectedly produced a small knife from an unknown source. He then made a small incision on his thumb, from which droplets of blood began to fall, precisely landing on the scorching red gear component. With a hiss, the moment the blood touched the component, it trembled as if awakened, and the droplets were absorbed as if by a sponge. Zhao Gaobo, unfazed, picked up the searing gear component and said, "It appears my hypothesis holds true. By allowing one's blood to infuse the metal with a distinct essence, it becomes usable. Moreover, the success rate seems to be greater the closer one is to the forge master." Zhao Gaobo conceived a method utilizing his own blood as a medium, allowing the metal forged by Tang Chenfeng to be imbued with his essence, fostering a bond of mutual dependence. However, the likelihood of success in such an endeavor was not absolute. A profound closeness with Tang Chenfeng was imperative. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongling remarked, "Does this imply that if my brother is to create battle armor for others in the future, it necessitates them shedding blood?" Zhao Gaobo replied with resignation, "It seems that way. Nevertheless, you need not dwell on it too much. For the crafting of advanced mechas or battle armors of grade 3 or higher, the other party must invariably prove themselves with their vital essence, a process known as blood oath. However, this is not something you need to consider at present. For today, let us return. I am making an exception and granting you both a paid leave. Do prepare for what lies ahead." The two siblings nodded in agreement and departed from Zhao Gaobo's workshop. As soon as they left, Zhao Gaobo sighed within the confines of his room, reflecting, "Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. Alas, that old Jiulong refuses to relinquish him to me." With a deep breath, he continued, "Nevertheless, I must ensure that he is acknowledged under my name. I require an heir as exceptional as he." Upon returning to their dormitory, the siblings found that the previously tense atmosphere on the playground had dissipated, and the two opposing factions had vanished, likely retreated to their own quarters. "They must have gone back," Tang Chenfeng mused. Upon opening the dormitory door, they discovered that the work-study students were indeed present, each visage alight with excitement, animatedly discussing something. "Oh, boss, Sister Ling, you have returned," Zipin exclaimed, leaping from his bed to greet them. "Zipin, I can't believe you all are here. I thought you would be at work by now," Tang Chenfeng responded. Typically, the afternoon free time was designated for the work-study students, who could only receive their living expenses from the academy upon completing their tasks. Zipin, his spirits lifted, replied, "Fear not, boss. We are no longer tasked with cleaning duties. Ning Tong and Mo Xiaoyu accepted their defeat, and they have contracted out all our work to others, while still ensuring that we receive our wages." At this, Zipin's grin nearly stretched to his ears. Upon hearing this, the siblings Tang Chenfeng felt a secret delight in their hearts. Such news meant that the working students would no longer have to fret over their livelihoods and could devote themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation and self-improvement. Moreover, they could focus more intently on enhancing their secondary professions and soul power levels. At that moment, Zepping suddenly approached Tang Chenfeng and the others, whispering, "So, are you truly working students, big brother and sisterling?" Tang Chenfeng was momentarily taken aback, replying, "Why are you asking? Of course, we are. Otherwise, what would we be doing here?" Zepping responded, "It's not that I wanted to ask. It's just that Ning Tong mentioned that you and I seem to have a good rapport, so he suggested I inquire. He also expressed that if the opportunity arises, he hopes you could invite your family to visit his home." Tang Chenfeng pondered inwardly that Ning Tong and the others likely perceived the extraordinary abilities he and Yi Hongling possessed, assuming they had powerful backing, and thus sought to cultivate a closer relationship. Tang Chenfeng silently chuckled to himself, pondering the formidable influence behind him. If one were to specify, it would undoubtedly be Grandfather Yi and Grandmother Ling. However, despite their unparalleled prowess as extraordinary masters, it was unlikely that they would wish to draw undue attention and would probably decline to make an appearance. Yet, the opposing party belonged to a prominent family in the vicinity, and outright refusal could potentially stir up trouble. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng realized that in his quest to secure benefits for the work-study students, he might have been excessively ostentatious. After a brief contemplation, he suggested, "If he inquires again, simply say that I will consider it and will check with my family to see if they are willing to meet." In essence, he aimed to paint an enticing picture for Ning Tong and the others while postponing any direct encounters. Should it become unavoidable, he would have to enlist the assistance of his grandparents. All right, no problem, Zepping replied. Observing Zepping's demeanor, Tang Xinfeng speculated that Zepping and the work-study students must harbor some suspicions. It seemed prudent for him to adopt a more discreet approach moving forward. Chapter 36. The Blacksmiths Association. Since the Star God Forging Hammer had come into Tang Xinfeng's possession, a week had swiftly passed, marking the time to visit the Blacksmiths Association. Throughout this week, Tang Xinfeng maintained a remarkably low profile, attending lectures indoors in the morning and either practicing forging and crafting with Yi Hongling in the workshop or meditating in his dormitory in the afternoon. Initially, he had been concerned that Ning Tong and the others would persistently bombard him with questions, but fortunately, they did not cling to him as he had feared, which brought him some relief. However, another matter troubled him. Zepping seemed to be exhibiting an excessive enthusiasm towards Yi Hongling, often lingering uncomfortably close to her. Had it been anyone else, Tang Xinfeng would have likely confronted them with a punch, but he found it challenging to act against Zepping, who had previously shown him considerable kindness. Consequently, he opted for a verbal warning. Afterward, Zepping did tone down his behavior, but he became even more diligent in his training. Since Ning Tong and the others had taken over all the work-study tasks, Tang Xinfeng found his afternoons considerably more relaxed, dedicating that time entirely to meditation and practice. He had heard from other work-study students that Zepping aimed to enhance his own strength to prove his worthiness in safeguarding Yi Hongling. Tang Xinfeng found himself uncertain whether to consider this a blessing or a curse. As the weekend arrived, students at the academy were free to venture outside, provided they returned at a reasonable hour. At this moment, two individuals stepped through the academy gates, Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling, who were en route to the Blacksmiths Association. Tang Xinfeng was preparing for the assessment of his blacksmithing skills as well as the mecha manufacturing evaluation, while Yi Hongling was there for her design assessment. Zhao Gaobua, the vice president of the academy, was evidently too occupied to accompany them personally, but he had graciously provided them with a letter of recommendation, indicating that presenting it to the staff at the association would suffice. Once outside the academy, the siblings were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity in their eyes. Haidian City was far less familiar than Haidian Academy. The towering concrete structures appeared majestic from a distance, yet upon entering this steel jungle, they were met with a palpable atmosphere of busyness and a hint of oppression. Zhao Gaobua had informed them of the general location of the Blacksmiths Association, assuring them it would be easily recognizable upon arrival. Wasting no time, the siblings boarded a spirit-guided bus, heading straight to their destination. Although the Blacksmiths Association was somewhat distant from Haitan Academy, it was not excessively far. The spirit-guided bus took approximately 10 minutes to reach their stop. Upon arrival, they disembarked. And as Zhao Gaobua had mentioned, the association was indeed conspicuous. A gray edifice towering about 30 stories high, with an imposing 10-meter-long black hammer relief adorning the entrance. The rare metals sold by the Blacksmiths Association were coveted commodities, as the creation of top-tier mechas required the finest materials, which in turn demanded the expertise of master blacksmiths. In the eyes of both the Federation and various factions, the association was an indispensable entity. Given the high demand for materials, the association thrived, rivaling the wealth of only a few organizations, such as the Mecha Engineers Association and the Spirit Transmission Tower. The lobby on the first floor was spacious, with only a single young woman in a white professional outfit manning the reception desk. "Hello, young sir and young lady. How may I assist you?" greeted a tall, gentle-looking girl as she approached the siblings. Tang Xinfeng responded politely, "Hello, elder sister. I am here to undertake the assessment for the blacksmith and craftsman levels." Tang Xinfeng's companion, Yi Hongling, remarked, "Hello, big sister. I am here with my brother to participate in the designer assessment." The older girl responded, "Oh, little sister. You are so young to be taking the designer evaluation. And you must be her brother. Didn't any adults or guardians accompany you?" It was evident that the young woman was more intrigued by the seemingly younger Yi Hongling. Given Yi Hongling's age, she exuded a breathtaking charm, prompting one to ponder how someone so young could partake in such an assessment. In contrast, Tang Xinfeng's stature and physique made him appear as if he were at least a decade older, which is typically the appropriate age for undertaking a blacksmith's evaluation. One could hardly guess at first glance that they were, in fact, siblings of similar ages. Tang Xinfeng shook his head while searching in his arms and said, "No. The teacher is quite occupied, so he asked us to find someone named Dewey on our own." As he spoke, He retrieved a recommendation letter given to him by Zhao Gaobo from his bosom. This letter was unlike ordinary correspondence. It was black, crafted from an unknown material, and felt remarkably pliable, akin to a very thin sheet of metal. As Tang Chenfeng presented the recommendation letter, the young woman's expression shifted instantly. She took the envelope with both hands and said, "Please wait a moment. I will contact the higher authorities." She then returned to the front desk and dialed a number using the Soul Guide communicator. "Master Du, yes. It is indeed a pair of siblings holding a black recommendation letter, and the brother is particularly tall," she communicated through the device. Shortly after, she hung up the Soul Guide communicator and addressed Tang Chenfeng and his sister, "Young brother and sister, there is no issue with the recommendation letter. Please follow me." With that, she led the siblings towards a Soul Guide elevator situated at the side of the hall, remaining silent throughout the journey. Once inside the elevator, she adeptly pressed the button for the 16th floor. The gentle young woman introduced herself. "My name is Zhou Xiaoyi. Master Du's office is on the 16th floor. I will take you to meet him, and he will personally guide you through the rank assessment." "Thank you, sister," the siblings replied in unison. In the elevator, Zhou Xiaoyi observed the siblings closely. Despite their simple attire, both children possessed striking features. The sister had exquisite facial features, exuding a charming yet ethereal quality, while the brother, though still young, was remarkably handsome, resembling a dashing young lad. Their polite demeanor left a favorable impression. Ding! The elevator reached its destination on the 16th floor, and the doors opened. The exterior walls gleamed in a silvery hue, revealing that they were entirely constructed of metal. The ceiling and floor matched the pristine aesthetic, creating a clean and orderly atmosphere that was quite impressive. The elevator opened into a spacious corridor lined with doors on either side. Zhou Xiaoyi led them directly through the corridor, arriving at a door at the end marked with the name Douluo. She pressed the doorbell and announced, "Master Du. This is Zhou Xiaoyi. I have brought the two children." "Come in," a deep voice responded, and the door swung open. The room was approximately 30 square meters, with a wooden desk occupying a little over a quarter of the space. Behind the desk stood a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, taller than Zhao Gaobo. Though not as imposing as Zhao Gaobo, he was significantly stronger than the average person, with broad shoulders and well-defined trapezius muscles accentuating his red shirt, indicative of a blacksmith's physique. At that moment, he seemed engrossed in the tools laid out on the desk. "Master Du," Zhou Xiaoyi said respectfully. Duwei replied, lifting his gaze to regard the siblings, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "I understand. You may return now," he instructed Zhou Xiaoyi. "Understood, Master Du," she acknowledged. Zhou Xiaoyi respectfully stated, casting a glance at the Tang siblings before departing the office. Once Zhou Xiaoyi left, Duwei emerged from behind the desk and approached Tang Chenfeng directly. "I have heard that you are disciples of President Zhao Gaobo." As a master craftsman hailing from the Sky City, his stature within the Forging Association is undoubtedly significant. He is, after all, its president. "Indeed. Greetings, Master Du." Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling responded with reverence. Observing their demeanor, Duwei offered a gentle smile and remarked, "We are all part of the same family. There is no need for such formality." Duwei's courteous remark momentarily startled Tang Chenfeng and his companions, as it deviated from their preconceived expectations. Sensing their confusion, Duwei continued, "You are individuals specially recommended by the president, whose discernment has always been exceptional. I, as the vice president, was also chosen by him. Since he has selected you, I have every reason to unconditionally believe that you will excel in the forthcoming assessments. Now, let us proceed to the examination room." With that, Duwei led the way out of the office, and Tang Chenfeng and the others naturally followed closely behind. Exiting the corridor, Duwei guided them to the soul-guided elevator, descending alongside Zhou Xiaoyi, though he pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator descended, Duwei inquired of Tang Chenfeng, "What level of proficiency do you currently possess?" Tang Chenfeng replied, "Teacher Zhao mentioned that I am likely at the level of a 4th-tier blacksmith and a 3rd-tier manufacturer." Yi Hongling interjected, "I would estimate myself to be at the level of a 3rd-tier designer." Prior to today, Master Zhao had already sent a letter praising the extraordinary talents of his two disciples. Duwei, who held a high opinion of the two children, was nonetheless astonished by their claims. 4th tier. That level signifies the ability to support an entire family single-handedly. To hear such declarations from children not yet 10 years of age is truly remarkable. Yet, Duwei mused, perhaps the children were merely embellishing their own abilities. As for the astonishment he felt earlier, he made a conscious effort to conceal it. Ah, this is quite impressive. It appears you both are indeed the pillars of the future. You are likely among the most promising of the younger generation destined for Cloud City. Cloud City? What is that? Inquired Zhou Xiaoyi. It seems you all prefer to call it Sky City. However, those above are well aware that its true name is Cloud City. Douluo chuckled. Yes, that is approximately accurate. We are nearing the assessment venue. With a chime, the elevator reached its destination. Zhou Xiaoyi needed to descend to attend to the front desk, so she bid them farewell. Exiting the elevator, the atmosphere was noticeably more boisterous compared to the 16th floor. A cacophony of sounds filled the air, indicating that many professional blacksmiths were at work in addition to the assessments being conducted. Douluo led the two to the front desk and addressed the staff. Please prepare a testing room and summon an evaluator. The staff, intrigued, glanced at Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, exclaiming, Master Du, are they your disciples? They appear quite young. Douluo accepted the two forms handed to him by the staff and presented them to the siblings. Please complete these forms before the assessment. Understood, replied Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, taking the forms and diligently filling them out. Douluo observed, reading aloud, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, both originating from Tianhun Town. Our first-year work-study students at the High Tianhun Master Academy, aged 6. You are only 6. Both Douluo and the staff present were left astounded. Typically, individuals undergo secondary vocational assessments around the age of 12, with the youngest evaluator in history being 9 years and 5 months old. That individual now serves at the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association in Cloud City, exemplifying their exceptional qualifications. The revelation that these two children were merely 6 years old raised profound implications. Should they pass the secondary vocational assessment, it would signify a monumental achievement. You are only 6? Douluo's voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by astonishment. Initially, he had assumed Tang Chenfeng's stature and demeanor suggested he was at least 12. He was stunned to learn he was half that age. Tang Chenfeng, with a face full of helplessness, remarked that he has grown rather quickly. Tang Chenfeng sighed inwardly, already accustomed to the situation. Yi Hongling, on the other hand, was secretly amused. Master Du, the testing room number 6 is ready, a staff member reminded. Coming back to his senses from his astonishment, Douluo replied, All right, let us proceed to the testing room. As he walked, he murmured to himself, if what these two children say is true, it might even break records. President Zhao has certainly surprised us greatly. Chapter 37. The level assessment of the two Douluo's expression was unusually exhilarated as he picked up the forms belonging to Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, saying, Follow me. He was genuinely eager to see what these two children, recommended by the president, could accomplish. The so-called testing room was essentially a multifunctional forging chamber, equipped with a forging table, design blueprints, and a soul-guiding array engraving platform, among other apparatuses. Upon entering, Tang Chenfeng immediately felt a sense of ease. The forging environment was far more familiar to him than the steel forest outside. At this moment, the assessor, a middle-aged man clearly acquainted with Douluo, took his place. I did not expect Master Du to personally bring these children for testing. I just heard they are only 6 years old. If they succeed, they could set a new record for the association, he remarked. Douluo nodded, indeed, but let us proceed with the testing for now. The assessor then addressed Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling, stating, You will be assessed separately. First, the design assessment, within 1 hour. You are to design and draw a blueprint for any standard mech component. After my evaluation, a score of over 60 will qualify you as a level 1 designer. For the forging assessment, you will choose any rare metal from the site for purification. I will score based on your selected metal and the degree of purification. A score exceeding 60 will elevate you to level 1 forger. The manufacturing assessment will utilize the design blueprint from the previous task and the purified metal as raw material. Scoring will be based on my evaluation criteria, similar to the other assessments. Understood, the siblings responded in unison. As Yi Hongling approached the design table, Tang Chenfeng moved toward the rack displaying rare metals. As Yi Hongling was to begin her assessment first, granting Tang Chenfeng ample time to make his selection. The rack showcased approximately 20 types of metals, all of which Tang Chenfeng recognized. However, he found himself in a quandary regarding his choice. The blacksmith's assessment appeared deceptively simple, requiring merely a single forging refinement. However, Tang Chenfeng was acutely aware that the actual evaluation entailed far more than met the eye, and he still faced the daunting challenge of the manufacturing assessment ahead. As Tang Chenfeng contemplated, Yi Hongling's evaluation had already commenced. Her pen danced swiftly across the design blueprint, deftly outlining intricate lines and details, occasionally employing tools for minute adjustments, her hands never pausing for a moment. The evaluator watched in astonishment, having witnessed countless assessments. He had never encountered a young lady quite like her. In mere moments, her creation surpassed the caliber of a first-level designer, and this was not even a complete design. As Yi Hongling continued her fervent sketching, Tang Chenfeng cast a glance and discerned her intended design, inwardly lamenting her insistence on such a rigorous challenge for him. Despite these thoughts, he ultimately resolved to select the metal for his forging refinement. With the designer's assessment concluded, Yi Hongling submitted her design, completing the task in a mere 27 minutes, less than half the allotted hour. Douluo and the evaluator, though momentarily speechless, quickly regained their composure, an essential quality for assessors. The evaluator scrutinized Yi Hongling's design, while Douluo observed alongside him. After a prolonged silence, the evaluator set the design aside and remarked, "This is a core design blueprint for a mecha. If executed according to the specifications, it could serve as the power core for a yellow-grade mecha. The clarity of the design is remarkable, employing numerous innovative techniques to delineate the soul guide formations and graving path. This surpasses the typical second-level designer's capabilities." Pausing for emphasis, the evaluator continued, "Thus, I have determined that you will receive a perfect score, along with a certification as a third-level designer." Upon hearing this, Douluo fell into silence, while Yi Hongling nearly erupted with joy, and Tang Chenfeng clapped in celebration, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Linger, you have done splendidly." Yi Hongling, equally elated, responded, "Thank you, brother. You must also excel in your blacksmith and manufacturing assessments." With Yi Hongling's evaluation complete, it was now Tang Chenfeng's turn as the call to begin resonated in the air. Tang Chenfeng no longer hesitated and directly retrieved a piece of silvery gray metal from the shelf. "I choose this piece of magic silver." A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of Douluo and the evaluator. Magic silver is a mid to high-grade metal, distinct from deep silver. While its malleability is inferior to that of deep silver, its capacity for soul power conduction far surpasses it, although not as exceptional as Darkstar crystal. As a fundamental material for soul-guiding mechas and devices, it remains irreplaceable, making it the most suitable base metal for the mecha designed by Yi Hongling. The demand for magic silver in the market is substantial, and its value has consistently maintained a mid to high level. However, magic silver lacks the hardness of deep silver and has limited malleability. If the forging skill is inadequate, the likelihood of failure increases, which explains the astonishment of Douluo and the evaluator. The forging platform was essentially identical to the one in Zhao Gaobu's office. Tang Chenfeng placed the magic silver onto the platform, activated the smelting mode, and commenced the process. During the smelting of the magic silver, he performed slight stretching exercises to adjust his state. The time taken for metal smelting is also recorded in the assessment, so Tang Chenfeng needed to be in optimal condition. The temperature displayed on the forging platform gradually rose to the forging standard, and Tang Chenfeng's gaze sharpened with focus. Douluo observed all of this, noting the concentrated and determined look in Tang Chenfeng's eyes, which indicated his understanding and passion for forging. Reflecting on this, Douluo felt a deep sense of admiration. President Zhao's insights had always been astute. He recalled how President Zhao had recognized his potential, and now he served as the vice president of the association. Even after all this time, President Zhao's discerning eye remained as keen as ever, bringing forth these promising young talents. Soon, the smelting of the magic silver was complete. Tang Chenfeng swiftly pressed the button on the forging platform, causing the glowing red magic silver to rise above the surface. The evaluator immediately began to jot down notes. As an evaluator for the Forging Association, she had witnessed countless assessments, and from this detail, she discerned that this young man was certainly not inexperienced in practical applications. However, the metal magic silver is not something just anyone can forge, especially not a child who has yet to truly become a blacksmith. Tang Chenfeng took a deep breath once more, and the forging commenced. With a flick of his left hand, a resplendent piece of armor materialized upon his left arm. The armor flowed like water, cascading down his arm and coalescing into a brilliant blue long-handled forging hammer in his palm. As the hammer emerged, both Dewey and the evaluator stared wide-eyed, a collective thought echoing in their minds. Was this the spirit forging hammer? No, Dewey mused further, judging by its appearance. It could even be a soul forging hammer. Yet, that seemed implausible. How could this child possess a soul forging hammer? Could it be that Chairman Zhao had crafted it for him? Before the two could fully recover from their astonishment, Tang Chenfeng had already begun his forging. Boom! The star god hammer struck down with a thunderous roar. Without any prelude, the forging hammer began to strike violently. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of Tang Chenfeng's forging reverberated like thunder, each powerful blow jolting Dewey and the evaluator from their stupor. They observed how with every strike of the hammer, the magic silver would leap up, its form transforming like modeling clay, gradually shaped into a suitable form. Moreover, the original silver hue of the magic silver was becoming increasingly luminous, slowly morphing into a bright silver color, indicating that the forging and purification were remarkably successful, at least at the 100-fold level. Nevertheless, Tang Chenfeng's forging showed no signs of cessation. His speed intensified, so much so that he began to spin, the hammer descending upon the magic silver like a tempest, resembling a blue spinning top. Dewey was astounded if this child continued. The magic silver on the forging platform would undoubtedly reach the 1,000-fold level. However, alas, on the first floor of the Forge Master Association, a dignified, white-haired elder, muscular and imposing, strode purposefully towards the front desk. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Xiaoyi's expression shifted to one of utmost respect, even more so than when she encountered Dewey. Chairman Zhao, what brings you to the association today? The visitor was none other than Zhao Gaobo, who had suddenly recalled something of significance. Xiaoyi, have two children come seeking Dewey for a level assessment? Zhao Gaobo's tone carried a hint of urgency. Yes, they are currently on the 5th floor. In the 6th forging room, Zhou Xiaoyi replied. Thank you, Zhao Gaobo said, promptly setting off. Damn it, I've never made such a trivial mistake in my life. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 38, Proving the Future on the 5th floor. Within room 6, Tang Chenfeng's forging was nearing its conclusion. Boom. With the final strike of the hammer, a silvery light erupted from the magic silver, illuminating the entire forging room in a radiant glow, casting everything in hues of silver. The magic silver had successfully achieved the 1,000-fold level. The star god forging hammer held by Tang Chenfeng naturally descended, a flash of azure light flickering as it seamlessly melded once more into his arm. Tang Chenfeng gazed at his creation with a sense of satisfaction. For him, the process of forging 1,000 times had become remarkably effortless. Nevertheless, this particular endeavor had brought him considerable contentment, and now he awaited the evaluation from the assessor. However, an eerie silence enveloped the forge. Both Dewey and the assessor bore expressions of peculiar intensity. Amidst this strange atmosphere, Dewey broke the silence, apologetically stating, I regret to inform you, Chenfeng, that your forging is unexpectedly exquisite, truly a pinnacle of craftsmanship. Yet, due to your act of deceit, I am compelled to assign you a score of 0. Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng was taken aback and exclaimed, Ah, cheating? Master Du, I did not cheat. Dewey's expression darkened as he replied, the regulations of the Forging Association stipulate that all individuals undergoing the Forging Master Assessment must utilize their own forging hammer. However, that particular hammer is evidently beyond what someone of your age could possess. From the sound produced during the forging process just now, I can discern that you employed a soul forging hammer, which can only be wielded by a master of at least the 5th level. Tang Chenfeng understood that the star god forging hammer was indeed his own. However, it was fundamentally a soul forging hammer, and by common sense, it was not an object that a child should possess. Dewey continued, I am unaware of the origins of your forging hammer, but cheating is unacceptable. Chenfeng, I can grant you another opportunity to take the assessment with your own forging hammer. If you pass, I shall not pursue this matter further. Upon hearing this, the evaluator frowned but refrained from commenting. Initially, Yi Hongling felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the news. But upon learning from Du Wei that there was still a chance, she breathed a significant sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, Tang Chenfeng responded, I apologize, master, but I must decline the retest. The previously calming atmosphere instantly tensed once more. Du Wei's expression darkened further than before. Chenfeng, you must understand that granting you a retest is already an act of leniency beyond the norm. Under usual circumstances, your qualification for the assessment would be revoked. Why do you choose to refuse? Tang Chenfeng resolutely declared, Master Dewey, as you have stated, should I resort to dishonesty, I would willingly accept the forfeiture of my qualification. However, I am fully aware that I have not cheated. All of this is the fruit of my own labor, and I have no need to diminish my efforts. Tang Chenfeng possesses his own steadfastness, for he understands that this is the fruit of his labor. To him, denying his efforts equates to denying his very existence. However, it is evident that neither Dewey nor the evaluators present can fathom the possibility that a child could achieve soul forging. Such a notion is not readily accepted in their minds, and a shadow seems to loom over their expressions. Dewey sighed deeply and remarked, "Lying is not a commendable quality, and it certainly has no place here. Tang Chinfeng, if you continue to insist, I will have no choice but to revoke your eligibility for assessment." "Brother, he is not lying," Yi Hongling interjected, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She had witnessed Tang Chinfeng's tireless dedication to forging. He was not merely her good brother but held an inexplicable, profound significance in her heart. Now, as Tang Chinfeng faced unwarranted accusations, she felt utterly powerless, a sensation that was undeniably distressing. Dewey, observing this, felt a pang of discomfort and was about to speak when the evaluator gently tapped his shoulder and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. After a moment's hesitation, Dewey nodded slightly and turned to Tang Chinfeng, stating, "If you can prove that this forging hammer is indeed your creation, I will rescind your 0 score and award you the corresponding blacksmith rank medal." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Tang Chinfeng immediately inquired, "What must I do?" Dewey replied, "Your forging hammer is a near-soul level creation. If you can forge another piece of near-soul metal, it will serve as proof of your abilities, thus allowing you to pass the assessment." At this moment, Tang Chinfeng found himself in a quandary. He had nearly exhausted all his strength to forge this soul hammer, and his greatest advantage, his spiritual awareness, was currently unavailable. Whether he could succeed again was uncertain even to him. Just as the atmosphere threatened to descend into silence once more, the door to the forge room swung open unexpectedly. "There's no need for further attempts. I will vouch for him." The robust figure and deep, resonant voice were instantly familiar to the siblings. "Teacher Zhao, how wonderful that you've arrived," Yi Hongling exclaimed with excitement. President Zhao, Dewey, and the evaluator greeted with respect. Zhao Gaobo nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Dewey. "Dewey, I can attest that every word spoken by Tang Chinfeng is true, although it may be difficult to believe. That soul-forged hammer was crafted before my very eyes, and he nearly lost his life in the process. Such transcendent forging beyond one's limits cannot be replicated in a short span of time. I stand by my reputation as a divine craftsman to guarantee this. So please do not put him in a difficult position. In the Forge Master Association, Zhao Gaobo holds an esteemed position when he speaks. It is unlikely that anyone would dare to voice a second opinion. Moreover, he has utilized his own illustrious reputation as a master craftsman to vouch for this, which further solidifies Tang Chinfeng's significance in his eyes." Dewey hesitated for a moment before responding, "Since the president has personally stated it, I find myself without reason to decline." "Just a moment, Master Dewey, As Tang Chinfeng was about to voice his thoughts, an overwhelming aura emanated from Zhao Gaobo, specifically targeting him, effectively stifling his words. Meanwhile, Zhao Gaobo subtly gestured with his eyes, signaling him to refrain from speaking for the moment. Tang Chinfeng is truly experiencing a profound sense of unutterable sorrow, accompanied by a bittersweet pang of grievance in his heart. The feeling of being unrecognized and misunderstood by others is undeniably distressing. Tang Chinfeng yearned to prove himself, yet he understood, as Teacher Zhao had stated, that surpassing his limits was no longer feasible given his current condition. He still bore remnants of previous injuries, and forcing himself to attempt such feats would likely lead only to failure. After numerous twists and turns, the outcome was that Zhao Gaobo, in his capacity, vouched for Tang Chinfeng, securing him the blacksmith-level badge, while Yi Hongling attained her designer badge. However, due to the nature of Tang Chinfeng's assessment being validated by Zhao Gaobo, which contravened the regulations of the Blacksmith Association, he was only awarded a basic level 2 badge. Consequently, his manufacturing assessment was rendered void, leaving him without any certification. On the other hand, Yi Hongling fared well, earning a level 3 designer badge and breaking records as the youngest candidate in the association's history. It was a triumph that brought her both fame and fortune. Tang Chinfeng too had potential accolades, but the cost of his transgressions had stripped them away. As the three emerged from the association's doors, an absence of the anticipated joy lingered. Only the sound of the wind was distinctly audible. After a brief moment of solitude, Tang Chinfeng spoke first. "I apologize, Teacher Zhao, for disappointing you." Zhao Gaobo shook his head. "It's not entirely your fault. I bear some responsibility as well. I have always valued your talent, hoping to see you flourish. Yet I overlooked the adage that a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Fortunately, I can still assist you in overcoming this hurdle, but the future remains uncertain. Chenfeng, you must learn to maintain a low profile outside the academy, minimizing the attention you attract before entering the next stage. Yi Hongling, you too. They both nodded in agreement. Tang Chifeng then produced the blacksmith badge he had just received. Gazing at it with a sense of melancholy, I had hoped to at least secure a level 3 blacksmith badge, he mused inwardly. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his left arm and turned to find Yi Hongling, having approached without him noticing, embracing his arm. Brother, it's all right, in my eyes. You are the best. To me, you are the most exceptional person because you are my brother. The sight of his beloved sister significantly alleviated Tang Xinfeng's sorrow. Yes, Linger. You are right. I promise to continue being the best person in your heart, and I will let the world know that I am deserving of that commitment. Zhao Gaobo observed the two. As memories of familiar, yet somewhat distant faces began to surface, the figures of the two children before him intertwining with those from his recollections. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Then let the future be your canvas to prove yourselves to the world, my children. Chapter 39. Zepping's request as the morning classes at the Haitian Advanced Soul Master Academy came to a temporary halt. The afternoon was reserved for the students' personal time. Following the morning's lessons, most ordinary students would typically retreat to their dormitories to meditate or rest, while the work-study students were often preoccupied with concerns about their living expenses. However, exceptions always exist. For instance, the cohort of work-study students from 3 years ago seemed to require no labor of their own, as their responsibilities were alleviated by others. This arrangement, though unusual, was permissible, as it was a privilege they had rightfully earned. Within the Academic Affairs Office, a designated area for work-study students was established, where they could collect their living allowances upon completing their assigned tasks. At that moment, 2 individuals had just arrived, one male and one female. The young man was exceptionally tall, clad in a fitted deep blue uniform that gave him a sharp appearance. He possessed striking features, with shoulder-length black hair that framed his face, and a gentle smile that exuded warmth and approachability. Beside him stood a petite girl, her deep emerald green hair shining with a lustrous sheen. Although styled in a high ponytail, the ends cascaded down to her waist, imparting an air of both innocence and playfulness. Indeed, it was Chenfeng and Xiaoling, who had swiftly completed their recent task. The speaker was Teacher Mo, the head of the task area. Yes, Teacher Mo. I have completed the forging task I accepted earlier. My design is ready for submission. The duo making the delivery was none other than the Tang siblings. 3 years prior, work-study students could only earn their allowances by fulfilling specific tasks within the academy. Yet, after Tang Chenfeng and his sister achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the youngest forgers and designers in history through their successful completion of the Forging Association's level assessment, the academy, which had previously shown little interest in secondary professions, unexpectedly introduced vocational reward tasks for work-study students. The rewards for these vocational tasks were notably generous, enticing numerous students, particularly those in work-study programs. Among them, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling naturally stood out, as few could rival their prowess within the academy. Moreover, with the federal government providing financial support for soul masters, they had established their own little treasury, free from worries of sustenance. After receiving the siblings' work, Teacher Mo remarked, "Time flies. It has been 3 years since I first met you. By the way, are you prepared for this summer vacation?" At the end of each semester, Haitian Academy welcomed a 2-month break, allowing students ample opportunity for rest and recuperation. This time of year held particular significance for some students, as it represented a chance for the lower classes to ascend to the Cloud City. Tang Chenfeng remarked, "Naturally, one must strive diligently to seize this opportunity. Those grounded in the realm of life who wish to ascend to the City of Clouds must meet several prerequisites. Firstly, one must be a soul master, and secondly, their soul power must reach a level above 20 to be deemed a great soul master." Teacher Mo interjected, "Then you must make the most of your time and effort. I recall that Xiao Ling has already attained level 20, hasn't she? Truly, she is a rare talent that our academy encounters once in a century." As she spoke, Teacher Mo's gaze shifted towards Yi Hongling. Over the past 3 years, Yi Hongling's soul power had surged remarkably, having surpassed level 20 a year ago, and now stood at approximately level 23. "Oh, teacher, I merely possess a bit of talent. I am not as remarkable as you suggest," Yi Hongling said, waving her hand dismissively. Teacher Mo chuckled, "If you do not consider this impressive, then perhaps there are no true geniuses in this world." She then turned her attention to Tang Chenfeng. Feng, you must also exert yourself. I remember you achieved level 19 quite some time ago. You are so close to reaching that level. Seize this opportunity. Teacher, I understand, and I will strive to do my best. Meanwhile, in Zhao Gaobua's office. Apart from Zhao Gaobua, another individual was seated on the sofa engaged in conversation with him. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Ling Wei, the grandmother of Yi Hongling and Tang Qinfeng. At that moment, Zhao Gaobua had poured tea for her and himself. Ling Wei, why have you come alone this time? Where has that old fellow Long Jiu gone? Zhao Gaobua inquired. Ling Wei responded, there are matters in the town that require his attention. As the village chief, he must remain to handle them. So I have come to fetch Qinfeng and the others. Zhao Gaobua took a sip of his tea, somewhat exasperated. Surely that fellow doesn't intend for you all to reside in the countryside for a lifetime? Ling Wei merely smiled. If it were before, I might not have minded. But now that my precious grandchildren are set to soar into the skies, perhaps it is time we reconsider. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gaobua's eyes seemed to momentarily shine with a glimmer of hope, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Alas, he sighed. It appears that only one of the siblings may ascend at this time. You must have already noticed Tang Qinfeng's circumstances. At this, Ling Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Of course, I am aware, but to be honest, I have never encountered a situation like Tang Qinfeng's. In fact, Tang Qinfeng had reached the 19th level long before Yi Hongling. Yet for reasons unknown, his soul power seemed to be ensnared at this level, yielding no results despite his relentless cultivation efforts. Ling Wei had naturally conducted a thorough examination of Tang Qinfeng's body and discovered that his soul power was akin to being trapped within a sealed vessel, requiring immense pressure to potentially break through. As for the exact magnitude of this pressure, Ling Wei was still in the process of observing. Typically, such a condition indicates that a soul master possesses considerable potential. Once the breakthrough is achieved, the sky would be the limit. However, Ling Wei noted that the concentration of soul power within Tang Qinfeng was already sufficient to compress it into a liquid state, a phenomenon typically observed only at the third ring. Its occurrence in Tang Qinfeng's case elicited both joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the prospect that, should he successfully overcome this bottleneck, his future would be nothing short of magnificent. The sorrow, however, lay in the possibility that if he failed to break through, he might forever remain stagnated at the 20th level, a fate not unheard of in history. Zhao Gaobua then remarked that the enrollment for Yunziqing would commence after the holidays, urging them to devise a means to elevate Tang Qinfeng's level upon their return. If all else failed, perhaps they could resort to precious materials to force an enhancement. Ling Wei sighed, indicating that if it came to that, she and Yu Jiolong would consider it. Time was drawing near, and she prepared to fetch the children. After bidding farewell to Zhao Gaobua, she rose and, with a flash, vanished from sight. Zhao Gaobua gazed at the spot where Ling Wei had disappeared, reflecting that it seemed her old injuries were gradually healing. He pondered that should soul power be forcibly enhanced, it might forever hinder her from reaching such heights. He hoped for the child's fortune. Meanwhile, within the student dormitory, everyone was busy packing their belongings in anticipation of the approaching holiday. Tang Qinfeng and his sister had finished packing their luggage. After bidding farewell to the work-study students, they headed towards the academy's gates. Suddenly, someone chased after them from behind. "Boss, are you free today?" "Oh, Zepping, is there something on your mind?" 3 years had passed, and both Zepping, Ning Tong, and Mo Xiaoyu had become students of the intermediate department. However, they still referred to Tang Qinfeng as boss, for even combined, they could not match his prowess. Gradually, no one dared to disturb Tang Qinfeng, and thus, his position as the leader of the work-study students had remained unchanged over the years. As the trio walked along, they conversed. "Boss, I wish to visit the Spirit Tower. I hope you can accompany me," Zepping said, his voice tinged with excitement. Yi Hongling interjected, "Zepping, have you finally saved enough to purchase a spirit?" Zepping replied enthusiastically, "Indeed. I have scrimped and saved for years and finally amassed enough to buy a century-old spirit. Spirit masters require spirit rings, which can be acquired through 2 means: risking one's life to hunt spirit beasts in the spirit beast forest or purchasing spirits at the Spirit Tower to obtain spirit rings. The spirits studied at the Spirit Tower can provide spirit rings, and a single spirit can yield multiple rings, though the requisite mental strength for successful fusion must match. Although research indicates that artificial spirits are somewhat weaker than those derived from spirit beasts, the preference for the former over the perilous hunt in the spirit beast forest is evident. "Zepping, why can't you go alone? Why bring your brother along?" Yi Hongling inquired. Zepping explained, Becoming a formidable spirit master has always been my dream. At that moment, I wish for my best friends to witness my first step towards realizing this dream. Boss, Lingjie, you will agree with me, won't you? Seeing Zepping's enthusiasm, the siblings exchanged a knowing smile. Why would we refuse? They replied, engaged in conversation. The trio soon arrived at the Academy's entrance, which was bustling with vehicles and parents coming to drop off or pick up students. For ordinary people, the scene might have been overwhelming, but for Tang Chenfeng and his sister, such concerns seemed non-existent. Tang Chenfeng grasped the hands of Yi Hongling and Zhe Ping, embarking on their journey into the throng. Strangely, with each step he took, a natural rift would emerge within the crowd, allowing the trio to deftly maneuver through the openings with ease, often unnoticed by those around them. Although this was not their first experience, I couldn't help but inquire. How does one manage to navigate through such a dense assembly? It was evident that Tang Chenfeng was no novice at guiding others through the crowd. Tang Chenfeng smiled and remarked, as long as your mental strength is sufficiently formidable, the gaps within the crowd can be effortlessly discovered, even without my assistance. Yi Hongling could easily navigate her way out alone. Indeed, Zepping, you ought to diligently hone your mental prowess, Yi Hongling interjected from the side. Zepping's expression instantly transformed into one of dismay. I am not a prodigy like you. Mastering mental strength is not as simple as you suggest. While the three engaged in their conversation, a graceful yet understated figure approached them. Chenfeng, Linger, you've emerged rather swiftly, she remarked. Upon seeing this individual, Yi Hongling wasted no time and leaped into her embrace. Mother, what brings you here? I've missed you so much, she exclaimed, playfully nestled in Ling Wei's arms. Why? Am I not allowed to visit? Ling Wei replied, her tone laced with affection. Ling Wei then turned to Tang Chenfeng, gently ruffling his hair. Every time I see you, it feels as though you've grown a bit taller. Soon, I want to be able to reach your head. Tang Chenfeng inwardly chuckled, acknowledging that he had indeed surpassed this mother in height. Ever since Yu Jiolong and Ling Wei's old wounds had gradually healed, their youthful state had persisted for increasingly extended periods. In their own words, if one could remain youthful indefinitely, who would willingly choose to grow old? Consequently, in their everyday interactions, the siblings still referred to them as grandpa and grandma, but in the presence of outsiders, they addressed them as father and mother. This distinction was not difficult for them to accept, considering that it was these two elders who had nurtured and raised the siblings. Tang Chenfeng remarked, Indeed, Mom. This is Zepping, our friend we've often spoken of. Previously, it was usually Yi Jiolong who would pick them up, or the siblings would return home on their own. This marked Zepping's first encounter with Ling Wei. Zepping hurriedly said, Hello, Auntie, I am Zepping. Ling Wei, beaming with a smile, replied, There's no need to be so nervous. I am delighted that they have met such a considerate friend like you. Zepping, you came out so swiftly. Another female voice chimed in from the side. The newcomer appeared to be an ordinary woman in her 30s, and her words revealed her identity as Zepping's mother. Mom, it's not my first time coming out this quickly. Zepping countered. Oh, right. This is my friend's mother, he said, glancing towards Tang Chenfeng. Zepping's mother looked at him, and then turned her gaze to Ling Wei, addressing her respectfully. Hello, I am Zepping's mother. You may call me Zaya. Zepping often tells me how well he is cared for by his friends at the academy. It must be your two children, right? It's rather embarrassing that he, being older, often relies on his junior. Ling Wei replied, It's perfectly fine, regardless of age. Helping one another is simply what friends do, and there's nothing to feel embarrassed about. At that moment, Zepping thought to himself, Mom, can't you say something nice about your son? Zaya continued, I heard from Zepping that your two children are already soul masters. You must be an exceptional soul master yourself. Even in this era of soul-guiding devices, being a soul master remains the most esteemed profession. Although these devices have narrowed the gap between ordinary people and soul masters, anyone with understanding knows that there remains an insurmountable divide between top-tier soul-guiding devices and top-tier soul masters. For ordinary people, soul masters are akin to divine beings. Yet, this lady before him was so approachable, not so exaggerated. I merely have a small accomplishment, Ling Wei replied calmly, a modest reference to her level 99 achievement. Then you are indeed a genuine soul master. I have heard that soul masters tend to live longer than ordinary people. Seeing is believing, and you truly appear quite youthful. Zaya said with a hint of envy. All right. Mom, let us head to the spirit tower to acquire a soul spirit. My friends will be joining us as well. Zepping interjected, eager to embrace his identity as a soul master. Zaya remarked. Oh, indeed, today is an important day. Let us go now. Lingwei added, a soul spirit? I still vividly remember my first visit to the spirit tower to obtain my first soul spirit. It was such a nostalgic experience. Her eyes sparkled with reminiscence, as that time was a cherished treasure for her. Lingwei turned to Zepping and inquired, what kind of soul spirit are you hoping to acquire? I can assist you in finding one. Rest assured, it will be complimentary. The varieties of souls are diverse, and for soul masters with an ordinary background, it is crucial to find a suitable soul within an appropriate price range. This has even given rise to a profession dedicated to assisting novice soul masters in selecting their souls, albeit at a rather steep cost. Fortunately, an experienced mentor is willing to help one navigate this intricate process. Really? Thank you, Aunt Ling. I have prepared over 200,000 federal coins, and with my family's contribution, I should be able to gather around 400,000. I plan to purchase a century-old soul. As for its specific type, after presenting many of his thoughts to Ling Wei and the others, Zai Ping set off toward the Spirit Transmission Tower. Chapter 40. The Life Church. The command of the leader, the Spirit Transmission Tower organization, is pervasive across every planet in the Federation. Yet only in large cities like Haitian City does a tower exist. The history of the Spirit Transmission Tower is ancient, predating that of the Federation itself. Due to the tower's significance to soul masters, its status is exalted, nearly on par with that of the Federation. It is said that the founder of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the first Tower Master, was a soul master who transcended human limits in ancient times. And the true name of this individual has long been forgotten, rendering the history prior to the birth of the Federation quite obscure, perhaps due to its great antiquity. In Haitian City, the Spirit Transmission Tower is a branch tower located in the heart of the city, near the academy. Tang Chenfeng and his companions often encounter it. The branch tower is a 20-story edifice, the tallest building they have ever seen. The main tower, conversely, is situated in the cloud city above. Rumored to be a staggering 150 stories high, hailed as the third most magnificent engineering marvel in human history, with the second being the very cloud city that supports the main tower. As for who holds the first position, we shall keep that a mystery for now. Upon arriving at the tower, everyone, except Ling Wei, was awestruck by its grandeur. If the Cloud City is the foremost sanctuary in the hearts of soul masters, then the Spirit Transmission Tower must surely be second. There is no building larger than this tower in Haitian City. Everyone is aware of its presence, yet not all can freely enter. In fact, the vicinity of the Spirit Transmission Tower is relatively sparse, as it is a place exclusively frequented by soul masters. Even in a bustling metropolis like Haitian City, the number of soul masters does not exceed 20,000. Under Ling Wei's guidance, the four entered the Spirit Transmission Tower. Their curiosity piqued as they observed their surroundings. The tower is octagonal in design, with a spacious interior. The floor is entirely paved with marble, and the grand hall is bright and expansive. Each wall is adorned with doors leading to unknown destinations, while at the center of the hall stands a circular counter. Behind it, facing the entrance, sits a figure clad in a gray robe, one of the tower's soul masters, also known as a spirit transmitter. Upon noticing them, the spirit transmitter rose, his gaze settling on the leading Ling Wei. Greetings, how may I assist you today? Zaya hurriedly approached Ling Wei and respectfully said, Greetings, esteemed spirit master. I have brought my child to purchase a soul spirit. He has already reached level 10. As she spoke, she called Zepping over. The warmth on the spirit master's face instantly diminished, as it was evident that Zaya was not a spirit master herself. His gaze shifted back to Ling Wei, inquiring, And who might you be? Ling Wei replied calmly, You may consider me a soul spirit appraiser. We are merely here to accompany her. The spirit master's enthusiasm noticeably waned further. Have you brought sufficient funds? He asked flatly. Zepping interjected, We have brought the money. The spirit master inquired, What level of soul spirit do you wish to purchase? Zepping responded, I wish to see the century-old soul spirits. The spirit master's eyes flickered slightly. You wish to select a century-old spirit? Very well. In our Haitian City branch, there are 31 options available for century-old spirits, each priced at 500,000. Once the payment is made, you may proceed to make your selection. Zepping hesitated, but, esteemed spirit master, ISNT the price for a century-old spirit, 400,000? The spirit master replied, Recently, the higher-ups of the spirit tower have been investing resources into developing higher-quality soul spirits, leading to a price increase across the board. This information is quite new and has yet to be officially announced. It seems your funds are insufficient, am I correct? There was a hint of regret in his tone. However, the price for 10-year soul spirits has not risen significantly. You can select one for only 100,000. With 400,000, you should be able to acquire one or more commendable 10-year soul spirits. This revelation felt like a bucket of cold water dousing Zepping's enthusiasm. Coming from an ordinary family, where everyone else was unremarkable, his family's income was limited, and 400,000 was already beyond their means. He did not expect that the first step towards his dream would lead to such an unforeseen setback. Perhaps this was fate's design, he thought with a bitter smile. Then, I will choose. Wait a moment, Zepping began, but was interrupted by Ling Wei. I have another method that may help you acquire a suitable soul spirit. Although success is not guaranteed. She paused and glanced at the Tang siblings. It may also require your cooperation. Really? There is another way? Zepping exclaimed in surprise. Yes, but it cannot be done with just you. Shenfeng, Linger, I will need your assistance in this matter. It may be complex. Are you willing? Ling Wei asked. The siblings responded in unison. Of course we are willing. She then turned to Zepping. Yes, I am certainly willing, Zepping affirmed resolutely. Ling Wei nodded. Esteemed spirit master. I wish to apply for a tower challenge for them. Upon hearing this term, the spirit master was visibly taken aback. A tower challenge? How do you know about this? Ling Wei continued. Is there a problem? Are there any additional conditions? Indeed, there are. The spirit communicator spoke. Though I am unsure how you came by this knowledge. I must apologize. There are prerequisites for charging the tower, and it is not within my authority to decide. Is that so? Sighed Ling Wei. Surely, this should suffice as a prerequisite. Subsequently, Ling Wei turned slightly, facing away from Tang Chenfeng and the others, retrieving an object from her pocket to show the spirit communicator. What is that? Upon seeing it, the spirit communicator gasped, involuntarily stepping back. He then hastily took the badge and fled. Very well, we shall wait patiently now. Ling Wei stated calmly. As she was turned slightly away, most did not discern what Ling Wei had produced. However, Tang Chenfeng, whose own essence was tied to his martial spirit, glimpsed a narrow opening. It appeared that Ling Wei had unveiled a badge in the shape of a shield, slightly smaller than the palm of his hand, resplendent in emerald green, with golden patterns adorning its edges. At its center was an emblem depicting the wings of a golden six-winged angel. Let us wait here in the hall. The results shall come forth shortly. Ling Wei remarked with tranquility. What was that object you just revealed, mother? I sensed a potent vitality emanating from it. Yi Hongling inquired, puzzled. Ling Wei pondered for a moment, glancing at Zhe Ping and her son, before replying, that is a secret. It must remain confidential. Ah, Yi Hongling huffed in mild dissatisfaction. Tang Chenfeng had no objections, as everyone harbored their own little secrets. Just then, a voice resonated within the minds of the siblings. Chenfeng, you must have seen it too. Both were taken aback, looking towards Ling Wei, who conveyed a gesture urging them to remain calm. The voice continued. I am now directly channeling my soul power to convey this message. Only we can hear it. The item I revealed is the insignia of the Church of Life. A token I fortuitously acquired during my adventures in Cloud City with your grandfather. The Church of Life, the siblings exclaimed in astonishment. The Church of Life is a renowned organization, perhaps not as influential as the Spirit Transmission Tower, yet its standing is equally formidable. It is a guild of soul masters, the majority of whom are healers, and their core philosophy revolves around compassion, inclusivity, and protection. Throughout history, the Church of Life has been present during numerous significant calamities, whether in the City of Clouds or on the ground, generously safeguarding all individuals and willing to sacrifice everything for their cause. This has enhanced their image among the populace, establishing them as synonymous with peace. Although the number of combatants within the church is limited, many are eager to protect these angels, ensuring that the organization remains filled with formidable individuals. However, Tang Chenfeng and the others never anticipated that their grandmother would have a connection to the Church of Life, especially since Yi Jiolong had mentioned that they had never aligned themselves with any faction or organization. Ling Wei remarked, rest assured, your grandfather is aware of this matter. It was the Church of Life that sought us out. They recognized my martial soul talent and wished for me to join their core team, offering a most enticing reward. A hint of regret tinged Ling Wei's tone. However, the condition was that only I could join, while your grandfather would not have access to the core area. As such, it goes without saying that we declined their invitation. Tang Chenfeng and his sister stood quietly, listening to Ling Wei reminisce about her past. For them, it was an absolutely captivating tale, a splendid opportunity to glean insights into the future. After their refusal, they did not resort to any coercive measures, but instead offered me their insignia of rank, stating that I could contact them at any time should I change my mind. However, I had no such intention, so I kept it on me, not anticipating that it would prove useful here. At that moment, Tang Chenfeng suddenly inquired, "Grandma Ling, what rank does that insignia represent?" Ling Wei paused for a moment before responding, "Hearing you say that, I actually do not know, but it should not be of low status." Meanwhile, in a conference room within the transmission tower, the transmission master who had been stationed at the entrance was already present, accompanied by another individual who appeared quite aged. This person wore a gray robe, similar in style to the transmission master's, but adorned with silver patterns at the edges, exuding an air of nobility. A member of the Life Church? He spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. This individual was the vice master of the transmission tower in Haitian City, an elder nearing a century in age, possessing formidable strength, albeit slightly inferior to that of the master. His temperament was notably composed, thus he oversaw the majority of affairs within the transmission tower. "Yes, vice master, but I find their attire rather ordinary, and the leader among them does not exude any discernible soul force, so I would like to request your assessment." The transmission master replied, recounting the events that had transpired. The vice master, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "What about the insignia? Show it to me." The transmission master presented the insignia Ling Wei had entrusted to him, and as the vice master accepted it, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his countenance. "Where are those individuals now?" he demanded. "I instructed them to wait in the hall," the transmission master stammered, taken aback by the vice master's sudden outburst, which was uncharacteristic of his usually calm demeanor. "What is it, vice master?" the transmission master queried, confused. The vice master clutched the insignia tightly in his hand. "Do you know what this is?" "This is the command of the leader, a holy decree possessed only by the leader of the Life Church, whose status ranks just below that of the Pope. The leader is typically the heir to the Pope. If something has indeed gone awry, your life would not suffice as payment for it." The vice master's voice carried a tone of anger. "Ah, but they truly do not appear as such. And if this is not genuine," the transmission master began, only to be interrupted by the vice master. "Can you discern that? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this insignia is crafted from a whole piece of living crystal stone. Could that possibly be a forgery?" The more the vice master spoke, the more the transmission master broke into a cold sweat. "Vice master, we must." Once again, the vice master interrupted. "Why are you still hesitating? Let us depart immediately." Chapter 41. Ascension Platform. The crowd in the hall continued to await the developments of the situation. After a considerable amount of time, Zepping could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Boss, do you think the individuals from the Spirit Transmission Tower may have forgotten about us? If they merely went to seek approval from their superiors, it seems rather prolonged, does it not?" Tang Chenfeng replied, "I doubt it. For the status of the life teaching is quite prominent. They would not overlook this matter." Just then, a door in the hall swung open, revealing two individuals. One was the previously encountered spirit messenger, while the other was an elderly man who, despite his age, exuded an aura of significant authority, as suggested by his attire, which was evidently superior to that of the spirit messenger. His presence was imposing. As soon as the deputy tower master stepped out, he noticed them. His brow furrowed slightly. Although he had already heard the report from the spirit messenger, the 5 individuals before him appeared even more unremarkable than he had anticipated. Among them, only 3 were soul masters, one possessing a 2-ringed soul, another with a single ring, and one lacking any rings at all, leading him to doubt his previous assessments. The elderly man approached them directly, producing the Master-S token as he inquired, "Esteemed guests, may I ask to whom this belongs?" The deputy tower master refrained from introducing himself, indicating his skepticism towards the gathered individuals, whom he regarded as inferior. Without hesitation, Ling Wei stepped forward, stating, "Greetings. This belongs to me," as she reached out to reclaim the Master-S token. Yet, the moment her fingers grasped it, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from the deputy tower master, enveloping all present. Under the influence of this overwhelming force, the 3 siblings instinctively unleashed their martial souls. One manifested a black soul ring, while 2 others showcased green gold rings, which barely mitigated the onslaught of soul energy. Zepping fared the worst, as his martial soul lacked any rings for support, leaving him to endure the full brunt of the force, causing him to be launched into the air, while Zeya succumbed to unconsciousness. The true soul rings of the siblings Tang, Chenfeng only manifested fleetingly. Yet they were effortlessly captured by the Vice Tower Master. His initial reaction was one of astonishment. The black ring indicated a 10,000-year soul ring, while the green gold ring was a phenomenon he had never encountered before. This astonishment swiftly morphed into a sense of impending danger, not from external forces, but from the woman before him, who had initially given off no sense of soul power. Simultaneously, a formidable force seized his outstretched hand with a vice-like grip. "What are you doing?" Ling Wei's tone was fierce and laced with fury. Concurrently, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from Ling Wei, hurtling directly toward the Vice Tower Master. He found himself unable to withdraw his hand. The Vice Tower Master, whose martial soul was of the control type and inherently lacked strength, attempted to retract his hand in defense. However, he was astonished to discover that her strength vastly surpassed his own, and even worse, his soul power was being suppressed. "Her cultivation far exceeds mine. How is this possible?" The Vice Tower Master mused internally as he released his own martial soul and soul rings for defense, forcibly extricating himself from Ling Wei's grasp. The Vice Tower Master's soul ring configuration was 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, an exemplary 9-ringed soul master. Yet, in terms of raw power, he was no match for her. "Dare to harm my family, Vice Tower Master. Now we have much to discuss." Alongside her furious tone, Ling Wei unveiled her martial soul and soul rings. First, 5 pairs of pristine angelic wings emerged from her back, radiating an astonishing life force. Then, a brilliant white sword appeared in her hand, the vitality transforming into a fiery blaze imbued with life essence. Her emerald green hair, once a symbol of life, morphed into a resplendent red gold, while the appearance of 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings further accentuated her formidable presence. The Vice Tower Master, visibly shocked, exclaimed, "I recognize you, the blazing spirit Douluo, Ling Wei. Weren't you and the 9 dragons Douluo thought to be missing long ago?" This Vice Tower Master, nearing a century in age, had witnessed the remarkable partnership of Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei during their prime. Although few remembered them now, he was undeniably among that select group. "Since you are aware, there is no need for further explanation," Ling Wei declared, leveling her sword directly at the Vice Tower Master. In response to her blade, the Vice Tower Master respectfully withdrew his martial soul and said, "I am Zhou Liehong. I apologize for my rudeness, young one. My prior actions were merely a test with no ill intent. I implore the blazing spirit Douluo to forgive me, as not just anyone can challenge the tower. I beg you to retract your powers." Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling have regained their composure. Aside from the mother and son, Zhe Ping, who have succumbed to unconsciousness, there is indeed no one else in distress. After much contemplation, Ling Wei ultimately retracted her martial spirit and soul rings. In the current scene, the most astonished are undoubtedly the siblings, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling. At home, their grandfather often warned them never to provoke their grandmother's anger. Now they understand the gravity of that advice. It is truly terrifying. Thus, within the lingering warmth of the flames in the transmission tower's hall, the siblings silently prioritized the imperative of not inciting Grandma Ling's wrath. "Brother, how did I end up fainting?" "I have no recollection at all," Zaiping inquired with a look of bewilderment. Tang Chenfeng jestingly remarked, "It is perhaps better for you not to know." After resolving the matters in the lobby, the trio promptly roused Zepping and his mother. Fortunately, they appeared to be largely unscathed, albeit experiencing a brief episode of amnesia due to the suddenness of the incident. Naturally, Tang Chenfeng and the others deemed it best not to disclose the specifics of what had transpired, and thankfully, Zepping did not press for further details. At present, the 5 of them were in an elevator, seemingly descending towards the depths of the transmission tower. The elevator had been descending for 2 minutes, and the subtle sensation of weightlessness indicated that it was moving swiftly downward, destination unknown. After an interminable 4 minutes, they sensed that the elevator had finally come to a halt. Upon disembarking, they found themselves in a vast passageway constructed of metal, where numerous staff members awaited their arrival. One individual stepped forward in silence, gesturing for them to follow, leading them deeper into the corridor. The passage was long, entirely composed of metal structures, which rendered it rather uninviting. "Mother, where are we headed next?" Yi Hongling inquired. Ling Wei responded, "We should first proceed to the ascension platform, and then utilize it to ascend the tower." At this moment, Zepping, standing nearby, asked, I have been meaning to ask since earlier. What exactly is this ascending the tower that Aunt Ling Wei mentioned?" And what is this ascension platform we are currently discussing? Lingwei explained. Let me first elaborate on the ascension platform. It is a specialized venue crafted by the transmission tower, designed for soul masters to hone their skills. It serves as a space for enhancing the personal prowess of a soul master. When a soul master enters the ascension platform, it is akin to stepping into an alternate realm. They are protected by the platform itself, rendering the dangers minimal. Yet they can engage in battles with soul beasts transformed from their soul spirits, thereby augmenting their practical experience. Some particularly fortunate soul masters may even refine their soul spirits within the ascension platform, extending the lifespan of their soul rings, achieving what is known as spiritual ascension. Under the research of the Transmission Tower's soul masters, the ascension platform has also evolved to encompass various other functionalities. Among these is a special area known as the Soul Spirit Tower. Originally established to provide soul spirits and trials for personnel associated with the Transmission Tower and select special groups. Ascending just one level will lead to encounters with soul beasts transformed from soul spirits. Defeating them grants the option to absorb the spirit. Although it has since been opened to the public, access remains restricted to certain influential factions, one of which is the Life Church. The Soul Spirit Tower operates independently, its scale determined by the local transmission tower's capacity. In Haitian City, there are likely no more than 36 levels. The higher the tower, the greater the quality of the soul spirits encountered. The higher you ascend, the greater the likelihood of encountering rare soul spirits. And the primary advantage of ascending the tower is that it allows for discounts on soul spirits. The higher you go, the greater the discount. And if fortune smiles upon you, acquiring soul spirits of 100 or even 1,000 years is indeed a possibility. Now I understand. Yi Hongling suddenly realized. In other words, as long as we charge towards the spirit tower together, challenging the spirits while striving to ascend as high as possible, we can find a suitable Zepping spirit while also securing a favorable price for him. Lingwei replied with approval. Exactly, that's it. Boss, you have been exceedingly kind to me. I truly find myself at a loss on how to repay this kindness. Zepping, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed towards Tang Chinfeng, tears and snot streaming down his face. Tang Chinfeng pushed Zepping aside with one hand, urging him to remain calm. We should at least celebrate after we conquer the tower. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the group arrived at the end of the corridor, entering a circular room. The walls of the room were adorned with enormous screens displaying vast expanses of greenery, reminiscent of a primordial forest. A staff member turned and addressed them. The Tower Challenge grants your team 3 slots. According to the regulations of the Spirit Tower, the level difference among team members cannot exceed 30 levels, so please wait outside. This statement was clearly directed at Lingwei. It was evident that if a member with significantly greater strength led the team, the price of the soul spirits would plummet, ultimately resulting in losses for the Spirit Tower. The staff member produced 3 wristbands, each featuring a prominent red, transparent component. This is a distress signal device. Should you encounter insurmountable danger on the spirit platform, pressing it will forcibly extract you back to reality. Chapter 42. The challenge begins. A distress signal device? Could there be dangers lurking within? The staff member elucidated. The spirit platform can be deemed another world, employing extensive spatial technology. Thus, it is not entirely virtual. It is half virtual and half real, relying on tangible feedback from many virtual data points. While the spirit platform is virtual, it retains a semblance of reality. All sensations experienced within are identical to those in the real world. Therefore, when injured, the perception is likewise authentic. Although you won't sustain actual injuries, the feedback from combat will be profoundly felt. The more intense the feedback, the greater the potential impact on the sea of consciousness. Thus, if you sense danger beyond your threshold, you may activate the distress signal device to sync with the outside world and immediately exit the spirit platform. Do you understand? Understood. Tang Chinfeng and his companions responded eagerly. The staff member nodded, adding, more than that, you will experience it for yourselves. This is your first venture into the spirit platform. I wish you good fortune. Now, prepare yourselves. After hearing the staff's introduction, the 3 youths felt an exhilarating anticipation. This promised to be an extraordinarily novel experience for them. As they entered the spirit platform, they would undergo consciousness integration. What sensation would that entail? The staff member pressed a button on the control panel, and 3 capsule chambers slowly emerged from the wall. The capsules were horizontal, featuring a recess designed for one person to lie within. All right, everyone, please lie down. 3 individuals, following their instructions, sequentially reclined within the chamber. The unfamiliar surroundings elicited a twinge of anxiety. Swiftly, a series of instruments with suction cups emerged from within the pod, adhering rapidly to their bodies as the lifeform platform commenced its operation. A staff member outside addressed them. "We are about to begin. Prepare yourselves. The initial entry may induce some physical discomfort, but it will soon pass. Endure it for a moment." Once the staff member concluded, the lifeform platform retracted into the wall, plunging Tang Shifeng and his companions into darkness. Inside the platform, Tang Shifeng experienced a peculiar tingling sensation enveloping him, akin to electric currents coursing through his body. The soul energy within him responded, oscillating autonomously, the intensity of this sensation growing ever stronger, rendering him immobile. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, with a sudden jolt, Tang Shifeng awakened. The capsule had vanished, and light flooded the space. The previous tingling sensation had dissipated. Yet the distress signal device on his wrist had transformed from a mere bracelet into a metallic instrument, adorned with a prominent red button. He soon realized he stood within a vast hall, surrounded by towering stone pillars that appeared to support the entire structure. The expansive space spanned several thousand square meters, with ancient gray stone tiles gracing the floor, evoking the ambience of an ancient palace. Before him loomed a grand golden door, inscribed with the gleaming characters Soul Spirit Tower. Concurrently, Yi Hongling and Zhe Ping materialized beside him, their origins unknown. It seemed that the moment they stepped through this door, the ascension would commence. "Zhe Ping, we are all assault-type fighters. You and I will take the lead, while Linger provides support from the rear," Tang Shifeng strategized, outlining their tactical approach and contingency measures. The trio then advanced toward the grand entrance. Upon lightly touching the door, they were suddenly enveloped in a flash of brilliance, and, amidst the radiant light, they found themselves in an octagonal hall. This hall was remarkably spacious, with a diameter exceeding 300 meters. 8 imposing metallic doors lined the perimeter, each standing at least 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. "Everyone, be prepared," Tang Shifeng declared as he summoned his soul rings. A purple soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, simultaneously causing his physique to swell into that of a towering giant, surpassing 2 meters in height. His previously loose garments were now stretched taut against his muscles, as if on the verge of bursting. Meanwhile, 2 purple soul rings materialized beneath Yi Hongling, and her long, lustrous black hair transformed at a visible pace into a vibrant emerald green, her eyes reflecting the same vitality. An aura of life radiated from her, instilling a sense of comfort. "Wow, the leader and the others have indeed made remarkable progress," one of them exclaimed. Zepping contemplated thus. He had never relinquished his dream of becoming a formidable soul master, yet since meeting Tang Shifeng and his companions, he realized that he could never surpass them. Nevertheless, he yearned to strive to chase after their shadows. At that moment, one of the metallic doors creaked open, and the roar of a beast echoed forth. The trio first beheld a shadow that, while not colossal, was notably slender. The spotted patterns and lithe form revealed its true nature. It appeared to be a leopard spirit, renowned for its swiftness, likely a century-old soul beast. Tang Shifeng exclaimed. Just then, the brilliance of Yi Hongling's second soul ring flickered. 2 slender tendrils of ethereal vines entwined around the waists of Tang Shifeng and Zepping, merging into them. This was Yi Hongling's second soul skill, Lifelink. Centered around Yi Hongling herself, it connected her companions, providing continuous healing effects while allowing for the sharing of soul power and the mitigation of damage taken, making it an exceedingly valuable soul skill. The leopard gradually approached, halting 5 meters away from Tang Shifeng and his companions. Suddenly, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, the leopard lunged towards them, targeting Tang Shifeng and Zepping directly. In response to the leopard's frontal assault, Tang Shifeng and Zepping immediately met it with their fists, with Zepping leading the charge. However, just as the leopard was about to collide with Zepping, its figure abruptly transformed into a yellow flash, vanishing before his eyes. This flash reappeared right before Yi Hongling. Leopard Flash. This was the leopard's innate skill, akin to a spatial ability, allowing it to execute ultra-high-speed movements within a certain range. This clever leopard chose to bypass Tang Shifeng and Zepping entirely, aiming to strike at the defenseless Yi Hongling. Yet, could it truly succeed? As the leopard's claws descended towards Yi Hongling, she swiftly darted to the side. Tang Shifeng grasped the vines that had previously entwined Yi Hongling, pulling her back towards him. This precaution had been devised beforehand, specifically to counter such direct assaults on their team as support. As Tang Qinfeng drew Yi Hongling back, he propelled himself forward. After using Leopard Flash, the leopard would enter a state of fatigue, marking its most vulnerable moment, the critical juncture of its demise. Tang Qinfeng surged forth like a cannonball, hurtling towards the leopard, his right fist swinging outwards and striking its head. With a resounding crack, the leopard's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. From all directions, an electronic voice resonated. You have passed the first level of the Soul Spirit Tower. You may choose to absorb the century-old leopard spirit or proceed to the next level. Simultaneously, a golden portal materialized before the trio. Let us proceed directly to the next level, Tang Qinfeng declared. Tang Qinfeng boldly plunged into the luminous portal. The distinctive trait of the class of soul beasts known as Banbao is their swiftness, and it is highly probable that the ensuing soul rings will be associated with speed-related abilities. Evidently, this is of little consequence to Zepping's Steel Claw Tiger martial spirit. Thus, pressing onward remains the most prudent course of action. Upon entering the portal, their surroundings shifted, and in the next instant, they found themselves in a hall that was an exact replica of the previous one, identical in its octagonal shape, in the presence of 8 grand doors. As the doors swung open once more, this time all 8 unveiled simultaneously. It appeared that a multitude of soul beasts would soon emerge, offering them the opportunity to unleash their capabilities. Tang Qinfeng directed the team while Yi Hongling, serving as the core of their group, maintained a connection among the 3. Instead of launching an immediate attack, Tang Qinfeng focused on assessing the potential soul beasts that might materialize behind the doors and strategizing their responses. With the doors fully ajar, the cacophony of roars and howls from the approaching beast horde assailed their ears. The trio first beheld a pair of eerie green eyes appearing from beyond the threshold, followed by a pack of wolf-like soul beasts clad in wooden exoskeletal armor. It's the Wood Wolves, both Tang Qinfeng and his sister exclaimed in unison. The Wood Wolves were a familiar sight to them, having left an indelible mark from their encounter with the Wood Wolf King in the Sunset Forest. In no time, they found themselves encircled by the pack. Among the throng, most were 10-year soul beasts, with 3 being century-old wood wolves, totaling around 50 in number. Individual wood wolves posed little threat, but the collective might of the pack was not to be underestimated. What shall we do next, boss? Zepping's voice quivered with a hint of panic, for he had never before witnessed soul beasts and was encountering this spectacle for the first time. Naturally, we shall confront them head-on. The armor on the wood wolves' midsection is relatively weak. Aim your attacks there, Tang Qinfeng calmly suggested, seemingly oblivious to Zepping's distress. Meanwhile, the throng of wood wolves began converging from all directions, with 2 already lunging directly at Tang Qinfeng. Tang Qinfeng's physique appeared to swell once more as he charged directly towards the 2 wooden wolves. Simultaneously, Yi Hongling's first soul ring illuminated, unleashing the domain of life that enveloped Tang Qinfeng within its embrace. Strangely enough, when the wooden wolves ventured into the realm of life, they seemed to lose their vigor, their momentum diminishing considerably. Tang Qinfeng now stands at an impressive height of at least 2 meters and 30 centimeters, his physique brimming with muscle. With unwavering determination, he raised his fists and charged at the 2 wooden wolves, striking their abdomens without hesitation. The wooden armor shattered upon impact, and the 2 wooden wolves met their demise. Following this, Tang Qinfeng seemed to have made a discovery and shouted to Zepping, "Zepping, I will handle those 3 head wolves. You protect Linger." He then plunged directly into the pack of wolves. Understood, Zepping responded, but Tang Qinfeng had already vanished from sight, leaving behind the commotion within the wolf pack and several wooden wolves lunging at him. Zepping, lacking even a single soul ring, would ordinarily struggle against a decade-old soul beast. However, with the connection to Yi Hongling, he was effectively sharing the soul power of both Tang Qinfeng and Yi Hongling, making it feasible for him to contend with ordinary century-old soul beasts, albeit lacking in practical combat experience. Under the suppression of Yi Hongling's domain of life, the wolf pack was rendered exceedingly vulnerable. Zepping managed to take down a few wooden wolves through his own strength. Meanwhile, Tang Qinfeng displayed even greater ferocity, weaving in and out of the pack and single-handedly dispatching 3 century-old wooden wolves. Subsequently, the remaining wooden wolves turned tail and fled back into the entrance, disappearing from sight. The announcement echoed through the arena, signaling their passage through the 2nd level of the Soul Spirit Tower. Unlike before, they did not immediately advance to the next level but chose to rest in place to recover their soul power. Chapter 43. Star God Armor. At that moment, In the observation room of the Spirit Transmission Tower, all the screens on the walls flickered to life, displaying the battle experiences of Tang Chifeng and his companions. Aside from the staff present, Ling Wei and Zhao were also observing their performance. "This is truly astonishing," exclaimed a staff member analyzing the combat data. "The girl named Yi Hongling possesses an extraordinary life attribute martial soul, and her first soul skill is a rare domain soul skill. The boy named Tang Chifeng is even more remarkable, according to the data analysis, although he is merely at the first ring level. His total soul power is comparable to that of a third-ring soul master, and his physical strength rivals that of a fourth-ring soul master specializing in offense. He is nothing short of a humanoid monster." Zhao remarked to Ling Wei, "Your child is truly exceptional. Not only does he possess remarkable talent, but he also navigates the multitude of soul beasts with such ease. In comparison, Zepping seems rather ordinary." Ling Wei replied, "That cannot be said. For an ordinary person, Zepping is already a soul master. I have always believed that becoming a soul master is a testament to one's extraordinary origins. Please believe that anyone who is gold will surely shine." Within the Soul Spirit Tower, Tang Chifeng and his companions had already stepped through the light gate into the next level. This layer marked the third level, where they might encounter even more formidable soul beasts, necessitating heightened caution among them. Tang Chifeng remarked, "Although I say this, the three of them are neither injured nor excessively fatigued. As long as no exceptionally powerful soul beasts appear next, it should not pose a problem." Before them stood 8 gates, yet only one was ajar. The massive door creaked open, revealing a colossal figure emerging from within. Its entire body was a shade of iron gray, adorned with a thick, armored hide, measuring approximately 4 meters in length and 2 meters in height. The most striking features were its 2 prominent horns at the front of its eyes. The ironclad rhinoceros, a soul beast seemingly exclusive to the soul beast grasslands, is renowned for its formidable defense and strength. A fully matured ironclad rhinoceros is even referred to as a mobile iron fortress. This particular specimen was estimated to be around 400 years old, likely a formidable opponent, as Yi Hongling observed. The ironclad rhinoceros had already detected their presence. In reality, ironclad rhinoceroses are relatively docile creatures, but within the confines of the Soul Spirit Tower, it was evidently not the case. It charged towards Tang Chifeng and his companions. Despite its massive size, its speed was surprisingly swift. Within a mere 10 seconds, it had barreled towards them. Clearly, bracing for the impact was not a viable strategy. The trio hastily dodged, with Kankan narrowly avoiding the collision as the ironclad rhinoceros crashed heavily against the wall, leaving a gaping hole. "It seems to be stuck. Let us take this opportunity to attack," Tang Chifeng commanded sharply, leading Zepping into the fray. With a resounding clang, it was as if they had struck metal. Both Tang Chifeng's fist and Zepping's claws merely left imprints on the ironclad rhinoceros's hide. "So tough. My hands are throbbing. This creature's skin is harder than actual iron," Zepping exclaimed, shaking his tingling hands. At that moment, the ironclad rhinoceros had freed its horns and charged towards them once more. Yet, Tang Chifeng boldly positioned himself in front of Zepping and surged toward the beast. "Boss, don't be reckless. You can't withstand it," Zepping shouted in alarm from behind. However, Tang Chifeng seemed impervious to the warning, accelerating even further. As the ironclad rhinoceros bore down on him, Tang Chifeng raised his left arm. In the act of lifting, a brilliant azure light emanated from his arm, swiftly enveloping it, transforming it into what resembled a crystalline armor. Simultaneously, Tang Chifeng's aura intensified, his physique swelling as his power surged. As the ironclad rhinoceros's charge reached its apex, Tang Chifeng employed both hands to grasp its horns. With a resounding crash of metal against metal, he slid back half a meter, yet successfully thwarted the beast's assault. Witnessing this, Zepping's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. "What is that on your arm, boss?" he gasped in astonishment. "It is the Star God armor," Yi Hongling replied. This Star God armor was nothing but the soul-forged Star God hammer belonging to Tang Chifeng, a name he had chosen himself. It bears a striking resemblance to the battle armor, yet it is undeniably a distinct entity. While it can indeed be utilized in combat, its primary function in everyday circumstances is merely as Tang Chifeng's forging hammer. Consequently, Zepping and the others have scarcely witnessed its application in battle. On one hand, this is because Tang Chifeng has already proven invincible against all challengers within the academy during his training sessions. On the other hand, the strength it bestows upon him has reached an unprecedented and terrifying level. The star god armor and the ironclad rhinoceros horn emitted a continuous sound of friction. As Tang Qinfeng firmly grasped the rhinoceros horn, channeling all his might to effortlessly launch the nearly 4-ton ironclad rhinoceros into the air. Now's the time, he bellowed, as the star god armor swiftly transformed into radiant light, reshaping in his hands into the familiar forging hammer known to all, albeit one that appeared even larger than remembered, resembling more of a war hammer now. With a sudden swing, the star god hammer struck down upon the ironclad rhinoceros's head. Its skin, no matter how resilient, could not withstand the might of a hammer forged for battle. Upon impact, the star god hammer embedded itself into the rhinoceros's skull, accompanied by a resounding crack, heralding the conclusion of the battle with a thunderous crash as it hit the ground. Boss, you are incredible. A soul beast with 400 years of cultivation could not withstand even a single blow from you. Zepping was overwhelmed with excitement. It wasn't as easy as you think. Tang Qinfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. I had intended to save it as a trump card, but then this exceptionally tough soul beast appeared. To conserve some energy, I had no choice but to use it prematurely. As he spoke, the forging hammer reverted back to the star god armor, resuming its place upon his arm. Meanwhile, the corpse of the ironclad rhinoceros began to dissipate into specks of light, accompanied by an electronic prompt inquiring whether to absorb the ironclad rhinoceros's soul spirit. Yi Hongling remarked, although the soul ring produced by the ironclad rhinoceros is likely to focus on defensive capabilities, it remains a commendable choice under suitable conditions. This soul spirit corresponds to the soul ring generated by a 400-year-old ironclad rhinoceros, which is quite impressive by the standards of a first soul ring. The soul spirit tower presents progressively more challenging tiers every 3 levels, along with increased discounts, and after 2 more levels, we should be able to purchase a soul spirit of 100 years. Zepping decided, let us continue advancing. Perhaps there are even more suitable options ahead. If fortune favors us, we may be able to negotiate the price down further. Ultimately, it all boils down to our lack of wealth. Very well, let us proceed, he concluded. Tang Qinfeng took the lead, swiftly crossing through the luminous gate, followed sequentially by the other 2 as they ventured towards the next challenge. Stepping beyond the threshold, Tang Qinfeng discovered a transformation. The room had evolved from a mere chamber into a verdant expanse, lush with greenery. Towering trees enveloped them, creating the illusion of being deep within a forest, yet the imposing door that had adorned the previous wall seemed somewhat out of place. It was evident that this was a deliberate design by the Spirit Tower, reportedly prompted by participant criticisms regarding the original layout, which was overly spacious and flat, thus constraining certain soul masters from showcasing their true potential. This new arrangement was meticulously crafted to enable soul masters to better harness their abilities within a more dynamic environment, manifesting only upon successfully navigating the initial 3 trials. However, the alteration of the venue did not instill undue pressure upon the trio. The initial tension had dissipated, replaced by a spirited confidence. Yet, when the distant gate creaked open, an immediate wave of anxiety washed over them, their previous bravado plummeting into uncertainty. Only one gate had swung ajar, and while the nature of the soul beast lurking behind remained obscured, they could already sense its formidable presence. It was a weighty aura, one that dwarfed even the earlier iron-armored rhinoceros, imbued with an unparalleled air of ferocity and menace. Roar! Roar! Accompanying the thunderous growls of the beast emerged a colossal bear, its entire form cloaked in dark golden fur. At this moment, Tang Qinfeng and his companions were drenched in cold sweat, having recognized the origin of the soul beast before them. In the observation room, Ling Wei exhibited a rare expression of astonishment. How could such a soul beast appear in this particular area? She inquired of the staff. The staff member replied, within the Soul Spirit Tower. While the age of soul beasts steadily increases, the types of soul beasts are entirely random. It seems they are simply unfortunate. Ling Wei couldn't help but show a troubled expression. After all, such phenomena are beyond human control. Yet, encountering the dark gold terror claw bear on the 4th level was indeed exceedingly unlucky. Chapter 44. The King Among Soul Beasts. The entirely dark gold fur is one of the hallmarks of the dark gold terror claw bear, which stands imposingly over 4 meters tall, with exceptionally robust arms. Its upper body is broad and powerful, akin to a city wall. When it rises to its full height, one can see its 2 enormous forearms, equipped with its fearsome dark gold claws, each sharp claw measuring at least 1 meter in length. This is the end. This thought resonated simultaneously in the minds of Tang Qinfeng and his companions. The dark gold terror claw bear is a solitary soul beast, renowned for its unparalleled strength in both offense and defense, earning it the title of the Soul Beast King. Within the realm of soul beasts, the dark gold terror claw bear is an absolute pinnacle, second only to true dragon-class soul beasts. Indeed, should one encounter an adult dark gold terror claw bear, even a dragon might struggle to emerge unscathed. If one were to place the soul beasts previously encountered by Tang Chenfeng and his friends before this dark gold terror claw bear, they would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. Even in the annals of soul beast history, the dark gold terror claw bear remains at the zenith of its tier. The creature before them, towering approximately 4 meters, is at least a century old, and its terrifying nature lies in this fact. Even a mere 100-year-old dark gold terror claw bear could pose a significant threat to a 10,000-year soul beast, leaving it uncertain of a safe escape. Tang Chenfeng and his companions never anticipated encountering such a terrifying soul beast on the 4th level of the Soul Tower. Indeed, their luck seemed quite dismal. Arriving in an unfamiliar locale and encountering strange individuals, they found themselves under the gaze of the dark golden terror claw bear, which had evidently taken notice of them and was charging towards them with astonishing speed. Its forelimbs struck with a velocity akin to a golden flash, targeting the trio. If it were any other soul beast, Tang Chenfeng believed he could withstand the challenge. However, facing this dark golden terror claw bear, engaging in combat? What a jest! They should flee at once. Tang Chenfeng seized the vine used by Yi Hongling to connect the 3 of them, drawing the other 2 close and embracing them tightly. With a powerful leap, they ascended to the treetops, far from the ground below. Without the advantage of the terrain, if they remained in the previously open hall, it would have been impossible for them to evade the impending strike of the dark golden claw bear. The bear's fearsome claws sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing whistle that reverberated against the ground, leaving behind 5 deep gouges. My heavens, is this the might of the strongest soul beast? Zhe Ping's voice trembled with a sense of helplessness. Just moments ago, he had mentioned that if luck were on their side, but now it seemed their fortune was decidedly lacking. Below the tree, the dark golden claw bear, realizing it had missed its target, roared incessantly at the trio. While bears are typically adept climbers, the structure of the dark golden claw bear's claws rendered it incapable of grasping the tree trunk. Thus it belonged to a species that could not ascend trees. However, the bear once again swung its massive arm, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of dark gold, as it struck down at the trees before it. With a resounding crack, a giant tree, 2 meters in width, was cleaved in half. What terrifying claws! This thought echoed in the minds of the 3 simultaneously. At this moment, feeling cornered, they could only flee from the tree, utilizing Yi Hongling's vines to weave through the forest's greenery. This was their only means to outmaneuver the dark golden claw bear below. Despite its colossal size, the bear's speed was strikingly disproportionate to its bulk. It charged with remarkable swiftness and nearly silent grace, rivaling the trio as they darted among the treetops. Nevertheless, they maintained a safe distance from it, as they contemplated whether to activate the distress signal to escape the spirit platform. The dark golden claw bear suddenly halted and stood upright. It then raised its right paw, which instantly emanated a brilliant dark golden glow. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Chenfeng as the impending scene unfurled vividly in his mind. Tang Chenfeng refrained from leaping to the next tree. Instead, he utilized the trunk as a point of support, exerting force through his legs to propel himself and the 2 companions laterally. In the very next instant, a tremendous dark golden radiance descended upon their previous position, cleaving through all that lay in its path. Indeed, it severed everything. As this dark golden light traversed the surroundings, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Trees, rocks, and the very ground it crossed were all bisected by that terrifying luminescence, akin to a razor-sharp blade slicing through with precision. This was the renowned technique of the dark golden claw bear, the dark golden claw, a formidable offensive capable of inflicting severe damage upon the body of a dragon. At that moment, the massive form of the dark golden claw bear leapt into the air, its astonishing agility rendering it almost airborne, swiftly closing the distance to the trio. At this moment, Tang Chenfeng and his companions found themselves suspended in midair, utterly devoid of any refuge. The terrifying claws of the dark golden terror claw bear were poised to descend upon them, leaving them no opportunity even to activate the distress signal. With a resounding crash, the claws struck down upon the trio. In an instant, Zhe Ping and Yi Hongling were cleaved asunder, their forms dissipating into motes of light. while Tang Chenfeng was violently hurled away. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the observation chamber. It is imperative to note that the injuries sustained within the spirit platform reverberate through one's psyche. To be rent into several pieces by the dark golden terror claw is undeniably a harrowing experience. Consequently, 2 of the spirit platforms had ceased operation due to the fatalities of their occupants, ejecting from the walls. As the spirit platform opened, it was unsurprising to find the 2 individuals inside rendered unconscious, their faces pallid and bodies convulsing. Fortunately, Ling Wei was present, the continent's foremost healing soul master. Yet her hands trembled ever so slightly, not from uncertainty in her ability to heal them, but from the anguish of witnessing her child being gruesomely torn apart. It was at this moment that she realized something troubling. Why had Chenfeng not yet returned? The screen displayed a figure lying prostrate in a pit before the dark golden terror claw bear, still struggling to rise. Just prior to the claw's descent, Tang Chenfeng had summoned the Star God armor once more to shield himself from the lethal strike. Coupled with Yi Hongling's lifelink ability to share the damage, he narrowly escaped death. Nevertheless, the immense force still propelled Tang Chenfeng away, and even the soul-forged Star God armor was utterly rent by that blow, resulting in a shattering fracture of his left arm. Tang Chenfeng has always been a person who refuses to yield, despite being grievously injured. He resists the urge to activate the distress signal, as if an unseen force invigorates him, igniting a flame of determination within his heart. He is unwilling to surrender. He yearns to struggle to his feet and continue the fight. At this moment, within his pocket in the realm of life, a brilliant azure gem, his starlit stone, begins to emanate a wondrous array of colors, gently drifting from his pocket and seemingly merging into his right palm as if it possesses consciousness. The dark golden claw bear, perceiving this last surviving figure, recognizes that Tang Chenfeng is now an easy target, ripe for the taking. It launches an assault towards him. The sole objective on the battlefield. Outside the arena, the staff wears expressions of anxiety. Why does the boy not activate the distress signal? If this continues, his psyche will suffer irreparably. Is there a way to force him to withdraw? Ling Wei inquires anxiously. In response to her question, the staff can only shake their heads in helplessness. On the screen, Tang Chenfeng finally struggles to rise once more. However, his left arm, now incapacitated, dangles limply at his side. The dark golden claw bear charges forward, its fearsome claws slicing downwards towards him. Several observers in the observation room have closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome fate that may befall the boy. Clang. Yet, the sound that resonates is not that of flesh being torn apart, but rather the sound of something breaking. All present widen their eyes in disbelief. Indeed, something has been severed, but it is not Tang Chenfeng. It is the dark golden claw that has been cleaved in two. How is this possible? A collective shock envelopes the crowd. As their gazes shift to Tang Chenfeng's fist, they behold it enveloped in a blazing azure flame. Chapter 45, Cosmic Divine Light Roar. Roar, roar. The dark golden terror claw bear was momentarily taken aback, only to unleash a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. A resplendent golden light emanated from its form, as powerful sound waves swept through the surroundings like a raging tempest. To the dark golden terror claw bear, the most cherished possession was its formidable claws, which had now been interrupted by Tang Chenfeng, igniting an unprecedented fury within it. In the face of this enraged and terrifying creature, Tang Chenfeng remained astonishingly composed, exuding an air of unrivaled dominance. Amidst the tempestuous waves of energy stirred by the dark golden terror claw bear, he raised his right hand. 2 rings of black soul energy gradually ascended from his being, spiraling around his right arm until they seamlessly integrated with him. The azure flames that previously danced upon Tang Chenfeng's right fist erupted with explosive intensity, swiftly engulfing his entire arm in a brilliant blaze of blue light. This dazzling radiance transformed the space around him into a captivating spectacle of color. If Ling Wei were to observe Tang Chenfeng closely at that moment, she would perceive a profound transformation within him, as if he had metamorphosed into an entirely different entity, embodying an aura of unparalleled supremacy that resonated throughout the cosmos. Tang Chenfeng gazed at the dark, golden, fearsome claw bear, whispering in a voice only he could perceive, "Observe closely, my child. This is how the cosmic divine light is wielded." The dark, golden, fearsome claw bear surged forward, resembling a small mountain barreling towards Tang Chenfeng. Simultaneously, another dark, golden claw swung forth, a 5-meter-long shadow descending from the heavens, aimed directly at the crown of Tang Chenfeng's head. As the dark golden claw descended, Tang Xinfeng simply sidestepped, gliding effortlessly with a remarkably fluid movement that bordered on the unnatural. Tang Xinfeng was almost in close proximity to the dark gold terror claw. Yet curiously, the series of movements did not appear as though Tang Xinfeng was evading the creature. Rather, it seemed as if the dark gold terror claw was intentionally avoiding him. Everything unfolded as if it were destined to occur. The dark gold terror claw struck the ground, nearly raising a cloud of dust. At that moment, a figure leaped from the haze, landing directly on the robust arm of the dark gold terror claw, swiftly advancing towards its head. Before the creature could react, Tang Xinfeng delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at its face. The impact resounded as the dark gold terror claw's visage contorted under the force of Tang Xinfeng's blow, its massive form collapsing to the ground, accompanied by the sound of several teeth hitting the earth. Roaring, the dark gold terror claw rose once more, but its previous ferocity had noticeably diminished. Retreating a step in evident surprise, it was clear that it had never encountered a human capable of matching its strength. Yet, in that instant, the dark gold terror claw surged forward again, a testament to its status as a dominant spirit beast. It refused to accept defeat at the hands of a mere human. The dark gold terror claw descended again, confident that its combination of defense and offense would not yield to a human opponent. Meanwhile, Tang Xinfeng had assumed a battle stance. The shattered star god armor reassembled in his hands at an astonishing speed. The flames that once enveloped his arm had shifted to the star god hammer, augmenting its size considerably, transforming it into a formidable warhammer. Facing the dark gold terror claw, Tang Xinfeng coldly declared, "Before my cosmic divine light, your defense is utterly insignificant." Clang! Upon the collision of the dark gold terror claw and the star god hammer, the once impenetrable claw crumbled like stone at the moment of contact. Yet, Tang Xinfeng's star god hammer did not cease its advance. Akin to when he employed the chaotic cloak hammer technique, he spun his body around and struck again, this time delivering a solid blow to the creature's jaw. Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, the immense force caused its body to tilt backward. But this was not the end. Tang Xinfeng leaped once more, as if he had completely forgotten the fracture in his left hand. With both hands gripping the hammer, he raised the celestial war hammer above his head and struck down fiercely upon the dark golden terror claw bear. The bear's visage contorted once again as it slowly succumbed. But this time, it would never rise again. As the dark golden terror claw bear collapsed, Tang Xinfeng steadied himself and descended gracefully to the ground. Gazing at the bear that was gradually transforming into specks of light, he murmured to himself, "This battle has come to an end. The plan must now advance to the next phase." Subsequently, with the bear's disappearance, Tang Xinfeng's form also dissipated into luminous particles. After an indeterminate passage of time, in the depths of darkness, Tang Xinfeng's consciousness began to awaken gradually. Tang Xinfeng currently experiences a peculiar sensation. Although he perceives his consciousness as lucid, he feels devoid of any other sensations. Is it possible that I am adrift in a sea of consciousness? Yet, why has this place descended into utter darkness? And why do I feel as though I have forgotten something? Tang Xinfeng murmured to himself. In truth, his memories were suspended at the moment he struggled to rise, after which he had lost all awareness. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a light appeared in the distance, drawing nearer. Tang Xinfeng felt a warmth enveloping him, and the starry sea within the ocean of consciousness began to twinkle once more. He could sense his body again. Within the radiance, a familiar figure emerged, one that had become a constant presence in his dreams, the sister Bai Xing, who had guided him in harnessing his energy. However, as he observed her approaching form, he noticed something different about Bai Xing this time. In his recollection, she had merely been a vague silhouette of light, yet now she appeared to possess a tangible presence. With a playful smile, Bai Xing remarked, "What is the matter? You look as though you've encountered an unparalleled beauty." Her words were laced with playful teasing and self-admiration. Bai Xing had gleaned knowledge of the world beyond through Tang Xinfeng's eyes, and her manner of speaking now bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an ordinary person, albeit with an exuberance that bordered on excessive. Strikingly, the compliment of being an unparalleled beauty was not an exaggeration. Previously, Tang Xinfeng could only discern her features as a blurred outline, but now he could see her distinctly. Bai Xing's visage sparkled like the stars in the sky, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility that evoked a sense of reverence. "It's nothing, Sister Bai Xing. What just happened to me? I remember being in the spirit platform and encountering the dark golden fierce claw bear before succumbing to unconsciousness," he inquired. Bai Xing replied, "Well, that is actually the reason I came to find you." With that, She conjured shimmering images in her hands. These are the moments from your unconscious state. Take your time to observe. The images floated into Tang Chenfeng's hands, and he began to examine their content. Before long, he had absorbed all the information, and his expression grew increasingly astonished. I advanced to the second ring of cultivation, and I defeated the dark golden fierce claw bear in just 2 strikes. Tang Chenfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, that is correct, Bai Xing responded calmly. Then why do I have no recollection of it? And what was that ability of mine that resembled flames? He pressed on. Bai Xing elucidated. Do you recall my mentioning that you would encounter a surprise upon reaching the second ring? Tang Chenfeng remarked. Of course I remember. You mentioned that one might have to risk their life as a medium to achieve a breakthrough. Could it be that the surprise you speak of is this azure flame? What exactly is it? Bai Xing replied. This is your true innate ability. Your original martial soul can only be regarded as a formless auxiliary power. Once you begin to awaken, it will manifest its true strength, known as the divine light of the universe. Bai Xing continued, the divine light of the universe, as its name suggests, originates from the primal forces of the cosmos, forces that rightfully belong to me. As my progeny, you naturally inherit this legacy. This ability harbors infinite potential, and it is for you to unearth it. It will awaken its characteristics based on your thoughts and determination. For instance, during the previous battle, the confrontation with the dark golden claw bear did not instill fear in you. Rather, it ignited your fighting spirit and catalyzed the awakening of your abilities. I speculate that your first power is invincibility in offense, which is why you could shatter the bear's fearsome claws with a single punch. This implies that no matter the defense, it can be breached in your presence. For you, in this world, there exists no defense that cannot be overcome. Tang Chenfeng grew increasingly excited as he exclaimed, I have unexpectedly acquired such formidable abilities. Does that mean that all defenses before me are rendered meaningless? At this point, he could not help but feel a sense of pride. However, Bai Xing interjected coolly, to be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. I had anticipated that you would awaken a power capable of completely disregarding defenses rather than merely breaching them. There is indeed a significant difference between the two. Tang Chenfeng, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Sister Bai Xing, must you always douse the flames of enthusiasm? Bai Xing replied, do not be so hasty. There exists an even greater chill awaiting you. A greater chill? What do you mean? Tang Chenfeng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Bai Xing, with a gravity befitting the situation, responded, do you comprehend why I have chosen to temporarily assume control of your body rather than allowing you to engage directly in combat? It is precisely because I fear your impetuousness may lead you to overexert yourself. The cosmic radiance demands a significant toll from your very essence. For with your current reservoir of soul energy, you can sustain it for no more than 2 minutes. Tang Chenfeng inquired. So will I be unable to utilize it after 2 minutes due to the depletion of my soul power? No, Bai Xing replied. Even if your soul power is entirely exhausted, you can still continue to use it. However, but what? Tang Chenfeng pressed for clarification. However, Bai Xing continued. Should you wish to maintain the cosmic divine light after your soul power has been depleted, you must resort to burning your own vitality to sustain its use. Although its power will surge dramatically at that moment, it is certainly not worth the cost. Therefore, you must exercise caution in your subsequent usage. Tang Chenfeng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this ability could entail such severe side effects. If one day he were to become overly zealous and excessively utilize it during combat, it could indeed cost him his life. It seems that in the future, he must exercise utmost caution whenever he decides to employ it. Tang Chenfeng was lost in thought when, upon suddenly coming to his senses, he lifted his gaze to find Bai Xing's face unervingly close to his own. This unexpected proximity startled him, causing him to instinctively take a couple of steps back. Sister Bai, what are you doing? You scared me, he exclaimed. Bai Xing merely chuckled lightly and replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that you and I are becoming more alike. What do you mean? Tang Chenfeng asked, somewhat perplexed. Bai Xing continued, we can discuss the details later. It seems the people outside are quite worried about you, so you should return for now. With that, she snapped her fingers, and suddenly, Tang Chenfeng felt as though the world around him was spinning, plunging him into darkness. Moments later, he sensed someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by several familiar faces. Wonderful, wonderful. Mom should come and see. Brother has awakened. Yi Hongling exclaimed. Immediately turning and darting towards Ling Wei, Tang Chenfeng glanced around and realized he was lying in a medical room. Observing the decor, He concluded he was still within the confines of the spirit transmission tower. Excellent. Boss, you have finally awakened. The second person to express concern was Zepping. Don't move just yet, Chenfeng. Your mental sea may have sustained some damage. Do you feel anything amiss? Ling Wei soon approached Tang Chengfeng and inquired. It had been 2 hours since Tang Chengfeng had defeated the dark golden claw bear within the spirit platform. During that time, the staff of the spirit transmission tower had carried him out, discovering him unconscious, and thus promptly transported him to the medical room. Tang Chengfeng sat up and indicated that he felt mostly fine, perhaps only a bit fatigued. Boss, are you truly feeling okay? Don't force yourself. You have no idea how much you have changed. Zepping's words captured Tang Chengfeng's attention. Tang Chengfeng inquired, change? What changes could I possibly undergo? Meanwhile, Yi Hongling, seemingly producing a mirror from thin air, remarked, Brother, I believe you ought to take a look at yourself. Tang Chengfeng gazed into the mirror, and upon his reflection, he was momentarily taken aback. The figure staring back at him was indeed himself, yet his facial features and contours appeared to have been meticulously sculpted, rendering him even more handsome and spirited than before. Notably, there were some changes, such as his hair now possessing a rare sky blue hue, complemented by eyes of the same striking color. Ling Wei, standing beside him, remarked, You transformed into this state the moment we extracted you from the life platform. However, rest assured, I have thoroughly examined your condition, and it poses no adverse effects on your body. On the contrary, your overall bodily functions have significantly enhanced. Tang Chengfeng suddenly realized that Bai Xing's words were increasingly resonating with his own thoughts. Indeed, Bai Xing possessed long hair of a celestial blue hue and a pair of striking azure eyes, making her appearance increasingly reminiscent of his own. Am I not correct? Is this not what I was saying? What is that voice? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Tang Chengfeng's mind, a voice that, by all accounts, should not be present in this moment. Sister Bai Xing, is that you? Tang Chengfeng pondered inwardly. Indeed, it is I. As your cultivation progresses, our communication becomes ever more seamless. There are matters to discuss, but for now, focus on what lies before you. Boss, what are you daydreaming about? Nothing much. By the way, Zepping, have you found the spirit you desire? At this, a triumphant expression graced Zepping's face as he produced a small orb. Tang Chengfeng recognized it as a temporary storage device for spirits, allowing the user to absorb the spirit contained within at will. To his astonishment, the spirit within this orb was a small bear of a dark golden hue, most notably distinguished by its robust arms and claws. Was this not the very dark golden claw bear he had previously vanquished? It was given to me by the former Vice Tower Master, with a considerable discount, possibly as compensation. I accepted it as a fitting addition to my collection of spirits, Zepping beamed. Tang Chengfeng interjected, Are you certain you wish to absorb it? The dark golden claw bear is a notoriously aggressive spirit beast. Absorbing its essence could be perilous. Zepping retorted, As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Wealth is often found in risk. If I do not take the chance, how shall I ever know? Just as you, boss, faced the dark golden claw bear with unwavering confidence and triumphed. This left Tang Chengfeng momentarily speechless, unable to counter the logic. He could only caution Zepping to proceed with utmost care during the absorption. Ultimately, the physical examination revealed that Tang Chengfeng had sustained no significant harm. In fact, he felt considerably strengthened. Zepping successfully acquired the century-old spirit he sought, and thus, their objectives were fulfilled. The two families bid each other farewell before the spirit transmission tower. In Haitian City, after experiencing this series of events, Tang Chengfeng and his companions finally set forth on their journey home. Chapter 46. Preparations before ascending into the sky. After concluding their affairs at the spirit transmission tower, Tang Chengfeng and his party spent an entire afternoon returning to Tianhun town. A new holiday had commenced, albeit with the distinction that perhaps after this respite, they would embark on a journey to a new destination. Upon returning home, the trio was greeted by Yi Jiolong, who had been waiting inside. You're back. Why are you so late today? By the way, Chengfeng, why has your hair color changed? As Yi Jiolong greeted everyone, he noticed a distinct difference in Tang Chengfeng. This, however, is a tale that requires some elaboration. Thus, Tang Chengfeng succinctly recounted the events of the day. Entering the spirit platform was indeed quite an exhilarating experience, wasn't it? I recall that when your grandmother and I sought entry to the spirit platform, we had to make considerable sacrifices. With that, Yi Jiolong began reminiscing about the past. All right, hold on a moment, Jiolong. There is a matter I feel compelled to discuss with you. Chenfeng, Hongling, please wait a moment. I will prepare dinner after I finish my conversation with your grandfather, Lingwei said, gently guiding Yi Jiolong into the house. Brother, what shall we do now? Yi Hongling inquired. Tang Chenfeng replied, how about we retreat to the bedroom for a moment of meditation? In truth, during the holidays, the Chenfeng siblings engaged in merely 3 activities: assisting their family with chores, practicing their skills independently, or receiving guidance from their grandparents. Their time for leisure was quite limited. Meanwhile, in another bedroom, 2 others had begun a conversation. What is the matter, Lingwei? Is there something else on your mind? Yi Jiolong inquired. Lingwei responded, indeed. There are other matters to consider. I believe we ought to deliberate on Uncle Zhao Gao's suggestion, given that we have been away from Yuncheng City for quite some time. Shouldn't we contemplate a return? Yi Jiolong appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that Chenfeng and Hongling have finally surpassed level 20? Yuncheng City is a sanctuary for soul masters. For ordinary individuals, entry is nearly impossible. However, for soul masters, the situation is different. According to federal law, any ordinary soul master who breaks through to level 20 before the age of 18 qualifies to enter Yuncheng City for assessment. Upon passing the assessment, they are granted the right to reside in Yuncheng City and continue their studies, along with the ability to bring their family members with them. Yet, Lingwei, you are aware of why we chose to return to the surface. We are not particularly eager to revisit that sorrowful place. Yi Jiolong's gaze dimmed. The mere mention of that location evoked memories of his profound regrets. At that moment, Lingwei approached him gently, embracing him softly, and spoke in a soothing tone. But you know, much of the past is behind us. We must confront the present and the future. Uncle Zhao Gao has assured me that should we desire it, he can facilitate our residence in Yuncheng City at any time. And surely, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling would also wish to go. For their sake, we should consider this. Shun Tiwi? Tang Chenfeng and his sister had never been to that place. They had merely heard that Cloud City was a coveted destination for every soul master. However, Yi Jiolong and Lingwei understood that it was not merely a sanctuary for soul masters, but also harbored many darker aspects. If they ascended together, at the very least, they could mitigate unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiolong remained silent, gently embracing Lingwei. At this moment, it seemed they had all reached a decision. After a while, a familiar voice resonated from the kitchen, prompting Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling to conclude their meditation and head in that direction. In the modest kitchen, a grand table was laden with a plethora of dishes, the sheer volume of which would likely sustain an average person for 3 days. Yet for this family, it was merely the daily requisite. Ever since Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling awakened their martial souls, their family's greatest concern had become food. These 2 children resembled black holes, consuming everything that crossed their lips without a trace. This predicament was unavoidable, as their martial souls demanded immense energy, and their family lacked the wealth to procure rare ingredients that could replenish such energy. Thus, they compensated for quality with quantity. Nevertheless, despite this, sharing a meal together in harmony was perhaps the most joyous time for them. As the siblings nearly depleted the dishes on the table, Yi Jiolong remarked, "Take your time. There's no rush. This vacation, you both should rest well for a month." Upon hearing this, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling were taken aback, aware that when their grandfather spoke, it rarely resulted in favorable outcomes. Yi Jiolong, perceiving their discomfort, awkwardly added, "There's no need to panic. I genuinely mean for you to take a month to rest. After this month, you may resume your training." Yi Hongling timidly inquired, "Grandpa Yi, you aren't planning to trick us, are you? The last time you said something similar, our training intensity increased 5-fold. Yi Jiolong responded with a hint of exasperation, "This time is truly different. You both know that you have reached level 20, and you are now eligible to venture to that place. Frankly, your grandmother and I are immensely proud. This day has arrived much sooner than we anticipated. We have also decided that if you can set foot in Cloud City, we will accompany you there. The assessment date for Cloud City is 2 months hence, right after this vacation concludes. I do not demand that you must succeed, but as long as you put forth effort, that is sufficient. However, if you do succeed, we shall move to live in the sky together. Rest assured, Grandpa, it is merely an assessment. We will undoubtedly pass," Tang Chenfeng declared with unwavering confidence. "Indeed, Grandpa and Grandma, my brother, and I will give our all. Soon, we shall dwell together in Cloud City," Yi Hongling joyfully remarked from the side. Thus, amidst a lively yet tranquil atmosphere, the family concluded their dinner. Time passed unnoticed, and soon it was the midnight hour. The siblings returned to their bedroom, which had transformed since the past. Previously, they shared a single bed. However, having grown, the once spacious bed had vanished, replaced by two smaller ones, indicating their separation in slumber. Soul masters typically do not require sleep. Instead, meditation serves as their preferred means of passing time during the night. At this moment, Yi Hongling sat cross-legged on her bed, entering a state of meditation. Generally, Tang Chenfeng would also engage in meditation at this hour, but tonight felt distinctly different. Tang Chenfeng gazed from his bed, and after a while, he confirmed that Yi Hongling had fully entered meditation, and indeed, both Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling had also plunged into deep contemplation. After ensuring this, he stealthily exited his room, and with a few agile leaps, he arrived atop the roof. But why did Tang Chenfeng ascend to the rooftop? It was to meet someone he knew all too well. Tang Chenfeng settled into a meditative posture atop the rooftop, and at that moment, two ebony soul rings emerged from beneath him. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these rings were not merely devoid of color. They were adorned with twinkling starlight and various hues that intertwined and danced against the backdrop of the inky night sky, creating a striking spectacle. It was as if the two soul rings were interwoven, reflecting the vastness of the universe itself. Accompanying the soul rings was a diminutive figure, remarkably small, resembling that of a child merely 2 or 3 years of age. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, one would realize that this child was nothing less than a miniature version of the White Star. Tang Chenfeng gazed at the miniature version of White Star, somewhat astonished. "Sister White Star, have you transformed into a spirit?" Her slightly ethereal form floated beside him, resembling a spirit indeed. "Not quite a spirit," she replied. "How shall I explain this? I am currently projecting my essence by utilizing your mental energy. Furthermore, the Starstone has been completely absorbed by you. In this state, I can converse with you at any time, even while you are asleep or in meditation. I can also provide protection and guidance in harnessing your own powers during special circumstances." As she spoke, it seemed as though White Star was weaving something in her hands. And soon she had crafted a colorful sphere of light. "What is this magnificent creation you hold, Sister White Star? I've noticed you crafting it from the very beginning." Tang Chenfeng inquired. White Star elucidated, "You may perceive it as a form of communication, albeit directed towards my own being. What you see before you is merely a manifestation of my consciousness. Each time you ascend to a new major stage, I will send a message to my true self." I believe she would be quite eager to witness your growth. As she completed the sphere, she cradled it in her hands. The vibrant orb of light soared into the sky, transforming into a colorful meteor before vanishing at the horizon. "Ah, the universe is indeed vast," Tang Chenfeng marveled. "By the way, Sister White Star, I have another question I wish to ask you." "What question?" she inquired. Tang Chenfeng inquired, "Do I have a father?" Upon hearing this question, Bai Xing's body stiffened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "No, you are indeed my child, but you are unlike ordinary people. You do not possess a father in the traditional sense. Rather, you are the purest part of me. This means you have only one mother, and at most, you may have some borrowed traits." "What do you mean by borrowed?" Tang Chenfeng asked, puzzled. Bai Xing's tone grew slightly awkward. "This is something you should not concern yourself with for now." In an unknown corner of the universe, a striking figure stood amidst the endless starry sky, appearing so natural and harmonious, as if she had merged with the cosmos itself. "It's here," she whispered. Simultaneously, a colorful orb of light flew into her hand. This was the very orb Bai Xing had created for conveying messages. She cradled the orb in her palms, quietly absorbing its thoughts and vivid memories. The more she immersed herself, the deeper she sank into its essence, discovering many things she had once forgotten or discarded. Now, gazing at it, she felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. "Hey, what are you looking at? Let me have a peek." A casual voice broke the surrounding atmosphere as she was lost in her reverie. Turning to look, she saw a shadowy figure that resembled a human outline. Yet within it lay an endless expanse of stars, seemingly more radiant than the world around her. She mused, if only this person were not here, everything would be perfect. Rarely did anything in this world stir her emotions. Yet this bothersome individual was indeed one of those rare exceptions. This individual was the mysterious traveler who had once claimed to meddle in others' affairs, and what irked her most was her inability to do anything about it. No. Just as she finished her thought, a flash of white light surged before her, and the orb had vanished. "Let me see it." "Oh, what a delightful collection of acquaintances you have here. and you've learned quite a bit. Truly, you are a worthy child of this universe, the mysterious figure remarked. Hey, you, give it back to me. Veins appeared on her forehead, and her tone grew increasingly agitated. What is the big deal if I look at it for a moment? Is there really a need to be so upset? The mysterious figure replied, jesting. No, change it back immediately, she exclaimed, her demeanor completely losing its previous grace and elegance. All right, the mysterious figure acquiesced, tossing the orb back. She swiftly caught it in her hand. Irritated, she admonished the mysterious figure. Aren't you the one who claims to travel through various universes? Then why don't you go explore instead of constantly lingering around me? It's so annoying. The enigmatic figure sighed. If I were to encounter you again 30 years ago, I would have already traversed this universe. Yet, every location remained stagnant, devoid of any allure, save for the occasional intriguing individual I might meet. Truly, it is far more engaging to remain by your side and witness this childish growth. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback. So, you visited before I even became aware of your presence? And you managed to explore this universe without my noticing? Indeed. It is not a challenge for me, the mysterious figure replied nonchalantly. At that moment, no one countered his words, and she inquired, Did you ever encounter him? The mirth that had previously adorned the mysterious figure's face faded as he responded. If you are referring to the individual you have in mind, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of him. However, he did not notice me. Are you truly unconcerned about him? I can no longer locate him, and this is a mutual decision between myself and that child. For the sake of this universe's future, I must persist along this path. The mysterious figure gazed at her, a sudden compassion illuminating his eyes. I have nothing further to say. I wish you the best with your plans, he remarked. And with that, his form once again vanished into the starry expanse. Chapter 47. Journey to Cloud City. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the holiday was drawing to a close. With merely 2 days remaining before the end of the break, the atmosphere at the Haitian Soul Master Academy, or indeed the entirety of Haitian City, could be described as bustling. One reason for this vibrancy was the enrollment season, with numerous new students arriving. But the more significant factor was that today marked the recruitment of talent for Cloud City, the city in the clouds. As the name suggests, Cloud City is a metropolis built upon the clouds, serving as a gathering place for all those on the ground and for soul masters alike. Only those with sufficient qualifications may gain entry. Recruitment occurs only once every 3 years, and while there is no limit to the number of candidates, there are specific criteria. Soul masters under the age of 16 must possess a soul power level of at least 20. Most of these individuals are of student age, resulting in many being accepted into the more prestigious academies within Cloud City, which offer richer resources and greater opportunities for the future. Moreover, Cloud City does not occupy a fixed position. True to its name, it drifts across the sky along a predetermined trajectory, hovering above various cities for a period of time. These cities are poised to develop into major urban centers in the future, and Haitian City has experienced this transformation. At that moment within the Haitian Soul Master Academy, Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling were bidding farewell to their classmates with whom they had spent 3 years. In the original plan of the Hai Tian Academy, there was no assessment scheduled for this year. The intention was to allow more students to meet the criteria before proceeding after 3 years. However, this year, the siblings Tang Xinfeng and his sister unexpectedly met the requirements outside the original plan, thereby becoming the representatives of the academy for the evaluation in Yunzhong City. Moreover, even if they were to fail, they still had 3 years ahead of them. Most of those bidding farewell were students from the work-study dormitory, along with Ning Tong and Mo Xiaoyu, who came to see them off. They could be considered the ordinary students most closely connected with the academy and the work-study students. Boss, Xiaoling, I really don't want you to leave. I finally have my first soul spirit, and I wanted to wait until I fully recover to spar with you again, lamented Zepping. After returning from the spirit tower, he began absorbing the dark gold claw bear soul spirit, and it was said that he almost encountered a significant problem during the process. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end, although it came at the cost of needing to adjust for a semester before continuing his training. Don't be sad, Zepping. My brother and I will return. When the opportunity arises, we will come find you, Yi Hongling reassured him. Upon hearing her words, the almost tearful expression on Zepping's face vanished, replaced by a newfound strength. Indeed, we will return. Let us arrange to meet again in the future. Time is running short. We must leave now, but we will surely meet again, they said, waving goodbye to the crowd as they reluctantly departed. Watching them leave, Zepping sighed. Boss and Hongling have really gone. And honestly, the person you're most reluctant to part with is Yi Hongling, isn't it? Ning Tong suddenly remarked. Zepping's face flushed instantly, and he stammered, and no, that's not it. Well, you're right. It's all right. We still have 3 years ahead of us, and there will be opportunities, Ning Tong said, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. You know it, so why not hurry and cultivate? Tang Xinfeng and the others are catching up. We need to speed up, said Mo Xiaoyu as she turned to leave. Hey, Xiaoyu, wait for me. At the school gate, Tang Xinfeng and his group had already set off to enter Yunzhong City. They needed to use specific transportation. Now, Tang Xinfeng and his companions were aboard the academy's dedicated bus, en route to the airport. As he gazed at the city resembling a forest of steel, Tang Xinfeng couldn't help but marvel at how swiftly time had passed. In just 3 years, he was about to embark on a journey to a place he had long desired. While he was lost in thought, Yi Hongling leaned closer to him. Brother, are you still thinking about everyone at the academy? She inquired. Yes, but more so, I should be feeling anticipation, he replied. All right then, children. There's no need to be too sorrowful. The speaker is the youthful Yi Jiulong, with Ling Wei and Zhao Gaobo beside him, also aboard the vehicle, accompanying Tang Xinfeng and the others. Just yesterday, Yi Jiulong and Ling Wei bid farewell to the residents of Tianhun Town without revealing their identities. After relinquishing their roles as village chief, they left once more, promising to return frequently. Tang Xinfeng recalled the expressions of envy on the townspeople's faces. Clearly, their entry into Yunzhong City was a serendipitous opportunity for this elderly couple to revisit. Although Zhao Gaobo could have easily resolved this matter, they chose to accompany the younger generation. Indeed, parting is a requisite lesson in the journey of life. Without farewells, new encounters would never arise. For now, we must focus on the road ahead, Zhao Gaobo remarked. Understood, the siblings responded in unison. The journey was not lengthy. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the docking station. They disembarked from the school bus and boarded a ferry for another 10 minutes, finally entering the core area of the air travel center. The entire facility was predominantly decorated in white, with massive metallic walls adorned by expansive screens displaying various scenes, the most captivating of which showcased a colossal floating island, undoubtedly. Yunzhong City. The air travel center was bustling with activity. While other cities' aviation hubs could also set sail for Yunzhong City, Haitian City was undoubtedly the closest. Numerous students from various city academies gathered for the assessment event, rendering the spacious aviation center particularly lively and crowded. Fortunately, as local academy students, Tang Xinfeng and his companions enjoyed some advantages with earlier boarding passes, allowing them to enter ahead of others. The 5 of them completed the boarding procedures, which proved somewhat intricate, with security checks exceeding 5 stages, so stringent that not even a fly could pass through undetected. After navigating through the checkpoints, they finally accessed the inner area, where they awaited their departure. Through the colossal glass windows, Tang Xinfeng and his sister observed that the distant tarmac was not occupied by conventional soul-guided aircraft, but rather a gigantic airship. Indeed, that is the soul-guided airship we shall be boarding. Yi Jiulong preemptively addressed their unspoken curiosity. An airship? Grandfather Yi, did you also take one to Yunzhong City in the past? Tang Xinfeng inquired. Indeed, Yunzhong City maintains strict regulations regarding external entities, one of which prohibits high-powered soul-guided systems from approaching the city limits. Soul-guided aircraft fall under this restriction, making the airship, primarily buoyed by gas, the optimal choice. Zhao Gaobo interjected before Yi Jiulong could respond. Without much delay, the time to board arrived. After undergoing the final security check, the 5 individuals finally boarded the soul-guided airship. The airship's body was adorned in white, and although the passenger pods and lift balloons appeared rather diminutive in comparison, they were capable of accommodating at least 30 individuals. Unlike conventional airships, the pods destined for Cloud City were not directly affixed to the lift balloons. Instead, they were suspended from the balloons by specially designed ropes, allowing for a spacious deck above. Alongside Tang Xinfeng and his companions, many others from various locales also embarked on this airship. The time for departure arrived swiftly, and the airship's announcement system resonated. Welcome aboard the passenger airship specially designed by Sky Island and Cloud City. We aspire to provide you with exceptional service and assistance during your journey. We will now outline a few essential guidelines that all parents, teachers, and children must adhere to. The airship travels at a leisurely pace. We kindly ask all passengers to cooperate with our staff to ensure a satisfying travel experience. Passengers on the deck, please enter the pods and take your seats. During the flight, there may be some turbulence, so please fasten your seatbelts. You may move freely on the deck only after the airship stabilizes and the soul guiding protective shield is activated. Should you feel unwell, please contact the staff immediately. We will assess your condition and provide assistance promptly. While this electronic announcement played, Tang Chenfeng and his companions had taken their seats, and the surrounding seats quickly filled with passengers, predominantly adults accompanied by 2 or 3 children, presumably teachers from other academies leading their students. Soon after, the soul-guided airship took off. The ascent was remarkably smooth compared to an airplane, with only slight jolts during the takeoff. The walls of the pod featured windows through which the passengers could see the ground receding as the airship ascended into the sky. Beyond the windows, the azure sky stretched above, leading to pure white clouds. The ascent was notably steady, with only occasional tilting that did not induce discomfort. As the airship soared skyward, it was subject to gentle turbulence due to air currents. However, most passengers, being soul masters, were likely to be unaffected. At this moment, Yi Hongling, seated nearby, appeared somewhat pale, her complexion tinged with a faint green hue, as she pressed her hands firmly against her mouth, seemingly in distress. "What is wrong with Yi Hongling?" Tang Chenfeng inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Ling Wei, seated beside her, quickly approached and pressed her hand against Yi Hongling's forehead. After a moment, she reassured, she should be fine. It's likely just motion sickness. Encourage her to close her eyes and rest. She should feel better shortly. In this world, many individuals experience motion sickness. Yet those who suffer from it while aboard an airship are remarkably few. Perhaps it is merely a peculiar constitution. Indeed, upon closing her eyes, Yi Hongling found her symptoms of motion sickness noticeably alleviated, and soon the turbulence of the airship subsided, bringing a swift return to tranquility within the cabin. Thus, they glided silently for nearly an hour. Chapter 48. Recruitment Standards. At that moment, the electronic announcement resonated once more. Esteemed passengers, greetings. The airship has departed from the turbulent air currents and has entered a safe zone, soon to enter the realm of Cloud City. The soul-guiding protective shield on the deck has been activated. Passengers may proceed to the rear to access the upper deck and enjoy the scenic views along the way. Please remain vigilant for your safety during this experience. As the announcement concluded, a considerable number of passengers vacated their seats, making their way towards the upper deck of the airship. Tang Chenfeng cast a glance at Yi Hongling and then turned his attention to Yi Jiulong and the others. Yi Jiulong smiled and said, "If you wish to go, then by all means. Your grandmother, your teacher, and I will remain here to keep an eye on Linger." With Yi Jiulong's permission, Tang Chenfeng unfastened his seatbelt and made his way towards the upper deck of the airship. At that moment, the deck was bustling with people, many of whom were utilizing their soul-guided communication devices to capture the surrounding scenery through their camera systems. The airship was on the verge of entering a dense layer of clouds ahead, while behind them lay a vast expanse of azure sky. Strangely, when one looked up, the moon was visible with remarkable clarity, creating a rather extraordinary sensation. Moreover, in the distance, several airships identical to theirs could be seen. The Cloud City held recruitment events every 3 years, not limited to the nearby cities. Distant towns could also participate, though the airfare typically increased with distance, rendering it unaffordable for the average individual. Tang Chenfeng yearned to approach the edge of the deck for a better view, yet he found himself thwarted by the overwhelming crowd. Just as he began to feel a sense of frustration, he turned around and noticed a solitary figure in a less crowded corner at the rear of the deck. It appeared to be a girl, and though he could only see her back, her presence was undeniably captivating, particularly her long azure hair cascading down to her waist. Strikingly, this enchanting girl stood alone. Unlike the others who were gazing skyward, she was instead fixated on the ground. Since it was impossible to navigate through the throng ahead, he decided to approach her. He positioned himself approximately 3 meters away and gazed into the distance. As he drew nearer, he caught a glimpse of her profile, which was enough to leave one in awe. She seemed to be of a similar age to Yi Hongling, with porcelain skin that appeared almost delicate, and her rosy cheeks were a charming blend of white and pink. Her eyes mirrored the azure hue of her hair, yet possessed an unexpected depth that belied her youth. Coupled with a hint of melancholy in her expression, she evoked a sense of compassion within him. Following her gaze, Tang Chenfeng observed the vast expanse of land beneath them, a sweeping plain crisscrossed by several rivers that eventually meandered into the sea, presenting a unique and captivating vista. As he contemplated the ground, he glanced back at the girl, only to discover that she had turned to face him as well, their gazes meeting in a serendipitous collision. The air was thick with an awkward silence, as neither spoke. Just as Tang Chenfeng prepared to greet her, she broke the silence. "What are you looking at?" Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of the delicate chime of wind bells. I was admiring the scenery below," he replied. "Ah, just like me," she said, turning her gaze back to the ground. "Do you know? The plains you see now were once majestic mountains, which were excavated and transported to places they should never have been. Not only here, but many areas on this planet have changed beyond recognition." Her tone was calm, yet there was a trace of sorrow that could be felt amidst the tranquility. Tang Chenfeng was momentarily puzzled by her words, poised to inquire further when suddenly someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look ahead. It seems we are approaching the city in the clouds." Tang Chenfeng's gaze was instantly captivated. At that moment, they were aboard an airship, soaring above the clouds. In the distance, directly ahead, a massive island appeared to hover in the sky, and it was clear to all what this place signified. From afar, the island resembled towering mountains, but upon closer inspection, one would discern that these majestic formations were, in fact, colossal man-made structures. The buildings below, which were not particularly conspicuous, were the familiar steel edifices that could be seen on the ground, dwarfing like patches of grass amidst a true forest. People often liken clouds to an ocean, but here, it seemed more than mere metaphor. It resembled islands adrift upon a sea of clouds, and thus, the city in the clouds floated above this ethereal expanse. As they approached, the realization dawned upon them that they had erred in their assumptions. This city was not just an island, but rather a continent suspended in the air. The airship appeared as insignificant as a bee confronting a colossal tree. "Are we almost there?" Tang Chenfeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. While on the ground, he had envisioned the appearance of the city in the clouds countless times, yet he had never anticipated such grandeur, which surpassed all his imaginings. However, no one responded to the youth's inquiry. As he turned to look back, he discovered that the enchanting maiden had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, the electronic announcement echoed once more. "Dear passengers, greetings. We are about to arrive at our destination, the city in the clouds. Please disembark from the deck and enter the cabin, fastening your seatbelts as we approach the dock of the city in the clouds." Although many wished to remain outside to witness the airship's entrance, regulations necessitated that all return to the cabin. Tang Chenfeng returned to his seat and fastened his seatbelt. He glanced to the side and noticed that Yi Hongling had nearly recovered. It seemed she was no longer in distress. What awaited them now was the assessment for entry into Cloud City. Zhao Gaobo had informed Tang Chenfeng and his companions that the evaluation in Cloud City differed significantly from that on the ground. Typically, graduates from a particular school would select a suitable academy based on their qualifications. However, the process in Cloud City was entirely different. There, it was the instructors from the academies who chose the students based on their performance. The better one performed, the more likely they were to be selected by one or even several prestigious academies, after which their fate would rest in their own hands. The atmosphere within Cloud City was bustling with excitement. Every 3 years, the city recruited fresh talent from the ground, providing a new influx of vitality. This triennial recruitment meant that academies within Cloud City would only admit new students once every 3 years. For the academies, this opportunity was equally precious. Securing the finest students before rival institutions could yield the best outcomes. However, given the limited number of exceptional candidates, the ability to attract students often depended on the strength of the recruiting faculty. Within Cloud City, everything exuded a sense of futurism. For instance, the roads were constructed in the sky, with extensive metallic pathways crisscrossing the expanse. Anyone possessing a soul-guided vehicle or a civilian mech could traverse any part of Cloud City. At that moment, a soul-guided vehicle sped along one of the roads, closely followed by a soul-guided school bus emblazoned with the prominent name of St. Luo Soul Master Academy, clearly indicating that its instructors were present to recruit new students. Inside the soul-guided vehicle sat a man and a woman, evidently teachers from the academy. The female instructor was at the wheel, while the male instructor occupied the passenger seat. The woman was tall and striking, her alluring figure accentuated by her long purple hair styled in a high ponytail, lending her an air of confidence. The male instructor, tall with a well-built physique, sported clean-cut black hair and donned sunglasses that added to his cool demeanor. Despite sitting beside such a captivating beauty, the male instructor appeared quite indifferent. resting his head against his hands and reclining comfortably in his seat. Although his sunglasses obscured part of his face, the visible features revealed him to be undeniably handsome. I remember you seemed entirely uninterested in such matters before. What has sparked your curiosity today? The beautiful female instructor inquired first. Do you believe I suddenly found interest? The male instructor replied with calm nonchalance. The female instructor scoffed. Suddenly found interest? I've known you for nearly a decade. You've been at my academy for so long without even one student. If you claim to have developed an interest now, it seems rather too late. The male teacher suddenly spoke with earnestness. This time, I am quite serious. Moreover, I must emphasize that I can assist the academy in selecting high-quality students. But those whom I choose must be taught exclusively by me, not by any other instructors. What? The tone of the female teacher revealed a hint of indignation. What are you thinking? We adhere to the principle of teaching according to the individual's aptitude. What if they do not align with your curriculum? There is no issue. I am confident they will be intrigued. Besides, if I insist on my selections, you should not be able to deter me, should you, Dean? However, faced with this somewhat arrogant educator, the dean hesitated to express her anger, as this matter pertained to a secret known only to her. But that would be unfair to others, the dean said, regaining her composure. How about this? Among the students I select, at least 2 must be assigned to me. And in return, you will appoint me as the head of Class 6. Class 6? Are you certain? Those who end up in Class 6 are typically the underperformers. Even if you manage to choose 2 capable students, the dean's words trailed off. But without this, it wouldn't quell public discontent, would it? Replied the male teacher. Very well, do as you wish. Chapter 49. The content of the assessment. Meanwhile, at the docks of Cloud City, airships slowly arrived and docked. Once they were secured, the passengers disembarked with great enthusiasm. Cloud City is a place coveted by all soul masters on the ground. Arriving here indicates that they are already among the elite of their peers. However, once they arrive, the situation becomes uncertain. For those who come here are also the finest from various regions. Only those who pass the assessment and are selected may remain. It is even possible for those not chosen to be forcibly returned to the ground. For the individuals on the ground, stepping onto the port of Cloud City is merely the initial step. Whether they can establish themselves here depends on their subsequent performance. Only through the assessment can one truly enter the inner sanctum of Cloud City. Under the guidance of various instructors, students from different academies gathered outside the entrance. A rough estimate indicated that there were 10 airships, with at least 400 individuals present from the ground. Shortly, they would board shuttle vehicles and proceed to the selection venue. Most attendees were contemporaries, with age differences of no more than 2 or 3 years. Even though they were previously unfamiliar with one another, under certain conditions, they engaged in delightful conversation. Soon, the ferry vehicle arrived at the dock of Yunzhong City, and under the guidance of the teachers, everyone interestingly boarded the ferry. The interior of the vehicle was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 50 individuals. Once inside, apart from the teachers and parents, nearly all the participants preparing for the assessment immediately entered a meditative state. Through meditation, they aimed to restore and adjust their condition, ensuring they would be in peak form to showcase their utmost capabilities during the evaluation. The assessment venue was not far from the dock, and in approximately 15 minutes, they arrived. Upon disembarking, the group found themselves in front of a magnificent white domed structure, clearly indicating that the assessment would take place within its confines. Numerous staff members were present, directing the students into the building, as it was evident that parents and teachers were not permitted to enter the assessment area. Chinfeng, Hongling, the stage is now yours. Strive to pass the assessment on the first attempt, encouraged Zhao Gaobua. Yes, we will. The 2 replied before following the staff into the building. Observing the 2 enter, the remaining 3 fell into contemplation. Old Gaobua, do you think these 2 children can pass the assessment? Yi Jiulong inquired, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Nervousness was, in fact, inevitable. Only those who had personally experienced the assessment could truly understand the challenges it entailed. Zhao Gaobua remarked, I cannot say for certain. As I did not undergo the assessment myself, it is you who have experienced it. Ling Wei chimed in, let us have faith in them. From what we later learned, the assessments in Yunzhong City are predominantly combat-related, yet their essence remains the evaluation of the participants' overall qualities. If it is these 2 children, they will undoubtedly excel. After hearing this, Yi Jiulong smiled helplessly and responded, indeed, let us believe in them. Meanwhile, within the white structure, many individuals had already gathered. The interior was even more expansive than Tang Chenfeng and the others had envisioned. The rooms were devoid of decor or furniture, instead featuring rows of spherical pots. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman, accompanied by two men in black suits, approached the assembly. A red badge adorned her shoulder, marking her as the chief examiner of the venue. Although she did not take any action, her mere presence instilled a palpable sense of authority among the multitude present, and the atmosphere fell into a sudden silence. The vastness of the white building allowed for numerous designated areas, each hosting a segment of candidates undergoing assessment. The beautiful woman spoke with gravity. "I am your examiner. I will now explain the rules and important considerations of the assessment." The examiner remarked, "What you are currently observing are the simulation capsules, which will transport you to a virtual realm known as the Douluo world. Unlike the spirit platform of the Spirit Tower, this is a digital environment, rendering it considerably safer. Your assessment venue will be situated within it. Shortly, each of you will receive a compact soul guidance terminal, serving as your key to enter. You may also freely form teams through the terminal, though the total number of individuals within a team must not exceed 3. Upon entering the arena, you will find yourselves in a labyrinth teeming with soul beasts. Your objective is to eliminate these creatures to accrue points. Notably, the older the soul beast, the higher the score obtained. Additionally, vanquishing other participants will yield substantial points. This endeavor also presents a survival challenge. The longer you endure within, the greater your score will be. Should you be slain, you will be ejected from the virtual world. To establish your foothold in Cloud City, strive to survive within this realm. Now, please approach in an orderly fashion to collect your terminals for entry into the virtual world. Soon, a total of 40 individuals formed a queue, proceeding to retrieve their terminals. Upon receiving the device, Tang Chenfeng and his companions closely examined it. The terminal resembled an oversized white soul guidance communicator, slightly larger than their palms. By aligning the terminal's top with that of another, they successfully completed their team formation. Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling were unfamiliar with the other individuals present, possessing little to no acquaintance with them. Thus, they resolved that rather than forming teams with strangers, it would be far more prudent and secure for the two of them to join forces. Subsequently, under the guidance of the staff, Tang Chenfeng and Yi Hongling selected 2 adjacent simulation chambers and entered. Unlike the living platform of the Transcendence Tower, the interior of the simulation chambers was vast and spacious. These chambers employed magnetic levitation technology, specialized particle construction techniques, and a neural conduction system. Within this environment, it was possible to flawlessly replicate the internal setting and the conditions of the Soul Masters. In essence, the simulation chamber could conjure a veritable world. Inside the expansive chamber, there was solely a control console, featuring a recess perfectly designed to accommodate the terminal. After configuring the terminal in accordance with the regulations and embedding it into the console, the interior of the simulation chamber illuminated instantaneously, transforming into a realm of data and code. Concurrently, numerous virtual screens flickered to life around them, accompanied by an electronic prompt. The following displayed the personal information of the participants. If the information was accurate, please confirm. Upon the cessation of the prompt, Tang Chenfeng's complete personal information emerged on the screen. After a brief glance, Tang Chenfeng remarked, "Confirmed." The electronic prompt once again resonated. The content of the information has been verified and will now be uploaded into the simulated world. Everything around him transformed once more. Tang Chenfeng initially experienced a moment of darkness, only to have his surroundings swiftly illuminated. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a remarkably unfamiliar environment. With Yi Hongling beside him, a sweeping gaze revealed that they were situated within a passageway, approximately 5 meters in height and width. The walls and ceiling were constructed of stone bricks, adorned with wall lamps that served as the source of illumination in this labyrinth. In the distance, sounds reminiscent of soul beasts' roars occasionally echoed through the passage. Chapter 50. Chaos in the maze within the labyrinth. Tang Chenfeng observed Yi Hongling while surveying their surroundings. The sensation was utterly novel for them. Despite knowing that everything around them was virtual, it appeared astonishingly genuine. Yi Hongling touched her small face and then reached out to Tang Chenfeng's arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, it feels so real, nothing like a simulation. I can even sense the warmth of our bodies." Tang Chenfeng's sentiments closely mirrored those of Yi Hongling, yet he swiftly regained his composure, recognizing the paramount importance of the assessment. "Linger, now is the time for you to unleash the life connection and bind us together. Should we encounter any peculiar soul beasts, We must be adequately prepared. Understood, Yi Hongling replied. With that, she summoned her martial soul, her second soul ring radiating brilliantly. Verdant tendrils entwined around Tang Qinfeng's waist, infusing him with a continuous flow of life energy. Brother, what is our next course of action? Yi Hongling inquired. Tang Qinfeng suggested, let us venture forward. Should we encounter any soul beasts that we are capable of dealing with, we shall eliminate them to earn some points. If we come across any individuals, we should strive for a peaceful resolution. Thus, the siblings embarked deeper into the labyrinth. As they traversed the corridor, a series of heavy rumbling sounds echoed around them. The source of the noise seemed to emanate from within the passage. Upon closer inspection, they beheld an imposing stone statue, towering at 3 meters, approaching them. The statue was enveloped in armor, yet its form was notably corpulent, resembling a figure burdened by a beer belly. Nonetheless, a complete suit of armor encased it. The statue's eyes emitted a mechanical red glow, and it wielded a massive great sword, which, in the roughly 5-meter-wide corridor, could undoubtedly strike across the entire passage. It was evident that its target was none other than the siblings. Exchanging glances, Tang Qinfeng charged forward, unleashing his martial soul in preparation for an attack on the statue. As he propelled himself forward, his physique swelled against the wind, swiftly exceeding 2 meters in height. Ever since Tang Qinfeng's cultivation had surpassed the second ring, his strength had surged, and his physical transformation was remarkable. In terms of sheer power, even a 5th-ring Soul King would likely find it difficult to rival him. Although the statue was colossal, it was apparent that as a mechanical entity, its speed was lacking. As Tang Qinfeng closed in, the statue gripped its sword with both hands and swung horizontally at him, yet its sluggishness left much to be desired. Tang Qinfeng executed a simple leap to evade the deadly strike, and then unleashed a powerful punch. The impact resonated as his fist collided with the statue, leaving an indelible mark upon its chest, causing it to stagger momentarily. In response, the statue released one of its hands and lunged towards him. Utilizing the statue as a pivot, Tang Qinfeng performed a backflip, deftly avoiding the attack, before springing upward once more to strike at the statue. Each of Tang Qinfeng's strikes leaves a fist-sized dent upon the statue, and in this realm of close-quarter combat, the colossal sword wielded by the statue proves utterly ineffective. It can only reach out in an attempt to seize him, yet its movements are painfully sluggish, rendering it incapable of capturing Tang Qinfeng, whose assaults grow increasingly ferocious. Tang Qinfeng's physique swelled once more. The statue's defenses proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He resolved to conclude the matter swiftly. Tang Qinfeng suddenly surged forward, his speed and strength markedly enhanced compared to before. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before the statue, raising both fists simultaneously to deliver a powerful strike to its chest. Instantly, debris scattered in all directions as an astonishing 80-centimeter-wide breach was created in the statue's chest, revealing a pulsating crimson soul guide core within. The statue, struck by this blow, lost its balance and began to tilt backward, unable to defend against Tang Qinfeng's relentless assault. Without hesitation, Tang Qinfeng clenched his fists once more and delivered another fierce blow. With a resounding crash, the red glow in the statue's eyes gradually extinguished, and its body ceased all movement. Moments later, with a deafening clatter, the statue began to collapse, shattering into a myriad of fragments strewn across the ground. Tang Qinfeng let out a long sigh, reflecting that the situation had finally been resolved, albeit more complicated than he had initially anticipated. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Yi Hongling cheered from behind. Tang Qinfeng remarked, it's nothing formidable. This statue poses no significant threat. At that moment, waves of warmth emanated from the statue, enveloping Tang Qinfeng. Tang Qinfeng thought to himself, this must be the sensation of achieving a score. Brother, what shall we do next? Yi Hongling inquired from beside him. Tang Qinfeng replied, let us proceed further. Anything may transpire within this maze. We must remain adaptable. Indeed, Yi Hongling responded obediently, and the two continued their journey deeper into the labyrinth. Tang Qinfeng and his companions continued their advance. As Tang Qinfeng returned to Yi Hongling's side and began to prepare for the forthcoming plan, a sudden cacophony of thunderous sounds erupted from the passage ahead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the sound of footsteps, growing ever nearer. Tang Qinfeng quickly halted and shielded Yi Hongling behind him, stating, it seems something is approaching. Prepare for battle. Thud, 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 thud. The colossal and rapid footsteps drew ever closer, and only then did the siblings finally discern the source of the sound. It was a creature entirely cloaked in a layer of dark purple scales, measuring at least 10 meters in length and weighing no less than several tons. Its limbs were firmly planted on the ground, and it possessed a massive tail. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a gigantic lizard, yet its head was disproportionately larger than that of an ordinary lizard, adorned with two curved horns extending backward. Sharp, bony spines erupted from its spine, trailing all the way to the tip of its tail. "Is that a demon lizard dragon?" Yi Hongling exclaimed in astonishment. In terms of knowledge about spirit beasts, this was a fundamental subject for those residing near the Sunset Forest. Yi Jiolong and Ling Wei frequently imparted some insights regarding spirit beasts to them, yet even these two had limited understanding of the demon lizard dragon. This creature was known to be exceptionally formidable and fiercely aggressive. It possessed a massive physique and astonishing speed, adept at manipulating dark elements. Highly aggressive by nature, it also belonged to the category of earth dragons. Among spirit beasts, dragon-type creatures were typically the most powerful. However, legends spoke of their notoriously lustful nature, resulting in numerous branches. These could be broadly categorized into three types: true dragons, subdragons, and earth dragons. The most powerful among them were the true dragons, characterized by their slender, serpent-like bodies, possessing 4 claws beneath their bellies and 5 fingers. It is said that the mightiest of these could sprout wings and wield the ability to summon storms, yet true dragons are exceedingly rare. Not even a single one can be found in the vast Sunset Forest, the largest spirit beast forest in the world. The subdragons, on the other hand, are various branches and derivatives of the true dragons, ranking just below them in power. Their forms are diverse, yet they invariably bear a closer resemblance to true dragons and possess relatively pure bloodlines. For instance, Yu Jiolong's martial soul, the 9-headed wood dragon, represents a variant of the dragon species. In contrast, the earth dragon category is merely a derivative of the dragon lineage, possessing only a trace of draconic blood and exhibiting minimal resemblance to true dragons. Presently, Tang Xinfeng and his companions find themselves confronted by a demon lizard dragon, which, despite its classification as an earth dragon, undeniably possesses a hint of dragon lineage, making it a remarkable entity among soul beasts. However, this particular demon lizard dragon seems disinclined to engage in combat. Instead, it emanates a palpable aura of frantic flight, with Tang Xinfeng and his companions inadvertently obstructing its escape route. Alas, the entirety of the passageway is nearly consumed by its colossal form, leaving the siblings with no choice but to engage in battle. Yi Hongling unfurls her realm of life, while Tang Xinfeng's physique swells dramatically as he resolves to unleash his full might without hesitation. The demon lizard dragon before them boasts a cultivation level of at least 3,000 years. A soul beast of this caliber ought to reside in deeper confines. The reasons for its presence here remain unclear, yet it is evident that confronting it necessitates their utmost effort. The demon lizard dragon swiftly recognizes the 2 figures obstructing its path to freedom and emits a piercing shriek. With a tremendous swing of its tail, it accelerates towards them with astonishing speed, its massive form propelling forward like a projectile. In that fleeting moment of its charge, Tang Xinfeng and his companions are momentarily taken aback by its swiftness. However, the dragon's attack ultimately misses its intended mark. With a thunderous crash, the demon lizard dragon collides with the wall to its right, creating a gaping hole and halting just 3 meters away from the siblings. It is only upon closer proximity that they discern the numerous wounds adorning the creature's body, most of which appear to be frostbite. The most terrifying injury is a deep gash on its neck, as if cleaved by a colossal weapon, exposing bone and extending downward to its right leg. The edges of the wound are encrusted with crimson ice crystals formed from coagulated blood, elucidating why it lost its balance and crashed into the wall. Upon witnessing these injuries, an expression of astonishment crosses the faces of Tang Xinfeng and his sister. It is crucial to note that within this labyrinth, the only entities capable of wielding weapons are 2 types: the statues they previously vanquished, which bore arms, and, evidently, the other candidates participating in the assessment. Yet, at their age, can any individual truly possess the power to inflict such grievous harm upon a 1,000-year-old demon lizard dragon? Before they can ponder further, the demon lizard dragon regains its composure and lunges at them with its gaping maw. However, a severely wounded demon lizard dragon proves to be somewhat easier to handle, as Tang Xinfeng simply retreats a step to evade its attack. However, this magical lizard dragon showed no inclination to cease its assault. Instead, The moment Tang Chenfeng evaded its strike, it continued to flee forward. How could the two brothers, Tang Chenfeng and his sibling, possibly miss such an opportunity to acquire free points presented to them? Thus, they promptly pursued the source of this unexpected fortune. As they continued their chase, they found themselves in a relatively spacious chamber, presumably a hidden room within the labyrinth. This place had but a single entrance, clearly indicating that the monstrous lizard had no escape route remaining. Realizing its predicament, the lizard turned to face Tang Chenfeng, unfurling its 6 gill-like wings. Surrounded by swirling tendrils of dark energy, a clear indication that it was prepared for battle. With a mighty swing of its tail, the creature launched itself toward Tang Chenfeng and his companion. In an instant, it was upon them, its cavernous maw agape, ready to strike. However, just as the beast was about to seize its prey, Tang Chenfeng executed a sudden leap, propelling himself onto its back. At that moment, a brilliant blue light shimmered in his eyes. His precognitive abilities had granted him foresight of this impending assault, and he was already poised to counter it. Tang Chenfeng was acutely aware that the scales of the demonic lizard dragon were remarkably resilient and possessed corrosive properties. Even with his formidable strength, breaching such a defense seemed nearly impossible. However, he could not overlook the substantial wound that marred the creature's neck. Tang Chenfeng's soul rings suddenly transformed. 2 black rings entwining around his right arm. The rings contracted, while azure flames surged across his arm, culminating in a powerful strike to the wound. With a resounding crack, Tang Chenfeng's entire right arm plunged into the gaping wound on the neck of the demonic lizard dragon, delivering a decisive blow to its cervical vertebrae. Accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing, the cervical spine of the demonic lizard dragon was shattered by his fist. The creature's body convulsed violently. But this turmoil was short-lived, as it soon fell still. Tang Chenfeng's universal divine light has reached unparalleled heights in both defense and offense. During the holiday, he even compelled Yu Jiolong to unleash his battle armor, leaving several scars upon it, although he was subsequently sent flying by Yu Jiolong in the next moment. This alone suffices to attest to his formidable strength. Tang Chenfeng's cosmic radiance can indeed leave marks on the 4-character battle armor, and it is not particularly difficult to sever the cervical vertebrae of the demon lizard dragon. Tang Chenfeng withdrew his hand, causing the cosmic light to vanish. This technique was exceedingly taxing on his soul power. Within merely 10 seconds of its use, he sensed a significant depletion of his energy. It was best employed as a surprise maneuver. The life force of the demon lizard was remarkably tenacious. Although its cervical vertebrae had been severed, it still clung to life. Just as Tang Chenfeng and his companions were poised to dispatch the creature, a sudden shriek pierced the air from behind them. Wait a moment. Turning around, they beheld 3 young women, each adorned with a cascade of snow-white hair. 2 appeared older, likely around 15 or 16, one with a ponytail and the other with short hair. The youngest, seemingly of the same age as Tang Chenfeng and his companions, sported long white hair, porcelain skin, and striking ice-blue eyes. However, her condition was evidently dire. Her complexion was an unnatural pallor. She gasped for breath, and the light in her eyes had dimmed, clearly indicating exhaustion. Upon seeing the trio and glancing back at the demon lizard, Tang Chenfeng and his sister quickly grasped the situation. They had unwittingly encroached upon another's quarry. Chapter 51. Mandala Demon Flower. The current standoff involved 5 individuals, with a distinct disadvantage in numbers favoring the opposition. The 3 before them appeared to be sisters. Yet they had yet to take action. At that moment, the eldest among the 3, with her hair styled in a high ponytail, stepped forward and declared, "We were the first to discover and injure this demon lizard. Return it to us." Yi Hongling, unable to restrain herself, interjected, "How can you prove that you hunted it first? My brother and I pursued it without even catching sight of you." The girl with the high ponytail exchanged a glance with her companions, who nodded in agreement. "Then allow you to see for yourselves," she proclaimed as all 3 released their soul rings. As they unleashed their martial souls and soul rings, the temperature in the surrounding environment plummeted with astonishing rapidity. The high ponytailed girl revealed 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, declaring, "I am Shui Tianbing, a level 33 assault-type soul master." "I am Shui Mingbing, a level 31 control-type soul master," announced the short-haired girl, who exhibited a standard configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Both were soul venerates above level 30, presenting a formidable challenge. As Tang Chenfeng and his sister contemplated their predicament, they were taken aback to see the youngest girl standing before them, whose feet were adorned with 4 soul rings, 3 purple and 1 black, marking her as a soul sect master with a remarkable soul ring configuration. Schwellinger, level 42 assault-type soul master. She introduced herself. Schwellinger's voice appeared to be exceedingly weak, likely a consequence of her prior exertion. Observing their soul ring configurations and soul power levels, Tang Qinfeng recognized that they undoubtedly possessed the capability to hunt the 1,000-year-old demon lizard dragon. However, their ability to inflict significant damage upon the creature seemed to stem from Schwellinger's all-out attack. Otherwise, she would not appear so drained. This indicated that only 2 among them were truly capable of combat, perhaps allowing for a chance to contend. Yet, this notion was swiftly extinguished in Tang Qinfeng's mind. The true strength of the opponents remained elusive, with Schwellinger posing the greatest threat. Although it was uncertain to what extent she could currently perform, she likely matched her 2 elder sisters in prowess. On the other hand, he alone was capable of fighting, even with the formidable skill of cosmic divine light. It could only be sustained for a maximum of 2 minutes. Would he truly be able to defeat the 3 sisters within that brief span? Tang Qinfeng's mind was racing at an astonishing pace when a flash of blue light caught his eye, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Have we frightened you?" The others, noticing his prolonged silence, assumed he was stunned by their prowess. "Wow, sister, look at this handsome young man. Let's avoid a confrontation if we can," remarked Xue Mingbing. The illumination within the passage was quite limited, moments ago. The 3 sisters standing at the entrance could hardly discern the conditions within the secret chamber. However, with the radiance of the soul ring now illuminating the area, they were finally able to see clearly. Tang Qinfeng's height significantly surpasses that of his peers, and his growth rate is markedly accelerated. He appears almost the same age as the 2 sisters across from him. Coupled with his strikingly handsome features, he effortlessly attracts the attention of the opposite sex. On a snowy day, Xue Wuyin lamented, "Mingbing, could you refrain from swooning in the presence of our adversaries?" Xue Mingbing leaned closer and replied, "Do you not share the same sentiment, sister?" "Of course I do," Xue Wuyin responded, turning her head, a faint blush barely discernible on her cheeks. Her self-control was commendable, yet she couldn't deny that the individual before them was indeed quite dashing. "Tianbingjie, Mingbingjie, they are making their escape," suddenly exclaimed Schwellinger from behind. Xue Wuyin and Xue Mingbing turned to discover that the siblings, Tang Qinfeng and his sister, were already sprinting towards the direction of the demon lizard. The higher the rank of the soul beast defeated, the greater the score obtained, and Tang Qinfeng had no intention of relinquishing this millennium demon lizard without a fight. "Apologies, but this demon lizard cannot be handed over to you. Although you were the ones to initially wound it, it is we who will render it incapable of further movement," Tang Qinfeng stated swiftly. With that, he retrieved a massive sword from his storage soul guide bracelet, the very weapon of the earlier statue. This nearly 2-meter-long heavy sword barely fit within the storage bracelet, yet its surprising appearance was its primary advantage. The siblings, Tang Qinfeng and his sister, swiftly appeared before the already weakened demon lizard dragon. With a decisive strike, Tang plunged his heavy sword into the wound on the creature's neck, extinguishing its life. "You scoundrel!" exclaimed Xue Tianbing in furious indignation. The 3 sisters then pursued them, their attacks raining down in quick succession. Xue Mingbing's first spirit ring ignited, casting a veil of icy mist that enveloped the siblings. Simultaneously, Xue Tianbing's first spirit ring also activated, summoning sharp ice spikes that shot towards Tang and his sister. Both sisters wielded ice elemental martial souls, one focusing on assault while the other specialized in control. Schwellinger followed closely behind, her own ice needles forming beside her. Slender but equally menacing, aimed at Tang and his sister. The icy mist swiftly engulfed the siblings, narrowing their field of vision. Normally, anyone trapped within such a shroud would be unable to defend against the advancing ice spikes. However, the 3 sisters found it peculiar that, although Tang and his sister faced away from them, they seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of the impending danger, effortlessly evading the attacks as if they had eyes on their backs. "What should we do next, brother?" Yi Hongling inquired of Tang Qinfeng, her confusion evident. She could not fathom why her brother would provoke 3 opponents who clearly surpassed them in strength. The confines of the chamber were limited, no matter how they dodged. A point of no escape would inevitably arise. Tang Qinfeng replied, "I have a rather audacious plan. Linger, you must unleash your life domain as prominently as possible." Yi Hongling gasped softly but complied, activating her first spirit ring and maximizing the life domain. In an instant, the surrounding area was suffused with life energy, invigorating not only the siblings but also the pursuing trio of ice sisters, who felt a refreshing wave wash over them, as if their bodies were being healed. Is this a group healing spirit skill? What are they attempting? Pondered Xue Tianbing, a sense of confusion creeping into her mind. Just as Xue Tianbing mused over this, both parties reached the chamber's central area. Beneath the feet of the three sisters, a path of crystalline ice began to rise, allowing them to advance swiftly toward Tang and his sister. Just as they were on the verge of catching up, the ground of the chamber suddenly trembled, causing the ice sisters to pause, taken aback by the quake. In contrast, a subtle smile crept across Tang Qinfeng's lips. He was aware that success was imminent. The vibrations within the chamber intensified, and suddenly, beneath the feet of the two groups, the stone floor fractured, creating a colossal fissure. In an instant, dust and debris erupted throughout the chamber, and from the chasm, countless green vines emerged, launching an assault on the three sisters of ice and snow. Faced with this unforeseen onslaught, the sisters were compelled to abandon their pursuit of Tang Qinfeng and his siblings, turning their focus instead on combating the encroaching vines to ensure their own survival. The gap in the floor continued to widen, expanding to approximately 5 meters in diameter, from which a massive bluish-green bud emerged, seemingly encasing a bright yellow stamen at its center. This was a mandragora flower, a type of plant-based soul beast. It is considered quite rare among its kind, possessing an exceptionally potent toxin. It attacks prey with its venomous spines, and, should one become ensnared by its poison, they would succumb to death within moments. The mandragora flower thrives by absorbing the lifeless bodies of those it has poisoned, making it a truly fearsome botanical soul beast. The growth rate of the mandragora flower is exceedingly slow. Upon reaching the millennium tier, it only grows approximately 10 centimeters every 1,000 years. Thus, even within the soul beast forest, encountering a particularly large mandragora flower is a rarity. Yet, the specimen before them boasted a bud exceeding 5 meters in diameter and stood at least 2 meters tall, indicating it was at least a 40,000-year level soul beast. Currently, the mandragora flower was dispersing a green toxic powder into the surroundings. Inhaling even a trace of it could prove fatal. Strangely, while the mandragora flower relentlessly attacked its vicinity, it seemed to have no intention of targeting Tang Qinfeng and his companions, instead focusing its wrath on the three sisters of ice and snow. In response to the flower's deadly assault, Xue Mingbing among the sisters was conjuring an extensive ice fog to counter the noxious dust. The ice element offered a measure of suppression. However, the sheer volume of the mandragora's toxic powder was overwhelming. Moreover, the mandragora flower, being of the 10,000-year level, possessed formidable defenses, rendering it largely impervious to the ice spikes conjured by Xue Tianbing, while its thick, robust vines continued their relentless assault on the trio. Amidst their uncertainty, Xueling suddenly cried out, "Sisters, move aside." At that moment, her first soul ring illuminated, and everyone present could distinctly feel the temperature in the chamber plummeting at an accelerated rate. A deep blue ice spear materialized in her hand. Xuelinger's first soul skill, ice condensation, allowed her to create and manipulate ice elements at will. She aimed the deep blue ice spear at the mandragora flower. Launching it with precision, it transformed into a streak of blue light that struck the flower and pierced through the bud, leaving a deep blue ice crystal in its wake. Simultaneously, her second soul ring flickered to life. "Ice explosion!" she shouted, as the crystals that had formed on the mandragora flower began to react. Like a bomb, it detonated with a resounding explosion. The siblings, Tang Qinfeng and his sister, stood on the opposite side of the mandala flower, astonished. The ice burst technique, considered one of the most formidable abilities within the ice attribute attacks, was wielded by none other than Xuelinger. In the instant of the explosion, the tendrils surrounding the mandala flower convulsed violently, clearly enduring immense agony. Before long, the surrounding green vines retracted back into the earth. At this moment, Xuelingo had already collapsed to the ground, her complexion deteriorating further. She was already quite weak and had just strained herself to unleash 2 soul skills. Now, it seemed she lacked even the strength to rise. Without the protection of the mandala flower, Tang Qinfeng and his companions could only confront the 3 of us directly. Just as Xue Tianbing contemplated this, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Ha ha ha! To their astonishment, the seemingly lethargic mandala flower began to stir, accompanied by an eerie laughter. The flower bud unfurled, revealing 4 purple, spiked tendrils and poisonous needles shooting in all directions. When the bud fully blossomed, it unveiled a form reminiscent of a female upper body. This humanoid shape possessed purple-gray hair, bluish-green skin, and blue eyes, with the strange laughter emanating from her lips. Tang Chenfeng quickly grasped the situation. This was no ordinary mandala flower, but a mandala demon flower, the most exquisite of its kind. Once the mandala demon flower reaches the 10,000-year mark, it renders the surrounding area barren, a true embodiment of lethal poison. Xuelinger's earlier attack had indeed inflicted some damage upon it, but it was not fatal. Rather, it had provoked the creature. In an instant, countless toxic spikes and purple tendrils surged towards the trio of sisters. Clearly, without their strongest force, Xuelinger, they were left with no means to resist against the enraged mandala demon flower. Under the onslaught of the toxic spikes, they were swiftly eliminated. Chapter 52, Examination, concluded prematurely. Before the wrathful mandala demon flower, the opposing trio was decisively eliminated. As the Ice and Snow sisters were ousted, their bodies transformed into points, absorbed by the 2 closest individuals. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling, standing behind Tang Chenfeng, felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. On one hand, Tang Chenfeng had effortlessly vanquished the Ice and Snow trio with the mandala demon flower, earning them a significant amount of points. On the other hand, she wondered how Tang Chenfeng had discerned the presence of a concealed mandala demon flower in this locale. Before arriving at this place, Tang Chenfeng was, of course, unaware of the existence of a mandrake demon flower here. It was Bai Xing who informed him of its presence. As Tang Chenfeng was preparing to confront the Ice and Snow trio, Bai Xing suddenly communicated with him telepathically, revealing that she sensed a mandrake flower deep within the underground chamber that could potentially be of use. The method of utilization involved awakening it through the traits and imprint of Yi Hongling, the inheritor of life. Hence, Tang Chenfeng urged Yi Hongling to unleash her life domain without restraint to awaken the mandrake demon flower below, employing it to eliminate their adversaries. So far, the plan was progressing smoothly, yet after vanquishing the Ice and Snow trio, the mandrake demon flower began to survey its surroundings before fixing its gaze upon the 2 siblings. "Brother, what shall we do next?" Yi Hongling inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety as she grasped Tang Chenfeng's arm. Tang Chenfeng, remaining composed, replied, "From here on, it rests upon you, Linger." "Me?" Yi Hongling's face immediately reflected her trepidation. "Fear not. Your martial soul should possess a profound affinity with any plant-based soul beast. If my conjecture holds true, you may even be able to communicate with it." From Bai Xing's earlier revelations, Tang Chenfeng had discerned Yi Hongling's identity as the inheritor of life. Bai Xing had elucidated that life inheritors are, in essence, messengers of nature, endowed with a remarkable rapport with any entity close to the natural world, particularly plant-based soul beasts, which are the most amenable to her. However, Yi Hongling remained somewhat apprehensive, gripping Tang Chenfeng's arm tighter as the mandrake demon flower drew near. Tang Chenfeng gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "Ling, trust me. I am right here beside you." This statement served as a powerful tonic, instilling immense courage within Yi Hongling. With a soft affirmation, she took a deep breath and stepped forward to stand before the mandrake demon flower. As she inhaled deeply, her first soul ring illuminated, and the life domain unfurled. Unlike the previously disguised 1,000-year soul ring, it radiated her authentic green-golden hue. Enveloped by the life domain, the mandrake demon flower, which had exhibited a hint of hostility, transformed into a more welcoming presence, its bud resembling a human female form leaning closer. "It seems to truly be effective," Yi Hongling mused inwardly. Meanwhile, her second soul ring illuminated, and several emerald green vines gracefully entwined and made direct contact with the arm of the mandala demon flower's humanoid form. The instant they connected, Yi Hongling sensed an emotion emanating from the mandala demon flower, a feeling of surprise and exhilaration. Simultaneously, she perceived another sentiment, one that seemed to embody a sense of reverence. Yi Hongling could discern that this mandala demon flower appeared to wish to accompany her. Yet they were in a virtual realm. Even if it desired to follow her, it likely could not. Yi Hongling conveyed her thoughts to it. Upon receiving her message, the mandala demon flower exhibited an expression of profound distress, remarkably akin to that of a human. However, it soon appeared to resolve itself with a certain determination. The vines surrounding it retracted entirely, and its humanoid portion receded back into the bud. Then, Tang Chenfeng and his sister beheld the once massive bud of the mandala demon flower gradually diminishing, its vibrant colors fading into a withered yellow hue. Was it wilting? The siblings pondered. Their speculation seemed confirmed as the bud, which had once measured 5 meters in diameter, now dwindled to less than 1 meter. The previously vibrant blue-green now completely desaturated into a sickly yellow, as they observed the nearly withered mandala demon flower. An inexplicable pang of sorrow and ache welled up within Yi Hongling, leaving her bewildered as to the origin of such feelings. At that moment, the bud of the almost wilted mandala demon flower blossomed anew, and with its unfurling, a bluish-green radiance emanated forth. In the center of the bud, amidst the azure light, a faintly green-golden orb emerged, which suddenly shot upwards, piercing directly into Yi Hongling's soul ring. Had it transformed into a seed and entered her soul ring? Tang Chenfeng exclaimed. At that juncture, the voice of Bai Xing resonated in her mind, affirming that indeed, this so-called virtual world was, in essence, a hybrid of both virtual and real. The mandala demon flower must have been aware of this, if it wished to accompany her sister into the outside world. It could only choose this path, albeit one that could be considered a gain for it. A hybrid of virtual and real? What manner of place was this so-called Douluo world virtual realm? Elsewhere, within an observation room, many individuals had achieved notable progress in the labyrinth. While the candidates roamed the maze, unbeknownst to them, their every move was being scrutinized by countless watchful eyes, those of the instructors from various academies. In one such room, a multitude of individuals sat, their attire diverse yet unmistakably indicative of their origins from various esteemed Soul Master academies. Through various screens, they can discern the competitors' levels, selecting outstanding students by observing the internal dynamics. The first batch of eliminations has already emerged, and it is anticipated that only a few hours remain. One teacher remarked on this. However, this year, a considerable number of exceptional candidates have surfaced, promising to recruit numerous commendable scholars for the academy. As noted by another teacher present. Indeed, did you not witness it just now? Notably, those 2 students from Heighton Academy managed to eliminate another group using the mandala demon flower, and did that girl absorb the flower? These 2 youngsters are truly remarkable. We must secure them for our academy. Amidst the discussions among the faculty from various academies, 2 teachers from St. Luo Academy appeared distinctly out of place. The purple-haired female teacher addressed her male colleague, Wu Lintian, inquiring, "Have you identified suitable candidates?" Wu Lintian responded, "I have found some, but Ziyun, please head to the examination area of the Ice Snow Trio. They are quite impressive and should be a good fit for you." The trio? However, they were eliminated too early and scored very low. Are we truly considering them? Ziyun questioned. Wu Lintian replied, "Early elimination and low scores do not necessarily indicate weak abilities. Although their ice fog obscured much of the screen during the battle against the demon lizard dragon, I could see clearly they are absolutely worthy of recruitment. Moreover, as you mentioned, their low scores make them less likely to be noticed. You must act quickly to secure them. If someone else snatches them away, you will regret it for a lifetime." Ziyun conceded, "All right, I trust your judgment. I will leave this area to you." With that, she rose and headed towards the examination area of the trio. Shortly after Ziyun departed, Wu Lintian approached the teacher who had expressed an interest in recruiting the Tang Chenfeng siblings, speaking in an exceedingly haughty tone. "I regret to inform you that we shall be taking those 2 children for our academy." The teacher turned to face Wu Lintian, or rather, the emblem on his chest. "Ah, a teacher from St. Luo Academy. My sincerest apologies, but I can certainly not relinquish those children to you. Your St. Luo Academy is merely a second-rate institution, hardly comparable to our Tian Luo Academy." The teacher spoke with a tone of disdain, proudly displaying the emblem of Tian Luo Academy. Wu Lintian countered, "While it is true that our St. Luo Academy may lag behind you first-rate institutions in some aspects, we certainly do not fall short in terms of faculty strength. In fact, you may not even surpass me." "Are you certain?" The Tian Luo Academy teacher's tone grew increasingly menacing. "I am absolutely certain," Wu Lintian replied, unwavering. "In that case, you understand the rules." The teacher from Tian Luo Academy proclaimed, "In Cloud City, every student is an invaluable asset to the academy, particularly those who exhibit exceptional talent and potential. Thus, it is entirely natural for us to vie for students, to directly compare the faculty strength of 2 academies. The most straightforward method is, of course, the display of soul rings." The teacher's voice boomed. Suddenly, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings manifested around him, revealing him to be a formidable soul sage. Remarkably, despite appearing to be under 40, he was indeed a soul sage, exemplifying the caliber of educators at the prestigious Douluo Academy. How about it? If you were sensible, you should. The teacher's words faltered as he was taken aback by the sight before him. Wu Lintian stood there, adorned with 8 soul rings, 4 purple and 4 black, looking no older than 30. He was, astonishingly, a soul Douluo-level powerhouse. What do you think? Do you still wish to compete with me? Wu Lintian remarked nonchalantly, gradually approaching the teacher. With each step Wu Lintian took, an inexplicable pressure seemed to emanate from him, causing the other teachers nearby to instinctively retreat. The Douluo Academy teacher, facing him directly, felt his legs weaken and his soul rings involuntarily retracted, overwhelmed by an impending sense of collapse. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the examination hall. Meanwhile, in the virtual realm, Yi Hongling sensed that the mandala demon flower had seemingly integrated completely into her soul rings, yet there were no noticeable anomalies. In fact, she felt her soul power had slightly increased with the flower's assimilation. Just as they were about to celebrate this development, an incessant cacophony of alarms erupted around them. Alert! Alert! A malfunction has occurred in the simulation world, resulting in the premature termination of the assessment. Premature termination of the assessment? As the siblings stood in bewilderment, the simulation chamber ceased its operation, and they were returned to the real world. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among the main system personnel, who were frantically trying to ascertain the situation. What is happening? Why has a 10,000-year soul beast vanished from the virtual world? One operator reported, "We are currently investigating, but we have no leads." The supervisor, drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, stated, "That mandala demon flower is a specially cultivated rarity. If we lose it, we are doomed." Chapter 53. Now you are my students. Thus, the examination concluded in an inexplicable manner amidst the blaring alarms. Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling emerged from the simulation chamber, simultaneously observing many others who had accompanied them in their exit. Like them, most of the faces reflected a look of bewilderment. After the simulation chamber was sealed, Tang Xinfeng and his companion sought out the examiner from earlier to return the data terminals. The female examiner informed them that once the terminals were in their possession, they belonged to them, for future ventures into the virtual realm would depend on these devices. Without hesitation, the duo stowed the Soul Guide data terminals into their storage Soul Guide devices, recognizing the value of such advanced technology. At that moment, they noticed a number of instructors emerging from various directions. Zhao Jiaober had previously mentioned that their performance in this assessment would dictate their futures, as it was the teachers who would select their students. Curiosity piqued, they wondered which instructors would choose them. A considerable number of teachers had gathered around them, most of whom had already identified suitable candidates. Occasionally, 2 instructors would select the same individual, leading to negotiations over a single student. As the time for choice approached, the instructors briefly outlined the specialties and heritage of their respective institutions. The decision now rested with the students. However, Tang Xinfeng and his companion noticed several instructors lingering near them, all seemingly observing them, yet none approached to inquire further. Amid their confusion, one instructor stepped forward. He appeared quite tall. Even without activating his martial spirit, Tang Xinfeng stood over 1.7 meters, while this instructor towered at least 1.9 meters, with a commanding presence. He sported a lean physique, short black hair, and donned a predominantly white long coat, exuding an aura of both elegance and approachability. His deep-set black eyes contrasted with the ordinary, hinting at profound depth. "Greetings, I am teacher Wu Lintian from the Holy Luo Soul Master Academy. My disciplines include Soul Master cultivation, battle armor creation, as well as piloting mechas and soul-guided war machines. I observed your performance in the maze, although brief. It was remarkably exceptional. Would you consider joining my class at the Holy Luo Soul Master Academy?" He introduced slowly, posing the inquiry. Without a doubt, Tang Xinfeng and Yi Hongling thought to themselves. Their original intention was merely to enroll in a prestigious Soul Master Academy within Yincheng City. Although they were unfamiliar with the Holy Luo Soul Master Academy, it was evident that this was the only instructor seeking to recruit them, leaving them with little choice. "Yes, we accept," they replied. The two conversed. However, at that moment, a sensation akin to a danger alert resonated within Tang Xinfeng's mind. This feeling stemmed from the warnings of Baixing, indicating that there might be lurking peril in the surroundings. Yet, as Tang Xinfeng surveyed the area, He found nothing amiss apart from students and teachers. Consequently, he conveyed a probing mental wave to Baixing. In response, Baixing indicated that the individual before him, teacher Wu Lintian, was far from ordinary. His prowess was undoubtedly more profound than it appeared on the surface. Nonetheless, despite Baixing's assertion, Tang Chifeng sensed no hostility or malice emanating from teacher Wu Lintian, only a genuine kindness that seemed to stem from the depths of his heart. In essence, Tang Chifeng felt no imminent threat, assuring himself that all was well. Very well, now you are my students. Let us proceed outside. Our academy's soul-guided bus awaits. If you have parents or teachers accompanying you, you may bid them farewell. Today, you will head directly to the academy, Wu Lintian declared with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in another area of the examination hall, a scene quite similar to that of Tang Chifeng's group unfolded. Numerous academy teachers were engaging with students, inquiring whether they wished to join their respective Soul Master academies, with some teachers vying for the same student by exchanging names. Amidst this lively atmosphere, three individuals appeared conspicuously out of place: Shui Tianbing, Shui Mengbing, and Shui Linger, the sisters whom Tang Chifeng and Yi Hongling had encountered in the simulated world. At this moment, Shui Tianbing and Shui Mengbing sat on a public bench, while Shui Linger lay wearily across Shui Tianbing's lap. She had expended considerable energy in the simulated world. Although emerging from it restored her soul power, her mental recovery was severely limited, necessitating some time for recuperation. As they sat there, passers-by occasionally inquired about their well-being, yet it was evident that no teacher chose to recruit them into the academy, as they had been eliminated far too early. Indeed, they were among the first to be ousted from this assessment, the Soul Group to have been defeated and subsequently disqualified. Their hearts were heavy with frustration. Shortly after entering the simulated world, they encountered the formidable magic lizard, catching them off guard. However, their usual teamwork proved advantageous. Shui Mengbing summoned a mist of ice to obscure visibility, while Shui Tianbing harassed from the rear, preparing for Shui Linger's assault. Once fully prepared, Shui Linger launched a devastating attack on the magic lizard, although it depleted a significant portion of her energy. Should she succeed in vanquishing the millennium-old beast, it would undoubtedly be worth the effort. Yet, to their astonishment, the magic lizard darted away with remarkable speed, and Shui Ling needed a moment to recalibrate her breath, hindering their pursuit. Thus far, their situation was manageable, but the most disheartening revelation awaited them. Upon finally catching up to the magic lizard, they discovered that their quarry had been snatched away by another. Furthermore, they were inexplicably eliminated by a soul beast that had seemingly emerged from nowhere, without ever having faced their new adversary directly. Compounding their woes, the expansive ice mist they had utilized against the magic lizard rendered their prior efforts invisible to onlookers, leading to their unfortunate fate. As these thoughts plagued their minds, the three sisters felt increasingly aggrieved. They had envisioned numerous scenarios in which they might be eliminated during the assessment, yet they never anticipated such an ignoble dismissal. Indeed, the situation was exceedingly frustrating. "Curse it!" Shui Linger exclaimed, struggling to sit up. Had it not been for those two individuals and the sudden emergence of that soul beast in the chamber, we surely would have claimed the top title in this assessment. True, but given our current performance, I doubt anyone would select us, Shui Tianbing lamented, a look of resignation on her face. Returning in such a disheveled state would undoubtedly disappoint our family. Exactly. Should we attribute our plight to that young man's extraordinary luck, or to our own misfortune? Mused Shui Mengbing, her usually light-hearted demeanor clouded by a sense of melancholy. The three sisters, though relatively affluent, lived quite a distance from this place. They had expended considerable resources securing 3 tickets for the airship journey here, as their elders held high expectations for them. The mere thought of returning home to face the disappointment etched on their family's faces weighed heavily on their hearts. As they wallowed in their despair, a striking figure adorned in purple approached them. "Allow me to review your information. You are the 3 sisters from the vicinity of the extreme north, Shui Tianbing, Shui Mengbing, and Shui Linger, correct?" Upon hearing their names called, the sisters' spirits soared. Could it be that someone was willing to admit them? Following the voice, they beheld a beautiful instructor with violet hair, none other than the esteemed principal of St. Luo Academy, Ziyun, who had accompanied Wu Lintian. Ziyun introduced herself, saying, "I am teacher Ziyun from the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. My primary focus is on Soul Master cultivation and battle armor crafting. Although you utilized a considerable amount of ice mist during this assessment, making it nearly impossible for the instructors to discern your actions, I perceive great potential in all 3 of you. Would you consider joining our esteemed St. Luo Soul Master Academy? The three sisters were immediately overjoyed, relieved that their efforts had not been in vain, and eagerly replied, "We are willing." "Very well, let us proceed outside. Our academy's soul-guided bus awaits to transport you to the institution. Once there, you will receive tailored instruction, so your teacher may not necessarily be me, so be prepared," she concluded. Chapter 54. Why are you here? Outside the assessment venue, Tang Chenfeng and his sister quickly spotted Yi Jiulong, Ling Wei, and Zhao Gaobo waiting for them. "Oh, has the assessment concluded so swiftly? What transpired?" Zhao Gaobo inquired as he observed the siblings exit. In his recollection, the assessment in Yunqing should not have wrapped up so quickly. "Well, how should I put it? It seems there was an unexpected incident," Tang Chenfeng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Ah, you must be their supervising instructor." "Allow me to clarify," Wu Lintian interjected. "Our teachers have already received notification that an unforeseen issue has arisen during the assessment process. The simulation chamber requires recalibration. Once it is adjusted, they will undergo a re-evaluation, at which point we will still have the authority to decide whether to retain them." "I see. How peculiar. Such a fundamental error should not occur under normal circumstances," Zhao Gaobo remarked, puzzled. Meanwhile, Yi Hongling was being pulled aside by Yi Jiulong and Ling Wei. "What is wrong with Grandma and Grandpa?" Yi Hongling inquired, observing the debate continuing between the two. "Linger, I have something for you," Ling Wei said, handing an object to Yi Hongling. Upon looking down, Yi Hongling realized it was the emblem of the Life Church. "Why are you giving this to me?" she asked, perplexed. Yi Jiulong explained, "Once you enter the academy, your grandmother and I cannot be there to protect you at all times. Keeping this emblem may offer some assurance should you encounter danger. Just take it with you." After some persuasion from Yi Jiulong and Ling Wei, Yi Hongling reluctantly accepted the emblem. Thus, the situation unfolded. Meanwhile, Zhao Gaobo and Wu Lintian had nearly concluded their discussions. "It seems we have covered everything that needed to be said. Let us depart, shall we?" Wu Lintian addressed the siblings, Tang Chenfeng and his sister. "All right, Dad, Mom, and Teacher Zhao, we are leaving now." Yi Hongling and Tang Chenfeng bid farewell to the three individuals. Upon entering the academy, "Make sure to exert yourselves and not fall behind," they advised. Yi Jiulong and Ling Wei also exchanged goodbyes with the two. "Chenfeng, once you're in the academy, do not forget to practice forging diligently," Zhao Gaobo remarked to Tang Chenfeng. "Oh, understood. I won't forget," came the reply. As Ling Wei observed the siblings walking towards the bus, she couldn't help but reflect, these two children have grown so quickly. They have already arrived at Yincheng City, and it feels like just yesterday they were so small. Yi Jiulong, standing beside Ling Wei, responded, "Regardless of circumstances, they will inevitably grow up. Now that we have returned, we should also resume our previous endeavors and strive harder." Zhao Gaobo chimed in, "I concur with you, old Jiulong. The children have departed. Let me take you to see the place I have prepared for you. It should suit you quite well." Meanwhile, Wu Lintian had already led Tang Chenfeng and his sister onto the bus. After glancing at the spacious interior, he informed them, "The other teacher accompanying us has yet to return. Please wait a moment. Once the other teacher brings back the other students, we should be able to depart." "Is it only the other teacher?" Tang Chenfeng pondered. "How many students does the Yuncheng City Academy typically enroll?" he inquired of Wu Lintian. After a brief contemplation, Wu Lintian replied, "The number of students recruited from the surface is generally not high. Even in Yuncheng City, many students enroll at the school. For a single cohort, it typically hovers around 1,500, but the proportion of those from the surface only accounts for a maximum of 20%, which is quite minimal." "Only 20%? That's so few," Tang Chenfeng thought to himself. The recruitment standard for Yuncheng City is that those under 16 must achieve a level above 20. Hence, local recruits in the academy must undoubtedly be exceptional talents, which raises the pressure significantly for those coming from the surface. "Rest assured, local students aren't necessarily that much better than you," Wu Lintian clarified. "The recruitment from the surface essentially aims to attract talent from the ground, which can be considered a special selection. However, in Yuncheng City, there are not many restrictions. As long as you are a soul master and a local, it is quite similar to a normal academy for them. Therefore, you need not worry excessively." After listening to Wu Lintian's explanation, Tang Chenfeng began to grasp the situation. Although Yuncheng City may indeed be brimming with geniuses, those arriving from the surface are not necessarily inferior. Just then, another voice rang out near the bus door. "Wu Lintian, you returned so swiftly. Have you managed to recruit the students you desired?" Tang Chenfeng and his sister turned to see a graceful and attractive young woman standing beside the car door. She must be the other teacher mentioned by Wu Lintian. I have made my selection. How about you? You must have found those two individuals, Wu Lintian inquired of Ziyun. I have indeed located them. They are right behind me. Ziyun replied as she led the three individuals onto the bus. Upon seeing those three, Tang Chenfeng and his sister felt a stir of recognition. They were all too familiar with them, having met merely 10 minutes prior. The three were none other than the sisters Xue Tianbing, Xue Mengbing, and Xue Ling. It was astonishing that they, too, had been chosen by a teacher from the same academy. As the siblings pondered this revelation, the trio of sisters also noticed them. Oh, what a surprise to see you here, they exclaimed in unison. Tang Chenfeng, with an innocent expression, inquired, do you believe it was merely a coincidence? Sighing, Ziyun interjected. How did you manage to acquire them, Wuling Tian? She distinctly recalled the instructor from Douluo Academy expressing a desire to recruit them, as their institution was of a prestigious caliber, and snatching them away would indeed pose a significant challenge. Wuling Tian responded, well, I reasoned with him, and he relinquished them to me. Ziyun could not help but silently scoff, wondering if his reasoning involved the use of force. She was well aware of the prowess he possessed. The animosity between the two groups was palpable, after all, for the three sisters. Had it not been for their own efforts, they might not have been eliminated so prematurely. The two instructors, standing nearby, urged, you will soon be members of the same academy. For now, let us maintain a semblance of civility. Once you arrive at the academy, you may resolve your personal grievances. Ultimately, after a round of persuasion, the tensions between the two factions began to ease. This year's enrollment at the St. Luo Soul Master Academy consisted of merely 5 individuals, the Tang siblings and the 3 sisters from the Ice and Snow clan. Shortly thereafter, the bus roared to life, departing from the assessment grounds. Upon exiting the port, they would truly enter the heart of Yuncheng City. Chapter 55. St. Luo Soul Master Academy. Once aboard the bus, the two groups occupied their respective seats, casting disapproving glances at one another, which rendered the spacious interior somewhat tense. After departing from the Yuncheng City port and undergoing minimal scrutiny, they quickly gained entry. Before their eyes unfolded a city characterized by advanced technology and a futuristic ambience. Yuncheng City was constructed above the clouds, so when one gazed upward, only the cerulean sky and a colossal steel peak, which could only be described as gargantuan, were visible. Built upon this ironclad peak, the surrounding edifices radiate outward in a circular formation. Amidst this dense urban architecture, the expanses of greenery are remarkably generous, wherever one's gaze wanders. It is rare to find a place devoid of flora. The thoroughfare traversed by the bus is entirely elevated, and merely by peering through the window, one can behold not only the countless towering skyscrapers, but also a number of structures that seem somewhat out of place in this high-tech metropolis. These buildings exude an antique charm, imbued with a sense of historical gravitas. This is quite understandable, as the city in the clouds has existed for at least 6 millennia, rendering it steeped in history. The allure of the external scenery captivates the onlookers, easing the atmosphere within the bus. It is not solely Tang Chenfeng and his companions who are entranced. The other 3 are equally spellbound by the grandeur of this magnificent city. Among them, the Snow Sisters, Xue Tianbing and Xue Mengbing, gaze out the window with eyes alight with wonder, while Xue Linger appears somewhat too composed, resting her chin on one hand, quietly lost in thought as she gazes outside, seemingly indifferent to this dreamlike destination. Meanwhile, Tang Chenfeng finds himself intrigued, for his mental acuity surpasses that of an ordinary individual, possessing an ability he struggles to harness. Yet, this gift bestows upon him remarkable potential. To Tang Chenfeng, the world is not merely as it appears to the average observer. It is infused with myriad other elements such as the primordial forces of nature, the elemental energies in the air, and the spiritual and life energies inherent in each individual. While these concepts may seem abstract to others, they materialize vividly in his perception. In his eyes, the energies of those around him exhibit distinctive qualities, particularly those of the formidable individuals, which are currently beyond their reach. Fundamentally, however, the disparity lies in the totality of energy, as the essence remains the same. Yet, when he observes Xue Linger seated across from him, the energy emanating from her is strikingly different. Tang Chenfeng himself was at a loss for words. Yet he could distinctly sense an energy emanating from Xue Linger that set her apart from everyone else around him. In his eyes, she was truly one of a kind. If he were to draw any parallels, it would be that she seemed to resonate more closely with the essence of the forest's inhabitants. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Yi Hongling inquired, having noticed her brother's unwavering gaze fixed upon the individual known as Shui Linger since earlier. "Ah, I may have been a bit lost in thought," Tang Chenfeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Was it merely daydreaming?" "You were quite intently observing our Linger," Shui Mingbing teased, interjecting with a light-hearted tone. It was evident that their banter had not gone unnoticed by the siblings. "Furthermore, we have only recently become acquainted, so why not introduce yourselves? I must say, you are rather handsome. Perhaps we could." Shui Mingbing seemed poised to continue, but her words were abruptly halted when Shui Tianbing delivered a playful punch to her head, turning to Tang Chenfeng with an apologetic expression. "My apologies, please disregard her remarks. She has always spoken without a filter," he said, contrasting his sister's somewhat infatuated demeanor with his own evident maturity and composure, which endeared them further to Tang Chenfeng. Tang Chenfeng remarked, "It matters not. However, we shall soon become classmates, so it is indeed fitting to introduce ourselves. I am Tang Chenfeng, and seated beside me is my sister, Yi Hongling. As for my age, I am merely around 10 years old, not nearly as advanced in age as you might presume." "What? You are only 10 years old?" exclaimed the other sisters, their astonishment evident as their mouths fell agape. Shui Linger, taking note of their conversation, seemed disinterested in participating, turning her head away in deliberate disregard. Before long, Tang Chenfeng and his companions arrived at their destination, the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. One of the most alluring aspects of Cloud City is its abundant resources, and the cultivation of talent has always been of paramount importance here. The Academy undoubtedly serves as the finest platform for nurturing such talent, leading to generous resource allocation by Cloud City. Although the St. Luo Soul Master Academy may not rank as the pinnacle of institutions within Cloud City, it boasts a commendable level of faculty. Its standing within the city could be described as unremarkable. However, even this so-called ordinary academy pales in comparison to the renowned Haitian Soul Master Academy, which is widely regarded as the finest. The disparity is immense, elevating the latter to a distinctly superior echelon. As Tang Chenfeng gazed out from the vehicle upon reaching the academy's entrance, he was unequivocally assured of this truth. The Haitian Soul Master Academy is a sprawling edifice, encompassing a vast area, which includes a small artificial ecological environment, with a complex internal structure capable of accommodating the daily lives of numerous faculty and students. Yet, in stark contrast, the St. Luo Soul Master Academy was vastly superior. The academy is characterized by its imposing gates and towering walls that enclose the premises, resembling a formidable dam. From a distance, one can discern an array of lofty buildings within, akin to a miniature town, far exceeding the scale of the Haitian Soul Master Academy. The bus continued its journey forward, and upon entering the academy gates, an electronic announcement suddenly resonated throughout the vehicle, providing an introduction to the institution. The St. Luo Soul Master Academy is a prestigious institution dedicated to cultivating well-rounded individuals or those excelling in specific fields, employing tailored educational approaches. Upon entering the gates, one is greeted by the Grand Academy itself and the dormitory buildings where all teaching, lodging, and learning transpire. In addition to Soul Master education, the Academy also explores aspects such as soul-guided mechas and aircraft, resulting in its vast expanse and ample space. Tang Chenfeng listened intently, and with the guidance of the electronic broadcast, everything within their academy naturally proceeded more smoothly. Soon, the bus finally came to a stop. "All right, we have arrived. Everyone, please disembark," Wu Lintian announced, having already taken his position at the bus door. The crowd followed the instructions and stepped off the vehicle, simultaneously noticing that several other buses had also arrived at the academy, from which numerous individuals descended, most evidently local residents. Tang Chenfeng and his sister alighted from the vehicle, preparing to join the throng for registration. However, they were halted by Wu Lintian, who informed them, "You need not follow the crowd. Your registration and enrollment should be conducted directly with me." Observing the stream of students gradually receding, Yi Hongling inquired, "Teacher, why is that? Shouldn't placements be determined according to one's individual strengths?" "Ah, that is a stipulation of the academy," Wu Lintian explained. "All students specially recruited from the ground are assigned to the teachers who selected them for guidance, and the same applies to another group. They will be taken under the wing of Dean Ziyun." While Wu Lintian's explanation seemed sound, Tang Chenfeng pondered but could not find any relevant regulations. Nonetheless, he decided it was futile to dwell on it further. At least they could ascertain that Wu Lintian was indeed a faculty member, so they resolved to follow him. Wu Lintian led them directly into the office of the teaching building. The office was modestly sized, approximately 20 square meters, adorned with simple yet elegant decor. It was furnished with a sofa, a desk, and a bookshelf, indicating it was a private office. Wu Lintian retrieved 2 forms from beneath the desk and placed them before the siblings, saying, "Please confirm these details. If everything is correct, kindly sign." He then added, "Oh, and pass me your sole communicator, as well as these." He produced 2 white uniforms from under the desk. After signing, he suggested, "You may first visit your dormitory. The academy is not crowded. Both male and female dormitories consist of single rooms. Following that, you will have free time, as classes commence the next day. You can settle into your dormitory and plan your subsequent activities." After departing the office, the siblings proceeded to the dormitory. The male and female dormitory buildings were separate, necessitating that they part ways. Inside the dormitory, the walls were pristine white, not merely decorated but rather coated with a metallic white finish, imparting an exceptionally clean and orderly appearance. Wu Lintian had already input their dormitory information into their sole communicators. With a simple touch to the door lock, access was granted. Tang Qinfeng's dormitory was numbered 521. Chapter 56. Speculations on Xue Linger. For Tang Qinfeng and his sister, the dormitory was a familiar environment. However, upon entering the room, Tang Qinfeng was momentarily taken aback by its grandeur. The academy's dormitories were single occupancy, equipped with private bathrooms and restrooms, while directly opposite the door lay the bedroom, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed ample natural light. The bedroom was furnished with a large bed and an array of essential living items provided by the academy, akin to a luxurious hotel suite, boasting unparalleled conditions. Is this indeed the academy situated in Cloud City? Even the student dormitories are of such high quality. There is simply no comparison to Haitian Academy. At that moment, Tang Qinfeng recalled the student dormitories at Haitian Academy, which, in every conceivable sense, represented a chasm of disparity. After arranging their personal belongings and donning their student uniforms, they prepared to embrace their new chapter. The white school uniform, adorned with silver stripes, fits Tang Qinfeng rather well. Upon arriving in Yunqing, it was already afternoon, and now, as evening descends, it is time for dinner. After Tang Qinfeng stepped out of the dormitory building, he waited for a brief moment at the entrance, and soon the person he was anticipating appeared. Yi Hongling had just emerged from the dormitory and immediately spotted Tang Qinfeng waiting outside. "Brother," she called out to him as she hurried over. Tang Qinfeng smiled at Yi Hongling and said, "Let us go to the cafeteria for dinner." "All right," Yi Hongling replied, taking Tang Qinfeng's hand as they made their way to the dining hall. The cafeteria was not located near the dormitory or the teaching buildings. Instead, it was situated behind the dormitory in a separate 2-story structure. The lower level catered to the intermediate students, while the upper level served the advanced students. Upon entering the cafeteria, the siblings were greeted by an enticing aroma of food. The meals at the academy were prepared by skilled chefs, rivaling even the finest establishments outside. The cafeteria in the Cloud City Academy utilized rare ingredients, which provided energy far superior to that of ordinary fare, making it an exceptional delight for Tang Qinfeng and his companions. Interestingly, perhaps due to the swift actions of teacher Wu Lintian or some other reason, it seemed that they were among the earliest arrivals, as the expansive cafeteria was nearly empty, with only the 2 of them present. Nevertheless, the dishes were nearly ready, so they decided to indulge in their meal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xue Tianbing, Xue Mengbing, and Xue Linger had finally completed their registration and officially entered the St. Luo Soul Master Academy. The trio felt somewhat disheartened, as they had initially intended to showcase their prowess during the assessment, only to be unexpectedly defeated by the siblings. However, they had still achieved their goal of entering the academy. Upon their arrival, they underwent a more extensive investigation compared to their peers, given their evident strength, which easily captured the academy's attention. Although their registration process was more complex than that of others, it was completed much more swiftly, allowing them to exit in a timely manner. As the 3 sisters entered the cafeteria, they were taken aback. Upon stepping through the door, they beheld the sight of the siblings devouring their food with remarkable ferocity, their eating habits almost ferocious in nature. The plates beside them were stacked high, towering over 20 centimeters. "Oh my goodness, are you 2 reincarnated starving ghosts?" Linger couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing the ravenous consumption of the siblings. Tang Chenfeng and his companions naturally noticed the three individuals. "What's the matter? We merely possess hearty appetites," they remarked, continuing to indulge in their meal without pause. Just as the three were left in a state of bewilderment, a chef unexpectedly emerged, wearing an expression of exasperation. "It's not merely about your appetites. You have consumed nearly 20 portions of food. Moreover, you have exclusively chosen the finest dishes. At this rate, the rare ingredients will be entirely depleted." Although Yunzhong City ardently supports the Soul Master Academy, rare ingredients are not easily procured, even with substantial wealth. Consequently, the portions for each meal are meticulously regulated, resulting in fixed serving sizes. The siblings, akin to possessing discerning eyes, had barely touched the ordinary dishes and instead feasted exclusively on those with a high proportion of rare ingredients, nearly finishing them all. "You must be mindful of your consumption, as it may affect your fellow classmates. Should this continue, I will have no choice but to report to the dean," the head chef stated with a degree of seriousness. Only then did the siblings reluctantly set down their bowls and chopsticks, pondering the notion that even dining was a struggle for satisfaction. Despite preparing to depart, the newly arrived trio protested. "Hey, wait a moment. You've nearly consumed all the food, leaving us with nothing. Are you truly just going to leave?" Upon hearing this, the siblings glanced at the towering pile of empty plates beside them, feeling a twinge of guilt. While they had hearty appetites, they had inadvertently devoured the meals meant for their fellow students. Tang Chenfeng expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry, but we have already finished this time. We will certainly be more cautious next time." Observing Tang Chenfeng's remorseful demeanor, Xue Tianbing and her companions felt an escalating sense of frustration. Ever since their arrival in Yunqing and their encounter with these individuals, everything seemed to go awry. Not only did their fortunes seem to dwindle, but they also invariably crossed paths with one another. Subsequently, matters only grew more disheartening. The tension between the two groups began to resurface, and at that moment, everyone could sense a palpable drop in the temperature within the cafeteria. A number of people had started to arrive at the cafeteria. Just then, the head chef bellowed, "Stop! You lot, fighting is strictly prohibited in the cafeteria. If you wish to brawl, you will have ample opportunities in the future. But if you dare to engage in a fight here, you shall no longer be welcome to dine in this establishment. Humph, you will see what awaits you." The speaker was Xue Linger, after which the three of them turned and entered the cafeteria. As Tang Chenfeng and his sister departed from the dining hall, they couldn't help but lament the unforeseen trouble they had encountered upon their arrival in Yunzhong City. By the time they emerged, dusk had settled in, and with the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day, the siblings exchanged brief farewells before retreating to their respective dormitories. Despite their eagerness to practice their secondary professions, they were oblivious to the location of any training grounds. Thus, their only recourse was to engage in meditation within the confines of their rooms. Upon reaching his dormitory, just as Tang Chenfeng was about to commence his meditation, Bai Xing unexpectedly appeared beside him and remarked, "Chenfeng, did you sense it? That girl is quite extraordinary." Tang Chenfeng remarked, "Indeed, I sense it." The aura surrounding her, or rather, every sensation she emanated, distinctly set her apart from those around her. While he held some conjectures, the individual they were discussing was none other than the youngest of the three sisters, Shulinger. From her, Tang Chenfeng perceived that her essence was not merely different. He could discern that her spiritual realm and life force were exponentially more potent than that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, there was an unparalleled chill, though well concealed, that still resonated with Tang Chenfeng and the others, serving as undeniable evidence of Shulinger's extraordinary nature. Tang Chenfeng harbored some suspicions within his heart. However, if his conjectures were accurate, why would Xue Linger appear in this perilous place? For her, this location might very well be the most dangerous in the world. Bai Xing remarked, "Your assumptions are likely correct. She must be a 100,000-year soul beast that has undergone reconstitution and transformed into human form. Within the realm of soul masters, the 100,000-year soul ring is one of the most coveted treasures, rivaling even the soul bone in value. Such soul rings typically manifest only at the rank of title Douluo. And for a title Douluo, the distinction between a ninth ring of 10,000 years and one of 100,000 years is a concept that diverges entirely in terms of strength and power, yet remains elusive and rare. The sheer scarcity of 100,000-year soul beasts is astounding. Even Tang Chenfeng, residing near the Sunset Forest, learned from Grandpa Yi and Grandma Ling that there were merely a handful, no more than 10, of such beasts, of which at least 3 had already been hunted. To combat a 100,000-year soul beast, several title Douluo or peak Douluo level experts are required, and during the hunt, the soul beast may resort to self-detonation, rendering the endeavor fruitless. Thus, successful acquisition has proven exceedingly challenging. Even the current spirit pagoda can barely produce a 100,000-year soul spirit, and such items are generally not for sale, accessible only to the upper echelons of the spirit pagoda. However, reconstituted 100,000-year soul beasts differ significantly. Upon transforming into human form, they become as vulnerable as ordinary individuals. Yet slaying them still grants the coveted 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Although existing federal laws prohibit the hunting of wild soul beasts over 10,000 years, reconstituted soul beasts are subject to specific protective measures, provided they are documented. Yet, for soul masters, the allure of a 100,000-year soul ring is irresistible, particularly one that could be obtained with relative ease. Before reaching the 7th ring, reconstituted 100,000-year soul beasts still retain their identity as soul beasts, but their energy circuits and meridians differ entirely from those of humans. At this stage, they can be recognized by the spiritual power of tidal Douluo level individuals. Tang Qinfeng's spiritual power, far surpassing that of a tidal Douluo, enables him to discern the differences between reconstituted soul beasts and ordinary humans. This only deepens the mystery. Within Yunqing, the number of individuals at the tidal Douluo level is likely countless, and even without reconstituted 100,000-year soul beasts, survival here is improbable. If Xue Linger truly is a 100,000-year soul beast that has undergone reconstitution, what compels her to risk so much by coming here? Furthermore, why would she choose to undergo reconstitution? On the snowy day, the connection between Xue Tianbing and Xue Mingbing remained uncertain. Chapter 57, A Sense of Deception. The following morning, as a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, Tang Qinfeng opened his eyes. The night before, countless conjectures had danced through his mind, yet no matter how he pondered, something always felt amiss. If Xue Linger were indeed a 10,000-year-old spirit beast known to the Federation, she should be under strict surveillance. How could she possibly be here? Conversely, if she were merely a 10,000-year-old spirit beast assimilating into human society, it still didn't add up. For Tang Qinfeng could discern that Xue Tianbing and Xue Mingbing's attitude towards Xue Linger was genuine, akin to that of true sisters. After much contemplation, without resolution, Tang Qinfeng decided to set his thoughts aside. He sensed no malice from Xue Linger, believing she would not cause any trouble, especially not within the confines of Cloud City. After a night of meditation, Tang Qinfeng felt invigorated. Bai Xing had previously informed him that since the Starshine Stone had fused with his body, it would autonomously release energy, propelling the growth of his soul power until he reached the next significant bottleneck. The period between levels 20 and 30 was noted as the most rapid and formidable phase of growth, likely yielding more soul power than that derived from meditation alone. Though Tang Qinfeng was well aware of these facts, meditation had become an essential daily practice, a habit ingrained in him since childhood that he could not easily alter. Thus, he remained committed to his meditative training. Aside from the opening ceremony of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy, there were no pressing matters for the day, leaving ample time at his disposal. After a brief morning routine, Tang Qinfeng left the dormitory, accompanied by his delightful sister. Even by the local time, he had awakened quite early, as while other students were still meditating or sleeping, he and Yi Hongling were already en route to the dining hall. The meals at the Academy's cafeteria remained delicious. If possible, they would have relished the opportunity to indulge further. However, having learned a lesson the previous day, they exercised restraint, eating to a modest fullness. Time passed swiftly, and soon other students began to arrive. To avoid attracting attention from their peers, they swiftly departed after finishing their meal. The sun climbed high, signaling the commencement of the Academy's opening ceremony. The grand event took place in a vast plaza, where, in addition to the newly admitted intermediate students, all the senior students had gathered as well. Tang Qinfeng, standing tall among the new students, was assigned to the rear of the formation due to his remarkable height. From this vantage point, he could observe the entire cohort of the Academy students. The institution comprises only 2 levels, the Intermediate Division and the Advanced Division, without distinctions in grade. The Intermediate Division consists of 6 classes, while the Advanced Division is limited to merely 3. Students who complete 3 years in the intermediate division and pass the final examinations are eligible to ascend to the advanced division. Most of those who gain entry to Yunzheng City are elite soul masters of this age, rendering the academy's enrollment quite sparse. The intermediate division accommodates approximately 200 students, averaging about 30 per class. The advanced division is even more minuscule, with around 100 students, resulting in a similar average of approximately 30 per class. This indicates that at least half of the students are eliminated when transitioning from the intermediate to the advanced division, highlighting the formidable nature of the final examinations. Greetings, fellow students. Today marks the annual opening ceremony, and we are honored to invite Dean Ziyun to deliver a speech. Sheng Luo Han, the academy's head, is a middle-aged woman who appears to be in her 20s. She possesses a striking figure and is adorned with lustrous purple hair, elegantly styled into a high ponytail, exuding an enchanting beauty. Tang Chenfeng gazed intently, and at that moment, he was astonished to discover that the esteemed Dean Ziyun of the St. Luo Soul Master Academy bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Was she not the very instructor who had accompanied Master Wulin Tian during the initial recruitment? Coincidentally, Master Wulin Tian stood right beside her, with no one else in sight. Hello, students. At this time every year, I find myself filled with a sense of nostalgia, as a cohort of both intermediate and advanced students graduates and departs from the academy. Yet simultaneously, new students ascend from the intermediate level to the advanced, and we welcome fresh faces as well. Throughout my tenure, the academy has functioned as a vital institution for the Federation, continually supplying competent individuals to our society. In the future, I hope you too can. The eloquence of the dean was remarkable. She spoke without any notes, articulating her thoughts with great passion for a full quarter of an hour before gradually concluding her address. Following her speech, the most significant event of the opening ceremony took place, the class allocations. Those seniors who did not require reallocation naturally exited first, leaving behind the newly promoted advanced students and the newcomers from the intermediate level. The class allocation process at the academy is quite straightforward, primarily categorizing students based on their individual strengths and the distinct training paths of their respective martial souls. For instance, the first class of the intermediate level is predominantly focused on the offensive specialization,